Heiress Yi Kong's life took a dramatic turn when she was suddenly plucked from an orphanage and thrust into the opulent Yi family mansion. However, what awaited her was not a warm family reunion, but a suffocating power struggle. In the grand hall of the Yi residence, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could be cut with a knife. Yi Kong stood in the center, as isolated as a lone statue. Her eyes scanned the room, landing on an elderly woman seated sternly on a dignified sofa, gently stroking a young girl who was resting her head on her lap. The girl had only glanced at Yi Kong once before turning away with tear-filled eyes, as if she had seen something that shouldn't exist. "You do resemble your father a bit," the elderly woman said slowly, her eyes scrutinizing Yi Kong. "Long limbs." She gestured casually to a graceful woman beside her. "This is your mother." Yi Kong's heart warmed, and she was about to speak when a heart-wrenching cry interrupted her. "Mom." The girl on the elderly woman's lap suddenly sprang up like a frightened bird and threw herself into the woman's arms. This sudden scene felt like a splash of cold water to Yi Kong, leaving her frozen in place. The elderly woman quickly tried to soothe the girl. "Juju, what's wrong? Why are you crying? No one is taking your mother from you, right, Yi Kong?" Yi Kong stood there, feeling the piercing gazes of the guests around her. She started to doubt if she truly belonged here. Just a week ago, the Yi family's aide had found her, conducted a DNA test, and informed her that she was the long-lost third daughter of the Yi family. The aide had spent days drilling her on the family's rules and relationships, and today, she finally stepped into this grand mansion. Yi Kong had expected a heartfelt reunion, but the reality was far from it. Her eyes involuntarily fell on the girl still sobbing in the woman's arms, and an ominous thought crept into her mind. "Am I the impostor here? Yi Kong, why aren't you saying anything?" The elderly woman asked with a hint of irritation. "Are you tired? You should go upstairs and rest. Your room is ready, and there's a banquet tonight. You'll be busy." And with that, Yi Kong was dismissed. As she left, the elderly woman added pointedly, "You're new here and don't know the rules. You should learn from your sister, Yi Baozhu. She's always been dutiful. You should be grateful to her." Lowering her eyes, Yi Kong felt the sunlight highlight the small mole on her left cheek, making her appear particularly fragile. She followed the butler silently, her heart a mix of emotions. In what was said to be the best room in the house, Yi Kong felt only discomfort. The summer sun poured in relentlessly, and, even with the air conditioning on, the heat was oppressive. She decisively drew the curtains and lay down to sleep. A sharp knock on the door soon woke her. "Sister, Mom asked me to bring you some fruit," a sweet voice called from outside. Yi Kong opened the door warily, greeted by a beaming face. But as soon as the door closed, the smile vanished. "Yi Kong, how do you feel?" Yi Baozhu placed the fruit tray down and paced the room, her eyes glinting with danger. "Never lived in a place this nice, have you?" Yi Kong nodded cautiously. Yi Baozhu sneered. "Too bad. This is all you'll get." She stepped closer, her face contorting. "Everything in this house is mine. Grandparents, parents, siblings theory all mine. Don't think you can take away what I've worked hard for over 20 years just because of some blood relation." She continued through gritted teeth. "Do you know why you were brought back? Not because they love you, but for an arranged marriage with the one family. I refused to marry that cripple, so they had no choice but to find you. You should thank me for turning you from an orphan into an heiress." Baozhu leaned in and whispered menacingly, "Don't think I'll be thankful. The way you walked into this house today, I'll make sure you leave it even more disgracefully. You won't get a speck of dust from the Yi family." Yi Kong was about to respond, but then she remembered the orphanage director's advice. "Yi Kong, listen carefully. If you really want to have a family, the most important thing at the Yi house is to say as little as possible. If you don't want to be thrown out on the first day, keep your mouth shut. Better to be thought a mute than to speak a single unnecessary word." "What? Not talking? Don't believe me." Yi Baozhu sneered. "You'll soon understand the meaning of class differences, of hierarchy, of how a crow can never become a phoenix. Tonight's banquet, I'll be waiting to see you make a fool of yourself." With that, the door slammed shut. Yi Kong stood there, her eyes gradually regaining their clarity. She quietly took out a small sketchbook, her pencil swiftly capturing the scene. Soon, two grotesque and comical witches appeared on the paper. She casually snapped a photo with her phone and discreetly uploaded it to her private account. In less than 3 seconds, the notifications on Weibo started pinging nonstop. Likes, comments, and private messages were skyrocketing. Yi Shi's name briefly appeared at the bottom of the trending list, but it quickly disappeared. At that moment, Yi Kong had already changed into her gown, her makeup perfectly done, as she walked down the corridor leading to the grand staircase. Ahead, the door opened, and Yi Baozhu, dressed to the nines, emerged holding Madame Ye's hand, her eyes red from crying. Madame Yi patted her back gently, trying to soothe her. Yi Kong paused as her eyes met Yi Baozhu's. The latter's face twisted with grievance before she quickly buried herself in Madame Ye's embrace. Madame Yi gave Yi Kong an awkward glance, hesitated for a moment, but continued to comfort Yi Baozhu. "The banquet is starting," Madame Yi sighed. Today is your grandmother's birthday. There are many guests. Stay close to me. Yi Kong remained silent, her expression cold. Madame Yi felt more troubled and led the two downstairs, shaking her head. In the stairwell, Yi Baozhu took the initiative to hold Yi Kong's hand, her voice both intimate and timid. Sister, I'll introduce the guests to you later. Please don't dislike me. Madame Yi smiled with relief, but Yi Kong's body stiffened. The banquet hall was crowded with guests. Under Madame Ye's watchful eye, Yi Baozhu carefully introduced Yi Kong to them. This is my sister, who was raised away from home. She had been unwell for a long time and only recently came back. Yi Kong looked at Madame Yi and received an apologetic glance. She immediately understood. The Yi family did not want to reveal the truth about the swapped children. She was just the sister raised outside, while Yi Baozhu remained the cherished youngest daughter of the Yi family. Yi Kong's fingers twitched, and the wrinkled face of the old director at the orphanage flashed in her mind. She reminded herself, until she was certain she could stay with the Yi family, it was best to stay silent. Lost in thought, Yi Baozhu suddenly tightened her grip on Yi Kong's hand. Look, Grandma Wen is here, she whispered in her ear. See that man in the wheelchair? He's the one you're going to Maria cripple. Her tone was both gloating and sinister. But even so, you're hitting the jackpot. If he weren't disabled, he'd be the wealthiest man in Yuzhou. Yi Kong detected genuine jealousy in her voice. Looking up, she saw several people entering the banquet hall. Leading them was an elderly lady of the same age as Grandma Yi, leaning on a cane but full of vigor, her expression haughty. The man in the wheelchair, however, drew the most attention. In the brightly lit hall, where the elite mingled and exchanged toasts, the room fell silent as the wheelchair entered the light. Everyone instinctively turned to the entrance, their breaths barely audible. Unlike when Yi Kong arrived at the Yi family that afternoon, people's gazes toward the man in the wheelchair were filled with cautious dread and barely concealed pity. They feared and admired him, yearned for and pitied him, but even that pity, they dared not show. As the wheelchair approached, Yi Kong finally got a clear look at the young man. He wore a simple black suit, no tie, with his shirt buttoned meticulously up to the top. His elegant neck and the curve from his collar to his jawline exuded an air of nobility, not to mention the sensual and restrained Adam's apple. Yi Kong's gaze fell on the man's face, and she was momentarily stunned. The face seemed like a masterpiece only a top-tier artist could create, compelling her professional instincts to reach for a sketchpad. But before she could, she met his eyes. His eyes were shaped with a natural charm and warmth, yet they held deep dark pupils that exuded an aura of melancholy. What truly startled Yi Kong was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xiao Kong, come here and greet Grandma Wen. Madame Yi pulled Yi Kong's hand. And this is Wen Can. You can call him brother. Grandma Wen was not easily swayed. After Madame Yi sat down, she gave Yi Kong a once-over. So this is the daughter you've raised outside for 20 years? How come I've never heard of her? She was frail since childhood. The master said she couldn't be raised at home, so we sent her to the south for foster care, Madame Yi explained, gripping Yi Kong's hand reassuringly before pushing her forward slightly. Look, doesn't she resemble old Yi? Grandma Wen scrutinized Yi Kong's face, her critical expression softening. Indeed, she does look like your daughter, much prettier than Baozhu. Very good. Yi Baozhu paled, lowering her head silently. Madame Yi immediately felt protective and said to Grandma Wen, please don't say that. Baozhu has grown up under your care. You've never missed giving her birthday presents every year. That's because I thought she would be my precious granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Wen retorted. Who knew she'd refuse to marry as soon as our Akin had an accident? What are you saying? How can you claim Baozhu doesn't want to marry? A strong, authoritative voice came from the doorway. Grandma Yi entered, supported by a servant, glaring as she spoke. Wasn't it our two old men who made this agreement? They insisted it had to be my third granddaughter. If you're unhappy, blame them, but don't take it out on our fourth-born Bush. Grandma Wen snorted and eyed Yi Kong sideways. That's all well and good, but this girl has been away for over 20 years. You don't even know her temperament, do you? My children can't be bad, Grandma Yi insisted. The two elderly women continued their back and forth, and the atmosphere quickly became amicable. Noticing something amiss, Madame Yi turned to Yi Kong and said, Child, why are you staring at him like that? Yi Kong quickly averted her gaze, but Grandma Wen had already noticed her reaction. The old lady frowned and said, why didn't this child even greet us? She's too shy, isn't she? This remark jolted Mrs. Yi awake. She realized that since their meeting, they hadn't heard Yi Kong speak a single word. The faces of the Yi family members instantly darkened. Seeing this, Yi Baozhu hurriedly explained, my sister is just a bit introverted and doesn't like to talk much. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn awkward, a pleasant voice broke the silence. Grandma, I'd like to speak with Missy alone. The voice was deep and cool, like water droplets on a stone under the moonlight, sending a shiver down one's spine. It was Wen Can, the eldest young master in the wheelchair, who spoke. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Grandma Wen's displeasure was instantly replaced with delight. All right, go ahead. It's rare for you to speak up. She then grabbed Grandma Ye's hand excitedly and said, we've known each other for over a decade, and Akin has never shown any interest in Baoju. But now, your third daughter has caught his eye the moment she arrived. Looks like my grandson takes after me. He judges by appearances. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoju's face twisted with jealousy and resentment as she looked at Yi Kong. At this moment, Yi Kong was already pushing Wen Can's wheelchair out. A person who appeared to be a secretary silently followed them. Once they exited the banquet hall, the secretary closed the door to the terrace and stood guard outside like a sentinel. Yi Kong looked back at Wen Can. Under the dim light, his features appeared even more stunning. Despite his cold, distant gaze, he exuded a noble aura, like a deity looking down upon the mortal world. Yi Kong thought to herself, no wonder so many women looked at her with jealousy and fear. The jealousy was because they admired him, and the fear was out of awe, coupled with a hint of schadenfreude, probably because of those legs. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Wen Can's legs, covered with a thin blanket. Even while sitting, it was clear how long and well-formed they were. If he could stand, he would undoubtedly be tall and imposing. Such a pair of legs, if truly crippled, would indeed be a pity. At that moment, Wen Can spoke, his voice cold and gloomy. A girl adopted by the director of the Huahe County Orphanage suddenly becomes the daughter of the Yi family in Yuzhou. Miss Yi, can you tell me what game you're playing? Yi Kong met his gaze, then glanced at the elegantly dressed crowd inside, making sure no one was nearby. She smiled slightly and turned back to Wen Can. You went from being the neighbor who jogged with his dog to the crippled young master of a wealthy family overnight. Believe me, Mr. Wen, I'm just as surprised as you are. This was the first time Yi Kong had spoken since arriving in Huichuan. Her voice was clear and sweet, but laced with sharp sarcasm. She tilted her head and continued, unless you tell me that the person I saw walking the dog last night in Huahe County was your twin brother? The two stood on the terrace, their eyes filled with coldness and scrutiny. After a long silence, Wen Can suddenly laughed. His previous gloom swept away. His exquisite features shone with a radiant smile, even in the dim light. It seems we both have secrets to hide, Wen Can said. I don't, Yi Kong responded immediately. The ones trying to hide something are the Yi family, not me. Aren't you part of the Yi family? Still under evaluation. You're evaluating them, or they're evaluating you? What do you think? Silence fell between them again. In this exchange, Wen Can seemed to grasp some clues, his smile growing brighter. I guess, either way, you need to stay with the Yi family, he said, his tone completely changed, smiling as he spoke. In that case, perhaps we don't need to be so hostile. He extended his hand to her. Miss Yi, if you keep my secret, I'll help you stay with the Yi family. How about that? Yi Kong glanced at his extended hand. How will you help me? Simple. By fulfilling the engagement. I don't want to marry you. Neither do I, Wen Can replied calmly. So we just need to cooperate and be a pair of nominal fiancés. Duration. 1 year. Deal. Their hands clasped, one large, one small. Wen Can sensitively noticed the calluses on her palm and fingertips, but Yi Kong had already withdrawn her hand without hesitation. The girl in the simple dress turned, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the brightly lit, bustling scene inside, and asked without turning back, Are you sure that just by fulfilling the engagement, I'll definitely stay with the Yi family? Of course. Yi Kong finally smiled. Her pale skin and dark eyes gave her a fragile, moonlit aura when she was silent. But now, her smile was like a rose blooming under the moonlight, both bold and cold. Wen Can stared at her profile, momentarily stunned, while Yi Kong had already opened the door and walked back inside. The door closed again as the man squinted at the departing figure. He didn't enter immediately, but instead took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Grandpa, he asked in a low voice. Can you tell me about the child that director's son next door adopted? The one named Yi Kong. What kind of person is she? In the banquet hall, Yi Kong was holding a wine glass, searching for desserts at the buffet table. She had just popped a small cake into her mouth when a mocking laugh sounded behind her. Baoju, is this your third sister who was raised in the countryside? A sharp female voice rang out. She really doesn't match the elegance of the Yi family, does she? Yi Baoju hurried to defend her sister. Don't say that. My sister is just not used to being back home. Anyone who bullies her will have to answer to me. Are we that kind of people? Another voice interjected. Hey, we've been talking so much, and she hasn't even turned around to greet us. How rude is that? It's her first time in high society. Haven't you heard of Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden? It's just like that, you know. The whispers continued. Although Wen Can is disabled, I never thought he would get engaged to someone like her. Yi Kong eyed a coconut milk cake and was about to reach for it when a slender hand got there first. Miss Yi, a coquettish and arrogant voice sounded beside her. We've been talking to you, and you didn't even turn your head. Isn't that a bit rude? Yi Kong slowly turned to face a group of elegantly dressed young people. In the center, Yi Baoju looked at her with concern. Sister, are you too hungry? Should I ask the butler to bring some hot dishes for you? Did you not get enough to eat in the countryside? A lavishly dressed young lady tilted her head and asked, what kind of life did you live before? Have you ever seen jewelry? Eaten steak? This innocent question elicited a burst of laughter. Yi Baozhu couldn't help but laugh but quickly intervened. Roe, don't make fun of my sister. She's my real sister. A man who had been checking his watch looked up, bored, and scrutinized Yikong. Yikong, right? I'm your cousin. I just heard your mother say you haven't spoken since you got back. Are you sick? He paused, his expression turning odd. You aren't mute, are you? The speculation caused an immediate uproar. Inside the Yi family's grand banquet hall, a massive crystal chandelier hung from the towering ceiling, refracting countless beams of light that made the entire hall sparkle. Socialites in elegant dresses and gentlemen in tailored suits had been engaging in lively conversation, but a sudden gasp drew everyone's attention. Like a domino effect, the guests turned their heads, eyes focusing on the corner where Yikong stood. These heirs to privilege were accustomed to being the center of attention and remained unfazed by the curious stares. Some guests covered their mouths in surprise, while others whispered to their friends. Yikong overheard the murmurs around her. Yi Baozhu, you never mentioned your sister was mute? She's not mute, probably just shy. Shy enough to never say a word? Not even mom? Unbelievable. She might as well not have been brought back. Yi Baozhu hurried forward, taking Yikong's hand with a serious expression, addressing the group. Yikong is my biological sister, my parents' own daughter, and she holds the same status in the Yi family as I do. Mocking her is mocking me and the entire Yi family. Her friends offered apologies or shrugged. Only then did Yi Baozhu relax slightly, turning hesitantly to Yikong and slowly calling sister. Can I ask why you haven't spoken at all? She inquired cautiously, her gaze betraying a mix of arrogance and satisfaction, as if silently declaring, do you see now? This is my domain. I don't mean anything by it, she continued. But if you keep silent and don't address anyone, mom, grandma, and soon dad and our siblings will be very worried. If you're scared, you can practice with us first. She pointed to herself with a naive smile. I'm Yi Baozhu, your sister. Grandma and mom call me Juju, and you can too. In Yikong's mind, the director's warning echoed loudly. Do not speak. Absolutely remember that. The director had made an X over his mouth, his gaze stern and almost fierce. However, Yikong caught a glimpse of Wen Ken in the distance. He had just entered from the terrace, with guests parting to make way for him. His face bore a somber expression once more. The conversation on the terrace replayed in Yikong's mind. Are you sure that as long as I fulfill the marriage contract, I can stay in the Yi family? Absolutely. Yi Baozhu gently tugged on Yikong's sleeve. Sister, can you really not speak? Yikong slowly turned, locking eyes with Yi Baozhu, her face showing concern but her eyes hiding malice and glee. Yikong gazed at her, then slowly reached out to touch her hair, softly calling Zh. The sweet and melodious call stunned everyone present, causing some to look around, thinking they had misheard. Yi Baozhu froze, forcing a smile 2 seconds later. Sister, you spoke. Yikong continued in that sweet voice. Have you ever met your real mother? I have. She knelt and begged me not to kick you out of the Yi family. Do you know why? Because she has AIDS and needs medical expenses. She's afraid that if you leave the Yi family, she won't have money for treatment. Juju, have you ever given her any money? The room fell into a dead silence. A woman named Rue frowned and asked, what? What is she saying? Did I hear that wrong? Yikong's cousin could no longer contain himself. He rushed to Yikong, pulling Yi Baozhu behind him, glaring at Yikong. What are you talking about? Are you insane? No matter how jealous you are, you can't say such things about your own sister. If you continue like this, no one in the Yi family will acknowledge you. Whispers erupted around them. So it's jealousy? Is she out of her mind? I can't even follow this. Making up stories? Yikong ignored all the voices. Looking past her cousin to the still rigid Juju, she softly repeated the name. Beos, what a nice name. Do you know your real father's surname? Should I tell you? Yi Baozhu seemed to awaken from a nightmare, trembling and clutching her cousin's clothes, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yikong. Feeling the reaction behind him, the cousin could no longer hold back. He raised his hand to strike Yikong, shouting, enough is enough. A loud slap echoed not from a hand landing on Yikong's face, but from Yikong intercepting the slap. She looked up, meeting his eyes without hesitation, and raised her other hand smash. A porcelain plate filled with desserts shattered on his head, sending shards flying. Blood began to trickle from his hair, his anger turning to shock and confusion. Yikong brushed off the fragments, stepped forward, and stared him down with her dark eyes. What do you want to do? Hit me? Who do you think you are to raise a hand against me? It's not up to you to decide if I'm acknowledged by the Yi family. She scrutinized his face, sneering. With a face like that, I doubt you're even a real Yi. Maybe you should get a paternity test too. Just like your cousin here, she glanced at Yi Baozhu. Juju, what do you say? Yi Baozhu's head snapped up, her face pale, eyes wide with horror as she glared at Yi Kong, as if wishing to tear her apart. Ultimately, she could only scream in despair. The commotion finally drew the attention of all the guests. Madame Yi and the elderly Mrs. Yi hurried over, with Madame Yi anxiously asking, "What's going on? What's all this ruckus?" She quickly supported Yi Baozhu but first noticed the blood on her nephew's face, gasping, "Lynch, your face. Don't worry about me. Check on Juju." He wiped the blood away, casting a cold glance at Yi Kong. "Your newly returned third cousin just claimed Juju isn't a Yi family child." Madame Ye's pupils contracted and she reflexively shouted, "She's talking nonsense." But her voice trailed off as she met Yi Kong's dark eyes. Under the dazzling lights, her pupils appeared as deep as a frozen sea under the moon, cold and distant, carrying a trace of cruel scrutiny. It was as if a single wrong word would break the icy surface, unleashing a torrent that would devour everything. "She's talking nonsense." Grandma Ye's voice thundered through the air, abruptly cutting off Yi Baozhu. She pulled Baozhu into her arms, her gaze as sharp as a knife as it pierced through Yi Kong. "Xiao Kong," Grandma's tone was both stern and warning, "I know you have grievances against Baozhu. Your upbringing was worlds apart, and it's natural for you to feel resentment. But you need to understand, none of this is Baozhu's fault." Her eyes gleamed with a clear thread as she continued, "Baozhu is the most precious child in the Yi family. 3 years ago, I almost died from a gas leak, and if it weren't for your sister's cries for help, you wouldn't be seeing your grandmother today. The Yi family owes you, and we elders will make it up to you. But that doesn't give you the right to bully your sister. If the family that raised you didn't teach you any manners, then starting today I will." Her words echoed like thunder throughout the banquet hall, shifting the murmurs that Yi Kong had stirred. Guests began whispering among themselves. The Yi family has such a past? No wonder Grandma dotes on Baozhu so much. Exactly, anyone would spoil her. They always say Yi Baozhu is the family's lucky star. But the new third Mrs. words didn't sound like lies. Just returned from the countryside, it's normal for her to feel twisted seeing Baozhu's treatment. Amid the chaotic discussions, Mrs. Yi tried to mediate. "Mom, please don't be so harsh on Xiao Kong, she just got home. It's precisely because she just got home that she needs to learn the rules." Grandma Yi was unwavering, comforting the crying Baozhu as she frowned at Yi Kong. "You've been back for so long. Have you ever called me Grandma? Do you not even know the basic manners?" Standing in the center of the guests, Yi Kong nonchalantly fiddled with her dress, then looked up at the stern old lady and spoke lightly, "Grandma." She tilted her head. "Did you ever raise me for a day to deserve that title? I only called the orphanage director Grandpa after giving him a concussion. How about I give you a hit too, and then I'll call you Grandma?" Instantly, the entire banquet hall fell into dead silence. Whether they were boldly watching or pretending not to notice, whether they were elderly ladies or young socialites, whether they were dignified old gentlemen or aloof young men, everyone seemed to freeze, trapped in a surreal dream. Grandma Ye's face turned from pale to red, her wrinkles brimming with disbelief and rage. You. What did you say?" Even Yi Baozhu stopped crying, looking at Yi Kong in shock. "Are you crazy? How can you talk to Grandma like that?" Yi Kong shot a cold glance at Baozhu, a hint of malice flashing in her dark eyes. "Whose grandma? Yours? We don't share the same blood, so how could we have the same grandma? Don't try to get close to me." Grandma Yi struggled to breathe, clutching her chest as she collapsed. Mrs. Yi screamed, supporting her. "Call a doctor. Get the medicine. Zhongma. Quick-acting heart pills." Yi Kong stopped talking. "Someone help. Is Mr. Yi not back yet?" The scene descended into chaos. Some searched for medicine, some carried Grandma Yi, some screamed, and some ran. The once opulent banquet hall turned into a scene of pandemonium. Guests stepped aside, whispering softly. "Never thought I'd witness such drama tonight. Is the new third miss of the Yi family a lunatic? What a terrifying mouth, and an even more terrifying mind. How could she say such things in this setting? I'll keep my distance from her in the future. Can she really stay in the Yi family and not be kicked out?" But she keeps insisting Yi Baozhu isn't the Yi family's biological daughter. Somehow, looking at her face, I find her words quite credible. Is the Yi family about to change? It's not just the Yi family, it's all of Yuzhou that might change. With such a formidable presence, I feel she'll turn the entire Huaichuan upside down. In a corner, Mrs. Wen shivered as she watched the disheveled Grandma Yi being carried away. She turned to her grandson, only to find that the young man, who had been gloomy for so long, was now showing a rare smile. Following his gaze, Mrs. Wen saw that he was looking at Yi Kong, the Yi family's terrifying new granddaughter, with a peculiar expression. "Akin." Mrs. Wen called softly, "Your fiancé is frightening. Should we call off this engagement?" However, Wen Kan seemed not to hear his grandmother's words, his thoughts still lingering on the phone call earlier. "Yi Kong? Are you talking about 11?" The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why are you asking about her all of a sudden? 11. Winkin frowned slightly. Is that her nickname? Why use a number? The old man sighed and explained. She was the 11th child adopted by Old Son's orphanage, so they called her 11. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. To be honest, I don't know much about her. You never showed any interest in her before, so why the sudden curiosity? Wenken replied nonchalantly, just ran into her, got curious. The old man nodded and continued, I see. Although I don't know much, I've heard bits and pieces from Old Sunday. It's enough to know she's a very special child. Special? How so? Winkin asked, intrigued. Her personality is unique, and so is her talent, the old man recalled. Old Sun mentioned that she picks up anything she learns quickly, but she's incredibly stubborn. She has been a headstrong child since she was little, always getting caught up in her own way of thinking. Because of this, Old Sun never lets her stick to one thing for too long, fearing it might lead to obsessive behavior. It's quite concerning. The old man suddenly remembered something and added, oh, and she has a sharp tongue. She speaks without regard for others' feelings and doesn't care if she offends anyone. It's said that she made an adult cry when she was just 8 years old. Despite this, the old man shifted his tone, however, Old Sun is particularly fond of her. I can tell that out of all the children in the orphanage, she's the one he cares about the most. So, even though he mentioned many of her flaws, I believe she must be quite endearing in her own way. When Cam's gaze fell on the girl standing straight in the center of the crowd, the expressions of those around her were complex. There was disdain, rejection, contempt, and a curious excitement, as if they were watching a spectacle. Not a single look was kind. Endearing, Winkin thought to himself. She seems to be universally disliked. But he quickly realized that someone with such qualities in this particular time as his fiancé was a perfect match. There couldn't be a more fitting arrangement. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Winkin caught a glimpse of the familiar figure, and a slight smile played on his lips. He moved his wheelchair forward and said to Grandma Wen, who was still gossiping, Grandma, I think this fiancé is just perfect. I really like her. The old-fashioned bedroom was crowded with people, and the air was thick with the smell of medicine and tension. On the bed, Grandma Ye's face was ashen, her breathing faint. Yi Baozhu carefully helped her drink some medicine. The old woman caught her breath but still refused to open her eyes, weakly holding her granddaughter's hand. Fong Sivan, the old lady began feebly. I don't care if you buy her a house in Huichuan or send her abroad to study, but I don't want to see her at the Yi family anymore. Madame Yi, Fong Sivan, turned pale at these words and was about to speak when the old lady suddenly opened her eyes and slapped the edge of the bed. Are you trying to anger me to death? She glared at her daughter-in-law, her voice filled with anger. Years ago, Baozhu cried her throat hoarse to save this old woman's life, and now you want your other daughter to take it away? These words were too harsh. Madame Yi anxiously wrung her hands and turned to look at Yi Kong, who was standing by the wall. The young girl watched from a distance, her expression cold. The surrounding people pointed at her, but Madame Yi felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Mom, what are you saying? She tried to placate the old lady. I'll have a good talk with Xiao Kong. Talk about what? There's nothing to discuss, the old lady interrupted. I can see she doesn't want to acknowledge me as her grandmother or you as her mother. You. Hey. Yi Kong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, her clear voice echoing in the room. I never said I didn't recognize my mother. I just don't recognize you. She stared directly at Madame Yi. After all, my mother has never said that Yi Baozhu is her biological daughter. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Yi Kong took a step forward, her eyes sharp. So, are you going to be like that old woman and claim that Yi Baozhu is your real daughter? If that's the case, then I should admit, I came to the wrong place. Madame Yi was struck dumb, momentarily speechless. Yi Baozhu turned to look at her mother, her eyes reddening instantly, and she called out pitifully, Mum. But Madame Yi didn't dare to look back, her gaze firmly held by Yi Kong's dark eyes. She felt as though she was facing a cold examiner, ready to fail her at any moment. This inexplicable fear made her hesitate. Xiao Kong, Madame Yi finally spoke with difficulty, don't be so hostile towards Baozhu. After all, we've raised her for 20 years, even if there's no blood. Fong Sivan. Mom. The old lady and Yi Baozhu shouted at the same time, cutting off Madame Ye's words. But those present had already heard those few words, and the faces of some clueless relatives were filled with shock. The old lady started gasping for air again, breathing heavily as she shouted, Get her out. Get her out of my sight. If she doesn't recognize me as her grandmother, then the Yi family doesn't need to recognize her as a granddaughter. Get her out. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman clutched her chest and fell back onto the pillow. Just then, the door opened, and a man walked briskly to the bedside, greeted with titles of Sir and Mr. Yi. He bent down to check on the old lady. Yi Baozhu stepped back timidly, calling out, Dad. The man straightened up and instructed the doctor to take care of the old lady, then looked around the room. Why are you all crowded in here? Don't you know the old lady needs rest? The distant relatives left awkwardly, leaving only a few close family members. The old lady held the man's hand firmly, her tone unwavering. I can't deal with your new daughter. I'm telling you, Haichuan, it's either her or me in this house. From now on, my only granddaughter is Baozhu. If you dare keep her in the Yi family, you can prepare for my funeral. With that, she closed her eyes, refusing to communicate further. Yi Haichuan's face remained expressionless. Mom, you rest well, he said, then turned and glanced at Yi Baozhu by the bed before addressing everyone. Let's go to the next room. In the spacious tea room, Yi Haichuan, the current head of the Yi family and chairman of the Yi group, sat at the head of the table. He took a sip of tea before looking up at everyone. Madame Yi immediately stepped forward, grabbing his hand as if she had found her anchor. Haichuan, she frowned. Xiaokong just came home and doesn't know the rules yet. She didn't mean to upset Mom. Yi Baozhu silently clenched her hands, while her cousin couldn't help but speak up, and she did it on purpose. And she has such hostility towards Baozhu. What happened to your head? Yi Haichuan interrupted, pointing at the blood on his cousin's forehead. The cousin glared at Yi Kong indignantly. It was her. I'm telling you, uncle, Yi Kong has gone too far. She. All right, you leave, Yi Haichuan said coldly. This is a Yi family matter, and someone with the surname Fong has no place interfering. The man impatiently waved his hand, causing the cousin to widen his eyes and look at Madame Yi with discontent. Madame Yi gave a slight nod, her eyes showing approval. The cousin's mouth twitched as he glanced worriedly at Yi Baozhu before turning to leave. The tea room returned to its quiet state, the only presence being the lingering aroma of tea. Yi Haichuan then directed his sharp gaze at Yi Kong, slightly curling his long fingers to signal her to approach. Yi Kong hesitated for a moment before walking slowly towards him, taking the opportunity to scrutinize his features. Handsome was the most fitting description for him. Deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a face untouched by the passage of time, only enhanced by its charm. He was the name on that paternity test. Yi Haichuan, her biological father. Is your name Yi Kong? He asked, his voice deep. Yi Kong nodded lightly. Who gave you that name and why? Yi Haichuan continued, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yi means leaf. I was left in a pile of fallen leaves at the orphanage's doorstep, so the headmaster gave me the surname Yi. Yi Kong explained calmly. Kong means sky. Grandpa hoped I would become as vast and forgiving as the sky. That's a good name, Yi Haichuan chuckled. Should I call you Kong Kong or Xiao Kong? You can call me 11, Yi Kong said, looking him straight in the eye. Why is that? I was the 11th child taken in by the orphanage. Everyone called me 11. Madame Yi couldn't help but interject. You're no longer an orphan. Even by order, you're still the third child of the Yi family. Yi Kong averted her gaze and coldly uttered, sounds awful. Yi Haichuan was amused, a smile spreading across his chiseled face. Then Kong Kong it is. It's cute, like calling Sun Wukong. I see your troublemaking skills are on par with his. His smile gradually faded, and his tone became serious. I must tell you, Yi Kong, your grandmother is very, very fond of Yi Baozhu. She's old and can't handle any shocks. So, for her sake, we won't easily drive Baozhu out of the Yi family. Yi Kong stood tall, looking down at the seated Yi Haichuan with unyielding eyes. I must tell you, I very, very much dislike Yi Baozhu and that old grandmother. If you choose them over me, then I don't need you as my parents. Her voice was as cold as ice. Do you think I care about the Yi family? Madame Yi was struck as if by lightning, and Yi Baozhu was left dumbfounded. Yu Zhou had never seen anyone so brazen as to challenge Yi Haichuan. With just a few words from Yi Kong, the entire tea room fell into a chilling silence. Instead of getting angry, Yi Haichuan laughed, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. His thunderous voice filled the room. Little girl, you're too naive. 20 years of blood ties can't be severed with just a few words. Expecting us to choose you unconditionally is nothing short of delusional. He stood up abruptly, towering over Yi Kong like a majestic mountain, and looked down at her. If you despise the Yi family so much, why are you here? Is there nothing you want from us? Yi Kong responded with a cold smile, her eyes glinting with cunning. What I want, I'll take myself. As the tension between father and daughter reached a boiling point, second Uncle Yi suddenly spoke up. Big brother, the old lady has already made her decision. Are you going to pretend you didn't hear? Yi Haichuan frowned slightly and said calmly, this is your second uncle. Yi Kong glanced at him disdainfully. Doesn't look like it. Her words were like a heavy punch, striking at second Uncle Ye's pride. His face turned ashen with anger. Second Aunt Yi sneered. Look at the precious daughter you brought back. One word from her chills the heart. I think we should just send her away, lest the old lady really leaves home. Madame Yi stomped her foot anxiously. Sister-in-law, how can you say that? Amidst the family feud, a cool voice suddenly came from the door. If that's the case, why not let me take my fiancé back to the one family? Everyone turned to see Wenkin sitting in a wheelchair, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow. Your fiancé? Who? When Ken replied calmly, "Naturally the third Miss Yi Kong," this conversation was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire room. Yi Baoju's face turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. Second Aunt Yi was stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow. Yi Kong watched the spectacle with cold eyes, secretly amused. She looked at Wen Can and taunted, "With those legs of yours, you think you can be my guide?" Instead of getting angry, Wen Can smiled meaningfully. "Miss Yi, some things aren't as simple as they appear." Seeing this, Yi Haichuan couldn't help but worry. This girl is too reckless. If she keeps this up, the entire Yuzhou might turn against her. Finally, Yi Haichuan reluctantly announced, "Today's banquet is over. Yi Kong, return to your room and rest. Only come out to meet your siblings once the guests have left." As the guests gradually departed, the farcical banquet came to an end. However, the real drama was just beginning. On a mysterious internal forum in Yuzhou, countless posts sprang up, all fervently discussing the sensational events of the night. This was destined to be a sleepless night. The forum is called Golden City. For the indigenous people of Yuzhou, this name holds a special significance. It was the old moniker for Yuzhou, a name that starkly contrasts with the refined title it bears today. A century ago, Yuzhou was a city of contradictions. On its streets, well-dressed elites brushed past ragged homeless individuals. The most dilapidated slums stood side by side with towering skyscrapers. Walking through narrow, dark alleys filled with vagrants, one could look up and see neon-lit buildings piercing the clouds. This city was both a paradise for the wealthy and a hell for the poor, earning it the nickname Golden City from outsiders. As time went by, those slums gradually vanished. Rapid economic development cloaked this once savage city in a veneer of civilization, aligning it more closely with the name Yuzhou. Today, only the elderly locals and their descendants remember the name Golden City. Now, Golden City has become a secret playground for the elite families of Yuzhou. This forum requires an internal invitation to join, further reinforcing the exclusivity of Yuzhou's upper echelons. On the forum's homepage, new posts emerge like mushrooms after a rain. "I heard the new third child of the Yi family is a lunatic?" For over a decade, one can never acknowledge Yi Baozhu as his fiancé. Why did he confirm the engagement as soon as the newcomer arrived? Does one care about looks too? Is Yi Baozhu really a biological daughter of the Yi family? Who's going to meet the new third Yi sibling? "My stepmom is coming back to the country soon and could use some of her courage. Would you dare tell your parents or any elder that you'll only call them dad if they let you slap them? Just imagining it makes me think I'd be a corpse. It's been a while since we had a new addition to our circle. How about a welcome party? Does a country bumpkin who's been lost for 20 years deserve to enter Golden City? Yi Kong's Kong is like Sun Wukong's Kong. Tonight's going to be a havoc in heaven." From now on, Yi Baozhu won't be the third. She'll be the fourth, as the title of Yi Third goes to the country bumpkin. I foresee Yuzhou plunging into a frenzy. Who do you believe in tonight's drama? Yi Baozhu or Yi Kong? Did Wen Can give the newcomer confidence during their private chat? Is that why she's acting so crazily? I predict Wen Can would never fancy a country bumpkin. A while ago, when Wen Can got injured, this forum wasn't this lively. Now someone new comes along and suddenly he's popular again. How does it feel when the high, unattainable flower, who no one could touch for over a decade, suddenly gets picked by an outsider after becoming flawed? Even if Wen Can is injured, he wouldn't look at someone like Yi Kong. "Yi Baozhu, we grew up together. Even if you're not a biological daughter, we wouldn't mock you. Come out and explain. Yi Baozhu, why didn't you respond to anything Yi Kong said? Could it be true that your biological mother has AIDS? What's going on? Yi Baozhu, here's a tip. Doesn't Zhou Yan like you? Marry him quickly, and you won't have to leave Golden City." How many years has Zhou Yan been chasing Yi Baozhu? Now that he knows her biological mother has AIDS, will he still fancy her? Zhou Yan and Wen Can have been good brothers for years, and his affection for Yi Baozhu hasn't changed. He wouldn't stop loving her because of her background. "Yi Kong, are you in yet? What are your plans? Are you going to kick Yi Baozhu out?" Why is everyone assuming what Yi Kong said is true? I still believe in what Yi Grandma said. I'm curious about the reactions of the eldest and second Yi siblings and the information they possess. The eldest and second Yi siblings haven't shown up today. Are they supporting Yi Baozhu? I bet Yi Kong will be out of Yuzhou by tonight. Yi Kong, don't leave. If you do, how will we enjoy the drama? We'll make an exception and let you into Golden City. Who has an invite code? I can't wait to see the real sisters fight. Yi Baozhu, stop lurking and come out to explain. I don't want to be sisters with a fake. Curled up in her bed, Yi Baozhu's phone screen kept flashing, notifications coming in incessantly. She didn't dare open any of the posts, merely scanning the glaring headlines while suppressing a near-hysterical sob. Moments later, unable to bear it any longer, she hurled her phone across the room. Looking around, the once spacious and luxurious princess bedroom now seemed strange and terrifying. The expensive furnishings and exquisite decor, once familiar, now appeared to shed their facade, revealing a sinister truth. Yi Baozhu tried not to recall the evening's events, but the scene kept replaying in her mind. The girl stood under the dazzling lights, facing one of the highest-ranking members of the Yi family, her eyes showing no fear as she ruthlessly tore apart the veil Yi Baozhu had relied on for survival. This completely violated Yi Baozhu's long-held survival principles, leaving her feeling unprecedented panic and helplessness. How dare she do that? Yi Baozhu sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her eyes wandered around the unfamiliar room, her thoughts in turmoil. In this completely foreign home, facing so-called family who clearly weren't on her side, was she really not afraid or hurt at all? Yi Baozhu recalled the scene from earlier, amazed at how she had dared to defy her grandmother and everyone else's will. Her voice echoed in her mind. How had those words come out of her mouth? When she first returned, she hadn't said anything. So why was she now so bold? Before she knew it, tears were streaming down her cheeks. She curled up on the bed, hugging her head tightly as if that could block out everything from the outside world. Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, a gentle knock came at the door. A servant's voice sounded from outside. "Miss, the old lady is awake and wants you to accompany her." The voice was like a lifeline, snapping Yi Baozhu back to reality. She quickly responded, "All right. I'll be right there." Her voice carried an unmistakable urgency. Yi Baozhu silently repeated to herself, "As long as Grandma is here, the Yi family will never drive her away." No. And Mom too. This thought gave her a sliver of strength. She stumbled out of bed, hastily wiping the tears from her face with the back of her hand as she headed to the bathroom. She needed to pull herself together quickly. She couldn't let Grandma see anything was wrong. The next morning, Yikong learned that the old lady had asked Yi Baozhu to stay with her. She had been too tired the previous day to stick around and meet the so-called siblings. Just as Yikong was about to go downstairs, a servant casually mentioned the event. Miss Baozhu was practically raised by the old lady herself. Even the eldest miss and the second young master can't compare to her in terms of affection. I guess she'll be indispensable in the future too. Yikong's steps faltered. She slowly turned her head, her dark eyes glaring at the chatty servant. Tilting her head slightly, she spoke with obvious displeasure. "Do all Yi family servants talk this much? Spoiling one's morning appetite." The servant's expression froze instantly, clearly not expecting such a reaction. At that moment, someone in the dining room downstairs glanced up and said, "It's just your bad luck to run into the chattiest one of all, right? Aunt Luo." Yikong ignored the talkative aunt and looked downstairs instead. The first thing she noticed was a head of striking short blonde hair. Beneath that hair, a pair of beautiful eyes were looking up at her. Despite the upward gaze, those eyes still carried an unmistakable arrogance. Yi Zhen, currently the hottest actor in the entertainment industry and the second young master of the Yi family, is a household name among the youth. At 18, he made a sensational debut with a low-budget teen movie that became the box office champion of the year, instantly propelling him to fame. Since then, Yi Zhen's career skyrocketed, and he quickly climbed to the pinnacle of stardom. However, more captivating than his works and distinct personality is his relationship with Tong Xiaoyu. Tong Xiaoyu was the leading actress in Yi Zhen's debut film. After the movie's success, they publicly announced their relationship. Initially suspected of being a publicity stunt, their relationship has been tumultuous over the past 5 years, with paparazzi capturing both late-night arguments and sweet dates. This love-hate saga has garnered a massive following, making them the most popular couple in the industry. Just before Yikong arrived in Yuzhou, she saw news trending about Yi Zhen Jinyu couple breakup again. In the early morning, Yikong strolled downstairs to the dining room, finding Yi Zhen already seated, with no one else around. "Just you?" Yikong glanced around. "Looks like last night's drama wore everyone out." Yi Zhen gave her a half-smile and crooked his finger. "You slept well, didn't you? Come on, call me brother." The term made Yikong hesitate, as fleeting images flashed through her mind, but she quickly suppressed them. She sat down, picked up a bread roll, and took a bite. "You first, call me sister." "How cheesy. I call Yi Baozhu by her name. Why should I be so affectionate with you?" Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow. At that moment, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Yikong's eyes flickered, and she bluntly said, "Maybe because I'm the real deal and Yi Baozhu is a fake?" Yi Zhen froze and looked towards the stairs. Only then did Yikong leisurely turn her head, just in time to see Yi Baozhu, with red-rimmed eyes, glance at her before turning and running away. The elderly Mrs. Yi, who had been supporting her, called out, "Zhu," but couldn't stop her. The old lady even tried to chase after her, but someone held her back. "Grandma, at your age, you shouldn't be running up and down the stairs," the person advised. "Oh, this is going to be the death of me." Mrs. Yi trembled, banging on the railing and pointing at Yikong from half a floor above. "You wretched girl. Why are you still clinging to the Yi family? Calling someone a fake. If I say who's a fake, they're a fake. If I say who's precious, they're precious. I want you out of the Yi family right now." "Grandma, please calm down, or you'll have another attack." The person interrupted Mrs. Yi, their tone calm, much like Yi Haichuan's demeanor from the night before. Yi Kong looked up to see a long-haired woman firmly supporting Mrs. Yi, seemingly helping her but actually restraining her. Only when the butler hurriedly came to escort the sighing old lady upstairs did the woman adjust her clothes and slowly descend. She had a head of sensuous, long curly hair that, though unkempt and casually draped over her shoulders, exuded a cold wildness rather than laziness. As she approached, Yi Kong could discern the source of this unique aura powerful soul. Yi Kong. Her voice was cold, devoid of emotion, even less warm than Yi Haichuan's. Yi Kong met her gaze and nodded. I'm Yi Kong. I'm Yi Tingchu, your sister. Sister, Yi Kong responded crisply. Yi Zhen, sitting nearby, narrowed his eyes in displeasure and knocked on the table. What's this? Double standards. No one paid him any attention. Yi Tingchu stared at Yi Kong and then slowly said, have you considered that the old lady might fall down the stairs in her anger? Yi Zhen also dropped his playful demeanor and coldly scrutinized Yi Kong. Yi Kong met Yi Tingchu's gaze unflinchingly and drawled, no. Then you'd better think about it next time. Leaving this remark, Yi Tingchu took her seat. About half an hour later, the Yi family members with blood ties finally gathered at the breakfast table. Yi Haichuan sat at the head, with Yi Mama and Yi Tingchu on either side. Yi Kong, just returned home, was given the exception to sit next to Yi Mama. Across from her was Yi Ershu, with Yi Zhen beside him, and across from Yi Zhen was Yi Ershen. As breakfast was being served, Yi Ershen started with a sarcastic tone, I made Grandma's favorite bread rolls, but it was all for nothing. Someone managed to upset her so much this morning. How can anyone eat happily? The atmosphere at the table instantly became tense. Some ignored it, continuing to eat, but others couldn't help but speak up. Didn't we send breakfast to her room? Baozhu is with her, and Mom is fine. Oh, the beloved granddaughter, and on her second day back, she's so upset she won't come to the table. And you call that fine? Yi Ershen continued to mock, and you dare mention Baozhu? Poor Baozhu. Before yesterday, she was so cherished in the Yi family. The real daughter comes back and immediately takes her place. Baozhu can't even come to the table, and has to comfort the grandma upset by the real daughter. Dijia, you can't be so biased as parents. Ershen, Yi Tingchu casually remarked while adding porridge to her bowl, is breakfast not good enough for you? Do you have time to chat with my mom? A sharp retort, yet delivered so nonchalantly. Yi Ershen choked for a moment, then slammed her chopsticks down. What? I can't speak in my own home? Tingchu, you usually have a clear head. Why are you siding with Yi Kong? Is blood relation all that matters? How many years has Baozhu been calling you brother and sister? Are you that cold-hearted? Bam! A louder slam of a bowl on the table. Yi Zhen had placed his bowl heavily on the table, raising his head to glare directly at Yi Ershen. Ershen, my dad hasn't spoken yet. Who are you to lecture my sister? Uncle Yi finally couldn't hold back and spoke, his voice tinged with obvious displeasure. Is this how you talk to your elders? A new sister comes home, and you've picked up her bad manners already? What kind of talk is this? Fong Sivan immediately jumped in, her tone filled with discontent. Kong Kong just came back yesterday, and you two already find fault with her at every turn. Who could tolerate this? Aunt Yi suddenly raised her voice. She comes back and causes a ruckus, acting like she's Sun Wukong causing havoc in the heavenly palace. Fong Sivan shot back, undeterred. Is it Kong Kong's fault? Wasn't it your rotten idea to tell Mom to claim both girls as her own daughters? If we had explained things clearly before Kong Kong came back, none of this would have happened. Aunt Ye's face turned red. And you have the nerve to talk? You just discard a daughter you've raised for 20 years like she's nothing. What do you mean discard? An adopted daughter is a daughter too. We cherish her just the same. Fong Sivan said passionately. How can it be the same? Turning a biological daughter into an adopted one? You're trampling on Baozhu's dignity. Aunt Yi shot back. Hey, sister-in-law, that's not. Uncle Yi tried to intervene but was cut off by a sharp clinking sound. Ding. This was the third time. Yi Kong gently placed her spoon on her plate, the sound silencing everyone. She slowly looked up, her gaze turning to Aunt Yi with a calmness that sent shivers down spines. So it was your idea. Aunt Yi wanted to argue further, but when she met Yi Kong's eyes, she shivered and all her words got stuck in her throat. That gaze reminded her of a dangerous beast or a merciless deity, looking down at an overconfident aunt. The mixture of indifference and contempt in those eyes made Aunt Yi feel both frightened and humiliated by her own insignificance. In this tense atmosphere, Yi Baozhu slowly walked down the stairs. Upon seeing her adopted daughter, Yi Mama's face lit up with a smile. She hurriedly called for a servant to bring a chair for Yi Baozhu to sit beside her. Aunt Yi wanted to make a sarcastic remark but felt inexplicably guilty when she glanced at Yi Kong's calm profile and swallowed her words. Just when everyone thought they could finally eat in peace, the phone in the living room rang. A servant quickly answered it and called out towards the dining table. Third miss, it's for you. Yi Baozhu instinctively looked up, but Yi Kong also put down her chopsticks and calmly asked, who is it? The servant replied, it's young Master Wen Can. Yi Baozhu froze and lowered her head again. Yi Kong continued. What does he want? He asked if you want to go out. He'll be your guide and driver, the servant relayed. At that moment, Yi Baoju's phone rang. She quickly answered it, exchanged a few brief words, and then glanced at Yi Kong, saying softly, she has plans today and won't be able to attend the gathering. Yi Kong turned to look at her, and Yi Mama mouthed. Who is it? Yi Baoju covered the phone and whispered, it's Roe and the others. They said they've organized a formal meeting to get to know Kong Kong. She looked at Yi Kong and forced a smile. I'll decline for you. You can go out with Wen Can. Suddenly, a sharp female voice came through the phone, loud enough for everyone to hear. What? Wen Can invited that country bumpkin? No way. She can't go. Yi Baoju, you must bring that bumpkin here. Otherwise, don't even think about joining our gathering. The call ended abruptly. Yi Baoju held her phone, her face pale, and after a long pause, she looked up with a smile that was worse than crying. Yi Mama hugged her with concern. The Du family's daughter is too much. How can she talk to you like that? And calling Kong Kong a country bumpkin? We won't go if they don't want us. Who cares? Why not go? Yi Kong suddenly interrupted. Yi Mama turned around in surprise. Kong Kong, she insulted you like that, and you still want to show her respect? Yi Kong replied nonchalantly, precisely because she insulted me, I need to give her a good slap in the face. She turned to the servant still holding the phone. Tell young master Wen that I have a meeting to attend today and won't be able to see him. The servant relayed the message and then said, young master Wen asked for the address. He wants to accompany you. Yi Kong looked at Yi Baoju. The latter could no longer muster a smile and finally, with a dry voice, gave the address. The servant put down the phone, and the atmosphere at the dining table became awkwardly silent once more. At the dining table, Yi Haichuan finally broke the silence. He turned to Yi Kong, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Since you've decided to join, try to follow the rules of the circle. Stop talking about slapping people, and try to avoid physical confrontations. For once, Yi Kong didn't argue back. She simply lowered her head and focused on the food in front of her. Ye's mother watched her daughter eat quietly, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In that moment, she realized that ever since her biological daughter had returned home, she had been in a constant state of tension, afraid that Yi Kong would cause trouble again. This feeling was not unfamiliar. Raising 3 children, Yi Tingchu and Yi Baoju had always been easy, but Yi Zhen had given her similar worries. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at her son, only to squint her eyes at the sight of his dazzling blonde hair before quickly looking away. Feeling the disdain in his mother's gaze, Yi Zhen was bewildered. Today's drama had nothing to do with him, yet he was still getting blamed. Nevertheless, Yi Kong's first breakfast at the Yi family went by peacefully. After the meal, the family members went about their own business, except for Yi Kong, who was stopped by Yi Zhen in the garden. He seemed to be taking a walk to digest his food, but it was clear he had been waiting for her. As Yi Kong approached, he straightened up and blocked her path. Is there something you need? Yi Kong asked. Yi Zhen looked at her coldly, his usual smile absent. His eyes were filled with the disdain reserved for strangers. You're quite the troublemaker. And you're quite the actor, Yi Kong retorted without backing down. Yi Zhen's lips curled into a slight smile, but his eyes grew even colder. He took a step forward, towering over Yi Kong. What you want to do is none of my business. Whether you're after money, status, or family affection from the Yi family doesn't concern me. But there's one thing you must not do trouble Yi Tingchu. His tone was icy as he warned. In just this short morning, you've already made her clean up after you twice. These were minor issues. Given your capabilities, you'll have plenty of opportunities to create bigger problems. So, while we have the time today, let me give you a heads up. Yi Zhen's expression remained indifferent as he continued. All the troubles caused by the younger generation of the Yi family eventually fall on Yi Tingchu to resolve, and I happen to despise this fact. So, you better not cause any more trouble in the future, at least not anything that would burden Yi Tingchu. He paused for a moment, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Tell me, can you manage that, sister? The treetops were ravaged by the fierce wind, rustling like the charge of 1,000 soldiers. Yi Kong glared at the man in front of her, her gaze as sharp as a knife, dissecting his tall frame from head to toe. She curled her lips into a smirk and dropped a bombshell. So you're a sis-kun, huh? Yi Zhen was struck dumb, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and snarled. Did you hear me clearly? Yi Kong nonchalantly uttered a no, as if to say, I understood, but I don't care. This unexpected reaction left Yi Zhen momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Yi Zhen pulled out a card like a magician, his tone softening a bit. After all, you are my sister. Consider this a welcome gift. There's 2 million on it, use it as pocket money. Yi Kong took the card, and Yi Zhen quickly added, this is money I earned myself, nothing to do with the family. Yi Kong glanced at him disdainfully, her eyes seeming to say, are you joking? Yi Zhen bristled instantly. What kind of look is that? Doubting me? Do you have any idea how much I'm worth? He stared at Yi Kong in disbelief. You can't possibly not know who I am, right? Don't you go online. Yi Kong sneered and pocketed the card, dismissing him. I didn't say a word. You're the one making up all these stories. She strode forward with her head held high, and Yijin followed closely, chattering incessantly. So tell me, how many of my movies or TV shows have you watched? Where did you hear about me? Suddenly, Yi Kong stopped abruptly, turned to face Yizhen, and enunciated each word like a dagger. Rumor has it that the Zhenyu couple might have broken up again. The word struck Yizhen like a punch to the gut, and his face turned as dark as coal. Yi Kong, proud of herself, twisted the knife further. Consider it the longest-running romance drama I've watched. Your acting was quite good. Yi Zhen was stunned, his body rigid. For years, no one had dared to mention Tong Xiaoyu in front of him. Even his assistant had developed PTSD, flinching at the mere mention of Zhenyu. Yi Zhen glared at Yi Kong, his face like a thundercloud. The tension between them plummeted to freezing levels. Suddenly, a clear voice cut through the silence. What are you two doing? Yi Kong turned to see Tengqiu approaching gracefully. She was dressed in a sharp suit, her hair casually pinned up, exuding an aura of authority. Yi Zhen's expression softened immediately, and he greeted her obediently. Sis, are you heading to the office? To the airport, on a business trip, Yi Tengqiu replied succinctly, then fixed her gaze on Yi Kong, beckoning her over. Yi Kong obediently approached, and without a word, Yi Tengqiu handed her another card. There's 5 million on this one. Use it as pocket money. I'll transfer you a monthly allowance of 300,000. She quickly explained, you might not know this since you just returned to the Yi family, but while we don't lack money, we don't allow our children to be freeloaders. You'll have to earn your own money, whether through starting a business or something else. If you need startup capital, you can come to me. Yi Kong studied the card thoughtfully and suddenly asked, what about Yi Baozhu? Is she earning her own money too? Yi Tingqiu explained, she's still in college, so there's no strict requirement. But she's already interned at the company, holding a designer position, and occasionally makes some money. She remembered something and added, by the way, you're only 20, so there's no rush to work. Are you still in school? Yi Kong nodded. What school? Beijing University. Yi Tingqiu and Yi Zhen, who had just walked over, were both taken aback, staring at Yi Kong in unison. Yi Zhen asked incredulously, you mean Beijing University in Beijing? Yi Kong rolled her eyes. Does our country have another Beijing University? Yi Zhen was rendered speechless. Yi Tingqiu's lips curved slightly. That's a coincidence, we're alumni then. She suddenly became interested, asking as they walked, what are you studying? Double major in fine arts and psychology. Yi Tingqiu paused again. Those are both top programs at Beijing. The scores must be high. Not too bad, Yi Kong replied nonchalantly. Yi Zhen rolled his eyes from the side. Yi Tingqiu continued, the summer break will end soon. When do you plan to return to school? I'm not going back, Yi Kong answered. I applied for an exchange program at Yushan University, and it's been approved. I'll be staying in Yuzhou next semester. Yi Tingqiu nodded in understanding. Then you can make more friends. Baozhu is also at Yushan. Yi Kong remained silent. Observing her reaction, Yi Tingqiu added, if you need help at the gathering later, you can ask Baozhu. Yi Kong still said nothing. Unperturbed, Yi Tingqiu continued. If you get into trouble outside, you can also ask Baozhu for help. Yi Kong couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Zhen laughed from the side. Looks like you really dislike Yi Baozhu. Yi Kong gave them a strange look. Shouldn't I dislike her? Yi Tingqiu calmly said, whether you should or not, I advise you not to. With grandma around, you'll never be able to drive her out of the Yi family. And mom has genuinely loved her for 20 years. She won't drive her out either. So what? So disliking her is pointless. It will only frustrate you. Yi Kong sneered, but I don't feel frustrated. No one in this world can frustrate me, whether I like them or hate them. She looked at Yi Tingqiu provocatively. Do you really think that with me in the Yi family, Yi Baozhu can still live happily? At that moment, a servant came to remind them that Mr. Wen's car had arrived. Yi Kong turned to leave, dropping a comment like a thunderbolt. Don't worry. The one feeling frustrated certainly won't be me. Bye. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Zhen gasped. Her temper is kind of scary. Yi Tingqiu remained unfazed. At least she won't be bullied. That's good. The siblings each went their separate ways, leaving the courtyard filled with rustling leaves whispering in the wind, as if narrating the prelude to this family storm. A black Bentley, like a lurking beast, quietly waited at the estate's gate. Through the passenger window, Yi Kong saw the driver with a blank expression, while Wen Can in the back seat gave her a slight smile. However, the moment when Can's gaze fell on the person behind Yi Kong, his smile vanished, replaced by the cold indifference of their first meeting. Yi Kong muttered to herself, did he learn face-changing from Sichuan opera? Just as she was about to open the passenger door, when Can's icy voice rang out, are you planning to let someone else sit next to me, my fiancé? What should have been a slightly jealous remark was delivered in a chilling tone, adding a sinister edge. Yi Baozhu, who was about to get into the back seat, froze. lifting her head with tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitifully at Wen Can. However, Wen Can seemed oblivious, his piercing gaze fixed solely on Yikong. Yi Baozhu staggered out of the car, her face pale, and forced a weak smile at Yikong. "Sister, you sit in the back," she said. She swapped places with Yikong, her steps unsteady as if the short walk had drained all her energy. Fong Sivan stood at the door, watching them with a slight frown and a hint of displeasure in her eyes. In contrast, second Uncle Yi smiled warmly as he closed the rear car door for Yikong and offered a few kind words, playing the role of the affectionate elder perfectly. Once the Bentley had left the courtyard, second Aunt Yi couldn't hold back any longer and sneered. "Your precious daughter may have grown up in the countryside, but she's certainly clever. She easily accomplished what our Baozhu couldn't do in 10 years. Indeed, there's a world of difference between a wealthy family's daughter and a shameless country girl." Fong Sivan's face darkened. "What are you saying?" Second Aunt Yi retorted. "Which part did I say wrong?" Just as the argument was about to erupt, the Bentley suddenly reversed and parked back in place. The rear window rolled down, revealing Yikong's cold profile. She turned her head and gave second Aunt Yi a thorough, disdainful once-over. The scrutiny infuriated second Aunt Yi. "What are you looking at?" "Something interesting." Yikong's lips curled slightly. "I didn't realize that a wealthy family's wife could be less refined than the gossipy women in the countryside. How fascinating." Second Aunt Ye's face flushed red. "What did you say?" Yikong shifted her gaze to the frowning second Uncle Yi. "Second uncle, was the Yi family too poor when you got married to find a better match? Compared to my father's wife, there's quite a gap." Both second uncle and second Aunt Ye's faces turned ashen. Yikong didn't wait for their response and quickly rolled up the window, leaving behind a dismissive, "How pitiful," that lingered in the air. This time, the Bentley truly drove away. It wasn't until the car disappeared from view that Fong Sivan couldn't help but chuckle. Second Aunt Yi finally exploded in anger. "That country girl. I swear I will." "Shut up." Second Uncle Yi cut her off sharply, glaring at her with a dark expression before storming off in a rage. Fong Sivan, on the other hand, felt surprisingly cheerful. Although her newly reunited daughter had a fiery temper, far beyond her expectations, it at least showed that the child wouldn't be easily bullied. Thinking about Yikong's attitude towards her, Fong Sivan felt optimistic about their future mother-daughter relationship. Inside the car, Yi Baozhu fidgeted uncomfortably for a long time before cautiously speaking up. "Sister, wasn't that a bit disrespectful to second aunt? Even though she has a fiery temperament, she's actually a good person. If you spend more time with her, you'll see that she's someone who reciprocates kindness." Seeing no response from Yikong, she continued. "You might not know this since you just got back, but the noble circles in Yuzhou place great importance on etiquette and filial piety. What you said to second aunt just now, you mustn't let others hear about it. When we attend the gathering later, you need to be careful. I'll introduce you to them, but please don't be as blunt as you were last night. They won't tolerate you like I do." "Sister?" "Sister." Yi Baozhu blinked, her tone turning plaintive. "Sister, I know you don't like me, but we're representing the Yi family outside. You still have to." As she spoke, she turned her head, her tear-filled eyes first glancing at Wen Can before landing pitifully on Yikong. Her voice trailed off, and her expression froze. Yikong had already fallen asleep, her head leaning against the window, breathing evenly, clearly in a deep sleep. Yi Baozhu's face twitched with anger. It took her a long time to suppress her fury, and she forced a bitter smile at Wen Can. "You didn't even warn me. Even if there's no engagement, we've known each other since we were kid." She stopped mid-sentence. Only then did she notice the black earphone wires hanging from Wen Can's elegant neck. He was gazing out the window, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on his knee, clearly lost in the music. "Yi Baozhu." She swallowed her anger and slowly withdrew her gaze. But when she caught sight of the driver struggling to hold back laughter, she completely lost it. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug into her palms. Looking at her reflection in the rearview mirror, Yi Baozhu's eyes reddened, her expression growing increasingly sinister. When the car finally stopped, Yikong stretched lazily. Wen Can, now seated in a wheelchair, glanced at her. "Did you sleep well?" "Not really. I dreamt of a dog barking," Yikong replied, stretching her neck as she looked at the buildings ahead. This was the Du family's winery, one of their main gathering spots. As soon as Wen Can finished speaking, Yi Baozhu eagerly took over, introducing everything in a torrent of words. Her voice carried a hint of pride. Although it's the Du family's winery, the family had actually gifted it to Roe when she turned 16. "Oh, Roe is the girl you talked with the most last night." Yi Baozhu's eyes sparkled as she continued. "She usually hosts most of the gatherings, and today is no exception. She loves lively events. Her winery, villa, and even the racetrack are all places where we often throw parties. You'll see for yourself later, she's really nice." Seeing Yi Baozhu's enthusiastic introduction, Wen Can decided to stay silent. The three of them followed the servant deeper into the estate, with Yi Baozhu's voice constantly in the background. She meticulously introduced the winery's various facilities, plants, and even the origins of the street names. This detailed introduction gave Yi Kong a thorough understanding of the Du family's wealth and the refined tastes of the Yuzhou nobility. For Yi Kong, this was indeed a world she had never encountered before, so she listened with great interest. It wasn't until they were about to reach the gathering spot that Yi Baozhu finally stopped her endless introduction. "Thank you," Yi Kong suddenly said. This unexpected gratitude made Yi Baozhu pause, thinking she might have misheard. Wen Kan also glanced at Yi Kong. Yi Kong continued earnestly, "If I didn't know you grew up in the Yi family, I would have thought you were a servant of the Du family." Impressive. Yi Baozhu's facial muscles twitched, clearly not expecting such a compliment. Wen Kan lowered his head to hide the fleeting smile on his lips. Wen Kan had already sent the driver away. As Yi Kong pushed Wen Kan into the hall, the previously noisy space fell silent. Most of the guests stared wide-eyed at Wen Kan in his wheelchair, their faces filled with disbelief. "He actually came?" Yi Kong then whispered to Wen Kan. "So earlier when you said this is their gathering spot, does that mean you usually don't attend these gatherings?" "I'm a busy man, my fiancé," Wen Kan replied softly, his expression emotionless as he scanned the guests. Yet his tone was surprisingly gentle. "I hope you can quickly get to know me better, so you'll realize what an honor it is to have me as your fiancé." Yi Kong chuckled lightly, gripping the wheelchair handles. Suddenly, she gave a sharp push and then let go. A gust of wind surged as the wheelchair sped forward. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Wen Kan managed to grab the table just in time, executing a dramatic stop that prevented a disastrous crash. In the ensuing silence, Wen Kan slowly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Yi Kong still standing in place. A sinister smile gradually spread across his face. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room with a bright, clear light. A beautiful woman with long, straight black hair was the first to rise from the sofa in the farthest corner. She walked briskly at first, then slowed her pace, reaching out to support Wen Kan, her voice tinged with concern. "Is your leg all right?" Just as her hand was about to touch Wen Kan, Yi Kong suddenly pulled the wheelchair back, leaving the woman's hand hanging in the air. The woman's movements paused, and she turned to reveal a delicate yet slightly sickly face. Yi Kong locked eyes with her for a second, then continued to pull the wheelchair back while softly saying to Wen Kan, "Mind if I express my honor for a moment?" Wen Kan sighed softly. "You really are full of thorns," he remarked gently, pricking everyone without discrimination. Yi Kong looked up at the crowd with a perfunctory smile. "I just can't stand pretentious people." She then raised her voice, addressing the beautiful woman with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, but with me here, there's no need for this lady's help." In the backlight, the woman's expression was hard to read, but she soon smiled meaningfully. "Miss Yi, you have quite the possessive streak." "You're right," Yi Kong admitted readily. "Fortunately, I've heard that no woman in Yuzhou City has ever fancied my fiancé, which pleases me greatly." Wen Kan and everyone present fell into a silent pause. The tense atmosphere was broken by a light laugh. "It seems the new Miss Yi is much more interesting than Baozhu." Yi Baozhu, who had been ignored since entering, pinched her fingers and looked up with a smile. "Xinzhou, you're teasing me again, and Ranqiu too." She walked over and affectionately linked arms with the black-haired beauty. "I missed you. You didn't come to our family dinner last night. How did Uncle Qin let you out today?" Ranqiu was still in the hospital yesterday. Last night's dinner wasn't particularly important, so there was no need to attend. Durue, who had been silent with a cold expression, finally spoke, her tone turning haughty and disdainful with a hint of malicious amusement. "But you dared to bring up last night's dinner." Her malicious gaze swept over Yi Kong, who met Durue's eyes heated. "Tell me, country bumpkin, are you really the true daughter of the Yi family?" "Enough, Rue," Qin Ranqiu interrupted. "When Kan is attending your gathering for the first time, as the host, shouldn't you at least greet him instead of picking on Baozhu?" "Exactly," Yi Baozhu chimed in, sitting on the sofa with her arm around Qin Ranqiu. "Ranqiu, you should say something to Rue. Anyone who didn't know better might think we didn't grow up together." Durue snorted coldly, her gaze drifting to Wen Kan. After a moment, she said in a sarcastic tone, "Young Master One, such a busy man, actually gracing my party with his presence. Truly a first. My winery is honored." "Rue." Qin Ranqiu scolded. Durue snorted again and turned away, refusing to speak further. The gathering officially began, centered around wine tasting and music. Yi Baozhu sat next to Yi Kong, whispering, "It's okay if you don't know how to do this. Just be an observer. They won't make things difficult for you." Servants moved among the guests with bottles wrapped in white cloth, devoid of labels. The beautifully colored wine was poured into each glass, then tasted. Guests closed their eyes to savor it before identifying the vintage and origin. Most guesses were correct, and occasional mistakes were met with laughter and exclamations. A band played elegant melodies, filling the air with the scent of wine and the sound of music. Even the fruit platters, seemingly destined to be wasted, were said to be carefully selected from around the world. "Sister, this is Yuzhou's high society," Yi Baozhu whispered with an air of arrogance. "Do you think you can adapt?" Yikong simply propped her face on her hand, silently watching across the room. Du Rui was playfully throwing fruit from a platter at a man, finally hitting him after 5 attempts. The man jumped up, exclaiming, Du Rui, this is a custom piece I've waited a month for, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. The fruit scattered on the floor glistened in the sunlight, yet no one seemed to care. Interested in that man? Someone suddenly asked softly in Yikong's ear. His name is Li Yin, the only son of the Li family. He's been childhood friends with Du Rui and is quite the playboy. Some say he likes Du Rui, but I advise you to forget it. This young master is quite the flirt, even keeping a driver's daughter at home. Yikong didn't turn around, just sighed. Wenkan glanced at her, no need to sigh. If we work well together, I can introduce you to men 100 times better than him. Yikong continued to gaze at the mess of fruit on the floor, then suddenly grabbed a fruit platter and handed it to Wenkan, taking another for herself. Wenkan looked puzzled at the fruit platter in his hands, then at Yikong. I'm not really in the mood for fruit. You are, Yikong said, biting into an orange slice, staring at him intently. You want to eat it. Wenkan twitched his lips. Though young, he prided himself on understanding people, but Yikong was an enigma. Well, alright, I want to eat, he conceded, ever tolerant of his business partners. By the end of the wine tasting, the two had nearly finished half the fruit on the table. Wenkan looked miserable, while Yikong remained unfazed. As she handed him another platter, Qin Ranqiu couldn't help but say, I remember Wenkan doesn't like fruit. Let's not force him, shall we? Wenkan sat expressionless in his wheelchair, showing no signs of reluctance. Qin Ranqiu chuckled softly and cleverly changed the subject. Alright, we've had enough to drink. Xinzhou, where's the piece you prepared? It's time to show us what you've got. Although Lin Xinzhou's family wasn't as wealthy as the others, her father was the deputy mayor and likely to become the next mayor. This gave her a high status among the second-generation elites. Wenkan silently added that Lin Xinzhou herself had no interest in politics. Instead, she was passionate about music composition and forming a band, making her quite an impressive individual. Just as Wenkan finished his introduction, Yi Baozhu stood up and looked down at Yikong's sister. I'll be right back. She then walked towards Lin Xinzhou. Wenkan continued to explain that Yi Baozhu was also a member of Lin Xinzhou's ensemble, responsible for the piano, and she seemed to have reached a performance-level proficiency, which was quite impressive. Yikong listened to these introductions with a blank expression until the first note was played, which piqued her interest slightly. However, at that moment, Qin Ranqiu suddenly leaned over and said he needed to discuss something with Wenkan. Noticing Yikong's gaze, Qin Ranqiu smiled kindly. Don't worry, I'm not stealing your fiancé. I just have some work-related matters to discuss. Yikong shrugged and watched as Qin Ranqiu pushed Wenkan's wheelchair out of the room. Through the glass door, the once vibrant melody became muffled. Standing under a tree, Qin Ranqiu gazed into the distance and slowly began. Are you really going to get engaged to her? Yes, Wenkan answered briefly. Qin Ranqiu couldn't help but gossip. Is this Yi Miss really his daughter? Can Yi Haichuan really tolerate such a mix-up in his family? Wenkan replied calmly, whether he can tolerate it or not, it's already a fact. Besides, there are far more absurd things in this circle than a switch-a-dat-birth story. Qin Ranqiu was silent for a moment, then turned to him with a worried look in her eyes. Are you really planning to take action? Your grandfather seems to be in good health. Your plans might not go as smoothly as you think. That's why I need Yikong. Wenkan's lips curved into a slight smile. Qin Ranqiu teased. Poor Yi Miss, just entering this unfamiliar circle, and she probably sees you as her support. Judging by the way she looked at me earlier, she really thinks you're her fiancé. But here you are, using her behind her back. Wenkan chose to remain silent. Qin Ranqiu exhaled, her tone lightening a bit. You must handle your relationship with Miss Yi carefully. After all, she is Yi Haichuan's daughter now, and her sister Yi Tingqiu is also around. If you deceive her too deeply, it might be hard to shake her off later. Wenkan still said nothing. Qin Ranqiu studied his profile, then glanced at his legs and asked, and your legs, how are they really? The news of your car accident scared both Jiangsu and me. You may be. Jiangsu? Scared. Wenkan patted his legs and smiled faintly. Don't worry. When it's time to stand up, they'll be fine. They chatted about work for a while until the music inside stopped. Qin Ranqiu then pushed Wenkan back inside, where they stumbled upon Yikong being surrounded. Du Rui had somehow ended up next to Yikong, playing with a recorder in her hand, and asked with a smile, So, Miss Yi, what do you think of my party? And that piece earlier, can you give us a review? Xinzhou wrote it herself, you know. Yikong thought for a moment and replied, It was good? Huh. Du Rui waited for more but got nothing, looking surprised. That's it? What else? You're so dismissive. Are you dissatisfied with me, or do you think Xinzhou's piece was just so-so? Neither. Du Rui suddenly understood. Oh, so you can't critique it, right? Have you ever listened to live music before? Have you ever been to a concert hall? She suddenly remembered something. Wait, I heard you grew up in an orphanage in the countryside. Should I ask if you even know what these instruments are? You should know what a piano is, right? Your sister Baoju plays it. She continued with a smirk. Baoju plays the piano exceptionally well. She passed the highest level at a very young age and later studied under a world-class pianist, performing in concerts worldwide. Isn't that impressive? Seeing Yikong remain silent, Duroe pressed on. Why aren't you saying anything? Feeling uncomfortable? I heard you're the real Miss Yi. But why didn't Grandma Yi seem to acknowledge that yesterday? Does she not like her real granddaughter? Feigning sympathy, she added. Oh, you poor thing. Grandma Yi holds a high position in the Yi family. If she doesn't like you, you'll probably be kicked out soon. Why don't you join our ensemble? It's okay if you don't know any instruments. You can play the triangle. Do you know what that is? If not, I'll explain it to you later. Duroe sat up straight with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she spoke to Yikong. I, Duroe, have some influence in this circle. Whether it's attending my parties or joining Shinjo's ensemble, it could all be leverage for you to stay in the Yi family. Don't you agree, Liin? Liin followed Duroe and took a seat opposite Yikong. He glanced up nonchalantly, casting a disdainful look at Yikong, and echoed in a detached tone, yes, yes, Miss Du here is a princess. Even if you become her maid, you'd gain unparalleled status in this circle. Liin. Duroe glared at him, but it was clear she wasn't truly angry. Her eyes held an innate sense of superiority that her radiant smile couldn't hide. He's exaggerating, but the point stands. Why don't you think about it? Yikong silently forked a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth, his eyes remaining vacant and his lips sealed. As the silence stretched, the expressions of everyone present grew increasingly awkward. Duroe's face gradually stiffened, and her smile faded. Liin frowned slightly, taking a serious look at Yikong for the first time. His gaze was cold and displeased, and his tone was laced with obvious discontent. Is this your first time attending someone else's party? How can you be so rude as to not answer the host's questions? Yikong slowly swallowed the fruit, gave Liin a strange look, and replied in a flat yet sarcastic tone, wasn't it your princess who begged me to come? Mr. Bootlicker. The statement landed like a bomb, instantly freezing everyone in place. Unperturbed, Yikong turned to Baoju. Come on, repeat the content of that call you got. Wasn't it your princess who threatened you to make me come? And now you all pretend not to know me? Is this what high society in Yuzhou is like? Yikong put down the now empty fruit plate, clapped his hands, and said with a mocking tone, if I'd known it was a bootlicker party for the princess, I wouldn't have come even if you kicked Yi Baoju out of Yuzhou. Who are you calling a bootlicker? Liin slammed the table and stood up, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Yikong in fury. Yikong met his gaze indifferently, his voice still calm but cutting. Obviously you, the loyal dog of the princess. Just as Liin was about to erupt, Yikong delivered another blow. Oh, and you want me to play the triangle? He chuckled softly, turned, and walked towards the piano, leaving a room full of stunned people behind. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure. Dura squinted slightly and turned to ask Yi Baoju beside her. What? Can that bumpkin play the piano? Yi Baoju clenched her fists nervously and whispered, never heard of it. Yikong had already stopped in front of the piano but didn't sit down immediately. She hesitated, glancing around at the other instruments in the room. Dura couldn't resist mocking. Why aren't you moving? Planning to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to impress us. Liin, with a dark expression, let out a cold laugh and shouted, Country bumpkin, if you don't show us something impressive, you'll have to kneel and apologize for what you said earlier. Yikong turned her head and gave Liin a distant glance. You sure love talking to yourself, she said calmly before heading towards the instrument section. Just as Qin Ranchio pushed a wheelchair through the door, she asked Wenkin softly, do you know what she's up to? Wenkin kept his eyes glued to Yikong's back, a slight smile on his lips. No idea, but I'm looking forward to it. Qin Ranchio gave him a surprised look, while Wenkin remained focused on Yikong. Yikong wandered around the instruments and finally stopped in front of a box. She opened it and took out a suona. The crowd, still angry from Yikong's earlier indiscriminate attacks, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seriously? A suona? Does she think this is the countryside? How did that suona even get here? It's as out of place as she is in our circle. Typical bumpkin. Is she planning to play us a tune to see us off? Gross. Even if you're trying to get attention, this is too much. Amidst the mockery and ridicule, Yikong took a deep breath and blew the first note. The sharp sound of the suona instantly filled the hall, causing even the servants outside to pause. The young masters and ladies on the sofas covered their ears in disgust. However, 10 seconds later, someone suddenly sat up straight. 20 seconds in, the faces of those who had performed earlier changed dramatically. After a minute, the melody reached an astonishing climax. If the beginning was a prelude of smoke and ruins, the climax was a dance of death amidst flying cannon fire and wailing spirits. The suona's piercing wail seemed to reveal hollow eyes of skeletons, looking through those black voids at a shadowed sky and splattering, burning blood. The piece ended with a sharp, light note, crisp and decisive, like the call to retreat on a battlefield, or a camera panning up to reveal a cold, white moon. Yikong twirled the suona in her hand, gently placed it back in the box, and turned to face the crowd. The sight before her made her raise an eyebrow. Slightly, everyone seemed to have turned into stone statues, wide-eyed and speechless. Even those with no musical talent could tell from the 3-minute performance. Yikong had just played the new piece that the second-generation ensemble had performed. The difference was that they had used violins, accompanied by piano, bagpipes, and various classical instruments to achieve Lin Xinzhou's desired effect. And Yikong, with just a suona, had undoubtedly outshone the entire ensemble. Hey, someone finally murmured, Lin Xinzhou, did you secretly give her the sheet music? Lin Xinzhou stared at Yikong, her voice trembling. This is the first time I've seen Missy today. She stood up as she spoke, nearly stumbling before regaining her balance, and then walked briskly towards Yikong. Yikong stopped as Lin Xinzhou blocked her path, looking at her calmly. Lin Xinzhou asked excitedly, did you learn it after just one listen? Isn't it difficult? Why did you think of using a suona? Is it the only instrument you play, or is there another reason? The suona was fitting, Yikong replied briefly, then added, I heard you composed it. It's a great piece. Really? I think it's great too, Lin Xinzhou's eyes sparkled. I also think you're amazing. She extended her hand to Yikong. I now invite you to join my ensemble. No matter what instrument you specialize in, I'll make you the principal. Would you like to join? No, Yikong refused without hesitation and continued walking. Lin Xinzhou persistently followed, speaking faster and faster. Why not? With your talent, it would be a shame not to join an ensemble. I can compose pieces based on your preferences. I can also be a good friend to you, always there when you need me. I'll support you in any conflict. Yikong? Kong Kong? Little Kong Kong? I'm begging you. Join my ensemble. Even if you only play the suona, I can accommodate you. Lin Xinzhou grew more and more excited, almost grabbing Yikong's sleeve to kneel. Yikong stopped, her face darkened, and looked down at this girl, said to be highly esteemed in their circle, who was now clinging to her leg. Lin Xinzhou instantly shed her scholarly goddess demeanor, looking up at Yikong with pleading big eyes. She said softly, actually, I brought the suona because I thought it would go well with this piece, but unfortunately, I'm not very good at playing it. See, we have such great chemistry. Lin Xinzhou was indeed a beauty, with soft features and large eyes. Most people would surrender immediately under her pitiful gaze. However, Yikong was known for her stone-cold heart, especially from her time at the orphanage. Expressionless, she spoke again, I refuse. Without hesitation, she pried Lin Xinzhou's hand away and walked straight to Li Yin. Li Yin was quite tall, but when Yikong stood before him, her eyes held the disdain of a human looking down on an ant. She asked coldly, you said earlier that if I didn't bring my best, I'd have to bow and apologize to you? Do you think my suona performance was impressive enough? Upon hearing this, the veins on the back of Li Yin's hand popped out, and his clenched fist made his knuckles protrude. His face turned terrifyingly dark, but he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Xinzhou continued to look at Yikong expectantly, as if waiting for Li Yin's response. At this moment, if Li Yin dared to say that Yikong's performance wasn't good, Lin Xinzhou would probably be the first to rush at him. Even without Lin Xinzhou, everyone present had heard Yikong's performance. If Li Yin dared to say, you weren't good, the news of his arrogance would spread throughout the entire circle by the next day. Yet, admitting that Yikong was impressive was something he couldn't bring himself to do. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At this point, Duruwei elegantly picked up a glass of wine, a faint smile playing on her lips, and said, I must say, newcomer, aren't you a bit too arrogant? She swirled her glass and stood in front of Li Yin, her tone threatening. You haven't even secured your position in the Yi family, and you're already causing trouble at my party. Do you really not want to stay in Yuzhou? Yikong's gaze swept between Duruwei and Li Yin, and suddenly she laughed. She clapped her hands dramatically and said sarcastically, Congratulations, Mr. Bootlicker. It seems your efforts haven't been in vain. To earn the princess's protection, you must be able to keep licking for another 10 years. Upon hearing this, the veins on Li Yin's forehead throbbed. He pushed Duruwei aside and raised his hand to strike Yikong, shouting angrily, You country bumpkin, don't push your luck. Amidst the gasps of surprise, Li Yin's fiercely descending hand suddenly stopped in midair. In front of his open palm was a thin cane. His face stiffened as he slowly turned his head to look along the cane. It's Wincan. No one knew when he had been pushed forward, but the other end of the cane was firmly gripped in his hand. Wincan's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice low and icy. From the moment I walked in, I've wanted to say this. You all keep calling my fiancé a bumpkin and a country girl. Are you really that disrespectful towards me? The lively atmosphere, fueled by Li Yin's violent behavior, instantly froze. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. A familiar, even more intense sense of oppression emanated from Wincan. Duruwei stood stiffly, her face pale, struggling to speak. What? Young Master 1. Are you really going to defend this bump? She fell silent under Wencan's cold gaze. His eyes seemed to silently warn that saying another word would lead to dire consequences. Wencan withdrew his gaze, calmly shortening his cane and placing it in the storage pocket on the side of his wheelchair. He spoke slowly. Even if the Yi family hasn't officially recognized her, she is still my chosen fiancé. Or, do you think the eldest daughter of the Yi family is less worthy than the future lady of the One family? As he said the last sentence, he looked around the room. No one dared to meet his eyes. His gaze finally landed on Du Roy. She was so intimidated by his cold stare that her eyes reddened, and she suddenly smashed her cup and ran out. Roy. Li Yin hurried after her. Wencan extended a hand to Yi Kong and smiled slightly. Let's go. Don't bother coming to these boring gatherings from now on. Yi Kong thought for a moment before placing her hand in his. As they turned to leave, she paused. How am I supposed to push your wheelchair if you're holding my hand? Can't you push it with one hand? It would look awkward. Then use both hands. Wencan was about to let go, but Yi Kong gripped his hand tightly. I don't want to, Yi Kong said, looking straight ahead. You can push the wheels yourself with one hand. She started walking, forcing Wencan to use his right hand to turn the wheels. I should have gotten a smart wheelchair, he complained. Then why didn't you? Manual wheelchairs require someone to push. It looks more dignified. Yi Kong chose to remain silent, unwilling to entertain such pretentious behavior. Their conversation gradually faded away, leaving a group of stunned guests behind. Only when their crooked path disappeared from sight did someone murmur, no way. Wencan really likes that bumpy Kong? Everyone was lost in disbelief. Only Lin Xinzhua lay on the sofa, muttering despondently, why? Why didn't you join my band? I could have been your servant. In the car, Wencan was focused on his work, the keyboard clattering away. After a while, he closed his laptop and turned to Yi Kong, who was gazing out the window. You're pretty talented in music, aren't you? Without turning her head, Yi Kong casually replied, I'm talented in many things. Like what? Besides music, what else are you good at? Too many to count. It's too troublesome. Wencan couldn't tell if she was joking or serious. Alright, let me ask differently. Where did you learn to play the suona? You must have practiced for many years to be that skilled. Didn't you know I grew up in the orphanage in Huahao County? Of course I learned it there. Is there a suona master that good in Huahao? Wencan was puzzled for a moment but quickly gave up on asking further. With so many instruments, why did you choose the suona? I didn't choose it myself, Yi Kong continued looking out the window, her tone indifferent. When I was 4, a little friend in the orphanage passed away. The orphanage couldn't afford a funeral, so the director organized a band to play at the funeral. I was in charge of the suona. You were pretty kind as a child. Yi Kong was silent for a moment before saying, the director said if I didn't join, he would put onions in my lunchbox every day. I hate onions the most. This seemingly casual conversation revealed a harsh reality. An orphanage in a small county, a deceased child, a director too poor to afford a funeral, and a 4-year-old forced to join the funeral band. Yi Kong's nonchalant tone, especially the bit of humor about onions, made it all the more poignant. Wencan's expression remained neutral, but a strange premonition arose within him. This girl, nearly 7 years younger than him, carried experiences far more complex than anyone could imagine. Even in silence, she had a strong and contradictory presence that drew everyone's attention like a magnet. As Wencan handled new tasks, he listened to his quickening heartbeat. This wasn't some laughable romance. It was the moment he'd been waiting for. A force capable of causing great upheaval for the One family had arrived, seemingly destined, before he could painstakingly create it himself. The changes she would bring were beyond even his prediction. How could he not be excited? While multitasking, Yi Kong suddenly spoke, you introduced me to a lot of people today, but there's one you didn't introduce. The woman who pushed you out, she seems close to you. Who is she? Qin Ranqiao, you could call her an ally, Wencan answered effortlessly. She's the daughter of the Qin family. She's quite capable, so she's been given an important position in the company. We have a lot of work interactions. Which Qin? The Qin from the Qin dynasty. You know the shipping magnate in Nangon? They're a branch of that family, and they're considered a top-tier family in Yuzhou as well. That Qin, Yi Kong muttered, looking out the window. That's really an annoying surname. Wencan paused and turned to look at her. What? Do you have someone you dislike with the surname Qin? The question, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, was casually ignored by Yi Kong. Wencan didn't press further, as if it was just an insignificant interlude. The black Bentley, like a lurking beast, sped through the cityscape, eventually turning onto a winding mountain road. Yi Kong's sharp eyes scanned each passing sign, and Xiaoba. She frowned at the mountain road ahead. It looks more like a mountain than a slope. Close enough, Wencan replied nonchalantly. The name is poetic, but it doesn't quite match the vibe of Yuzhou City. Yi Kong let out a cold laugh. And what do you think the vibe of Yuzhou is? Fake, she said bluntly. The people here are tough but pretend to be cultured and gentle. I saw two black cab drivers fighting with bloody heads outside the airport when I first arrived. When Kan's interest was piqued. Anything else? Hard to say, still observing. When Kan suddenly laughed, as if a gloomy mask had been torn away. Yet, when Yi Kong occasionally met his smiling eyes, she felt it might be another layer of disguise beneath the gloom. Actually, this place wasn't always called Yan Xiaope, Wen Kan said abruptly. My dad named it later. Yi Kong turned to look at him. It was the first time Wen Kan mentioned his family. However, the fog around him only thickened instead of clearing. The Bentley climbed the mountain road for nearly half an hour, finally reaching the summit. As Yi Kong got out of the car, she suddenly understood why it was called Yan Xiaope. The mountain wind howled, and the water shimmered. A mirror-like lake nestled at the mountaintop, with countless streams weaving through lush greenery. Wooden bridges of varying lengths appeared and disappeared over the babbling brooks. At the summit stood a large wooden house, with no signboard but a manager-like figure waiting at the door. Wen Kan didn't enter the house but led Yi Kong to an open space. A long wooden platform formed an outdoor restaurant, and Yi Kong walked to the railing, overlooking the entire city. I promise to be your guide. Satisfied? Wen Kan asked. Yi Kong stared at the city below, where the high-rise buildings vaguely revealed ant-like crowds. The traffic flowed like rivers, and the masses became tiny black dots on a canvas. They seemed like gods outside the painting. No wonder everyone craves power and money, Yi Kong said coldly. Standing at this height and looking down at the crowd every day, it's easy to feel elated. And you? Wen Kan asked. Do you want it too? Yi Kong sneered. If I said no, wouldn't I seem too noble? Wen Kan turned to look at her, surprised to find her eyes devoid of any ripple, as if what lay before her was merely a lifeless scene, not symbols of power and wealth. Seems like you really are noble, Wen Kan raised an eyebrow. Yi Kong let out a cold laugh. Maybe what I want is far more elusive than these. She left the railing and sat at the round table. A waiter approached with menus, and Wen Kan indicated, order whatever you like, the guide's treat. Yi Kong eagerly flipped through the menu, quickly choosing a main course and then diving into the dessert section. For the first time, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wen Kan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Yi Kong didn't look up, focused on marking desserts. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Wen Kan propped his chin, watching her. Just suddenly remembered you're almost 7 years younger than me, still a kid? Yi Kong shot him a cold glance. Would you get engaged to a kid? I'm old enough to kiss and sleep with you. Wen Kan choked and coughed violently. The manager expressionlessly poured him water, as if hearing nothing. I suggest you refrain from discussing such topics with men lightly, Wen Kan said, blushing. It attracts perverts. Of course, I wouldn't say it to others. Yi Kong glanced at his lower half, concealed by the table, a hint of contempt in her eyes. But you're a cripple, aren't you? Wen Kan was silent for a moment. Never realized people from Huahua County were so fierce. Not as fierce as folks from Yuzhou, Yi Kong retorted. Proposing an engagement to a stranger on the first meeting, and the other party's just a kid. Do you know arguing is also a childish trait? Are you talking about yourself? Seems like those 6 extra years of yours were wasted. Wen Kan's face was expressionless. One more word, and I'll have the pastry chef add onions to your ice cream. Yi Kong's head snapped up, her anger flaring. What a vicious adult. Wen Kan smirked. Good that you know. Yi Kong sulked in silence, furiously marking 2 more desserts. Wen Kan watched her, a slight, involuntary smile curving his lips. It was fleeting, but it surprised even him. When Yi Kong finally finished ordering and looked up, satisfied, Wen Kan had already reverted to his usual nonchalant yet gentle demeanor. Now, let's discuss the specifics of our cooperation, he said. Yi Kong initially thought that working with someone like Wen Kan would require signing a pile of tedious contracts. However, to her surprise, their collaboration was based solely on a verbal agreement. Wen Kan showed no intention of presenting any contract for her to sign, leaving Yi Kong both puzzled and curious. The terms of their cooperation were surprisingly simple. Wen Kan promised to be available whenever needed during their partnership, as long as it didn't harm his own interests. In return, Yi Kong had to publicly display affection with him, making everyone believe they were genuinely in love and destined to marry. After hearing these conditions, Yi Kong was silent for a moment, furrowing her brows. These conditions are quite vague. I have no experience in dating, so I don't know how to make people believe we're truly in love. Wen Kan shrugged, a gesture that seemed out of place in his otherwise elegant demeanor, but added a hint of charming nonchalance. He chuckled. That's why we'll have to figure it out together. Yi Kong stared at him for a long time before suddenly asking, what's your real motive? The Wen family's wealth? But I've heard you're already in charge of the Wen family. Wen Kan's expression turned serious. But as you know, I'm disabled. A prominent family like the Wen family would never let a disabled person remain the head. He paused, then continued. Fortunately, my great-grandfather left a will stating that as long as I get married, I can officially inherit the position and his entire share of the company. This way, even if I can't continue to manage the group, I'll still have enough power and influence to shake the one family, enjoying the benefits without the work. Isn't that great? Yikong couldn't help but retort, but all of this depends on you being genuinely disabled. You can stand up anytime, yet you choose to put yourself in a difficult situation and collaborate with a stranger to meet other conditions. Is it really just to slack off? Winkin smiled. Never underestimate modern laziness. I've been working day and night for years, feeling old beyond my age. Wanting to retire early isn't so strange, is it? Yikong thought to herself that she wouldn't buy such nonsense. But as long as Winkin didn't deceive her, she didn't mind. At that moment, the waiter served the pre-dinner dessert. Yikong's eyes lit up, and she eagerly picked up her knife and fork to start tasting. Her actions weren't particularly graceful, but there was a childlike charm to her enthusiasm. Winkin couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor and asked, "Do you love desserts?" Yikong nodded seriously, carefully cutting a piece of dessert and quickly popping it into her mouth. She closed her eyes, her face showing a blissful expression. Even without words, anyone could see her happiness and contentment. Winkin felt a stir in his heart and whispered something to the manager. Moments later, the manager brought over a card. Winkin took the card, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Yikong. Busy enjoying her dessert, Yikong glanced up and mumbled, "What's that?" Winkin explained, "With this card, you can come here anytime for unlimited desserts. Moreover, you can enjoy free access to all the famous dessert shops in Yuzhou City." Coming from a small town, Yikong had never seen such generosity. She was momentarily speechless with surprise. She carefully picked up the card, examined it, and asked incredulously, "Really? You're not kidding?" "Try it if you don't believe me," Winkin replied calmly. Yikong swallowed hard, quickly pocketed the card, and then looked at Winkin with a serious expression. "What do you want me to do? Even if it's taking kissing photos for social media, I can do that." Winkin's mouth twitched. "Your lack of principles is worrying. Does that mean anyone can bribe you with a bit of dessert?" Yikong glared at him. "What do you take me for? I'm not going to sell myself for just any dessert. At least you have to go all out, like securing all the dessert shops in the city for me." As Yikong lowered her head to focus on her dessert again, Winkin suddenly felt a great sense of urgency. He calculated in his mind. "It seems I need to gather the world's top pastry chefs, or better yet, develop a dedicated research line and buy out all the dessert shops in the city, making them part of the Wen's high-end brand, establishing a new subsidiary under the restaurant division." Winkin silently assessed the men in Yuzhou, who could rival him and potentially lure Yikong away, finally feeling reassured. Both were in good spirits, and the meal was thoroughly enjoyable. When the main course was served, Yikong ate hastily, not wasting any food, but finishing quickly. It wasn't until the post-dinner desserts filled the table that she showed that blissful expression again. Winkin wasn't fond of sweets, but seeing Yikong so happy, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't you get sick of it?" Yikong shook her head, admiringly saying, "They're made so well. Not sickly sweet at all. The pastry chef here is amazing." Winkin asked again, "Aren't you afraid of gaining weight from eating so much?" Yikong confidently replied, "I don't gain weight." Yikong was thoroughly satisfied with the desserts, her guard completely down. Her tone softened, even carrying a rare hint of joy. Just then, Winkin brought up the doctor's diagnosis. "The doctor said my stomach was damaged from hunger when I was a child, so my digestion isn't great. I don't absorb nutrients well, and it's hard for me to gain weight," Yikong said casually, as if discussing something trivial. Winkin responded just as lightly, "Well, maybe you can ask your mom to help you with that. I remember Aunt Fong is quite knowledgeable about health." Yikong, however, didn't seem to care. She flashed a sly smile and said, "But I don't want to change. If I could easily gain weight, wouldn't that mean I couldn't eat sweets as I please?" Winkin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "You really sound like a child." Yikong didn't mind. She had already secured her unlimited dessert supply card and wasn't interested in quibbling over such trivial matters with Winkin. The mountaintop fell into a serene silence, broken only by the sound of the wind over the water and the rustling of leaves. This peace lasted for a while until Winkin suddenly broke the silence with a meaningful question. "Why do you insist on staying with the Yi family?" Yikong paused but didn't immediately answer. Winkin, not looking at her, continued to probe. "If I hadn't proposed the engagement, you couldn't be sure you'd stay with the Yi family. Facing your grandmother's rejection and Yi Baoju's malice, would you still endure it?" Yikong, holding a small spoon, slowly replied yes. Winkin pressed on. "Why? Why would you go to such lengths to stay with the Yi family, even agreeing to an engagement with a stranger like me? What is it that you want to gain from the Yi family?" Yikong tightened her grip on the spoon, looked Winkin straight in the eye, and said firmly, "Something everyone else has." Her eyes were as dark as ink, speaking such determined words, yet her pupils showed no emotional fluctuation. She continued, "I just want to have what I rightfully should have, what I must have." Winkin looked at her thoughtfully. "You don't mean the Yi family's wealth or the status of being a Yi heiress, do you? You're talking about parents and siblings." A hint of ironic mockery appeared on his face. Do you really think those are necessarily good things? If I wasn't mistaken yesterday, it didn't seem like your parents were completely on your side, were they? After finishing dinner, Wonkin didn't linger on the mountain and promptly escorted Yikong home. Their farewell was cold and distant, marked by a simple wave. As Yikong walked through the estate and entered the main house, a sense of deja vu washed over her. Almost all the Yi family members were gathered there, just like the first time she had stepped into this place. The only difference now was the presence of Yi Haichuan and the siblings Yi Tingchu and Yi Baozhu. As soon as Yikong crossed the threshold, the old lady's icy voice reached her ears. Even upon seeing Yikong, the elderly woman didn't pause for a moment. Yikong met those eyes filled with disdain and heard the old lady continue. Since none of you listen to me, there's no point in me staying in the Yi family as a mother and grandmother. Haichuan, find me another house so I can move out with Baozhu. It's better than staying here and being angered to death by your precious daughter. Yikong instantly realized that these words were aimed at her, causing her steps to halt involuntarily under the scrutiny of everyone present. Fong Sivan appeared visibly troubled but didn't know how to begin. She gestured for Yikong to take a seat. Silently, Yikong sat down next to Yi Zhen, who was engrossed in his mobile game. He glanced at her briefly and muttered, "It's all your fault for causing trouble. I had to come back to the house for a meeting right after getting to the office." "A meeting? What kind of meeting?" Yikong asked. "Can't you tell?" "A family meeting to discuss your future," Yi Zhen replied succinctly. Yikong quietly pulled out her phone and quickly sent a message to Wen Can, who had just left. Meanwhile, Yi Baozhu, nestled against the old lady's leg, spoke in a sensible tone. "Grandma, you're the backbone of the Yi family. How can you leave? If sister doesn't like me, I can go instead." She looked up and flashed a bright smile at the elderly woman. "I've grown up. It's time for me to be independent. Don't worry about me." The old lady tenderly caressed her cheek. "How could that be? Our Baozhu has been cherished and pampered since childhood. You will always be my little granddaughter. Even if others ignore you, it doesn't matter. Grandma will love you twice as much." Fong Sivan tried to interject, but the old lady coldly cut her off. "Yes, you take care of her, but you let Baozhu be bullied by Yikong inside and outside the house, and you expect her to endure it silently. That's how you take care of her." Yi Baozhu quickly added, "I wasn't bullied by sister. Grandma, don't blame mom. She's already been good to me." "I understand. Sister has suffered a lot outside and finally came home. She needs to make up for it. If you blame dad and mom, you're blaming me. It's my fault for not wanting to leave you, dad, mom, and brother and sister, so I stayed here shamelessly." Her tears began to fall. Seeing this, the old lady's heart ached, and Fong Sivan quickly called for tissues. Yi Tingchu handed over a tissue and gently patted Yi Baozhu's head in comfort. "You don't need to stay here shamelessly. You'll always be mom's daughter and grandma's granddaughter. No one will drive you away." Fong Sivan nodded in agreement, wiping Yi Baozhu's tears. Sniffling, Yi Baozhu looked up at Yi Tingchu with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. "Sister, will I always be your little sister too?" Yi Tingchu's long hair fell over her face as she responded expressionlessly, "Of course." Fong Sivan added with a smile, "Your sister may seem aloof, but she cares deeply for you and your brother." Yi Baozhu's tears turned into a smile. Finally looking up from his game, Yi Zhen's eyes darted between Yi Tingchu's hand on Yi Baozhu's head and Yikong. Seeing Yikong's emotionless stare, he taunted, "What? Jealous?" Yikong calmly replied, "I wish I could be jealous. That's exactly why I'm here." Before Yi Zhen could ask what she meant, Yi Haichuan seized the moment to speak. "Mom, please don't be angry anymore. It's just another pair of chopsticks at the table. If you really can't stand Xiao Kong, just pretend she doesn't exist." The old woman's previously gentle expression froze instantly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She let out a chilling laugh, her voice sharp as ice shards. "I can pretend she doesn't exist, but what about others?" She fixed her gaze on Yikong and continued, "Didn't you hear Baozhu? It was her first time going out to socialize today, and she managed to offend both the Du and Li families. She even embarrassed Baozhu in public." The old lady's voice grew louder. "At this rate, within a month, our Yi family will be utterly disgraced because of her." Yi Ersan, who had been silent all this time, finally found a chance to speak. She cautiously said, "While it's true that the Yi family doesn't fear others, making enemies everywhere is never a good thing. These young masters and ladies are the future of Yuzhou. If Yikong offends all of them now, it will be difficult for our children to cooperate with them in the future." The old lady shot a cold glance at Yikong, her tone brooking no argument. "I understand you want to spend more time with your newly found daughter, but for the sake of our family's harmony and the Yi family's reputation, I cannot allow her to stay in the main house." She paused and continued, "Isn't she admitted to Beijing University? I'm not asking you to send her abroad. Let her study in Beijing, and assign a steward to teach her proper etiquette. She can return once she has learned." The old lady's face remained impassive, her tone growing even more resolute. "Anyone who disagrees, I'll take it as you wishing for this old woman to leave the Yi family. I won't object. I'll take Baozhu and leave, so you can have your happy family reunion. Her words hit like a sledgehammer, rendering the living room silent. Yi Zhen turned to Yi Kong again asking, "Are you really not jealous?" Yi Kong, now irritated, pretended not to hear and focused intently on his phone. Fong Sivan slowly withdrew her hand from Yi Baozhu's head, her expression shifting from shock to determination. Her face flushed red as she finally spoke. "In that case, I'll take Xiao Kong and move out." This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the room. Both Yi Kong and Yi Baozhu looked up, the former in astonishment, the latter in disbelief and deep sorrow. The old lady's face darkened immediately, her voice laced with anger. "What do you mean? Are you saying this old woman can't tolerate anyone, and now even my daughter-in-law wants to leave?" Despite her nervousness, Fong Sivan's tone remained firm. "I don't mean that, but I absolutely won't be separated from my newly found daughter." The old lady's chest heaved with fury as she snapped. "Are you threatening me? If I don't want to see her for the rest of my life, will you live outside with her forever? Are you planning to divorce my eldest son?" "Mom." "Grandma." Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingchu spoke simultaneously, their faces turning cold, looking strikingly similar in their icy, dangerous demeanor. The old lady seemed to realize her words were too harsh, a flicker of panic crossing her face, but she still refused to back down. Just as the tension reached its peak, the butler hurried into the living room, breaking the deadlock. "Sir, young master Wen is here." Moments later, when Ken was wheeled into the living room, the wheels of his wheelchair making a faint friction sound on the floor. The old lady's face immediately became even darker, her brows furrowed deeply. However, this time Wen Ken brought not a dispute, but a significant business proposal. "Mr. Yi, as you know, I've been focusing on the internet industry in recent years and have achieved some success," Wen Ken said calmly from his wheelchair. "Coincidentally, there's a major project about to launch, and we're in need of a key partner." He looked directly at Yi Haichuan and asked steadily, "Is the Yi family interested?" As soon as he finished speaking, his secretary handed a thick file to Yi Haichuan. Yi Haichuan quickly skimmed through the documents, and then passed them to Yi Tingchu. As Yi Tingchu carefully reviewed the papers, the two engaged in a dialogue under the watchful eyes of everyone present. "With such a big project, there must be plenty of companies eager to partner with you. Why choose us?" Yi Haichuan asked bluntly. Wen Ken smiled slightly. "Mr. Yi, there's no need for modesty. Although the Yi family hasn't delved deeply into the internet sector, your family has substantial capital." And he glanced meaningfully at Yi Tingchu. "With Miss Yi here, I'm confident the Yi family can secure a significant position in the internet industry." Yi Tingchu quickly finished reading the documents and looked up, a hint of caution in her eyes. "Why would you willingly share such a lucrative opportunity with us? What's the catch?" "The condition is simple," Wen Ken replied directly. "I want my fiancé, as the second daughter of the Yi family, to stay at the Yi family's main residence or move to my home." This statement was like a thunderclap, plunging the living room into dead silence. Wen Ken, shedding his earlier gloom, smiled slightly. "How about it? It's quite straightforward, isn't it? It doesn't even require any real sacrifice from you." Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingchu exchanged a knowing glance before turning their gaze to the old lady. Though not well versed in business, she understood the implication of his last sentence all too well. Anger surged within her, and her wrinkled face trembled slightly. After a moment, she pointed at Yi Kong and, her voice sharp with fury, exclaimed, "Was it you? Did you bring him here? You've only been back for 2 days, and instead of thinking about honoring your elders, you focus on relying on a man? Is that your plan?" "Mom." Fong Sivan gasped, her eyes wide with shock, but the old lady grew even more agitated. "Get out. Get out right now. Our Yi family will never acknowledge such a shameless descendant." She then turned to Wen Ken, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. "And you, do you think using an engagement as a pretext will back her up? Do you really think our Yi family can't do without this marriage? Today, I declare that the engagement between the Yi and Wen families is null and void. Let's see if you'll still want to marry such a nobody and shameless woman." "Mom." Fong Sivan stood up abruptly, her eyes red and her chest heaving with emotion, unable to utter a single word. Finally, she turned and walked towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong stood there, bewildered, holding her phone. Yi Baozhu seemed to realize what was happening and tried to intervene but was brushed off by Fong Sivan, who strode over to Yi Kong and pulled her up. "Mom, please stop yelling." Fong Sivan's voice trembled with anger. "If you think so little of my child, then we'll leave the Yi family together." She led Yi Kong to the center of the living room and bowed deeply to the old lady. "Thank you for your care all these years. I'm sorry I won't be able to fulfill my duties as your daughter-in-law anymore. But with Tingchu and the others around, I'm sure you won't lack filial descendants." She then glared at Yi Kong. "Bow. Show some respect as a junior." It was the first time Yi Kong had been scolded by her mother like this. Though puzzled, she complied under some strange compulsion. Fong Sivan, however, was not satisfied and pressed her head to make her bow deeper. Straightening up, Fong Sivan said expressionlessly. As for the divorce you mentioned earlier, fine, I'll prepare the papers. Yi Haichuan, Yi Tingchu, and Yi Zhen were stunned, as if frozen in place. Fong Sivan didn't spare them a glance and dragged Yi Kong upstairs. What are you standing there for? Pack your things. Yi Kong, dazed, responded and tightened her grip on her mother's hand. The living room fell silent once more. Winken regretfully shrugged. Well, since my fiancé is no longer considered part of the Yi family, this partnership is off the table. His secretary stepped forward to retrieve the file. When Ken continued, however, Grandma Yi, you misunderstood one thing. My willingness to do this for Yi Kong isn't because she's a Yi family member, but because she's Yi Kong. Even now, though she's no longer part of your family, she's still my fiancé. When we get married, you're all still welcome to join us as guests and offer your blessings. He nodded politely and was wheeled out. It was only then that the old lady seemed to wake from a trance, realizing what had just happened. She clutched her chest, her breathing growing rapid and her complexion turning ever paler. Yi Haichuan quickly stepped forward to support the elderly lady who was about to collapse. She clung tightly to her eldest son's hand, her voice trembling. What does your wife mean by this? Is she really going to turn against me for some young girl? Yi Haichuan, expressionless, replied, It's you who would turn your son into a bachelor over some young girl. Yi Zhen, who had been indifferent until now, stood up and shouted, Grandma, I don't want to deal with my parents' divorce drama at my age. If the netizens find out, our whole family will become a laughingstock. As he spoke, he walked closer, casually pushing his blonde hair back to reveal his defiant eyebrows. He added impatiently, You know how those paparazzi are, they can dig up anything. I'm used to being talked about, but by then, everyone online will say you're mean and can't tolerate your granddaughter and daughter-in-law. Can you handle that? These words seemed to be the last straw, and the elderly lady fainted again. The butler and servants, well practiced in this routine, swiftly carried her upstairs. Yi Baozhu stood there, looking helplessly around. Yi Tingchu nodded towards her and said, Go take care of Grandma. Seeing how things had escalated, Yi Haichuan's face darkened, and Yi Ersheng quickly left without saying another word. Left alone in the living room with his daughter, Yi Tingchu finally asked, Dad, do you think Wen Can's cooperation proposal is genuine? The contract is thorough. It seems like he genuinely wants to collaborate, Yi Haichuan replied, then added. But for someone as ruthless as him to willingly make concessions, what do you think his intentions are towards Yi Kong? Yi Haichuan shook his head. He never does anything without benefits. We need to keep observing. Yi Tingchu nodded and then asked, What about Mom? Divorce is out of the question, Yi Haichuan said flatly. Don't even think about it. After a pause, he added, Didn't you buy the villa next door a few years ago? Let your mom and Yi Kong move there for now. During their conversation, Yi Zhen had quietly slipped to Yi Kong's room. Watching her pack, he couldn't help but mock, impressive. Just your second day home, and you're already causing our parents to divorce. Yi Kong zipped up her suitcase and turned around. The sunlight streaming through the window lit up her face, and Yi Zhen suddenly froze. Are you smiling? Am I? Smiling. Yi Kong raised a hand to touch her slightly upturned lips. Standing in the sunlit room, her eyes curved into a smile, but her tone carried a hint of cold confusion. But why? What am I smiling about? Yi Zhen stood at the door, looking at the radiant smile of the girl in front of him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he felt a chill run down his spine from the strange, contradictory sensation. Mrs. Yi lay back down on the second floor, giving Fong Sivan a quiet space to pack her luggage. After a while, Yi Haichuan couldn't hold back any longer and leaned against the door, his voice tinged with unease. Are you really not planning to come back home? You're not seriously thinking of divorcing me, are you? Fong Sivan elegantly tucked her long hair behind her ear, picked up her suitcase, and replied calmly but firmly, Since your mother said so, I'm definitely serious. She brushed past her husband, leaving Yi Haichuan standing there, stunned. Just as he was about to follow her, Fong Sivan said without turning back, You can help me carry the other luggage downstairs. I can't manage it all. Oh, Yi Haichuan responded instinctively. It wasn't until the sound of the suitcase wheels faded away that he came to his senses, looking around at the piles of luggage and covering his face with a deep sigh. Facing such a crisis in middle age was truly, when dealing with her husband, Fong Sivan could maintain a calm and resolute demeanor. But when her eldest daughter, Yi Tingchu, made a similar plea with a hint of coquettishness, she couldn't refuse. She turned to Yi Kong and said, How about we temporarily stay next door? Don't worry, even though it's a neighbor, there's some distance. No one can disturb us if you don't want them to. Yi Kong nodded in agreement. So Yi Tingchu personally drove, taking Fong Sivan and their bags to the so-called next door. The white villa was separated from the Yi family estate by a fountain and a large lawn. Though the building was old, its design was as exquisite as a small castle. Fong Sivan explained to Yi Kong, Your sister originally bought it as a home office. She likes quiet and always complains about too many servants in the main house. They're very professional, walking and working silently. I can't hear a thing, but who knows how she manages. Yi Haichuan and Yi Zhen were busy moving the luggage, while Yi Tingchu had already taken a tour upstairs. She was on her phone with the housekeeper as she walked. Mom, I've asked the housekeeper to send 2 people over to take care of you. They'll be here soon. Fong Sivan nodded in agreement. Yi Kong watched everything silently. Yi Tingchu walked on the thick carpet to the sofa, her eyes falling on Yi Kong's small suitcase. Is this all your luggage? Fong Sivan noticed the lack of luggage and was surprised. Yes, Xiao Kong, why do you have so little? Aren't you studying art? Don't you have your usual tools and sketches? Didn't you bring them to Yuzhou? Yi Kong replied softly, I have a lot of things, but they're still at the orphanage. I wasn't sure if I could bring them here. You silly child. Fong Sivan gripped her hand tightly, her tone filled with both reproach and pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Why can't you bring them? You're our daughter. Wherever we are is your home. It's only natural to keep your things at home. You misunderstood. Yi Kong looked directly into Fong Sivan's eyes and said calmly, it's not because I'm timid or afraid that I didn't bring my luggage. I'm just not sure if this is really my home. In other words, I'm not sure if you qualify to be my family. Fong Sivan was stunned, her grip on her daughter's hand loosening. Yi Zhen and Yi Haichuan, who were moving luggage, also stopped and looked at Yi Kong. But Yi Kong seemed oblivious, continuing to gaze at them with cold, almost condescending eyes. I have very strict requirements for a home and family, she said. If I don't trust the people or the place, how can it be worthy of keeping my precious things? As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Tingchu smacked the back of Yi Kong's head. Oh. Yi Kong cried, clutching her head. Why? No one has dared to hit my head since I grew Yupa. Before she could finish speaking, she was hit again. Then, Yi Tingka's hand pressed down on her fluffy head, holding her still. Just as Yi Kong was about to struggle, Yi Tingchu bent down, pressing her forehead against Yi Kong's, staring into her eyes with a fierce look, and said word by word. Being family doesn't require qualification. I don't know where you picked up these strange and quirky ideas, but now that you're on my turf, I won't allow you to spout such arrogant nonsense and hurt Mom. Yi Kong, who originally wanted to argue, paused and looked at Fong Sivan. Mom, are you hurt? Before she could finish her sentence, her head was turned back, forcing her to meet Yi Tingka's eyes. Yi Tingchu continued to stare at Yi Kong, his eyes displaying a barely noticeable patience. He spoke slowly. All right, let's assume we go by your rules. Tell me, what would it take for you to feel comfortable sending your luggage over? Yi Kong's attention was caught by the question. She frowned slightly, thought for a few seconds, and then replied, first of all, I can't live in the Yi family house, right? What if that old lady decides to kick me out again one day? She paused and added, this house is mine under my name. Yi Tingchu's expression instantly turned cold, and his tone was stern. Don't call Grandma an old lady. Yi Kong, however, was unafraid and looked Yi Tingchu straight in the eyes as she retorted, even if it's your house, can you guarantee you won't kick me out one day? You just hit me on the head. What assurance can you give that you won't act like the old lady and kick me out? Even the usually composed Yi Tingchu couldn't help but twitch his lips, showing a clear sign of restraint. Seeing this, Fong Sivan quickly stepped in to mediate. Xiao Kong, your sister would never. All right. Yi Tingchu interrupted Fong Sivan, releasing her hand from Yi Kong's head and slowly straightening up. She looked down at Yi Kong, a hint of helplessness in her voice. I'll give you this house. The property deed will be yours tonight. Do I look like someone who would take away someone else's house for no reason? Yi Kong pursed her lips, frowning in disagreement. I'm not a robber. Yi Tingchu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed her irritation. So, what do you want? Yi Kong turned to look at Fong Sivan, gazing at her for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Transfer the house to Mom's name. Also, no one is allowed to enter this house without permission except for Mom and me. Surprisingly, neither Yi Tingchu nor Yi Haichuan showed any signs of anger at this demand. Only Yi Zhen immediately shouted, What? Yi Kong, don't be ridiculous. Do I need your permission to visit my own mother? Yi Kong glanced at Yi Zhen, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If Mom agrees, that's fine. I'm just saying you can't come in unannounced. I never said I have sole control over who can enter. Do you think I'm some kind of psychopath trying to imprison Mom? Yi Zhen was rendered speechless by this and could only slap his own face in frustration, muttering angrily, I'm not arguing with an idiot. Unfazed by the verbal attack, Yi Kong didn't even blink. She picked up her small suitcase and headed upstairs without looking back, clearly intending to choose a room. In the living room, the 4 remaining members of the Yi family exchanged glances, unable to find words. A subtle awkwardness hung in the air, as if no one knew how to break the sudden silence. Yi Tingchu was the first to speak, softly calling out Mom. Fong Sivan let out a long sigh, covering her face with her hands as she choked back sobs. It's all my fault. How could I not recognize my own daughter back then? If I hadn't been such a neglectful mother, Xiao Kong wouldn't be in this situation now. Yi Tingchu crouched in front of Fong Sivan, gently holding her wrist. Mom, it's not that bad really. Haven't you noticed? Even though Yi Kong is wary of us, the only person she trusts is you. Yi Jin chimed in from the side, exactly. Why else would she ask our sister to transfer the house to your name? It's her way of showing she trusts you. As long as you're here, she's willing to move her things and call this place home. That's the bond between mother and daughter. Yi Haichuan silently handed over a handkerchief, nodding gently. With tears in her eyes, Fong Sivan looked up, hope shining through. Really? Xiao Kong really trusts me. Yi Jin pretended to be impatient, taking the handkerchief and roughly wiping her tears. Oh come on, there's plenty of time ahead. Actually, it's better that you two live alone together. With Yi Kong's temperament, if she stayed at the Yi family house, Grandma might really be driven crazy. And with Yi Baozhu there, it would be hard for you to fully support her. This way it's better. You can focus on building your mother-daughter relationship. Fong Sivan's eyes lit up as she tightly held Yi Jin's hand. You're right. Son, when did you become so smart? Yi Jin puffed up and then quickly deflated, sighing. He ruffled his golden hair awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. I've always been smart. After a pause, he continued, I think you've noticed too, Yi Kong is quite special. Remembering the scene from earlier today, the radiant smile in the sunlight, contrasted with the cold, blank expression, Yi Jin's demeanor grew serious. I used to think that kids growing up in orphanages were either overly obedient or overly rebellious. I thought Yi Kong would be the latter, but after spending some time with her, he shook his head, furrowing his brows. Her personality is more complex than that, much more complex. Yi Jin turned to Yi Haichuan. Dad, didn't you have someone investigate? What did you find out? How did she grow up in that town? Yi Haichuan glanced at him. Weren't you the one who didn't care before? Yi Jin bristled. Mind your own business. I thought she was just an ordinary sister like Yi Baozhu, who knew she was so peculiar. Fong Sivan smacked him on the head. Don't call your sister peculiar. Yi Jin gritted his teeth, rubbing the back of his head. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard from upstairs, cutting the conversation short. Everyone looked up to see Kong rushing to the hallway, a rare look of excitement on her face. I want the room by the big tree. Fong Sivan hesitated. But that tree's branches are so dense. The balcony is always covered in leaves, and they often blow into the room. It doesn't matter. It can block the sunlight. Yi Kong replied enthusiastically. Fong Sivan suddenly remembered something, her voice lowering. You don't like sunny rooms? I'm sorry, Xiao Kong. I thought you would, so I chose that room for you at the Yi house. Yi Kong fell silent, her smile fading. She stood upstairs, quietly watching Fong Sivan for a few seconds, then broke into a smile again. It's okay, I forgive you. With that, she turned and ran down the hallway shouting, Sis, hurry up and give the property deed to Mom. I'll have the director send my luggage tonight. Yi Jin yelled upstairs, You little brat. Who do you think you're ordering around? And who are you to forgive Mom? Yi Tingchu was momentarily stunned by the natural and cheerful Sis. She had been called Sis by Yi Baozhu and Yi Zhen for years, but why did this one feel different, like it was her first time being a sister? Yi Haichuan initially planned to stay for dinner but was persuaded to leave by Fong Sivan. She explained, Even though Mom is resting, Baozhu is still at home. If you all eat here, she'll be alone at the dinner table and she'll feel sad. Guilt flickered in Fong Sivan's eyes. I can't divide my attention from Xiao Kong right now, but I don't want Baozhu to think we've abandoned her. Given time, the sisters will definitely resolve their misunderstandings and get along well. Reluctantly, Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingchu went back. Only Yi Jin shamelessly stayed behind, much to Yi Kong's annoyance. I just want to have dinner with Mom alone. Why are you still here, Yi Jin? Yi Kong's voice was filled with obvious dissatisfaction. She turned to her mother, her tone softening. Can't I just have dinner with Mom? Yi Jin stared coldly at Yi Kong, a flicker of anger in her eyes. She lowered her voice, enunciating each word clearly. And another thing, you call Dad Mom and sister so naturally, but why do you only address me by my full name? Do you have any manners? Yi Kong avoided Yi Zhan's gaze and silently walked towards the kitchen. She muttered to herself, as if trying to escape the awkward moment. What should we have for dinner tonight? It has to be something special. From behind her, Yi Zhen shouted, Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Scene change. The Yi family's car was parked by the roadside on their way home. The streetlights shone through the windows, and the distant fountain lights glittered like gold dust in the night, casting flickering shadows on the faces of the father and daughter. Yi Tingchu broke the silence, her voice low. Dad, the question Yi Zhen just asked, I want to know the answer to. She paused and then continued. You must have looked into it, right? How did Yi Kong live before? Leaning back in his seat, Yi Haichuan gazed out the window. He spoke slowly. The investigation yielded very ordinary results, just as we had imagined. She grew up in an orphanage and never left. That orphanage didn't experience anything unusual, just a transition from poverty to wealth and then back to poverty. He went on to explain, Wahaxian is a small town that makes a living from flower farming. Years ago, due to some news events, It became infamous for its poverty nationwide and immediately received aid from wealthy benefactors. Several companies initiated charitable projects there, gaining considerable fame, including the Jiang family. The orphanage where Shao Kong stayed was one of the beneficiaries. Yi Haituan suddenly paused, as if something had just occurred to him. Yi Tingchu lowered her head, her eyes sinking into the shadows. Her voice turned cold, but I suddenly remembered, speaking of charity, I immediately thought of it. I remember the name Wahaxian Dad. Didn't something else happen there? Wasn't there a big scandal back then? About the girls in the orphanage. About 6 or 7 years ago, when Weibo was just beginning to rise in popularity, an artist named Yuan Xiaoqi quietly gained fame. Unlike many other artists who focused on drawing trendy characters in the anime style, Yuan Xiaoqi's artwork was unique, capturing the fleeting moments of everyday life with delicate strokes. In just 6 months, Yuan Xiaoqi committed to daily updates online, and his fanbase skyrocketed to 5 million, making him a hot topic on the internet. Fans affectionately called him the doctor of the anime world because his works always provided emotional comfort. Working overtime until dawn, I felt on the verge of collapse, but one look at Xiaoqi's drawings made me feel that life was worth it again. He is my mental remedy. Whenever I feel hopeless, Xiaoqi's world helps me rediscover the beauty in life. Xiaoqi's warm perspective helps us see the world anew. Amidst such acclaim, Yuan Xiaoqi quietly began serializing his first and only short comic. The story centered on a group of children living in an orphanage. Although the setting might sound somewhat sorrowful, Yuan Xiaoqi's warm and delicate touch made these orphans appear lively and adorable, full of childlike wonder. The subtle sadness in the comic was balanced by numerous heartwarming, everyday scenes, and even the simplest plots could evoke strong emotional resonance from readers. After just 5 updates, the comic titled Brilliant Peter Pan became a sensation online. Thousands of readers started eagerly following it, creating fan works, and countless fans joyfully declared they had discovered a hidden gem. As the story progressed, it reached a pivotal moment, the much-anticipated visit of a philanthropist who had been hinted at since the first chapter. The children had been diligently practicing singing, dancing, and poetry recitation for this day, leading to many amusing incidents. When the philanthropist finally arrived, the long-awaited performance moment came. Readers eagerly awaited more childlike jokes or deeply touching scenes. Yuan Xiaoqi did not disappoint, delivering heartwarming moments. However, some sharp-eyed readers began to notice an inexplicable sense of unease. Is it just me, or does the content Xiao mentioned about chatting with the uncle seem off? Strange. Why is the philanthropist meeting each child individually instead of talking with the director? Aren't the children's clothes changed every 2 days? Why did Xiao Si change into a new, expensive-looking outfit after just half a day? From an art student's perspective, Xiaoqi made many detailed changes in this chapter. There are more shadows on the characters, and the children often have their faces turned away or shown from the back while chatting. I have a bad feeling about this. Most readers remained immersed in the heartwarming atmosphere, but some attentive ones sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, the comic continued to update regularly. As the plot progressed, more unsettling details were subtly woven into the seemingly warm daily life. The children were frequently taken away for private talks with the uncle, returning with expensive gifts and brand new clothes. Some children would suddenly fall ill and be bedridden for days, occasionally revealing bruises under their clothes during play. Despite this, the overall tone of the comic remained playful and heartwarming, with the orphanage's daily life still depicted as warm and amusing. However, the mood in the comments section had changed. No longer moved to tears, readers were now filled with a sense of foreboding. Some fans refused to believe it, frantically questioning Yuan Xiaoqi for the truth in the comments. Yet, Yuan Xiaoqi remained silent, and the story coldly continued. Until the final chapter update. A new character visitor who accidentally stumbled upon the secluded orphanage appeared. He first played with the children in the sunny yard, and was encouraged to leave graffiti on the wall. As he hummed a tune and tossed a black chess piece, preparing to leave, he inadvertently glanced through a dusty window. Inside, he saw a messy bed, scattered flower hair ties, crumpled children's clothes, and a patch of bare, bruised skin. The visitor's eyes widened involuntarily, and he leaned closer to the window. Just as he was about to see the child's face clearly, a pair of murky eyes suddenly appeared before him. In the second-to-last panel of the comic, a giant eyeball of a monster was depicted. It was stuck in that mottled window, its murky, dirty pupils contracted to the extreme, bloodshot eyes filled with veins, glaring menacingly at the intruder like a predator. The final panel of the comic depicted a black chess piece falling onto a dusty floor, silently breaking a corner against a stark white background. The story abruptly ended, with a cold note in the bottom right corner. This story is based on true events. Yuan Xiaoqi illustrator. Yi Tingchu sat in the car, turned on the air conditioning, and memories flooded back. That summer, this comic sparked a sensational public outcry. The artist became an overnight sensation, amassing millions of fans. Police stations across the country received numerous reports as people frantically searched for clues from the comic, trying to piece together the real story. Hackers got involved, revealing the artist's IP address and drawing attention to a Hoxian. Authorities quickly dispatched an investigation team, and the final results caused a massive stir among the nation's elite, even affecting the Jiang family. Yi Tingqiu frowned, recalling the details of that time. She suddenly realized a crucial point. At the time of the incident, the orphanage where Yikong was located was not the implicated institution. Yi Haichuan interrupted her thoughts, adding, "My investigation shows that Yikong's orphanage was very poor and mainly took in disabled children. More importantly, I had an online conversation with Director Sun, and he doesn't seem like someone who would be involved in such transactions." Yi Tingqiu relaxed slightly, letting out a long breath. However, Yi Haichuan's tone shifted, but Yikong's personality clearly wasn't shaped in an ordinary environment. "I suspect there's a problem with the investigation results, and will arrange for a re-examination." He looked at Yi Tingqiu calmly. "You changed your schedule at the last minute today, didn't you? Continue with your trip tomorrow. I'll handle things at home." Yi Tingqiu nodded in agreement, restarted the car, and drove towards the Yi residence. As night fell, the headlights cut through the darkness, her heart still filled with doubts and worries. On the other side, Yikong nestled into the soft sofa, waiting for dinner while she focused on her drawing. Her brush danced across the paper, recreating the cityscape she had seen at Yanxiao Slope earlier today, with some imaginative elements added in. Once finished, she carefully placed her artwork into the draft box. Just then, the city news was playing on the TV. In preparation for the upcoming Shengshou Cup Go tournament at the Cultural Center, the genius player Yuanya will arrive in Yuzhou City tomorrow afternoon. 5,000 tickets for the meet and greet were sold out in just 16 seconds, the news anchor announced. "It's Yuanya." Fong Sivan suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Xiaokong, do you know him? He's a very popular Go player with tons of fans." Without raising her head, Yikong replied flatly, "No, I don't." Yi Zhan scoffed and said mockingly, "Mom, she hasn't even watched any of my shows. How can you expect her to be interested in such niche hobbies?" Fong Sivan retorted nonchalantly, "It's not that niche anymore. Ever since Yuanya won the world championship, many Go clubs have opened all over the country. Even here in Yuzhou, there are quite a few Go interest classes now." She turned to Yikong, asking gently, "Xiaokong, are you interested in Go? If you are, I can get tickets for you and your dad to go and watch." Yikong continued drawing, replying briefly, "Not interested." Seeing Fong Sivan's disappointed expression, she hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Does dad like Go?" "Yes, he does." Fong Sivan's eyes lit up. "Your dad loves playing Go. Don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. He's actually a fan of Yuanya." Yikong was taken aback by this revelation and suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. Dinner was ready soon enough. At the dining table, Fong Sivan asked Yikong about her plans for the near future. "There's still some time before the new school term starts. Do you have anything you'd like to do? If you want to make more friends, I can arrange some gatherings for you. You can make a guest list yourself, or you could come with me to various salons. Of course, you could also choose to hang out with your brother and sister." She added with a bit of concern, "But your sister is a workaholic. Even if you follow her, you'll probably end up spending a lot of time alone." Yi Zhen interjected sarcastically, "Yeah, our sister is so busy. You'd better not bother her. Besides, aren't you old enough to play by yourself? Do you really need someone to keep you company?" "Yi Zhen." Fong Sivan scolded sternly. Yikong calmly finished a chicken wing, spat out the bone, and said coolly, "I want to hang out with Yi Zhen." Yi Zhen's spoon clattered onto the table. Fong Sivan, however, looked pleasantly surprised. "That's great. It's rare for you to want to spend time with your brother." "I don't." Yi Zhen started to protest but was cut off by Fong Sivan. "You could also join me, but I worry you might find it boring. Your brother, on the other hand, because of his job, is surrounded by young people, most of whom are quite good-looking," Fong Sivan said enthusiastically. "Coincidentally, your brother is about to start filming a variety show. You could visit the set, see what it's like, and maybe even make some celebrity friends. Isn't it said that kids your age love entertainment gossip?" I said. Yi Zhen slammed his chopsticks onto the table. "Is anyone listening to me? You all are being too much. Is the second child in this family just supposed to have no rights?" He turned to glare at Yikong, who said, "You could tag along with me? I'm busy with work and don't have time to babysit." "Yi Zhen." Fong Sivan smacked the back of his head, giving him a stern but slightly pleading look. Yi Zhen had no comeback. After a moment, he rolled his eyes and shot a cold glance at Yikong, which she noticed but ignored. After dinner, Yi Zhen cornered Yikong when Fong Sivan wasn't around. His face was expressionless as he coldly asked, "Why do you want to follow me? You clearly prefer being with Mom, and I'm the person you dislike the most in this family, right?" "You're very self-aware," Yikong said, looking away to the inky blue night outside. "But if I stay with Mom all the time, I wouldn't know what to say, and I'd just look foolish. Who knew you cared so much about appearances?" Yi Zhen chuckled. though his eyes showed no warmth. If you care so much about your image, why not just be a good, obedient girl? Yikong looked at him deeply and said firmly, caring about my image doesn't mean I have to be fake. I'm not like you. I'm not an actor. Do you have a problem with my profession? You misunderstood, Yikong replied calmly. Then why do you hate me? Yi Zhen's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable grievance. Yikong glanced at him coldly and retorted, don't you hate me too? You've caused so much trouble for Yi Tingchu since you got home. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to hate you? Being this obsessed with your sister is downright creepy, and you still have the nerve to ask why I hate you. A vein bulged on Yi Zhen's forehead as he struggled to suppress his anger. If you hate me so much, why do you keep following me around like a shadow? Yikong looked at him as if he were an idiot, a cold smile tugging at her lips. Got nothing better to do. Isn't it fun to annoy someone you dislike? The tension between the siblings was palpable, sparks ready to fly. Just then, Fong Sivan appeared in the living room, interrupting the impending argument. Yi Zhen, why are you still here? Fong Sivan asked with concern. Don't you have to get up early tomorrow? Go to bed already. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. The sparks were instantly doused. Yi Zhen, dejected, was ushered out the door by Fong Sivan's constant nagging. Yikong, meanwhile, curled back up on the sofa, staring blankly at the door for a few seconds before suddenly grabbing some paper and starting to sketch the night scene outside. When Fong Sivan returned to the living room, Yikong had just finished the last stroke. The drawing depicted a crescent moon illuminating the silhouettes of a mother and child walking together. Xiao Kong, Fong Sivan called out with a smile as she approached her. Yikong looked up to see her mother speaking in a gentle, dignified tone. Xiao Kong, what time do you usually go to bed? Like many young people today, Yikong had long developed the habit of staying up late. She silently lowered her head and wrote down the date on the paper, trying to dodge the question. Fong Sivan leaned in closer, her tone understanding. Xiao Kong, I've noticed that you always pretend not to hear when you don't want to answer a question. But this also means you like staying up late, doesn't it? That won't do. From now on, I'll make sure you go to bed early and get up early. Yikong felt as if she'd been struck by lightning and collapsed onto the sofa, burying her head deep into the cushions. Fong Sivan sighed and shook her head before leaving the room. Thinking she had dodged a bullet, Yikong was jolted awake by loud knocking the next morning. She groggily opened her eyes and fumbled for her phone. It was 8:30 a.m. Yikong's vision went dark as she clutched her ears in agony, wishing she could block out the harsh reality. Breakfast consisted of meticulously prepared sandwiches and salads, with each ingredient carefully selected. Fong Sivan sat at the dining table, enthusiastically explaining the origin and unique features of each dish to Yikong. However, Yikong seemed distracted, mechanically chewing her food with a vacant expression. It wasn't until an auntie brought out a fragrant chocolate dessert that Yikong seemed to come to life, her eyes lighting up instantly. She eagerly picked up a spoon, her face beaming with anticipation. Kong really loves sweets, doesn't she? Fong Sivan said gently. Yikong nodded solemnly in agreement. But you shouldn't eat too many sweets, Fong Sivan added. They can make your blood sticky. Yikong paid no attention, focusing entirely on savoring every bite of the dessert, her face full of happiness. Watching her blissful expression, Fong Sivan couldn't help but smile, as if she were tasting the deliciousness herself. However, when Yikong asked for another serving, Fong Sivan's eyebrows furrowed. It seems Kong has no self-control when it comes to sweets. I'll have to keep an eye on you from now on. She shook her head, signaling the auntie to leave, and then announced, from now on, you can only have sweets in the morning. They're off limits at all other times. Yikong froze. For a moment, her eyes flashed with confusion and indifference, silently questioning Fong Sivan, who are you to control me? But soon she lowered her head and muttered, all right, if that's the price for being part of a family. What? Fong Sivan didn't catch her words. Nothing, Yikong replied, then carefully resumed savoring the remaining dessert. What could have been finished in a few bites took her nearly 10 minutes to complete. Fong Sivan watched Yikong's actions with increasing concern. Is she really that addicted to sweets? Maybe she should get her blood sugar checked. No way am I going to the hospital. Yikong finally snapped, glaring at Fong Sivan before storming away from the table. By noon, Yikong's luggage had finally arrived. A large truck pulled up to the villa, and delivery workers began unloading boxes and furniture under the scorching sun. Yikong stood in the shade, holding a bottle of ice water, silently observing the scene. She looked around. This wasn't just a neighborhood, it was a luxurious estate. The expansive lawn was dotted with winding paths, dense trees added a touch of coolness, and the sound of fountains and flowing water was constant. Though she knew nothing about landscape design, she could tell that everything here was opulent beyond her imagination. Watching her simple belongings from the county orphanage being placed in this priceless setting, Yikong felt a sense of surrealism. Was she really going to live here long term? Was she truly becoming a part of the Yi family? Despite being a decisive person who rarely wavered, Yikong felt a hint of uncertainty. Everything here was so extravagant. Even the air was filled with a sophisticated fragrance. She recalled someone once saying she was like a dandelionable to drift with the wind and take root anywhere. Though she disliked the analogy, that person knew her too well, making her unable to ignore their words. She began to doubt whether she could truly find a sense of belonging in this opulent environment and live the happy and contented life she had long desired. Leaning against the tree, she gazed at the castle-like villa, lost in thought. Dad, Mom, Sister Eugène. Could these people bound to her by blood really fulfill her expectations? A leaf fell, carried by the wind, spinning as it floated past. Yi Kong blew gently, sending the leaf away and revealing a slender figure approaching from a distance. She clicked her tongue softly and closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. But that didn't stop the person from coming up to her. Yi Baozhu, holding a parasol, looked at the busy delivery workers and asked, Sister, are they moving your things? I saw a lot of easels. You paint, don't you? Why not join me in the company as a designer? I can help you with the job. Seeing no response from Yi Kong, she continued, Sister, I heard one took you to Yanxiao Slope yesterday. That's the one family's private estate. Even Du Ruowei hasn't been there yet. She'll be furious when she finds out. You should be careful. She'll definitely target you more. Yi Baozhu sighed deeply, her tone becoming serious. Sister, are you really going to get engaged to Wen Can? Though he's indeed excellent in many ways, background, capability, everything's a cripple. If only he hadn't had that car accident. If he hadn't, maybe you wouldn't even need to come back. Yi Kong didn't open her eyes and spoke in a calm tone. Even now, are you still claiming that Mom and Dad brought me back to avoid wronging you? What exactly are you trying to prove? Yi Baozhu paused for a moment, then continued to smile as if she hadn't heard her sister's words. Sister, do you know? Everyone knows about Mom moving out of the Yi family home with you. Do you want to hear what they say about you? Homewrecker, Jinx. Bad luck, don't worry, I defended you. At that moment, the deliveryman finished his job. Yi Kong opened her eyes, signed the receipt, and then walked briskly towards the iron gate. Yi Baozhu followed closely, her mouth running non-stop. Oh, by the way, sister, I came to bake with Mom today. We've been having these weekly sessions for years, sometimes cooking, sometimes flower arranging. How about joining us? Just as she finished speaking, Yi Kong suddenly stopped. A fleeting look of mockery and triumph crossed Yi Baozhu's face as she stared haughtily at her sister, expecting to see anger or jealousy. However, when she met those still icy eyes, her smile froze. In the next instant, the iron gate was slammed shut in her face. Yi Baozhu stood there, stunned, locked outside. What do you mean? Yi Baozhu asked, but Yi Kong didn't respond. She merely glanced at her dismissively. That look hurt more than any words could. It was like a human looking at an ant, or a deity gazing down on a mortal. Yi Kong's eyes barely focused on her before moving away, as if Yi Baozhu had turned into mere specks of dust, insignificant and unnoticeable. Yi Baozhu's lips twitched involuntarily. Watching Yi Kong's retreating figure, she slowly revealed a twisted smile. Of course, I get it. You don't want me to see Mom. Fine by me. She looked up at the scorching sun and coldly put away her parasol. Her slender frame stood straight at the gate, appearing fragile, but her eyes, fixed on Yi Kong's back, were filled with 1,000 poisonous needles, sharp and cold. I was just worried about breaking the stalemate. Thank you for handing me the opportunity, Yi Baozhu muttered to herself. Yi Kong couldn't hear her, and even if she did, she would have ignored it. Under the blazing sun, her face was as pale as snow, and the small mole on her left cheek only accentuated her aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Yi Kong walked into the house without hesitation and sat on the sofa. From this spot, she could easily see the figure standing motionless under the scorching sun through the window, but she never looked up. Time ticked by second. As Yi Baozhu stood under the scorching sun, her vision beginning to blur. The relentless heat bore down on her, soaking her clothes with sweat and plastering her hair to her cheeks. She kept glancing toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, where Yi Kong remained motionless. This sight ignited a fierce desire within her to turn around, return to the cool comfort of the Yi family mansion, and enjoy the air conditioning and the servants' massages. Yet, an even stronger urge kept her rooted to the spot. Every cell in her body screamed for the shade, but she was bound by a stubborn resolve. The blazing sun dried up her thoughts, leaving her with only the distant calm figure of Yi Kong in her blurred vision. He didn't even glance at her, as if she were utterly insignificant. Such hatred, such loathing. But in her days, Yi Baozhu thought, it didn't matter. She wouldn't be triumphant for long. Yi Baozhu silently screamed in her mind, don't you dare come and let me in. Don't you dare fear taking responsibility. Just stay there watching until I get heatstroke and collapse right here. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. She didn't know how long she had been thinking this way. When she could no longer see her surroundings clearly, a sliver of fear crept into her mind. Am I really going to die here? Why is Yi Kong so calm? Can't she see this is a ploy? Even if she knows, why would she let it happen? She hasn't even left the living room, pretending to be unaware. Isn't she afraid of making mom and dad angry? Isn't she afraid of being seen as heartless by the Yi family? Or does she not even fear my death? Maybe she even wishes for it? Under the scorching sun, Yi Baozhu shivered involuntarily. Thankfully, her brain had lost the ability to think normally, leaving her with only the instinctual repetition of, "Why haven't I fainted yet? Why haven't I fainted yet?" Just then, a faint sound of a door opening came from not far away, followed by the screech of car brakes. Perfect timing. Yi Baozhu managed a faint smile and finally allowed herself to succumb to the darkness. Fong Sivan stretched lazily as she came downstairs. Though the bedroom felt unfamiliar, the thought of her long-lost daughter being in the house made her nap particularly sweet. Seeing Yi Kong lounging on the sofa with a book, her mood lifted even more. "Sweetie, do you want some fruit? Mommy will cut some for you." Yi Kong paused before looking up. It was the first time anyone had called her sweetie. Meeting Fong Sivan's smiling eyes, she hesitated for a moment, then turned to look out the window. "What's wrong?" Fong Sivan asked as she walked to the sofa and followed Yi Kong's gaze. Her words caught in her throat. She saw the figure standing under the distant sun, her pupils contracting in shock. After a moment, she managed to speak. "Is that Baozhu?" Yi Kong responded with a soft "How long has she been standing there?" Fong Sivan's voice was dry and strained. Yi Kong, unfazed and cold, glanced at the time and replied, 2.5 hours. Fong Sivan opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Her body moved instinctively, rushing towards the door. She bumped into the coffee table, losing a shoe in the process, and stumbled as she opened the door, her figure a picture of desperation. As the door opened, a wave of heat hit her. Fong Sivan could no longer hold back, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, the frail figure trembled slightly and collapsed backward. At the same time, Yizhen's car pulled up outside. Although he wasn't sure what had happened, seeing Yi Baozhu fall made him panic. He rushed over and caught her. "She's burning up," Yizhen exclaimed upon touching her skin, immediately picking her up. "Is it a fever or heat stroke? What happened?" Fong Sivan's lips trembled as she clung to Yizhen's arm, her expression helpless. Yizhen pressed his lips together and carried Yi Baozhu into the villa. "Mom, call Dr. Zhou. She just gave Grandma some medicine and hasn't left yet." Yi Baozhu was temporarily placed on the living room sofa. The family doctor arrived quickly, diagnosing her with heat stroke. After some time spent cooling her down, her temperature finally dropped, but she remained unconscious. Severe heat stroke can be life-threatening. "You need to be more careful," the doctor admonished. "Miss Baozhu's health isn't great to begin with. This mustn't happen again." Fong Sivan sat on the sofa, applying an ice pack to Yi Baozhu, her head lowered, hiding her expression. Dr. Zhou couldn't help but glance at Yi Kong, who was sitting on the opposite sofa. As the Yi family's doctor, she had heard some rumors. Though she didn't know the details, it was clear that today's incident was related to the newly returned Yi Kong. To push someone to stand in the sun until they fainted, this young lady was indeed formidable. The Yi family had brought back more than just a daughter. They had welcomed a wolf into their home. As Dr. Zhou silently lamented, she suddenly met a pair of eyes. It was Yi Kong. The girl had been reading, but now she looked up without warning, her dark eyes seeming to see through the doctor's thoughts. But Yi Kong didn't care. She quickly looked away, as if discarding a piece of dead meat. Dr. Zhou froze, her fingers twitching before she quickly left. After the outsider left, the villa plunged into deeper silence. Yi Kong said nothing, Fong Sivan dared not speak, and Yizhen was still choosing his words. Only the sound of pages turning broke the quiet, as if nothing had happened. Finally, Yizhen couldn't bear it anymore. He strode over, grabbed Yi Kong by the wrist, and dragged her out of the room. Yi Kong, barefoot, stumbled as she was pulled along, unable to resist. Yizhen's grip was too strong. Fong Sivan watched them go, wanting to say something but ultimately turning away, her gaze resting on the still unconscious Yi Baozhu. Finally, a tear fell. Yi Kong was forcefully shoved aside, stumbling a few steps and nearly falling. She steadied herself, gently rubbing her wrist which bore red marks from the grip, and looked up at Yizhen. "What?" Before she could finish, a sharp slap interrupted her. Yi Kong's head turned, her pupils contracted, and she stood motionless like a statue. "What am I doing?" "I should be asking you what you're doing." Yizhen's face was expressionless, but his tone was icy. He stared down Yi Kong and continued. "I know you hate Yi Baozhu. Everyone in the Yi family knows that. We've all tolerated and understood it, but that doesn't mean we can allow you to abuse her, let alone try to kill her." Yizhen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Even if you bullied her occasionally in secret, I wouldn't care. But what are you doing? Do you want to torture her? Do you want her dead?" Yi Kong finally raised her hand to touch her cheek. Her thoughts seemed sluggish, and she responded slowly, "No, she wants to die herself." She looked directly at Yizhen, her tone still calm. "If it were you, locked outside in the scorching sun, would you leave or stay?" Who doesn't know she's playing the pity card? Yi Zhen let out a cold laugh, sharp as a blade. Even if we know she's playing the pity card, if there's even a 1% chance it could endanger her life, we should stop it. That's what normal people do. So you're saying that even if she's seeking death herself, I'm the one at fault for being a bystander, right? Yi Kong retorted. Yi Zhen gritted his teeth. She's not some stranger. She's the daughter our parents have raised for 20 years. She's the sister my sister and I have called our own for 20 years. Do you know how long 20 years is? Even a dog would become family, and she's 1,000 times more obedient and lovable than you. Yi Kong remained expressionless, tilting her head slightly. And what does that have to do with me? The question hit Yi Zhen like a hammer, rendering him speechless. Yi Kong continued, I told you yesterday. This house is my territory. Without my permission, no one is allowed in and you all agreed. I'm just enforcing my own rules, and you violated them within a day. Are you insane? Yi Zhen finally couldn't hold back his fury. He stepped forward, gripping Yi Kong's shoulders tightly as if trying to shake some sense into her. This is about a human life. No matter how much you hate her, you can't. If she doesn't value her own life, why should I? Yi Kong interrupted. Do you think I'm more normal than someone who would risk her life for pity? Or do you think I'm kind? Yi Zhen was silent for a moment, his grip on her shoulders tightening. Finally, he spoke slowly. Do you know who will be the most hurt and heartbroken by this? Mom. His voice was low and hoarse. She's tried so hard to get close to you, to make up for you, to love you. Yesterday, she chose you over the Yi family without hesitation, but what are you showing her today? Yi Kong's gaze wavered slightly. You're showing her two children tearing each other apart. Do you know how cruel that is for a mother? Under the scorching sun, Yi Zhen's blonde hair was soaked with sweat. He stood under the blazing heat and continued. Can you imagine standing out here for 2.5 hours in this temperature? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zhen noticed something odd. He'd only been standing for a few minutes and was already feeling the intense heat, his head seeming to steam. But Yi Kong showed no reactiono sweat, no redness, her skin still cool to the touch. Yeah. Yi Zhen began. Is it really that hot? Yi Kong interrupted. Huahua County averages 40 degrees in the summer. The orphanage had no air conditioning, and even the fans were often broken. 2.5 hours. She chuckled softly. I've spent 17 summers in that heat. Do you want to calculate how many hours that is? Yi Kong slowly raised her hand, prying Yi Zhen's fingers off her shoulders. Her slender fingers slid off his reddened knuckles, and in that moment, Yi Zhen felt a phantom pain as if his skin was being torn. Standing before him, Yi Kong touched her cheek again. The spot where she had been slapped was slightly red, and the small mole on her cheek made her look somewhat pitiable. You hit me, Yi Kong murmured, as if it took her a long time to process, or maybe she could only now express the shock in words. She covered her face, staring at the man before her, and spoke slowly. The last time I was hit was 10 years ago. Yi Zhen's fingers twitched involuntarily. Logic told him he hadn't done wrong, but a complex feeling surged within him, making his fingertips tingle from the slap he had delivered. Yi Kong took a step forward, tilting her head slightly to meet Yi Zhen's eyes directly. Her voice was calm yet firm. I could have retaliated tenfold, but considering our blood relation, I'll let it go this time. Her gaze sharpened. But this is the only time, Yi Zhen. Don't lay a hand on me again. I'm not here to beg for family affection, and you have no right to lecture me from a pedestal. With that, Yi Kong turned and walked into the villa. As she passed the sofa, she paused slightly, her eyes falling on Fong Sivan. Fong Sivan lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. Yi Kong looked at her back, her tone cold. When she wakes up, tell her to leave. Remember, if this happens again, I will make the same choices today. Tell her if she's not afraid of death, she can try again. Fong Sivan visibly trembled. Yi Kong said no more and headed upstairs. On the sofa, Yi Baozhu, who had been pretending to sleep, could no longer keep up the act. She slowly opened her eyes, tears welling up. In a voice filled with sorrow and despair, she asked, Mom, I think I heard what sister said. Are you really going to stay here forever? Will I never get to see you again? Fong Sivan held her daughter's hand, unable to respond. Yi Baozhu couldn't hold back any longer, and tears rolled down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. At that moment, Yi Zhen walked in from outside, meeting Yi Baozhu's tear-filled eyes. Choking back her sobs, she said, Brother, thank you for saving me earlier. I really thought I was going to die. Yi Zhen approached with a blank expression, first helping Fong Sivan to her feet, then looking down at Yi Baozhu, his tone icy. If that's the case, why did you stand outside for so long? I thought you would open the door. Yi Baozhu cried even harder, but Yi Zhen remained unmoved. He even let out a sarcastic smile. Really? So you have a good impression of Yi Kong? Even though she exposed your true colors at the party, humiliating you in front of your friends and causing Grandma to faint from anger. And yet, you still expect her to treat you kindly? Baozhu, I never thought you were such a saint, repaying evil with good. Yi Baoju's smile froze, and a wave of panic surged in her heart. She couldn't help but begin to resent Yi Zhen. Why had things turned out so differently from what she had expected? Even though she had truly used the self-harm tactic and fainted, wasn't Yi Kong's indifference even more unforgivable? Why did Yi Zhen have to nitpick the victim's faults? Instinctively, she reached out and grabbed Fong Sivan's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Mom, I was just impulsive and didn't think it through. If I could do it over, I would never be so stubborn. Fong Sivan sighed deeply, picked up a glass of water, and handed it to Yi Baozhu. Yi Baozhu obediently took it and drained it in one gulp. She clung tightly to Fong Sivan's hand, her weak body trembling slightly, but she ignored it, her face filled with concealed worry. Mom, please come back with me. I'll beg Grandma to let my sister stay. Don't live alone with her. At least let my brother or sister come to stay with you. Fong Sivan was taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Yi Baozhu avoided her gaze, looking down and gripping the hem of her dress tightly. After a long pause, she finally spoke with difficulty. I'm not trying to speak ill of her, but... She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. I still think her personality is very dangerous. I know I'm just an adopted daughter and have no right to say this. But the Yi family has raised me for 20 years. I can't help but worry from a family perspective. She slowed her speech, as if each word was being squeezed from the depths of her heart. Mom, Grandma may have a bad temper and be stubborn, but she actually cares a lot about us. Didn't you and Grandma have a good relationship before? But ever since my sister came back, Grandma has fainted several times from anger, and you moved out of the Yi family because of it. I'm really, really scared. She looked up, her face now covered in tears. I'm not afraid that you all will abandon me. I've lived in the Yi family for 20 years. I know what kind of people Mom and Dad are. I'm just afraid that the happy family I've had for 20 years will fall apart and never be the same again. Already dehydrated, her body weakened further from crying, Yi Baozhu swayed and fell into Fong Sivan's arms, mumbling, Mom, we used to be so happy. I wanted to share that happiness with my sister, but why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? Fong Sivan seemed struck by lightning, standing there frozen. After a long time, she gently stroked Yi Baozhu's hair and said softly, Baozhu, I'm sorry you've been wronged. Yi Baozhu looked up at her expectantly. Mom, do you agree to come back with me? Fong Sivan paused for a moment, then gently shook her head. The hope on Yi Baozhu's face instantly vanished. But Mom, I'm really worried. Precisely because of that, I need to stay with her and understand her. I need to know why she has this personality. Fong Sivan gave a somewhat sorrowful smile. Baozhu, you are a good child. I appreciate your understanding and know that you want to accept Xiao Kong and have her accept you. But Baozhu, she said with a troubled look, Xiao Kong should have spent those 20 happy years with the Yi family too. This statement felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over Yi Baozhu, freezing even her pitiful expression. Fong Sivan gave a bitter smile. You can think of me as a confused mother who, facing a rebellious daughter, doesn't know how to discipline and only tries to protect. I admit I'm incompetent, but this is the only way I can think of. She stood up. Baozhu, I'll have your brother take you back. Unless it's important, don't come here anymore. Xiao Kong does bear a lot of hostility towards you, and even if you get hurt because of her, it will be hard for me to seek justice for you. So you must protect yourself. Yi Baozhu looked at Fong Sivan in disbelief, her mouth twitching nervously. Mom, what do you mean? I mean, right now, I'm just a mother desperate to build a good relationship with her younger daughter. Yuan. She glanced at Yi Zhen. If you really care about me, don't come and cause trouble. With that, she turned and went upstairs. Yi Baozhu stood there in a daze for a long time before turning to Yi Zhen in shock. Brother, Mom. Yi Zhen looked even more shocked than she did. When I was rebellious, Mom never said anything like this. This is such a double standard. Meanwhile, Yi Kong's bedroom was piled high with delivery boxes, but she was too lazy to organize them. She lay on her bed, lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Wencan. Yi Kong looked at the screen, thinking it was gossip for the first message exchanged after sharing contact info. Given Wencan's usually elegant and reserved demeanor, she couldn't imagine his expression while gossiping. She didn't intend to respond, but remembering the card that allowed unlimited desserts, she reluctantly replied. The phone screen glowed softly. A pair of hands as beautiful as bone china typed away on the keyboard, sending messages one after another, filled with questions and enticement. But no matter what he sent, there was no reply from the other side. So cold, the man said with a low, slightly amused voice in the air. The person reclining on the lounge chair turned slightly and lifted an eyelid to glance at him. You, calling someone else cold? Looks like karma is caught up with you. Who would have thought? Wencan smiled, glancing at the brief replies. I've sent so many messages, and she has replied with no more than 30 words. If we got married, she'd be great at giving me the cold shoulder. The person on the lounge chair was silent for 2 seconds before suddenly sitting up. Young Master Wen, you've only known her for a few days and you're already dreaming about married life? Sunlight streamed through the half-open curtains into the room, casting a glow on the book resting on Wen Can's face. He slowly removed the book, revealing a sharply defined face with deep-set features. His eyes narrowed slightly, giving a lazy glance at the man opposite him. Are you sure you're just using her as a pawn? The man raised an eyebrow. Wen Can chuckled softly. Don't put it so harshly. We're in a mutually beneficial relationship. A mutually beneficial relationship, and you're already imagining her giving you the cold shoulder after marriage? When Ken was momentarily taken aback and frowned slightly, is that so unusual? The man laughed lightly, picking up an orange from the table and tossing it casually. For you it is. Seeing you like this, I'm starting to get curious about Yikong. When Can's expression turned serious instantly, it's quite impolite to be curious about someone else's fiancé. The man raised an eyebrow. Do you even realize how possessive you sound? Even if it's just a partnership, she's still technically my fiancé for now. Wenkin smiled faintly, his eyes a bit distant. Besides, I don't know why, but she seems somewhat familiar to me. Didn't you say you saw her at your grandfather's house? Not that kind of familiar. Wenkin trailed off, unable to find the right words. He wasn't even sure in his heart if the familiarity he felt was real. Shaking his head, he said, but none of that matters. What matters is I've already informed my family. I plan to hold the engagement ceremony within a year. The man stopped tossing the orange and turned to look at Wincan. What did your father say? Wincan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. If he reacted so easily, would I have had to endure for so many years? The setting sun bathed the balcony in a golden glow. Wincan sat in that golden light, his smile half-lit, his tone slow and deliberate. But it's okay. He will react eventually. After all, my fiancé is quite a force to be reckoned with. Gone was the gloomy facade. This was the Wincan people were most familiar with. Always smiling, his cold, pale skin and perfect features giving off an air of natural arrogance that was completely disarmed by his gentle demeanor, making everyone mistakenly think he was a kind person. Seeing the smile on his face, the other man let out a soft laugh and reclined back into the chair, lazily saying, "All right, then I'll wait and see the show." Meanwhile, news about Yikong was once again trending on the Yuzhou internet. Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingchu were naturally aware of the new developments at home, but neither of them said a word. In fact, Yi Haichuan had issued a strict order within the Yi residence not to inform the elderly Mrs. Yi about Yi Baozhu's fainting incident. With his command, even Yi Baozhu's second aunt, despite her dissatisfaction, dared not speak out. As for Yi Baozhu herself, she received a call from Yi Haichuan just as she returned to the Yi residence. Don't let your grandmother's relationship with Yikong deteriorate any further. Aside from possibly angering her into illness, it won't affect Yikong at all, he said decisively over the phone. You wouldn't want to completely lose your grandmother's protection, would you? Yi Baozhu gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white, and asked through gritted teeth, holding back tears, Dad, why are you doing this to me? Is blood relation really that important? Can it make you treat me like a stranger overnight? In the past, Yi Baozhu would never have dared to speak to him like this. Yi Haichuan wasn't an especially traditional father. He and Feng Xiban were deeply in love and often participated in family activities when not busy. But his naturally stern face, combined with the intimidating aura of long-held authority, made none of the three children dare to be close or affectionate with him. Yi Baozhu, being spoiled from a young age, was even more intimidated after being scolded by him a few times, to the point where she didn't dare raise her voice in his presence. This was probably the first time in many years that Yi Baozhu almost screamed into the phone, I've called you Dad for 20 years, and I've truly been your daughter for 20 years. But you've only met her a few times. And you're threatening me for her? Rather than a threat, consider it advice, Yi Haichuan said calmly, without a hint of regret in his voice. As you said, even if the blood relation is fake, the long 20 years we've spent together aren't. Precisely because of that, I want you to have a happy future. You favor Yikong so much, and you still say you want me to be happy. Do you know people can die from heat stroke? Yi Baozhu was almost sobbing uncontrollably. Dad, do you know what I was thinking before I fainted today? I was thinking if I could just die, I wouldn't have to suffer fear and pain for you anymore. I'm really hurting. I've never suffered like this in my entire life. After a long pause, a deep sigh came from the other end. The fact that you can say this to me means you still have endless hope that I, or even all the Yi family, would choose you over Yikong. I don't. Whether you do or not, let me tell you the outcome first, Yi Baozhu. It's impossibly as long as I'm here, the Yi family will never make that choice. Yi Haichuan's voice was as calm as still water, without a trace of emotion. His words cut like a cold blade, piercing Yi Baozhu's heart. Get a grip. Get along with Yikong and make sure she gets along with Grandma. This is your only way to regain stability in the Yi family. If you can't manage that, at least don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you'll be the one to pay the price. Yi Baozhu was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes but not falling. She murmured in disbelief. Why? Why treat me like this? Why be so heartless? Yi Haichuan's response hit her like a hammer. The only heartless one here is you, Yi Baozhu. Change your mindset now, and you can still be the cherished daughter of the Yi family. He quickly ended the suffocating conversation with one last admonition. Don't make your mother sad. The call ended, leaving Yi Baozhu staring blankly at her phone screen. After a long moment, she slowly turned to look at Yi Zhen in the driver's seat, her voice trembling. Brother, isn't it Yi Kong who's making mom sad? Yi Zhen looked at his sister's face. Over the years, he had seen her in both obedient and haughty moods, but never this despondent. Any trace of anger he had felt dissipated instantly. He pulled out a few tissues and handed them to her, turning his face away as he spoke slowly. You've both made her sad. But with Yi Kong, Mom feels endless guilt. You said you wanted to share 20 years of happiness with Yi Kong, but that happiness was rightfully hers to begin with. You just happened to live the life that was meant for her. Compared to her, growing up Waknoshire, it's Yi Kong who truly breaks our hearts. Yi Baozhu's realization dawned on her, regret flashing in her eyes. She silently cursed herself. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have said that. I only succeeded in stirring up Mom's memories, forgetting that these were exactly what Yi Kong lacked. Instead, I just handed her a sympathy card. How unlucky. She hung her head and whispered in her defense. But if she grew up to be so unruly, doesn't that mean she had a pretty good life? If no one spoiled her, she wouldn't have turned out this way. Yi Zhen had no response to that. He could only offer some comfort. Alright, your health isn't great to begin with. Don't overthink it. Go back and get some rest. The two of them entered the Yi residence one after the other. Meanwhile, Yi Haichuan, having ended the call, looked up at the building in front of him. The words, flower box, had just left his lips when an elderly man with graying hair stepped out. Yi Haichuan straightened his tie and walked forward with unprecedented respect, slightly bowing as he extended his hand. You must be Director Sunday. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I'm Yi Kong's biological father, Yi Haichuan. Compared to the vast expanse of Yuzhou, Huahai County is a pitifully small and impoverished place. Although years of support have lifted it from being the poorest county in the country, in the eyes of businessmen like Yi Haichuan, it remains a city with no prospects. The Huahai orphanage is located on the outskirts of the county, nestled against rolling hills and surrounded by a few scattered old residential buildings. The arrival of Yi Haichuan and his entourage instantly shattered the tranquility of the area. Dressed in a sharp suit, with a similarly dressed secretary and bodyguards following him, his brand-new Maybach parked by the roadside stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated orphanage. Two curious little heads peeked out from the security booth, staring in their direction. The children cheered and waved as the headmaster, an elderly man, walked out with a brisk stride. Grandpa! Grandpa, they called. The headmaster smiled and waved back before turning his gaze to Yi Haichuan. You must be headmaster's son? Yi Haichuan bowed respectfully. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm Yi Kong's biological father, Yi Haichuan. You can just call me Xiao Yi. Surprisingly, the seemingly kind and amiable old headmaster didn't respond immediately. His eyes, hidden behind reading glasses, scrutinized Yi Haichuan up and down before he chuckled meaningfully. You're quite late. A father like you probably won't earn Sure Yi's trust in a lifetime. These words sent a jolt through Yi Haichuan, who had just straightened up, causing his calm demeanor to waver slightly. His secretary behind him raised an eyebrow, glaring sharply at the blunt headmaster. No one had ever dared to speak so harshly to his boss before. Before Yi Haichuan could respond, the headmaster had already changed the subject. He patted the heads of two shy children behind him and pointed to the security booth. Would you like to go inside? Sure, I used to love hanging out there. Yi Haichuan hesitated, but the two children suddenly became excited. Shuri! Is Shuri coming back, Grandpa? When is she coming back? I have a drawing I want to show her. The headmaster gently reassured them. Didn't I tell you? Shuri probably won't be back for a long time. Really? When will she come back? The children lowered their heads in disappointment. I wanted her to teach me how to write. The headmaster gave Yi Haichuan a meaningful look. That depends on what kind of person this uncle is. If he's a good father, Shuri might take a long time to come back. If he's not a good father, Shuri might come back very soon. The two innocent children immediately clung to Yi Haichuan's trousers, pleading naively, Uncle, can you be a bad father? We want Shuri to come back. Yi Haichuan was momentarily speechless, and the headmaster quickly shooed the children away. Watching the two children run off hand in hand, Yi Haichuan tentatively asked, do they really like Xiao Kong? Xiao Kong? Oh, you mean Shuri, the headmaster chuckled. Yes, all the children in the orphanage like her. Really? Yi Haichuan mused. It seems she's very different here compared to at the Yi family. The headmaster paused, then burst into laughter. You don't think she's a well-behaved, understanding child here, do you? The ideal big sister in the children's eyes. Isn't she? Yi Haichuan asked, puzzled. Of course not. Shuri isn't the type to change herself based on her environment, the headmaster said, pointing into the distance. Those two kids, one learned calligraphy from her, the other learned painting. They've both been brought to tears by her harsh critiques at least 10 times in a year. There's not a single child in the orphanage who hasn't been made to cry by her. Yi Haichuan and his secretary exchanged glances, speechless at the old man's almost proud expression. You mentioned earlier that Shao Kahn liked to stay in the security booth? Yi Haichuan tried to change the subject. Yes, the headmaster explained as they walked. The orphanage didn't have a security booth initially. It was built later with some funding, but it was abandoned after a few years. Since then, Shuri loved to hang out there. They arrived at the security booth. The small booth had a large window, offering a view of the vehicles and pedestrians outside the orphanage gate. Yi Haichuan walked around the window and stepped through the narrow doorframe, immediately freezing in place. From the outside, the small and shabby security booth seemed unremarkable. However, inside, it housed a meticulously crafted desk that stood level with the window and an old, wide, and soft sofa. The interior was spotless, as if someone had taken great care to maintain it daily. Yet, the most striking feature was not the furniture, but the continuous floral patterns adorning the walls. The flowers were so lifelike that they created an illusion of being surrounded by a blooming garden. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these were drawn with colored pencils. From the floor up to the reachable ceiling, an array of flowers stretched endlessly, as if swaying gently in a breeze. In this confined space, the flowers bloomed endlessly, almost whispering in the wind. Dean's son walked to the desk and bent down to retrieve an old notebook from a drawer. These were all drawn by she, he explained. After this place was abandoned, she volunteered to become the security guard for a while, responsible for registering visitors. Let me find it. He flipped through the notebook and soon found the page he was looking for. Here, he pointed to the handwriting. From this point on, the latter half of the notebook is all her work. It was during this time that she transformed this place, and it gave me quite a surprise. Yi Haichuan took the notebook. The yellowed pages were filled with names and phone numbers recorded in various colored pencils. As he turned each page, he seemed to fall into a peculiar enchantment. Amid the rustling of the pages, he envisioned a little girl. Her small frame sat by the large window, handing a notebook and pencil to every newcomer, softly saying, "Please register your name and phone number." "Thank you." A breeze carrying the scent of flowers flowed through the window, flipping the pages with a rustling sound. This sound, akin to waves, gradually drowned out the ethereal figure bathed in sunlight. Yi Haichuan closed the notebook and suddenly asked, "Can I have this notebook?" Dean's son paused, then smiled and shook his head. "You still have plenty of time to create memories with her. Let this little piece remain with an old man like me." He carefully placed the notebook back into the drawer and continued, "Every trace she left in the flower box is precious. Even the children take it upon themselves to protect and organize everything she left behind." "You shouldn't say things like that. It would worry the kids." He stood up and headed for the door. "Come on, let's go to the office to talk." The flower box wasn't always called the flower box. Yi Haichuan followed the old director through the orphanage courtyard, the gravel path crunching softly beneath their feet. The warm spring sunlight bathed them, and the distant laughter of children playing floated through the air. The elderly man walked with his hands behind his back, occasionally greeting the children they passed with a kind smile. "This place used to be called Blue Sky Orphanage," the old man said as they walked. "It wasn't until we received some funding that we had the chance to rename it. Funny enough, the name Flower Box was actually suggested by..." The old man paused, pointing to a tall pear tree not far away, where dappled sunlight danced on the ground. "I still remember that day vividly. A reporter had come to interview us and gave the kids the task of renaming the orphanage. They set up their cameras, hoping to capture the kids playing under the tree." His eyes grew distant, as if he were transported back to that springtime. Back then, the pear blossoms were in full bloom. Most of the kids were racking their brains, coming up with all sorts of names. But she was sitting by herself, fiddling with something. It wasn't until the others were almost arguing that someone thought to ask her. Yi Haichuan listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the pear tree, as if he could see the scene from years ago. She looked up and said, "Don't call it an orphanage. This is my home, my flower box." The old man's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. She was sitting under the tree, her black hair lifted by the breeze, revealing her pale face. A small mole on her face was just in the shadow of the leaves, making her look a bit displeased. And then, Yi Haichuan couldn't help but ask. She picked up the wooden box she'd been fiddling with and opened the lid, the old man continued. A gust of wind sent countless pale pink petals flying out of the box, covering her hair and cheeks before swirling away towards the hillside. Someone laughed and pinched her nose, saying, "Comparing yourself to a flower, you're shameless." The old man mimicked the tone of that moment. She leaned back to avoid the hand and fell into the grass, saying, "You're the shameless one. I just like the name." Yi Haichuan could imagine the scene. Under the sunlight, petals swirling, the little girl lying in the grass with a radiant smile. The old man lingered by the pear tree for just a moment before leading Yi Haichuan onwards. As they turned a corner, a massive mural suddenly came into view, causing both Yi Haichuan and his secretary to gasp. The entire wall seemed to be bathed in sunlight, depicting a scene of rushing wind, an endless sea of flowers, and a sky filled with petals. Even with Yi Haichuan's extensive experience, he had to admit this was a masterpiece. Every flower, every breeze was imbued with a lively spirit, blurring the line between reality and fantasy. This was also painted by Shi, the director explained, noticing their reaction. To prove that her chosen name was the best, she painted flowers all over the orphanage. Even though you can't see it from the outside, everyone who's been here knows that our flower box is truly a box filled with flowers. Entering the office, the director opened a window and sat down on the guest sofa. Now, let's talk, he said, looking directly at Yi Haichuan. You came here out of the blue. What do you want to know? Yi Haichuan sat opposite, his eyes scanning the empty teapot as he calmly replied, everything about Xiaokong's past. The old director snorted. You didn't come when you first learned about her identity, but now you're here. Did she cause some trouble at your place that you can't handle? There's nothing the Yi family can't handle, Yi Haichuan said. I just realized her upbringing might be quite unusual, so I wanted to learn more. Basically, you found out you couldn't control this child, right? The old director bluntly pointed out. If she had been ordinary, you wouldn't have bothered to come, would you? Yi Haichuan didn't deny it. I won't deny that. If Yi Kong were a straightforward child, I could easily imagine her upbringing without coming here. The old director initially showed a dissatisfied expression, then replaced it with a mischievous grin. But unfortunately, she and ordinary are complete opposites. Even I, who raised her for over a decade, can't claim to fully understand her. Over a decade? Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you find her when she was a baby? The old director's expression suddenly turned serious. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, I was indeed the one who found her initially, but I didn't stay here the entire time. The director took a deep breath, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. He began to speak slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. It was around the time she was 6 or 7 years old that my son passed away. The old man's shoulders trembled slightly as he continued. I was devastated by the loss and resigned from my position as director. My wife and I moved to another city. We didn't return until 3 years later. At this point, the former director hunched his already stooped back further, covering his face with his hands, his voice choked with emotion. That was the decision I regret most in my life. When I left, Xiaoshi was still able to communicate normally and was healthy. But when I came back, she was emaciated and completely refused to interact with anyone. Yi Haichuan's pupils constricted sharply, his mind flashing through all the news reports he had read about the orphanage in Huahao County. His fingers unconsciously gripped the armrest of his chair, almost standing up in agitation. The former director, noticing his emotional change, immediately waved his hand. It's not what you think. It has nothing to do with those news stories. Yi Haichuan forced down his surging emotions, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Go on. The former director's expression turned bitter as he slowly revealed the truth. It was bullying, something very common in orphanages. He paused, then continued, Mr. Yi. You should know that people who stand out too much in a crowd generally face 2 kinds of treatment. They are either adored or completely ostracized. In those 3 years, Xiaoshi faced the latter. The old man's gaze grew deep, as if recalling the past, but she was the type who never backed down and always sought revenge. If anyone bullied her, she would retaliate in kind, if not tenfold. He sighed and continued, but Xiaoshi was too smart. Her methods of retaliation made her seem like a complete little monster in the eyes of the then director. So, in the end, not just the children, but even the director and teachers treated her as someone to be bullied at will. The former director's voice was filled with deep remorse. No matter how smart she was still just a child. On one side was the entire orphanage, on the other was Xiaoshi, who refused to concede or bow down. This struggle went on for 3 years. By the time I returned, Xiaoshi had become completely uncommunicative. Outside, the laughter and playful shouts of children from downstairs could still be heard, forming a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere inside the room. The scorching afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting Yi Haichuan's shadow on the floor. He sat in silence, like a long frozen statue, the former director's every word echoing in his mind. Monster. The wind blew through the barbed wire, carrying the scent of earth. A girl stood among the dandelions, her dress stained with dirt. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Monster. Lunatic. Die, you freak. No one will ever adopt you. No wonder your parents and the headmaster abandoned you. Serves you right. Countless small hands reached through the wire, clutching stones and hurling them at the girl. She hung her head, letting the wind play with her skirt and black hair, until all she could hear was her own breathing. Looking down, she saw only green stems and trampled dandelions. Those small hands began to throw dirt at her again. Her vision grew lower, the surroundings darker. Amidst silver bell-like laughter, the footsteps gradually receded. Only the sound of the wind and the cicadas remained within the wire fence, with no one in sight. As night fell, a lone star appeared. The girl looked up at the sky, as if this night would never end. Suddenly, a flash of white light stung her eyes. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing on the floor, clutching a sharp knife. Blood dripped from the blade, rising as crimson steam from the ground. In the corner, pairs of terrified eyes stared at her, twisted with fear. She walked forward through the bloodstains, surrounded by silent screams. "Monster! Stay away! Lunatic! You really are a lunatic!" At that moment, a gentle voice called from a distance. "Xiao Kong? Xiao Kong? Come down for dinner. Mom made something delicious. Wanna try it?" The girl turned blankly and saw a sliver of dawn under the crescent moon. "Xiao Kong? Kong Kong? Sweetie, come down for dinner." When Yi Kong opened her eyes, she saw the ceiling painted with the hues of sunset, momentarily forgetting where she was. It wasn't until the door was knocked again, and Fong Sivan's voice kept calling her name, that she came back to reality. Yi Kong sat up and pressed her temples. She didn't respond immediately but listened to Fong Sivan's repeated calls, a thought suddenly popping into her mind. If she never answered, would Fong Sivan keep calling her name forever? Just then, the knocking grew louder. Fong Sivan's tone turned impatient. "Yi Kong, get up for dinner. If you don't come out, I'm going to break the door down. Do you know how important it is to eat on time? Don't end up with a stomach problem like your brother. Are you getting up or not? Are you opening the door or not?" Fong Sivan continued. "Are you mad at me? I haven't even gotten mad at you yet. You can't just watch someone faint and not call an ambulance. I'm telling you, I have my limits too. I'll count to 3, and if you don't come out." Before she could finish, the door suddenly opened. The hallway light spilled into the messy bedroom. Yi Kong looked up at Fong Sivan, her gaze as cold as the Milky Way. Fong Sivan fell silent, took a step back and awkwardly smiled. "Well, dinner's ready. Come down and eat." Yi Kong didn't move but calmly asked, "Are you angry?" Under her daughter's icy gaze, Fong Sivan lost her confidence and looked away, saying, "No, how could I be angry with you? I just want you to come out and eat." Yi Kong lowered her eyes and said, "I'll wash my face." She didn't close the door but walked straight to the bathroom. Fong Sivan stood at the door, glancing around the room and asked, "Why haven't you unpacked these packages? Do you need help?" Yi Kong briefly replied, "No." Fong Sivan asked again, "There are so many easels. Do you want me to set up a studio for you?" "Yes," Yi Kong replied. Fong Sivan immediately perked up. "Great. Do you have any specific requirements for the studio?" "Not really." The water stopped, and Yi Kong walked up to Fong Sivan. "I remembered." Water droplets slid off her eyelashes, down her cheek, and paused at the corner of her lips. Yi Kong looked steadily at Fong Sivan and said, "I want a window that can see the stars, preferably a big one. Can you do that?" Tears suddenly welled up in Fong Sivan's eyes. She turned to wipe them away and smiled. "Of course. You can have it as big as you want. Let's talk more over dinner. I cooked it myself." Yi Kong watched Fong Sivan's retreating figure, tilted her head slightly, and followed her downstairs. In an orphanage in another city, Director Sun sighed deeply and said to Yi Haichuan, "That's all I can tell you about those 3 years. I came back too late, and I don't know the details." Yi Haichuan asked, "Did her condition improve after you returned?" "At least she wasn't bullied anymore," Director Sun replied with a bitter smile. "It took a very long time for her to call me grandpa again." Yi Haichuan suddenly said, "She said she only called you grandpa after she gave you a concussion." The director paused, awkwardly scratching his head. "That girl, she even told you that?" "Well, I've never had much authority as an elder in front of her. She used to pull my beard when she was little, so I stopped growing it." Yi Haichuan bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry. It seems she caused you a lot of trouble." The director retorted, "It's not your place to act like her parent. When I was cleaning up her messes, you didn't even know she existed." Yi Haichuan had no response. The old man quickly slumped his shoulders again, touching his nose, "But I have no right to criticize you. If I were her guardian, I wouldn't be very qualified either. Besides those 3 absent years, I even let her run away from home when she was 14. Haichuan frowned. "Ran away from home?" "For a whole year." The old man shook his head. "I searched for her for an entire year and couldn't find her. She came back on her own in the end." Yi Haichuan remained silent. Yi Haichuan spent an unusual night at the Flower Box Orphanage. This was entirely unplanned. He had originally booked a first-class ticket back to Yuzhou for that evening to make it in time for a company meeting the next morning. However, everything he heard in the director's office that day completely overturned his plans. By the time he came to his senses, he had already instructed Secretary Feng to cancel the morning meeting. Secretary Feng immediately asked if he needed a hotel reservation and began searching for high-end hourly workers on her phone. She explained, Flower Box County only has one 5-star hotel, and its facilities might not meet your standards. If you decide to stay, we might need to arrange for a thorough cleaning in advance. Although Yi Haichuan always exuded the image of an unworldly, composed CEO, he was actually extremely particular in his daily life. He had 3 personal assistants who served him in shifts, and the notebooks used by his assistants and secretaries to record his habits and preferences had piled up over time. Yet here he was, standing under the old eaves of the orphanage, gazing at the converging twilight, and suddenly saying, "No need. I'll stay here tonight." Secretary Feng couldn't hide her surprise. "Are you sure? The accommodations here might not be..." Yi Haichuan had already turned to face Director Sun, who had followed him out. "May I stay here for the night?" The director hesitated, instinctively touching his non-existent beard before reluctantly nodding. Yi Haichuan pushed his luck. "Can I wander around the orphanage tonight?" The old director snorted through his nose and walked away, looking like an angry old bull. "No response means yes, right?" Yi Haichuan muttered to himself. He then dismissed Secretary Feng and began his solitary exploration of the Flower Box orphanage. That night, none of the 4 members of the Yi family could sleep well. Yi Haichuan was engrossed in his nighttime adventure at the orphanage and stayed awake all night. Yi Zhen was awakened by the recurring sound of slaps in his nightmares. Feng Sivan, lying next to Yi Kong, tossed and turned, sometimes crying, sometimes smiling. Yi Tingqiu, in a hotel in a foreign country, lay with his hands behind his head, his thoughts entangled with the events at home, only managing to catch a few moments of sleep at dawn. Ironically, Yi Kong, the catalyst for this sleepless alliance, fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow and slept soundly through the night. She woke up only when the morning light filled the room. She went downstairs for breakfast as usual and found Yijin already sitting at the table. His golden hair shone brightly in the morning sun, and the mochi with unknown filling on the table made her mouth water. Yi Kong walked straight to the table and quickly started enjoying her breakfast. Her conversation with Feng Sivan was unusually natural. "Did you sleep well last night, Xiao Kong?" "Yes." "Not bothered by the unfamiliar bed?" "No." "Do you need help with your package?" "No." Realizing her responses were too brief, Yi Kong paused and reluctantly added, "I can handle it myself." Feng Sivan smiled warmly. "No need to worry. Just do whatever you're used to. You don't have to change for us." "Really?" Yi Kong stopped for a moment. "I'm used to waking up naturally." "That's not allowed." Feng Sivan shook her finger. "The latest you can sleep in is 9:30. You must be up by then." She made it sound like a significant concession. "Yi Kong." Such natural exchanges between the two made Yi Zhen even more uneasy. He mechanically tore at his soft toast, closely observing Yi Kong's expression. When he confirmed that she wasn't deliberately avoiding his gaze and was behaving unusually naturally, he felt even more uncomfortable. As breakfast was about to end, Yi Zhen cleared his throat lightly. Feng Sivan then remembered to include him in the conversation. "Oh, Xiaokong, we talked about going to the set with your brother. Do you still want to go?" Her tone was tinged with a hint of caution. Yi Kong naturally replied yes. She looked up at Yi Zhen, directly asking, "When are you going to work?" "I could go today," Yi Zhen replied, though he had originally planned otherwise. He added nonchalantly, "I have some business at the company. You might see a lot of celebrities. Do you want to come?" Yi Kong thought for a moment and nodded yes. A nanny van came to pick up Yi Zhen. He introduced his 2 assistants to Yi Kong. "This is Xiao Huang, and this is Xiao Lan. They usually accompany me on my trips." Then he told the assistants, "This is my sister, Yi Kong. Call her." Before he could finish, Yi Kong interjected, "Just call me 11. "Why 11? Yi Zhen asked curiously. "I'm the 11th in the orphanage, so everyone calls me that." Yi Zhen decided on the spot, "Call her 3rd Mississippi." Yi Kong frowned. "I don't like it. It's fine if you family members call me that, but why should others? It feels so futile." "Then we'll call you Xiaoyi. Am I your 3rd assistant? Why are you so difficult to please?" Yi Kong's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, her brows slightly furrowed. She sat in the back seat of the luxurious car, arms crossed over her chest. Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow, his blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. "Isn't it more demanding to have 2 assistants with you? Are you just trying to argue with me?" As the car smoothly cruised along, the tension between them began to rise. The anxiety in Yi Zhen's heart was gradually replaced by the fervor of the debate. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Yi Kong's. Yi Kong was not one to back down, her eyes gleaming with a challenging light. She raised her voice slightly. "You're being unreasonable." Sensing the situation was about to spiral out of control, Xiaolan, the female assistant sitting in the front, quickly turned around with a professional smile on her face. "Brother Zhen, are we taking Miss Third to the company for the contract signing today?" The argument came to an abrupt halt. Yi Zhen frowned and leaned back in his seat. "Contract signing? Aren't we just taking her out for some fun?" he said lazily. "So she doesn't have to stay home all day doing nothing. It's kind of pitiful." Xiaolan's eyes lit up, her tone exaggerated. "Wow. Before, when the 4th Miss asked you to take her to work, you always refused. Now you're actually taking someone to the company willingly. It seems you two have a good relationship. Who has a good relationship with her? Yi Zhen immediately retorted, his tone cold. Yi Kong nodded calmly. There's no way we'll get along in this lifetime. Yi Zhen was momentarily speechless, his brows furrowing deeply. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze drifting to the window. Does it have to be that extreme for a lifetime? The blonde man's eyes discreetly glanced at Yi Kong, trying to gauge her emotional state. Since their encounter that morning, Yi Kong had shown no signs of holding a grudge. No resentment, no sorrow, no deliberate avoidance. This calmness puzzled Yi Zhen. He recalled a previous banquet where someone had attempted to harm Yi Kong, only to be met with her swift and ruthless retaliation. That scene was still vividly etched in his mind. Yi Kong seemed like someone who bore grudges, so how could she forgive him so easily? Was it because they were siblings? This thought caused a slight ache in a corner of Yi Zhen's heart. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Huang, the male assistant, suddenly broke the silence. Brother Zhen, is this our cousin? Is she here to visit the Yi family? Xiao Huang asked with a naive smile. How come she's now the third miss? Won't Baozhu get upset when she hears about this? The atmosphere in the car instantly froze. However, Xiao Huang seemed oblivious to the tension and continued, if she really gets upset, you're in trouble. Remember last time you had to buy so many gifts to make Baozhu happy again? Yi Zhen's face stiffened immediately. In that awkward moment, he instinctively turned to look at Yi Kong, a sense of unease welling up inside him. Yi Kong showed no expression. She quietly gazed out of the window, her profile elegantly outlined by the streaming daylight. The graceful lines of her face were enough to captivate anyone, yet they couldn't stir the emptiness in her eyes. It was as if she was truly lost in thought, completely unresponsive to her surroundings. Yi Zhen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also plagued by an inexplicable discomfort. Unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he blamed Xiao Huang for his lack of tact. With a stern face he said, What cousin? She's my full-blooded sister. Xiao Lan's eyes widened in surprise, and Xiao Huang shivered, blurting out, What about Baozhu? Has she become the fourth child? Yi Zhen frowned, but before he could respond, Yi Kong turned her sharp gaze to Xiao Huang. Is your assistant always this talkative? Xiao Huang froze, but Yi Kong seemed genuinely curious, continuing, He can even inquire about the number of people in your family, and you actually answer him. This isn't the superior-subordinate relationship I imagined. Propping her chin on her hand, she lazily asked, Or are you more like friends or brothers rather than boss and employee? Yi Zhen remained silent, his brows furrowed. Xiao Huang realized his mistake, forcing a strained smile. I'm sorry, Missy. Brother Zhen is usually very lenient with us. Please don't let him fire me. I rely on this job to support my parents. Yi Kong finally looked at him, her tone still cold. Are you being sarcastic with me? You don't seem like the type to do that. No, not at all. Xiao Huang's face was full of bitterness as he looked to Yi Zhen for help. Brother Zhen, you know I have a clumsy mouth. Please say something. Yi Zhen ran a frustrated hand through his hair. You really need to watch what you say. That's only because you're so tolerant, Brother Zhen. Xiao Huang chuckled awkwardly, avoiding Yi Kong's gaze and fiddling with his phone instead. Finally enjoying some peace and quiet, Yi Kong leaned against the window, taking in the scenery outside. As the car entered the city center, the headquarters of Huachao Media loomed large. As one of the three giants in the domestic entertainment industry and a direct subsidiary of the Jiang Group, Huachao's status was indisputable. It said that the Jiang Group started with Huachao, when Yuzhou was still chaotic and the domestic entertainment industry was just beginning. The founder of the Jiang Group seized opportunities as a small-time hustler, navigating the tides of the times to build a vast business empire. The descendants of the Jiang family seem to have inherited the founder's ruthless ambition, expanding the Jiang Group into a colossal entity within just a few decades, rivaling the old aristocratic families rooted in Yuzhou for centuries. Now, the Jiang Group is the only entity in Yuzhou that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wen family. With such a powerful backing and being the birthplace of the Jiang family's fortune, Huachao Media's headquarters was naturally grand. Yi Kong stood at the base of the reflective skyscraper, her eyes unable to reach the top. Yi Zhen got out of the car behind her, put on a hat, and quickly led her into the building. The observation elevator took them straight to the 32nd floor. Passing through countless curious glances, Yi Kong finally met Yi Zhen's manager, an older woman with deep laugh lines and a stern expression. Her tone was equally serious. Why did you come to the office? There's no schedule today. Yi Zhen hesitated slightly, then nonchalantly walked to a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. The variety show starts in a few days, right? I wanted to see if there's anything I need to pay attention to. The manager's gaze grew even more curious, but quickly shifted to Yi Kong. And who is this? My sister Yi Kong, Yi Zhen replied, adding, my full sister, the third child in my family. He gestured towards Yi Kong. This is my manager. You can call her Auntie Tong. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow subtly but remained composed, politely greeting, Auntie Tong. Miss Tong seemed a bit surprised but didn't press further. She turned to Yizhen and said, "Since you're here, you might as well look at the contract." Yizhen nodded, taking the documents from Miss Tong, and turned to Yikong. "I might be a while. If you want to explore or meet some celebrities, let Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan accompany you." He asked, "Who is in the office today?" Xiao Lan quickly checked her phone, as if prepared for this question. "The idol department has Hua Chao, the film department has Zhao the actor, and the music department has Qi the king." Yizhen nodded and looked at Yikong. "Do you like any of them? You can ask for autographs or photos. Even if you don't know them, it's still interesting to see." Yikong rubbed her hands together, a curious and expectant look on her face. Yizhen handed her a card. "There are restaurants and various entertainment facilities in the building. If you're hungry or want to play, just use my card." Yikong took the card and nodded obediently before leaving, behaving like a dutiful sister the entire time. Yizhen watched her go, then turned to focus on his work. Watching her disappear into the distance, Tong, the agent, finally spoke up. "When did you get another sister?" Yizhen nonchalantly replied, "She's always been around. Just recently came back home." He casually flipped through the contract, his eyes scanning a few lines before being interrupted by Ms. Tong. "Oh, and one more thing." Ms. Tong's tone turned serious. "You need to be prepared. Tong Xiaoyu will also be on this reality show." Yizhen's fingers paused on the page he was about to turn. He lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a while, then slowly revealed a cold smile. "Aunt Tong," he said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, "you overestimate your niece's importance to me. Her work has nothing to do with me." Meanwhile, Yikong wasn't in a hurry to see the celebrities. She first headed straight for the snack section, cradling a pile of sweets in her arms, munching on them leisurely as she strolled around. Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang followed closely behind her, looking a bit helpless. At Huaqiao Company, Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang seemed quite well known. Along the way, many people greeted them with smiles. Naturally, everyone was curious about Yikong's identity. After all, everyone knew that Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang were Yizhen's personal assistants, always by his side. And today, this unfamiliar face had not only been brought into the company by Yizhen himself but was also accompanied by Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang for a casual tour. The company was abuzz with gossip, employees whispering and weaving all sorts of speculations in the break room. "Could she be Yizhen's new girlfriend?" someone whispered. "No way," another person immediately refuted. "He and Tong Xiaoyu are the real deal. They've been entangled for 5 years. No way he'd suddenly have a new girlfriend." "Maybe it's someone arranged by his family," someone suggested a new theory. "I've heard his family has a strong background. Could be a well-matched young lady bound to him by his family." Wow, that's so dramatic. But I love this kind of plot. Then I'm relieved. In this case, Xiaoyu must be the main female lead. Yikong, nibbling on chocolate, listened to the gossip with interest. Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang stood behind her, their expressions complex, not daring to speak, just waiting for her to finish listening and leave on her own. Finally, Yikong, fully satisfied, chewed the last bite of her sweet, and with a meaningful smile, quietly left the break room accompanied by the 2 assistants. "Is Tong Xiaoyu also working at this company?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Lan's face as she quietly answered, "Yes. Miss Tong and brother Zhen signed with Huaqiao the same year." "Did they really break up?" Yikong pressed on, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. This time, Xiao Huang picked up the conversation, a touch of resignation in his tone. "Yes, but brother Zhen's breakups don't usually count. They've broken up dozens of times over the years. Everyone is used to it." Yikong thoughtfully stroked her chin, frowning slightly. "If they're so on and off, why do they keep breaking up?" Xiao Huang gave an awkward smile. "Maybe it's their way of keeping things interesting." Yikong remembered Yizhen's reaction when Tong Xiaoyu mentioned their couple name in the Yi family garden and shook her head. "I don't think so. You're still young. It's normal not to understand," Xiao Huang said, inadvertently meeting Yikong's gaze. That look was calm and emotionless, yet it sent a shiver down Xiao Huang's spine. He instinctively slowed his pace, falling behind Yikong like a shadow, no longer daring to walk side by side. Yikong was oblivious to this, continuing to observe her surroundings intently. She wasn't particularly curious about people, but she was fascinated by unfamiliar environments. From the film area to the singer area, and then to the idol area, Yikong's steps barely paused. Whenever she encountered unfamiliar facilities and rooms, she would stop to observe them for a while, even peeking into ordinary employee offices for a closer look. In the elevator, Xiaolon couldn't help but ask, "Miss Yi, may I ask what you were looking at just now? Are you interested in the entertainment industry?" Yikong peeled an orange candy and popped it into her mouth, answering calmly, "Call me Yikong or 11. I'm not looking to enter the entertainment industry. I'm just curious about unfamiliar environments. Besides, I want to start my own company, so I'm gathering some experience from others." "You want to start a company?" Xiao Huang exclaimed in surprise. "An entertainment company too?" Yikong didn't like him, so she naturally ignored his question. Xiao Huang, who was quite a bit older than her, felt embarrassed and blushed until Yikong nonchalantly stepped out of the elevator, prompting him to follow with a pout. This floor mostly housed idol practice rooms, with the hallway echoing with upbeat pop music and the sounds of young trainees practicing and playing around. Yikong wasn't very interested in dance, so she seemed quite indifferent as she walked along. It wasn't until she reached the last and largest room that her steps finally halted. This room was starkly different from the other lively practice rooms. There was no music, only one person dancing silently. Even so, Yikong could feel a unique atmosphere that none of the other practice rooms had. It was a sense of urgency, as if the heat generated by intense exercise and the beads of sweat from a focused individual created a palpable energy. Xiaolon introduced at the right moment. His name is Bai Chuan, he's Hua Chao Zazi. Hua Chao. Yikong raised an eyebrow. The hottest boy band right now, and the backbone of our company's idol department. The big boss has invested a lot in this group, aiming for them to go global. Yikong's interest was piqued. That impressive? So if he's the ACE of this group, does that mean he's the world's top idol? Xiaolon gave an awkward smile. Well, that's the boss's dream, but we're not quite there yet. Yikong nodded, but it does mean he has the potential. She began to seriously observe the dancer named Bai Chuan. Although she knew nothing about street dance, her intuition told her that this person was fundamentally different from the other trainees. Even without music, lighting, or backup dancers, he seemed capable of turning the empty practice room into a grand stage with just his movements. The heat emanated continuously from him, and he showed no signs of fatigue, wholly absorbed in his dance. When the dance ended with a stylish knee drop, Yikong couldn't help but clap. The applause sounded particularly abrupt in the quiet practice room, causing the person to turn around with a frown, revealing a face that was strikingly androgynous. Yikong chuckled. I suddenly think Yizhen should be an idol instead. Xiaolon was momentarily confused by the topic change. Why? Because with that face and hair color, he wouldn't look out of place on this floor. As Yikong spoke, the silver-haired boy had already walked up to the door. Without asking about the visitors' identities, he reached out to close the door with a blank expression. Xiao Huang was about to reveal Yikong's identity, but she stepped back, allowing the practice room door to slam shut in front of her. Xiao Huang was puzzled. Aren't you going to talk to him? If you mention your brother Zhang's sister, no one in the company would dare refuse you. Yikong ignored him once again, making a mental note to specify in future assistant contracts that they must be taciturn. Having completed her exploration of the Huachao Media Building, Yikong leisurely returned to the 32nd floor. Just as she was about to reach Tong's office, a group of people suddenly approached from the opposite direction. Several employees, clearly assistants or bodyguards, escorted a familiar-looking, delicate-featured woman to her. The woman glanced around nonchalantly, but her gaze halted briefly on Xiao Huang and Xiaolon, her brows furrowing slightly. What's going on here? She asked. Before she could finish, her eyes landed on Yikong. Her gaze instantly became inscrutable, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within. Yikong stood still, a slight smile curling at her lips as she marveled at the coincidence Tong Xiaoyu, the other party in the recent breakup of the Zhenyu couple, had unexpectedly shown up. Xiaolon broke the silence first, her tone friendly. Xiaoyu, you're here at the company today, too. What a coincidence, Brother Zhen is here as well. The turmoil in Tong Xiaoyu's eyes settled instantly, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Is that so? Then it's not a coincidence at all. I came because I thought he wouldn't be here today. Yikong's inner turmoil surged again. Tong Xiaoyu had already turned her sharp gaze towards her, her tone questioning. Is my aunt signing a new artist? Did she assign you two to her? Or is it? She let out a cold chuckle. It's not my aunt signing a new artist, but your boss finally has a new girlfriend and brought her to the company today just to show off? Xiaolon hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No. She's not Brother Zhen's girlfriend. She's Brother Zhen's. Before she could finish, a cold voice interrupted from behind. You think too highly of yourself, Tong Xiaoyu. Yikong watched as Tong Xiaoyu's face turned stiff and pale. The surrounding gazes all converged, but Yikong's attention was solely on Tong Xiaoyu, like a camera capturing every subtle change in her expression with precision. The sound of Yi Zhan's footsteps grew closer. A hand suddenly rested on Yikong's shoulder with a measured grip. Yi Zhan's voice, tinged with mockery, rang out. Do you really think I need to check if you're coming before bringing my girlfriend to the company? Who do you think you are? This hallway is situated right in the center of the building, with no sunlight reaching it from either end. The only light comes from the large windows of the adjacent offices, casting a slanted beam that falls right at Yi Zhan's feet. Yikong glanced down at the elongated shadow of Yi Zhan on the floor, then lifted her head to continue observing Tong Xiaoyu. Tong Xiaoyu remained silent, her expression calm, but her eyes revealed a mix of complicated emotions. Yikong keenly sensed an invisible tension, as if an unseen thread extended from Tong Xiaoyu, wrapping around Yi Zhan, binding them together. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Yikong's mind, tinged with an elusive sense of doom. You're naturally good at analyzing people's emotions, but analyzing doesn't mean you can empathize. nor does it mean you possess them. It's just logic and reasoning. Just like readers of Harry Potter can imagine magic but can't wield it, you can imagine emotions, but you don't own them. That's why you're so confused. The voice seemed so close, as if someone were whispering right into her ear. Straining to catch the remaining words, she could only pick up fragments. You know she is in pain, persistent, but you don't know why she is in pain and persistent. 11. Yikong snapped back to reality, just as Tong Xiaoyu's face broke into a natural smile, as if Yizhan's words had no effect on her. Oh, is that so? That's for the best, Tong Xiaoyu said, stepping away. As she passed by them, Tong Xiaoyu paused briefly, her voice barely audible. I hope this time we're really over, so we can just be regular colleagues. Looking forward to working with you on the next project, Mr. Yi. After a moment, she added, wishing you and your new girlfriend a long and happy life together. With that, Tong Xiaoyu walked away, disappearing down the hallway. Yikong thought she heard the sound of something breaking, and she turned to look at Yizhan. Yizhan's eyes were downcast, his golden hair partially obscuring his expression. From the side, his delicate features appeared unexpectedly weary and melancholic. However, when he looked up at Yikong, his eyes held a defiant glint. Meeting his gaze, Yikong unceremoniously stomped on his shoe. Ouch! Yizhan's sudden cry drew surprised glances from those nearby. Yikong, unfazed, twisted her foot slightly before saying, consider this interest for using me. She then moved her foot away and turned, only to lock eyes with Tong Xiaoyu, who had stopped at a distance and was staring intently. After a few seconds of silent exchange, Tong Xiaoyu turned and walked away. Yikong pondered as she returned to the office and asked Tong's manager, is Tong Xiaoyu your niece? Receiving an affirmative nod, she continued, does Tong Xiaoyu know about Yizhan's background? Miss Tong glanced at her, a hint of mockery in her eyes behind her glasses. You mean the second young master of the Yi family? Are you worried that Xiaoyu will get back together with Yizhan because of that? At this moment, Yizhan hopped into the office on one foot, frowning at Yikong, his expression darkening. Yikong thought to herself, why use the word worried? It sounds like I'm not afraid of them getting back together. But she kept her composure, simply saying sorry, if not, then I misunderstood. Miss Tong's face remained impassive as she apologized. Xiaoyu has known about Yizhan's identity from the start. In fact, many of their breakups were because of this. She hesitated, glancing at Yizhan's now frozen expression, then rubbed her temples and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yikong didn't press further immediately but sought information from Xiaolon during lunch. Under the bright lights of the cafeteria, Xiaolon hesitated, chewing on her chopsticks, before slowly saying, you must keep this a secret. Don't tell Brother Zhen I told you. Yikong nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Under her gaze, Xiaolon couldn't help but explain in detail. As Miss Tong had mentioned, Tong Xiaoyu knew about Yizhan's background from the beginning. However, the glamorous identity of the second young master of the Yi family did not benefit their relationship. Instead, it deprived Tong Xiaoyu of a sense of security. Although the Yi family parents were open-minded, they couldn't entirely escape the arrogance of their prestigious lineage. Their attitude towards Yizhan and Tong Xiaoyu's relationship was subtle. They neither openly opposed it nor supported it. This stance was evident in how they treated Tong Xiaoyu, a young actress from an ordinary family, who, in their eyes, was unworthy of becoming their daughter-in-law. Yizhan was hopeful and deeply in love, envisioning a beautiful marriage. However, his parents skillfully avoided any formal meeting with Tong Xiaoyu. This wasn't out of malice or disdain but rather a deep-seated class prejudice, a natural condescension towards ordinary people. One day, Yizhan's father conveyed a message through someone else. I know you're serious and invested right now, so I won't stop you. But if you think you can settle down now, that's a fantasy. If you still want to get married after a few years, come talk to me then. Until that time, there's no need for any meetings. This message hit Yizhan like a sledgehammer, leading to the first breakup between him and Tong Xiaoyu. Unwilling to give up, Yizhan put in great effort to win her back. However, this was not the end, but the beginning of a long, drawn-out struggle. The Yi family's attitude was like an imposing mountain, always standing between the couple. The invisible pressure repeatedly pushed Tong Xiaoyu to the brink of breaking down, leading her to propose breaking up multiple times. Each time, the determined Yizhan would go to great lengths to win her back. Xiaolon sighed and continued, actually, at one point, Brother Zhen couldn't take it anymore and had a huge fallout with his family. He even threatened to cut ties. Upon hearing this, Yikong's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, ran away from home? And then what? Xiaolon, startled by his sudden enthusiasm, stammered. Then Xiaoyu took him in, and that was probably their happiest time together until Yizhan had a meeting with his older sister and then went back home. A true sister's boy, Yikong muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolon continued. But it didn't end there. Yizhan's return to his family brought their relationship to a freezing point. Then, she hesitated before finally admitting under Yikong's curious gaze. Then the third Miss Yi Baozhu came to Xiaoyu and said some harsh words. Xiaoyu broke up with Yi Zhen again after that. At that time, it was even right in front of her and Tong's agent. Xiaolan still remembers the scene vividly, as if it happened just yesterday. The youngest daughter of the Yi family stood there, her luxurious clothing shimmering in the sunlight, making her look like a delicate flower. She held her head high, her eyes filled with barely concealed disdain as she spoke to Tong Xiaoyu. My parents and sister are respectable people who don't want to hurt Xiaoyu, but I thought, as an adult, Xiaoyu should understand some worldly principles. Seeing you entangled with my brother for years without letting go, it seems I was mistaken. Since that's the case, let me make it clear. Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet every word cut like a knife. Miss Tong, do you know where my brother's starting point is? She lightly tugged at the clothing Xiaoyu was wearing, a faint smile playing on her lips. My brother's starting point is that you've climbed your way up in the entertainment industry to where you are now, yet the clothes you wear are still not as expensive as our maids. You must be making a lot of money now, but the car you drive isn't even as good as the one our maid uses for grocery shopping. Her words pierced Xiaoyu's heart like ice picks. As for the female friends my brother has had since childhood, even if you reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, you'd only be good enough to sing and dance for their amusement. And my brother, no matter how much he loves acting, will never be a monkey performing alongside you. He'll always be the VIP sitting in the front row, watching your performance with indifference. Her eyes gleamed with a victorious light. Miss Tong, do you understand? Or do you insist on pretending not to understand, dragging him from the audience to the stage to perform with you, all in the name of love? Yi Kong was stunned, biting her spoon in disbelief. She thought, could Yi Baozhu really say something so sophisticated? This didn't seem like the same Yi Baozhu she had known these past few days. Had her personality completely collapsed after learning about Yi Kong's existence, even lowering her intelligence? Xiaolan was also shocked, but she was more concerned about Yi Kong's reaction. Is that your only thought? What else? Yi Kong replied. Xiaolan sighed, don't you think? Xiaoyu is very pitiful. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Xiaolan took a deep breath. If it weren't for the Yi family, they wouldn't have faced so many obstacles. Her tone was filled with regret, and her whole demeanor seemed deflated. Miss Baozhu was scolded harshly by Zhen because of this, but it didn't change anything. Xiaoyu smiled less and less from that point on. Although they broke up and got back together several times, I always felt that she never really moved past Baozhu's words, living in constant pain. That's why Tong asked you that question. Xiaolan explained. She heard those words herself and probably developed some PTSD towards Zhan's sister, not intentionally targeting you. Yi Kong appeared indifferent. She picked up a meatball with a fork, examined it for a moment, and took a bite. Chewing and swallowing, she pondered. It's strange. If it was so painful, why not just break up? Xiaolan hurried to explain, but Zhen didn't want to let go. He really loves Xiaoyu, has loved her for many years. And what about Tong Xiaoyu? Does she love Yi Zhen? Yi Kong pressed. Of course. Xiaolan answered affirmatively. Yi Kong frowned. If they love each other so much, why can't they just focus on each other? Didn't the Yi family say that if they were still together after a few years, there would be a chance? Xiaolan gave a bitter smile and shook her head. That was just lip service. Just look at their refusal to meet. It's clear they won't agree. Then why not just break up? Yi Kong continued to question. Xiaolan was at a loss for words. Because Zhen won't let go, and Xiaoyu has feelings for him too. Then why not firmly stay together? Xiaolan was driven to the brink of madness by this barrage of questions. Forgetting that Yi Kong was her boss's sister, she clutched her hair and shouted, "Stop messing with me." Yi Kong, however, looked at her seriously. I'm not messing with you. I'm genuinely asking. She put down her fork and looked directly into Xiaolan's eyes. Her eyes were a pure, deep black, reminiscent of a starless winter night sky, clear and ethereal, with a hint of coldness. When she stared at someone like this, it was easy to feel her seriousness and purity so pure it was almost terrifying. Xiaolan was momentarily speechless under such a gaze, finally murmuring, "Matters of the heart aren't that simple." Yi Kong averted her gaze, her tone tinged with confusion and persistence. I don't know how complicated it can get to make two people break up countless times and still be trapped in pain. She paused before continuing. I only know that if someone could make me fall in love, no matter how the world opposed us or condemned us, I wouldn't even blink. If I love someone, I would never let anything or anyone make him misunderstand my love, at least not make him think I don't love him enough. If I love someone, even if I suffer endlessly, I would make sure he feels happy. She speared a piece of potato and popped it into her mouth. After swallowing, she said, so, they keep breaking up and getting back together for years. Ultimately, it's because they don't love each other enough. Yi Kong looked directly into Xiaolan's eyes and said firmly, choosing prolonged suffering over completely letting go, yet not committing to being together, is pure self-torture. Xiaolan was stunned by her words. It took a moment for her to recover and she murmured, hearing your declaration, I almost feel like dating you. Yikong smiled slightly and shook her head gently. Sorry, I'm probably not into women. Even if I were, it would be hard for me to fall for you. Her tone carried a hint of subtle regret. Xiaolon realized what she had said and immediately blushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, that was out of line. I didn't mean it that way. Yikong noticed her misunderstanding and politely explained, it's not that you're not good enough, it's that I have some personal issues. There was a complex emotion hidden in her words. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Xiaolan's eyes, but Yikong clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation. The atmosphere at the table grew a bit awkward. After that meal, time seemed to speed up. In the following days, Yikong continued her aimless routine, tagging along with Yizhen on her schedules. She finally managed to shake off the awkward situation of being mistaken for Yizhen's new girlfriend. During this period, Yikong ran into Tong Xiaoyu in the elevator again. This time, Tong Xiaoyu's attitude had changed noticeably. She seemed to have learned that Yikong was actually Yizhen's sister. Although Tong Xiaoyu's eyes still held a trace of distance and rejection, her body language was much more relaxed, and her expression was more at ease. Seeing Tong Xiaoyu's reaction, Yikong felt both puzzled and amused. She silently mused. Humans really lack grace, and their love is equally graceless. However, Yikong didn't have much time to dwell on these thoughts. The highly anticipated variety show was about to start filming, and as Yizhen's schedule-bound sister, she had no choice but to continue witnessing this graceless love story unfold. But before the show officially began, during the recording of the first episode, Yikong encountered an unexpected acquaintance, which suddenly complicated her emotions. The sky was overcast, and the air was thick with the scent of earth, a clear sign that rain was imminent. A minivan pulled up outside a sports stadium, and as Yikong stepped out, a poster flew straight into her face. She spat twice and pulled it off, revealing the bold text, "Young chess prodigy announces participation in the Shengshou Cup. Press conference at Yuzhou Stadium. Get your tickets now." The poster was crumpled at the edges, indicating it had been on the wall for a while before the wind tore it down. Wow, what a coincidence. It's Yun. Xiaolon exclaimed excitedly. The Shengshou Cup press conference is today. Maybe I can get an autograph later. Yizhen jumped out from the other side of the van, glanced at the poster, and mumbled through her mask. Get one for me too. Is it for Mr. Yi? Xiaohuan laughed. I guess I'll join the crowd later. Xiaolon might not make it to the front row alone. Xiaokong, are you coming? Yikong crumpled the poster into a ball and tossed it into a passing trash can, replying coolly, not interested, I'm not going. The variety show Flowering Years brings celebrities together to travel around the world, showcasing the cultures and sceneries of different cities while highlighting the stars' personalities and habits. The show is now in its second season. Although the first season featured lesser-known stars, it gained popularity after a captivating on-screen couple emerged, boosting ratings post-finale. The TV station seized the opportunity, increasing the budget for the second season and inviting several big names. Today was the opening ceremony. Though not as grand as a movie or TV drama premiere, the presence of several top-tier celebrities drew significant media attention. Yikong, wearing a hat, blended into the crowd, watching as the director's team placed Yizhen and Tong Xiaoyu in the center seats, a smirk of amusement forming on her lips. As Yizhen and Tong Xiaoyu appeared, the previously quiet venue erupted with excitement, and flashlights flickered incessantly. When the two sat down side by side, reporters bombarded them with questions. Mr. Yi, what made you decide to join the same show as your ex-girlfriend? Are you participating in Flowering Years to rekindle your relationship? Who signed the contract first? Did the second person not know their ex was also joining? Rumor has it that you have a new relationship, Mr. Yi. Does this mean you and your ex are completely over? A young reporter next to Yikong had a particularly loud voice, making her ears buzz. She covered her ears and slipped backstage. The press conference was boring, and Yikong wasn't interested in squeezing into the chess tournament's press conference with Xiaolon and Xiaohuang. She found a corner to play games until Xiaolon came to inform her that it was over, stretching her stiff body before getting up to leave. To avoid the lingering media, Yizhen opted not to exit through the main entrance, instructing Xiaohuang to bring the car to the back parking lot. As soon as they stepped out of the stadium, it started to rain. A rare cool breeze, carrying the scent of grass, hit their faces. Raindrops created countless circles on the ground, quickly soaking the surroundings. Yikong clicked her tongue softly. She actually liked rainy days, but only when she was indoors. Xiaolon stomped her feet anxiously. Why did it start raining so heavily all of a sudden? Brother Zhen is urging us. There are many media cars on this road. Xiaohuang can't drive over. We'll have to find it ourselves. Xiaokong, wait here, I'll borrow an umbrella. Is the parking lot far? Yikong grabbed her and asked. Not too far, but not close either. Then let's run. Yikong didn't want to trouble others. She stepped into the rain, hands barely shielding her head, and started running. After a few steps, she stopped and turned back. I don't know where it is, you lead the way. Xiaolon nodded and led the way, thinking to herself. This new third Miss Yi is quite different from the arrogant, high-maintenance Yi Baozhu. How did the same Yi family raise such different sisters? The rain intensified, turning the short distance into an endless journey. Yikong's annoyance built up, and she focused on Xiaolan's shoes, almost zoning out. Suddenly, a large puddle appeared ahead. Xiaolan dodged it and warned her, but Yikong stepped right in. Water splashed everywhere, soaking her shoes and pants. Just then, she collided with a human wall. A large black umbrella was knocked away, flying several meters in the wind and rain. Xiaolan's scream pierced through the downpour. A pale, slender hand appeared before her, holding the grip of an umbrella, exposed and empty in the rain. Water droplets quickly adorned the hand, glistening faintly in the dim light. Yikong sat drenched on the wet ground, her entire body soaked by the rain. Inside, she was overwhelmed by a mix of desolation and irritation. However, as someone who appeared calmer the worse she felt, her actions were surprisingly composed. She slowly got up, her movements sluggish as if time had slowed down around her. When she softly said, "I'm sorry," she didn't even lift her head to look at the person. In contrast, Xiaolan, standing nearby, was visibly flustered. Her eyes darted nervously between Yikong and the person she had bumped into, unsure how to help. Suddenly, an angry voice broke the rainy silence. "Can't you watch where you're going? My brother has an important match coming up and can't afford to get sick." Startled by the sudden accusation, Xiaolan looked up at the source of the voice. Her eyes widened in shock as she gasped, "Nani?" Recognizing him, she became even more anxious and began bowing repeatedly, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. Whatever compensation you need, we can provide, or please come to our car." At that moment, footsteps approached from a distance. Yi Zhen and Xiao Huang hurried over with umbrellas, clearly searching for Yikong. Xiaolan's eyes lit up as she squinted and waved, calling out, "Brother Zhen, over here." Yi Zhen quickly reached Yikong's side and immediately shielded her with his umbrella. His tone was reproachful but filled with concern. "I leave you alone for a moment and you get into trouble. You're something else." Xiaolan tugged at Yi Zhen's sleeve, whispering urgently, "That's Yuan Yi over there." Hearing this, Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow and looked towards the man. By then, an assistant had already retrieved the black umbrella and handed it back to him. The black umbrella was held low, obscuring much of the man's face. The visible part of his lips and jawline was sharp and cold, exuding an unapproachable aura. Despite his instinctive dislike for such a demeanor, Yi Zhen forced himself to be respectful, knowing that the man was the talented chess player Yi Haichuan admired. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "I apologize for my sister's rudeness. If your clothes or shoes need compensation, please contact this number. We will make amends." The rain-soaked hand reached out and took the black card. Then, Yi Zhen saw the umbrella slowly lift. Underneath the black canopy, the man's full face was revealed. Holding the card, his narrow eyes glanced at it briefly before looking through the rain at the bedraggled Yikong. His lips parted slightly, uttering two words filled with both inquiry and mockery, "Sister." The torrential rain engulfed the entire city. In one corner of an open parking lot, a few people stood silently facing each other, the rain forming an invisible barrier around them. Yi Zhen followed the gaze of the chess prodigy and saw Yikong, drenched and standing with her head bowed, like a cold statue. Even in this situation, she refused to make eye contact with anyone, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Under the black umbrella, the Menyuan curled his lips into a meaningful smile. "Why don't you look up at me, Yishi?" His voice carried a hint of mockery. "Or is it that now you have a new brother, you've discarded the old ones?" That sentence seemed to trigger something in Yi Zhen. He immediately turned to Yuan Yi, his face breaking into a flawless, rehearsed smile. "Mr. Yuan knows my sister?" He subtly moved to shield Yikong, a small gesture that didn't escape Yuan Yi's notice. Yuan Yi let out a derisive laugh. "Your sister? Your real sister?" He looked past Yi Zhen, directly at Yikong. "You actually have a real brother? Don't tell me you also have real parents." Yikong remained silent, but from Yuan Yi's tone, Yi Zhen picked up a cold provocation and malice. He dropped his formulaic smile, his eyes narrowing with a sharpness that mirrored Yikong's, an aura of defiance beginning to emanate from him. "It seems Mr. Yuan has quite a history with my sister?" Yi Zhen's tone carried a hint of probing. Yuan Yi's gaze stayed fixed on Yikong. "History? Perhaps. More like a cursed connection." He paused, his smile deepening. "Otherwise, why is she still afraid to look up at me? Isn't that right, Yishi?" Yikong exhaled deeply, shaking the water from her hair before finally lifting her head. Her eyes held no embarrassment or guilt, only a deep, dark calmness. "Who said I'm afraid to look at you?" The downpour continued, the raindrops drumming on the black umbrella like shattered glass, illuminating the silent standoff between the two. Despite being present, Yi Zhen suddenly felt detached from the scene, as if he were an outsider to a unique bond that even enmity couldn't break. Just as Yi Zhen was about to speak and shatter the strange atmosphere, Yuan Yi suddenly left. This young genius, known for his cold demeanor in the chess world, now exhibited a wild beauty in his smile, like a fierce wind sweeping across a vast plain. Yuan Yi stepped out from under the umbrella, unbothered by the rain, and strode up to Yi Kong. Before Yi Zhen could stop him, Yuan Yi leaned in close to Yi Kong's face. Really? Then why don't you want to look at me? It's been years after all. Do you still hate me that much? Or is it that you don't want to be reminded of him when you see my face? Yi Kong pushed away Xiaolan's hand holding the umbrella, lifting her head to let the rain hit her face. Her eyes remained indifferent, reflecting Yuan Ye's face like a mirror, yet she said nothing. The smile faded from Yuan Ye's face, his wet hair plastered to his forehead, making him look somewhat disheveled. He slightly tilted his head, still staring at Yi Kong, but addressed Yi Zhen. Hey, has she ever called you brother? Yi Zhen had just managed to cover Yi Kong with the umbrella. Hearing this, his eyebrows twitched slightly, but he maintained his composed smile. What else would she call me if not brother? Then you've broken your promise. Yuan Yi took 2 steps back, hands in his pockets, sneering at Yi Kong. You once said you'd only ever have one brother in this life. Or does a person's words no longer count once they're dead? Yi Kong suddenly laughed. You, acting like you had such a great relationship with your brother, standing up for him now? She took a step forward. Shall I remind you? When he was alive, how cold and harsh you were to him. How many times did he get the cold shoulder from you? And now you're pretending to be the good little brother in front of me. She tilted her head slightly, rainwater dripping from her hair. Isn't that a bit too much of an act? A blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the distant sky, lighting up Yuan Ye's pale face. He twitched a smile but said nothing more to Yi Kong. Instead, he turned to Yi Zhen. You know, we all used to wonder if Yi Shi's real parents even existed because we thought someone like her couldn't possibly be born of humans. Or if her family did exist, they must all be lunatics. His brown eyes flickered slightly, and his cold pupils swept lightly over Yi Zhen's face. In a voice as light as his gaze, the man said, You better be careful. The last person Yi Shi called brother was killed by her own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the chess prodigy opened his umbrella and turned away. His departing figure was as solemn as someone who had just attended a funeral, leaving the few behind in silence. The sound of rain filled the air, and Yi Zhen was the first to break the quiet. He extended his arm, pulling Yi Kong under the umbrella, his brow furrowed as he guided her forward. What kind of lunatics do you know? Yi Kong complained. I've been standing in the rain for ages. If I catch a cold, I'm blaming you. She struggled to break free from Yi Zhen's grip. Not a chance, Yi Zhen replied, unmoved. If you catch a cold, Mom will kill me. Don't drag me down with you. Yi Kong, held like a prize in a claw machine, stumbled into the car. On the way home, Xiaolan busied herself with drying Yi Kong's hair and body with a towel and blow-dryer. Yi Zhen, sitting beside them with a towel draped over his head, appeared engrossed in a mobile game. However, under the cover of the game's deafening sound effects, he sent a threatening message to his 2 assistants. If anyone dares to breathe a word about what happened today, you're dead. Docking your pay and firing you are minor issues. You don't want to really piss me off, do you? Behind this seemingly calm question lurked a side of Yi Zhen that was rarely seen, one that was dangerous and intimidating. Despite their doubts, the 2 assistants didn't dare delay and immediately promised their silence. After sending the messages, Yi Zhen returned to his game, only to find his character had already died. He turned to look out at the rain-streaked window, his gaze distant. Though he knew he couldn't uncover the truth and had to continue pretending nothing was wrong, only he understood how chaotic his mind was at that moment. What does she mean by only one brother in this lifetime? Yi Zhen questioned inwardly. Could it be that the reason she refuses to call me brother is because someone else got there first, and she made a promise to have only one brother? Yi Zhen leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes with a blank expression. Yet his fingers involuntarily clenched, producing a few sharp cracks from his knuckles. Despite his seemingly indifferent attitude toward his sister, an indescribable frustration roiled within him, threatening to consume him entirely. The first major downpour of the summer arrived right on schedule. Rain cascaded down the car windows like waterfalls, and although it was only 5:30, countless headlights illuminated the streets, making it seem as if the city had been prematurely pulled into night by the storm. The Yi family's residence was in the Wangshan Park community, a name that seemed approachable but concealed a super-exclusive enclave surrounded by a man-made forest. The entrance to the community was hidden deep within the shaded foliage, and from the moment one turned onto this road, the city's clamor seemed to fade away. 2 security booths stood at the road's entrance, and further in, a massive wrought iron gate came into view. As the car proceeded, the external noise gradually disappeared, replaced by the rhythmic passing of streetlights overhead. 2 burly security guards stood erect like soldiers, solemnly opening the iron gate. Yi Kong couldn't help but think of the elderly security guards at Huajihe, who would often doze off while picking their teeth, needing the kids from the courtyard to help out when trouble arose. This contrast brought a slight smile to her lips. As the car entered the community, a rain-soaked lawn appeared, glistening under the streetlights like a wet sea of stars. Various villas and castle-like structures loomed in the distance, with an air of wealth and power permeating the atmosphere. Yikong quietly marveled at how this was indeed a wealthy neighborhood, where even in the heart of a land-scarce city, one could build such an isolated sanctuary. She had long understood that different social classes saw the world differently, but she preferred environments filled with warmth and human connection. Those places made her feel like an ordinary part of the whole. The car drove directly into the villa's courtyard, where waiting servants braved the rain to drape raincoats over them and carefully escorted them inside. Yi Zhen's nonchalant demeanor only deepened Yikong's gloom. Feng Xivan greeted them at the door with a long towel, fussing over their condition and urging them to drink ginger tea and take a hot bath. Yikong shed her soaked outerwear and was stunned upon entering the living room. Yi Haichuan was arranging flowers, his movements graceful and skilled, with a keen sense of aesthetics. But what was more surprising was that the entire room was filled with flowers. Yi Zhen was the first to tease, asking if it was a special occasion. Yi Haichuan calmly explained that the flowers were meant for the garden, but had been temporarily brought inside due to the rain. He glanced at the drenched Yikong and with a smile, remarked that she looked like a little puppy, urging her to take a bath. Under the warm glow of the lights, the flower-filled living room exuded a sense of safety. Yi Zhen couldn't resist making another sarcastic remark, and Yi Haichuan retorted in kind, leading to a playful exchange between father and son. Feng Xivan laughed and gently pushed Yikong upstairs. For a fleeting moment, Yikong felt an unfamiliar sense of home, not sweet, but at least not bitter. However, the feeling quickly vanished as she silently walked into the bathroom and immersed herself in the prepared hot water. Back in the living room, Feng Xivan noticed Yi Zhen had yet to go for a bath and urged him, "Why aren't you taking a bath yet? There's a guest room on the first floor. I've had clothes prepared for you." Yi Zhen approached Yi Haichuan, pulled something from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table. "Here, I got this for you. A signature from Yuanya?" Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow. "Thanks." Yi Zhen didn't leave. After a few moments of silence, Yi Haichuan asked, "What happened?" Yi Zhen hesitated before speaking. "It seems Yikong knows Yuanya. When they ran into each other today, he was very rude and called her a..." He glanced at Feng Xivan, trailing off. Feng Xivan smiled, encouraging him to continue. "A monster." Yi Zhen spat out the word, a shadow crossing his eyes. "He said she caused someone's death, someone she used to call brother." Feng Xivan's smile froze. Yi Zhen stared intently at Yi Haichuan. "Dad, have you really looked into Yikong's past? What has she been through?" After Yi Zhen was sent off to take a bath, only Yi Haichuan and his wife, Feng Xivan, remained in the living room. Yi Haichuan continued arranging flowers with nimble fingers, his focus unwavering. As he worked, he spoke to Feng Xivan nonchalantly, "I thought you would try to balance both sides. It must be tough on you, right?" Leaning on Yi Haichuan's shoulder, Feng Xivan showed a hint of sadness. She replied softly, "I thought so too. But Xiao Kong has been pushing me to make a choice. I can feel it. Whether it's causing trouble at parties, being rude to mom, or locking Baozhu outside a few days ago, she's doing it on purpose. She wants to see who I'll choose, her or Baozhu." Feng Xivan's voice grew quieter, tinged with a sense of helplessness and complaint. "I had no choice. I had to choose her. I've never wronged anyone in my life except my biological daughter. I had to choose her." Yi Haichuan placed the final flower and turned to face his wife, a teasing note in his voice. "When Baozhu fainted, you didn't even scold her." "I was surprised. If it had been Yi Zhen, you'd have started hitting her already." Feng Xivan murmured, "Because I can sense that Xiao Kong is a very special child. I feel like I can't treat her like an ordinary mother would because I can't even be sure if her specialness is good or bad. What if it's not good?" Yi Haichuan asked softly. Feng Xivan suddenly spoke with a bit of stubbornness. "Then it's partly our fault. We should take responsibility. If she's a bad child, it's our fault, and we must be patient with her and keep her from causing any irreparable trouble." Yi Haichuan laughed and gently patted his wife's shoulder. All right. Let's pretend we're new parents again, like 20 years ago. Fortunately, we still have time." Meanwhile, Yikong had just finished her bath, and Feng Xivan had personally dried her hair. Holding a bowl of ginger tea, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the rain poured down, but her gaze was fixed on the flowers scattered on the floor reflected in the glass. The flowers, originally meant to be planted in the garden, lay on the ground, appearing even more beautiful and fragile against the backdrop of the rain. Yi Haichuan quietly approached her. Without turning around, Yikong spoke calmly, "You went to Flower Box?" Yi Haichuan was a bit surprised. "You're really perceptive. No wonder your principal says you're the smartest kid." Yikong replied nonchalantly, "Just basic deduction. Anyone can tell the owner of the Yi residence isn't interested in gardening. You wouldn't suddenly become a gardening enthusiast overnight." "I thought you'd be angry," Yi Haichuan said tentatively. Yikong turned her head, her dark eyes reflecting the room full of flowers. Why would I be angry? I want to find out about your past without permission. Don't you feel your privacy was invaded? Yihaichuan shook his head. I know a bit about your generation. You have a strong sense of self and really hate being invaded. Yikong was indifferent. It's fine. Grandpa would only tell you things that don't matter. I don't care who knows. Yihaichuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? So, are there things that can't be known? Yikong looked him straight in the eye. Not can't. Just don't want to. That's my private matter. As for other things, loving flowers, painting, having a sweet tooth, running away from home, none of that is private. I'll answer anyone who asks. What about being bullied? Yi Haichuan suddenly asked. Yikong's eyes widened like a startled cat, and a few seconds later, she gritted her teeth. That's my private matter. That old man. How dare he tell you that? Next time I go back, I'll pull out all his hair and tear up all his orchids. Yi Haichuan couldn't help but laugh. You're so fierce. No wonder he's afraid of you. He asked again, will you be this fierce to me too? Like threatening to pull out all my hair or tear up my documents. Yikong gave him a look as if he were crazy. Are you looking forward to that? Yi Haichuan sighed, his tone turning a bit wistful. I'm just envious. After all, I'm your father. This place should have been your home, but you call going to Flower Box going back. It's an orphanage. No matter how beautiful or fairy tale like the name, it's still a place where children with no parents huddle together. You weren't supposed to be one of them. It doesn't sit well with me. Despite the heavy words, Yi Haichuan's expression and tone remained light. Yikong couldn't help but stare at him for a while, like a cat examining a new object, curious yet cautious. After a long moment, she looked away and said, you don't seem like a father at all. Yi Haichuan, intrigued, asked, sounds like you had a different idea of what a father should be? Yikong shrugged, not specifically, but I thought he'd be a stern, macho old man who'd constantly remind me, I'm your father. Yi Haichuan laughed. Good thing I'm not. That sounds pretty pathetic. Yikong looked at Yi Haichuan, her brow slightly furrowed. You don't look like a father of three at all, she said bluntly. You seem more like someone who would never have kids. Yi Haichuan chuckled softly. And what kind of person do I look like to you? An eternal bachelor, Yikong thought for a moment before adding. Not really single, but someone who doesn't seem like the marrying type. Probably has a lot of girlfriends. If I hadn't met your mother, that might have been true, Yi Haichuan mused. Was your marriage a business arrangement? Yikong suddenly asked. Yi Haichuan nodded. Yes, it was. Can a business marriage have love? Yikong seemed puzzled. Yi Haichuan's eyes softened as if lost in memories. Originally no, he began slowly. But before our arranged meeting, I had already fallen for your mother. She looked so disheveled back then. I thought she was a poor girl. He paused. I was even prepared to run away from home and abandon the Yi family to be with her. Little did I know fate would favor me by making her my arranged partner. Fate really did favor you, Yikong said softly. Yi Haichuan's expression suddenly turned complex. Yes, it did. Maybe because fate was so kind to me in love, I lost the chance to watch a daughter grow up by my side. Yikong was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating his words. Then she slowly spoke. If you had to choose, would you pick the love you have with mom, or would you choose for me to have grown up with you? Yi Haichuan was taken aback and turned to look at Yikong, realizing she was serious. He laughed and gently patted her head. How could someone as smart as you ask such a silly question? Without the love between your mother and me, you and your siblings wouldn't even exist. Although there's regret, we still have time to make up for it, don't we? His demeanor exuded a calm confidence, the kind that comes from holding high positions and weathering life's storms. Even though mistakes have been made, the fact that you're willing to come back to the Yi family and call us mom and dad means we still have a chance to truly win your acceptance and reliance. He smiled and added, despite how I may seem, I actually love a good challenge. Yikong raised an eyebrow. Do you see getting closer to your daughter as a challenge? Do you think this is some kind of game? Yi Haichuan admitted frankly, since you said I don't look like a father, it's true that I find it hard to approach you purely from a fatherly perspective. Even with 3 kids, I'm not good at being the ideal dad people expect. So what do you rely on when dealing with me? Yikong pressed. Curiosity, Yi Haichuan answered quickly. Curious about what? My past. Yi Haichuan shook his head. No, curious about how to get along with you, and what changes getting along with you might bring to me. Yikong crossed her arms and frowned in silence for a while before saying, you're really a strange person. I don't even want to call you dad. Don't say that, Yi Haichuan laughed. A son doesn't mind his mother's looks, and a daughter doesn't mind her father's quirks. Yikong's mouth twitched. I can't believe you just said that. Yi Haichuan added mysteriously, only your mom knows that. You have to keep it a secret, or my image will be ruined. At that moment, the spicy aroma of mapo tofu wafted from the kitchen, and Fong Sivon's voice called out, dinner's ready? Yi Haichuan immediately responded. He leaned down and ruffled Yikong's freshly dried hair until she shook his hand off impatiently like a little dog. Retracting his hand, he said seriously, one day, You'll consider where I am to be your true home. As he walked towards the dining room, he continued, let's eat. Your mom is great at cooking Chinese food. You'll love it. Yi Kong stood still, watching Yi Haichuan's back with a hint of disdain in her eyes. It wasn't a conscious disdain but a subconscious mistrust rooted in her long years of isolation. Despite being surrounded by people who liked, disliked, or even hated her, she could never truly understand anyone's feelings. How can Yi Haichuan be so confident about something I can't guarantee even after trying so hard? She thought with a silent laugh. What a naive adult. Nevertheless, she followed the aroma to the dining table where her parents sat, like a little creature finally returning to its pack. Same city, same rain pouring down like a curtain. A black Maybach slowly drove into the deepest part of the upscale neighborhood, stopping in front of an iron gate leading to an estate. The car door opened. A black umbrella popped open with a snap, shielding a tall man as he walked into the estate. Where is the young master? The man asked as soon as he entered. In the study. Has he eaten? Not yet. Go call him and remember to give him a coat. The ancient building instantly lit up, windows reflecting the busy figures of the servants. Everyone moved lightly, their footsteps barely audible. Half an hour later, the enormous dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Wen Can, draped in a coat, sat expressionlessly in his wheelchair and picked up a knife and fork. The man at the head of the table sighed and began to eat as well. The collaboration with Germany can be wrapped up, the man said gently. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't gone. You really did a great job. The executive over there even asked me to bring you a gift. It's already in your room. Wen Can acted as if he hadn't heard, the golden knife scraping the porcelain plate with a grating noise. The man didn't mind, elegantly cutting a piece of steak. By the way, he continued, I heard you're quite pleased with the new lady from the Yi family and have acknowledged the engagement. Is that true? The knife suddenly stopped. Wen Can lowered his gaze, remaining still, but the man smiled slightly. It's rare to see you interested in a woman, so let's go ahead with the engagement. However, he added, since she's just arrived in Yuzhou and you've only known each other for a few days, it's essential for the family to get to know her. Fortunately, I have some free time these days. Why don't you invite your little fiancé over and tell her the Wen family would like to have her as a guest? Wen Can put down his knife and fork, asking coldly, when? Tomorrow. It's still pouring rain. I checked the weather forecast. It says it will be sunny tomorrow. The man smiled. You're already worrying about her health before you're even married? Finish your meal, and don't think you can use a poor appetite as an excuse. You must finish it today. Before going to bed, Yi Kong received a message from Wen Can, asking her to wait at home the next day for him to take her to the Wen family. She replied sleepily with an okay and went to sleep. The next morning, she ran into Yi Zhen downstairs and remembered she hadn't informed him. I have other plans today, you'll have to go to work by yourself. Yi Zhen's temple throbbed with a vein. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm almost late. Then why aren't you leaving? Yi Zhen gritted his teeth. What are you up to? You offended so many people recently. Don't tell me you're going out to fight. Before he finished speaking, a servant came in to report, Mr. Wen is here. Why are you with him again? Yi Zhen frowned. Is he fixated on you? Fong Sivan hurried over with a plate of black truffle toast, shoving it into Yi Kong's mouth. He's probably taking you to the Wen family. When Rome called your dad ahead of time. Yi Kong chewed vaguely as Fong Sivan chattered on. Remember to be polite at the Wen family. They're an old aristocratic family with a history spanning hundreds of years. But don't go smashing anyone's head in. What kind of misunderstanding do you all have about me? Yi Kong sighed. I'm not some violent maniac who attacks people over a disagreement. Fong Sivan continued. But don't be too uptight either. Although the Wen family is powerful, we don't need to grovel. If the engagement works out, great. If not, that's fine too. It's all up to you. As for Wen Can, she hesitated for a moment. He's actually a good kid, but he's been through a lot. If it weren't for this incident, I'd be all for the two of you being together. Even after everything, despite what people say about his drastic change in personality, I believe a person's true nature doesn't change. Your dad isn't too keen on it, but from a personal perspective, I still think Wen Can is someone worth liking. Ultimately, it's all up to you, sweetie. Yi Kong took the milk and swallowed it with difficulty. Are you sure you're going to keep calling me sweetie? Can't we discuss this? Suddenly, another servant rushed in. Miss, there's another guest. Lin Zinzu peeked in from the doorway, beaming. Hi there, I came to hang out with you. Yi Kong quickly finished her breakfast, tossing a chocolate ball into her mouth as she walked slowly towards the door. She said coolly to Lin Zinzu, sorry, I'm busy today. Lin Zinzu stood there, stunned, then slowly crumbled. Yi Zhen walked past her, chuckling and patting her on the shoulder before leaving. When Yi Kong climbed into the black Rolls-Royce, a gust of wind blew in from the opposite window. She saw Wen Can's short hair flying wildly, his face slightly lowered and motionless. The sunlight slanted through the car window, casting a soft glow on his profile, as beautiful as a spring mountain ridge. Yikong sat beside him, the car door closed, and the Rolls-Royce silently glided away. Wenkan closed his book, smiling at Yikong. Did you sleep well last night, fiancé? Very well. It seems you like rainy days, quite the opposite of me. Yikong propped her chin on her hand, letting the wind tousle her long hair. Don't you think sleeping during a storm feels especially safe? I just find it gloomy and I hate the damp, sticky feeling. Close the windows tightly, and you won't feel that way. At worst, you can use a dehumidifier. Yikong recalled the dehumidifier Fong Siban had set up for her. There was no response. A few seconds later, she turned back. Lincoln laughed. It was a genuine, spontaneous chuckle, like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Yikong almost felt the urge to shield his eyes from the sudden brightness. However, the smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. When Ken turned to look out the window, his tone flat as he said, "Closing the window won't help, and neither will a dehumidifier. To me, the dampness of a rainy day feels like moss growing from my bones. It's an internal sensation, independent of skin contact." Yikong watched him for a moment before changing the subject. "Aren't you going to tell me the do's and don'ts of the Wen family? At least give me a rundown of the people." "No need," Wenkan replied, turning back with another smile. This time, the smile lacked the earlier brilliance and seemed more like the superficial beauty Yikong remembered. "Feel free to improvise. Just don't blame me if I mess things up," Yikong half-jokingly warned. Wenkan chuckled softly, squinting his eyes. "I'm looking forward to it." The Rolls-Royce glided onto the cobblestone path, and buildings emerged in the distance. Yikong couldn't help but think of Downton Abbey. Though the styles were different, the air of aristocratic legacy was unmistakably similar. "How old is this place?" she asked. "Over 100 years," Wenkan answered succinctly. The car entered the estate and stopped in front of the main building. As Yikong stepped out, she saw 2 rows of people in matching white shirts and black vests bowing in unison. Each one was impeccably groomed, and to her surprise, they were all strikingly good-looking. The sound of a wheelchair's wheels approached, and Yikong couldn't help but whisper, "Don't tell me these are all your family's servants." Wenkan lowered his voice and chuckled, "A century-old family. Quite the spectacle, isn't it?" Yikong straightened up as a tall figure emerged from the depths of the building. The man was impeccably dressed in formal attire, a white handkerchief peeking from his breast pocket, and he carried a cane with the grace of a textbook gentleman. His smile was perfect, and as he drew closer, Yikong noticed his distinctly mixed-race features. "You must be Yikong." The handsome middle-aged man extended his hand. "I'm Wenkan's father, Wen Rong. Welcome to the Wen family." Yikong shook his hand but felt a slight dampness. She hesitated for a moment before following her instinct and quickly withdrawing her hand. With a blank expression she said, "I'm Yikong. Thank you for the welcome, but I'd like to wash my hands first." After a pause, she added, "It's not that I'm a germaphobe. It's that your hand is sweaty." The entrance of the Wen estate fell into an awkward silence under the sunlight. As Yikong followed a servant to wash her hands, Wenkan struggled to contain his laughter. He turned his back to the sun, lowering his head to hide his wide grin in the shadows. For the first time, his usually clouded eyes sparkled with an astonishing light. "Yikong," he murmured to himself, "Yikong." In the elegantly decorated flower hall, Yikong sat obediently next to Wenkan. Earlier, under Wen Rong's guidance, she had toured the entire estate. Wen Rong had introduced various facilities and plants with a gentle demeanor, quite unlike the boastful Yi Baozhi. He even made the history of the marble fountain sound fascinating. Everyone tactfully avoided mentioning the awkward incident at the entrance, and Wen Rong showed no sign of displeasure. As they formally took their seats, Yikong couldn't help but think that Wen Rong was a good person and a good father, a rare compliment from her. A maid served light red tea to the 3 of them. While Wen Rong and his son sipped elegantly, Yikong downed her cup in one gulp. She was a bit thirsty. Wen Rong paused slightly and then, putting down his teacup, smiled. "When I spoke to your father last night, he agreed, but I could tell he wasn't too happy about it." He looked at Yikong with a smile. "What about you? How do you feel? Do you like our Wenkan?" "Of course," Yikong blurted out. "He's the most handsome person I've ever seen." Wenkan, usually cold as ice, fluttered his eyelashes and slightly curled his fingers, seemingly wanting to glance at Yikong but ultimately maintaining his impassive demeanor. "Just because he's handsome?" Wen Rong asked in surprise. "Not just that," Yikong stammered. She was supposed to say something nice about Wenkan, but having known him for such a short time, she couldn't come up with anything and finally gave up, saying, "Isn't being good-looking enough? So far, Wenkan is the only person I've ever wanted to draw the moment I met them." "Do you study art?" Wen Rong's interest was piqued. "Where did you learn?" "Self-taught." "Self-taught? Why?" Wen Rong asked curiously. "By the way, I don't know much about your background. Where did you live before? What have you studied? And considering your age, you must still be a university student, right? Where do you study? Have you started working at your family's company?" Though his questions were a bit probing, his gentle tone made it seem like genuine concern from an elder. Yikong thought for a moment and asked, "Is answering these questions necessary for marrying Wen Can? I thought just getting married would be enough." "Of course, it's not enough," Wen Rong replied with a doting and helpless smile, as if looking at a mischievous child. "Getting a marriage certificate is one thing, but for a real marriage, we need to figure out what bridal lessons you might need." Yikong tilted her head, as if she had misheard. At that moment, Wen Can, who had been silent, finally spoke. "She doesn't need any lessons." A hand reached over, intertwining his fingers with Yikong's. Wen Can lifted his head, his eyes clouded as he looked at Wen Rong, his voice icy. "I won't let my fiancé go through what Mom did." Yikong couldn't be sure, but she thought she saw a slight twitch in the old gentleman's face. After a brief and unpleasant conversation, Wen Ken was called away by his father to discuss work as if nothing had happened, leaving Yikong to be shown around the estate by a servant once again. Under the scorching summer sun, the servant noticed Yikong's discomfort and considerately led her to a shaded area. Not far away, a three-story villa, slightly smaller than the main house, came into view. Further ahead was a vast artificial lake. A gentle breeze rippled across the water, bringing a refreshing coolness that was a welcome relief from the heat. As they approached the lakeside, they noticed someone already seated under a sunshade. The servant showed no signs of tension but instead approached cheerfully. "Young Master Xiao Yan, fishing again today?" Following behind, Yikong watched as the person slowly turned, revealing a pale yet sharply defined face. He smiled at the servant and made a gesture. Understanding the signal, the servant lowered her voice. "Young Master Xiao Yan, it's so hot today, and your health isn't great. Why not wait until the sun sets to fish?" Before she could finish her sentence, the float on the water suddenly sank, and the young man's face lit up with excitement as he began reeling in the line. Yikong stood quietly nearby, watching the nearly 6-foot-tall young man engage in a fierce tug-of-war with a fish. Eventually, with the servant's help, he managed to catch a not-so-large catfish. The fish was tossed into a bucket, its tail splashing water vigorously. The young man sat back down, wiping sweat from his forehead with a slight pant. Yikong thought to herself that it was like watching a male, mixed-race version of Lin Daiyu. At this point, the servant gave Yikong a brief introduction. Hearing this, the young man immediately invited her. "So you're Miss Yi-san. Please have a seat. I've been quite curious about you." The servant left to fetch tea, and Yikong took a seat under the sunshade. The Lin Daiyu introduced himself. "My name is Wen Lian. I'm a child from a collateral branch of the Wen family. Because of my poor health, my uncle has been supporting me, so I'm considered his adopted son now." As he spoke, he baited his hook again, preparing for another round of fishing. Wen Lian continued, "There are many children from collateral branches like me here recently. You'll probably see them at dinner. Some of them are quite rebellious. But with my brother around, no one will dare to bully you." Yikong was puzzled. Many children from collateral branches? Is there some special family gathering today? Is the Wen family really such a warm and loving clan? Wen Lian chuckled lightly, but the smile quickly faded. Of course not. They're here to compete for the heiress position. He calmly dropped this bombshell. Yikong couldn't help but turn to look at him. "The Wen family is changing its heir? Don't you think it's unnecessary?" Wen Lian said, "Even if my brother never stands up again, it wouldn't affect his ability to control the Wen family. I don't understand why my uncle is doing this. Their relationship has deteriorated recently." He paused and added softly, "It's making me anxious." Staring at his deeply contoured profile, Yikong suddenly asked, "You said you're the Wen family's adopted son. Since when?" Wen Lian seemed to recall, "I came to the Wen family when I was 7 or 8. I was on the brink of death then, and my uncle and aunt took me in. The formal adoption happened in recent years. I didn't see much difference, but since both my uncle and brother agreed, I didn't mind." Yikong let out a meaningful hum through her nose, as if she had discovered something interesting. She leaned forward slightly, resting her elbow on her knee and her face in her hand, her dark eyes scrutinizing Wen Lian coldly, like she was selecting a piece of pork. "So that means you're also on the list of potential heirs?" she asked calmly. Wen Lian paused slightly, then smiled bitterly. "Don't joke with me, Missy. Even if you're worried about my brother, you don't need to target me." He rolled up the sleeve of his sun-protective clothing, revealing a thin arm covered with bruises of varying shades. Beneath the blue marks were several small needle scars, one of which was still fresh, clearly from a recent injection. Wen Lian continued, "With a body like mine, I'd be lucky to live to 30. How could I possibly covet the position of the Wen family head?" He leaned back against the cushion and sighed. "Even if I were given that position, I'd probably die of exhaustion on the first day. Running a giant like the Wen Corporation is beyond what a sickly person like me can handle." Yikong withdrew her gaze and leaned back in her chair, falling into deep thought. She seemed to have lost her previous resolve upon seeing Wen Lian's exposed weakness, but when she spoke, she was as indifferent as ever. Yikong slowly said, "A person's desires have nothing to do with their physical strength. There are thieves and murderers as young as 7 or 8, and old men in their 70s and 80s who still lust after young girls. If you want to take over the Wen family, Even if you were to die tomorrow, it wouldn't stop you from taking action today. A brief silence fell over the lakeside, broken only by the faint sound of the breeze rippling the water. Suddenly, Wen Lian burst into laughter, starting with a soft chuckle that soon escalated into uncontrollable, gasping laughter. However, his laughter was abruptly interrupted by violent coughing, which grew increasingly painful. Yikong watched as Wen Lian writhed in agony, clutching his chest, his body curling up, and his pale face contorted in a grotesque expression. She blinked and stepped closer, concern evident in her voice as she asked, "Are you okay?" While speaking, she patted his back, which was heaving from the intense coughing, and reached into her pocket to pull out her phone, ready to call when can. At that moment, a commotion of hurried footsteps and the cheerful shouts of several young men sounded in the distance. "Lian Gu. We're here to grill fish." "Lian Gu." Yikong turned to see who it was. Suddenly, her phone was snatched from her hand. Instinctively, she reached out, only to grab Wen Lian's shirt collar. In that split second, she met Wen Lian's gaze, a calm, relaxed look with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wen Lian's weight suddenly shifted forward, causing Yikong to stumble, nearly falling herself. In a split-second decision, she let go. The shirt slipped from her fingers, followed by a loud splash as Wen Lian fell into the lake. Screams erupted from the distance, accompanied by furious shouts. Lian Gu fell into the water. Someone pushed him. Murderer! The koi fish scattered below the surface, and the wind swept away the last trace of moisture in the air, whipping Yikong's hair around her face. She quietly observed the chaotic scene before her, gradually coming to terms with the harsh truth. Today's invitation from the Wen family was not out of curiosity or welcome, but a meticulously planned, sinister trap. No wonder Wen Can had told her to act freely. In a room equipped with medical devices, the electrocardiogram beeped rhythmically. The person on the bed had their eyes tightly shut, their pale face almost translucent, and their chest barely moving. When Rome stood by the bed, gazing for a long time before finally leaving with a stern expression, he brushed past Wen Can, coldly uttering a single word, "Out." At the end of the hallway, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, when Rome stood with his back to Wen Can. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "What are you going to do?" Wen Can's voice was lifeless. "What do you mean, what am I going to do?" When Rome abruptly turned around, his cane striking the floor heavily. "You still ask me what to do?" "The fiancé you chose pushed Wen Lian into the water on her first day visiting our family. Do you not know Wen Lian's condition? This is practically murder." When Rome, rarely so angry, had deepened wrinkles on his forehead, that new third miss from the Yi family is out of control, even daring to anger her own grandmother into fainting. "I was willing to give her a chance for your sake, but look at what she's done." He pointed at Wen Can, his tone shifting from anger to pain. "Look at yourself now. Wen Lian is the brother you grew up with. He's lying there, life hanging by a thread, and you show no emotion. All for that Yikong. How long have you even known her?" Wen Can stared coldly at his father. In his eyes, every wrinkle, every hair, and every expression on his father's face spoke of a father's suffering. Yet Wen Can found it ridiculous. In his vision, his father's features twisted and distorted, growing yellow teeth, fat ears, and a round nose, transforming into a performing pig. Spittle flew as he gestured wildly, comically absurd. So Wen Can actually laughed. When Rome's performance came to an abrupt halt, he gazed at this unfamiliar son, slowly collecting himself, and asked, "What do you want then?" When Rome slowly said, "The engagement is off. You cannot marry her." In the reception room, Yikong sat on the sofa, a table full of fruit and desserts in front of her. She stared blankly at them for a long time without touching anything. Surrounding her were the extended family members Wen Lian had mentioned. They encircled her like siblings, harshly accusing her. "Why did you push Wen Lian? That's attempted murder. You're the eldest brother's fiancé? Not after today. Don't try to deny it, we all saw it. Don't think you can get away with it just because the eldest brother supports you. Wen Lian's status in the Wen family is no less than his. Why aren't you saying anything?" Feeling guilty, a finger jabbed at Yi Kong's shoulder, which she sidestepped. "You still dare to dodge?" The group of young men and women closed in aggressively. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the doorway. "What are you doing?" Everyone froze, looking fearfully towards the door, and called out, "Big brother." When Rome followed closely behind, the middle-aged man, with his gentlemanly demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to his son when expressionless. He sat opposite Yi Kong, leaning on his cane, and said heavily, "Miss Yi, out of respect for our family's relationship, I won't call the police. But in return, I expect you to annul your engagement with Wen Can." As the atmosphere grew tense, he calmly added, "I cannot accept someone who would harm a patient as my daughter-in-law. I hope you understand." Yi Kong silently stared at him. "Aren't you going to ask whether I really pushed him? Or wait until he wakes up to ask him yourself?" A hint of a mocking smile appeared on Wen Rong's face. Before he could respond, the extended family members erupted. Do we even need to ask? We all saw it. You pushed Wen Lian into the water while he was coughing. So many witnesses, how could it be false? Do you dare say you didn't touch Wen Lian? Yi Kong glanced at Wen Can. Since entering, he hadn't spoken another word, sitting motionless in his wheelchair like a shadow of despair. Yet, Yi Kong seemed to read some message from this shadow. She looked away and suddenly said, "Yes, I pushed him." The noisy room fell abruptly silent. When Rome raised an eyebrow, his expression growing darker. He said coldly, "It's good that the third miss is willing to admit it. However, if you insist on denying it, we can wait until Wen Lian wakes up and ask him." Yi Kong smiled slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "No need to ask him. I can confess everything," she said softly, her voice carrying a trace of provocation. "But aren't you curious why I pushed him? After all, I had never met him before, didn't even know his name. We had no grievances. Why would I do such a thing?" When Rome's eyes twitched slightly as he was about to say that it didn't matter, but someone from the side branch instinctively replied, "Why? Because he spoke ill of Wen Can." The room fell silent in an instant, then erupted into a clamor. "Impossible! What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Wen Lian would never do that. He and Big Brother are very close." Everyone started to argue. Yi Kong calmly picked up a piece of white cake and took a small bite. She spoke slowly. "Come to think of it, he didn't just speak ill of Wen Can. He badmouthed all of you." Her hand waved over the side branch members, as if to encompass everyone. "He said that recently, many children from the side branches have come to the Wen family. I thought you all got along well, but he said these people are just fish coming to fight for food." Yi Kong's voice was calm, but each word was piercing. "Fat and low-born, dreaming unrealistic dreams. The moment the main family gives a command, you'll be more than willing to grovel, desperate to replace Wen Can." She paused and continued. "He said you are like fat, round earthworms that can never leap over the dragon gate, destined to crawl in the mud and become bait." Everyone wanted to convince themselves she was talking nonsense, but the harsh truth laid bare made many faces flush with embarrassment. Someone stammered, trying to retort, "Oh, what fat and low-born you." Before the person could finish, Yi Kong pointed across the room at Wen Rong, who remained expressionless. "Oh, and you, Uncle Wan." Her tone suddenly turned lighthearted. "He said you're a ruthless old man, ready to kick aside your crippled son and wouldn't hesitate to use them as bait." Yi Kong finished the last bite of her dessert, smacked her lips, and tilted her head innocently under the light, staring directly at Wen Rong. "But fortunately," he said, "he's inherited your bloodline. Whatever you can do, he can do too." "He said he's your biological son, Uncle Wan. So, besides Wen Can, do you have an illegitimate child?" These words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Wen Rong's composure. He stood up abruptly, his face turning ashen, a flicker of panic and rage flashing in his eyes. The small hall was well lit, and everyone could clearly see Wen Rong's chest heaving rapidly. His eyes burned with a rage that seemed ready to explode at any moment, making everyone wonder if he would lose control in the next second. This side of Wen Rong was one that no one had ever seen before. The newly arrived relatives exchanged uneasy glances, and even Wen Can showed a look of surprise. In Jade Island's aristocratic circles, Wen Rong was usually referred to as Wen Bo's son, Chi's husband, or Wen Can's father. As the only son of the Wen family, he was always seen as mediocre, lacking in talent, shrewdness, and cunning. People often spoke of Mr. Wen with a hint of disdain. However, after Wen Can was born and grew up, the title Mr. Wen subtly transferred to his son. It was as if Wen Rong had been skipped over, going from little Mr. Wen directly to President Wen, without ever having the chance to truly be Mr. Wen. It was like an emperor appointing his grandson as heir, bypassing the crown prince entirely. Initially, everyone was waiting to see Wen Rong make a fool of himself. But he accepted everything with remarkable composure and tolerance, eventually showcasing his gentle and humble charm at social gatherings, which gradually silenced the mockery. Nowadays, when people mention Wen Rong, they described him as a kind philanthropist and the most tolerant leader in the family. Yet now, this usually unflappable man was losing control in front of everyone. The young masters and ladies showed expressions of fear, but Wen Rong managed to restrain himself. He took several deep breaths, opened his eyes, and looked sternly at Yi Kong. "Miss Yi." Wen Rong's voice was low and controlled. "I have no intention of disciplining you in place of your elders, but what you just said not only slanders Wen Lian, the victim, but also seriously accuses me and even Wen Can's mother." Yi Kong interrupted him without hesitation, her tone tinged with disdain. "I was just repeating what I heard. I didn't mean to accuse you or Wen Can's mother. Besides, even if Wen Lian was making things up, wouldn't that only be accusing you, uncle? What does it have to do with the deceased aunt?" Wen Rong's fingers tightened around his cane, veins bulging, yet his tone remained calm. "You might not understand since you just arrived in Jade Island, but my relationship with my late wife was different from your parents' business marriage. We married for love, without any of the sordid drama of wealthy families. I could never betray her, Not for a second, even though she's no longer alive. Yi Kong cut him off again, her eyes glinting with a mix of innocence and danger. Then why didn't you die with her? If you loved your wife that much, why didn't you go with her? When Rome was stunned, his extensive experience in reading people failed him at that moment. Yi Kong continued, I don't really get it, but I've heard that if you truly love someone, you live for them and die for them. Uncle Wen didn't die for his wife, so is he living for her? But if that's the case, why did he rush to find someone to replace his son right after his son became disabled? The small hall fell into a dead silence. All the relatives lowered their heads, as if hoping to disappear. When Rome's hand trembled slightly, a sign of his extreme anger. Only Wen Can remained calm, staring at his father as if trying to see through every one of his expressions. A rare blush appeared on Wen Can's delicate face, making him look as if he had had a bit too much to drink. The silence lasted about a minute. Just as Wen Rong was about to rise and speak with an icy gaze, Wen Can broke the silence. Enough, he turned to Yi Kong, his voice calm and firm. You've just arrived in Jade Island and don't understand many things. I'll explain them to you later. Now push me out. I'll take you to my room. The atmosphere immediately eased. However, when Rong glanced at Wen Can with dissatisfaction, had been ready to deliver a speech portraying himself as the ultimate victim and formally cancel the engagement. But that opportunity was easily defused by his son. Kuan-chan's face showed a hint of helplessness, as if suggesting that Yi Kong simply didn't understand the situation and shouldn't be blamed. Known for his gentle and forgiving nature, this father couldn't bring himself to harshly judge Yi Kong at this moment. He could only look on impassively as Yi Kong pushed Wen-chan out of the room, a barely perceptible flicker of pain in his eyes. The remaining branch family members in the room huddled together like frightened quails, trembling in fear. Wen Rong's eye twitched involuntarily as he exhaled a long breath, lifting a weary hand to his forehead. He couldn't help but wonder, how could Ah-chan choose such a fiancé? The scene shifts to Wen-chan's study. Yi Kong stood in front of the desk, casually toying with the hourglass on it, and said bluntly, Wen Lian never said those things, I made them up. Wen-chan frowned and asked, aren't you afraid he'll wake up and expose your lies? Yi Kong chuckled lightly and retorted, expose? Why should what he says be the truth and what I say be lies? There were only the two of us by the lake, so there's no one to testify for him, just as there's no one to testify for me. Wen-chan pressed on, even so, how did you come up with those things to say? Yi Kong sat down in a chair, crossing her hands on her lap, and began to explain in detail, I wouldn't say it's entirely made up. She briefly described how Wen Lian indeed looked down on the newcomers, ostensibly standing up for Wen-chan. But when Yi Kong mentioned Wen Lian also had a claim to the inheritance, he had deliberately emphasized his own physical condition, making it clear he didn't dare to covet the position. Yi Kong tapped on the armrest of the chair, speaking leisurely, I've always believed that the best way to hide desire is to ignore and dismiss it, not to repeatedly emphasize that you don't want it. The more you emphasize, the more it shows you care. I'm certain he has thoughts about your position, so it's not entirely fabricated. Wen-chan sat behind the desk, his long fingers supporting his chin, his deep eyes fixed on Yi Kong as he asked, so, when you said Wen Lian is his biological son, was that also your deduction? This time, Yi Kong shook her head and admitted frankly, no, that part one did make up. Wen-chan fell silent upon hearing this. When Ken was at a loss for words and could only ask seriously, what were you thinking? A DNA test can easily confirm it, yet you're making wild guesses? Did it never occur to you that if the results show they aren't father and son, everything you just said would be nonsense? Yi Kong smiled indifferently. It wouldn't be a loss, she said, a glint flashing in her eyes. I can see that Wen Lian desperately wants to be part of your family. He claims to be an adopted son, but he acts like the host around me, a guest. He has desires and ambitions but is afraid to show them. She pressed on, someone like him, even the slightest chance of being your father's biological son would excite him and lead to delusions. If your father insists on a paternity test and it turns out negative, the blow would be tremendous. He'd feel inferior and resentful. The more he denies it, the more it will gnaw at him, reinforcing his ambitions. This will inevitably strain his relationship with your father, giving you plenty of room to maneuver. Wen Can frowned. Do you know a paternity test only takes one night? When would he have time to think about all this? 1 minute is enough, Yi Kong said, spreading her hands. Desire doesn't need time to grow. She paused for a few seconds, her dark eyes locking onto Wen Can's. The most important thing is, your father listened to me. Although he was extremely angry, he didn't immediately suggest a paternity test. Wen Can's pupils contracted. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Kong continued, even though I made it up at the time, I now think I might have guessed right. Maybe you should act first and pull out a strand of Wen Lian's hair. After a long pause, Wen Can asked, did you study psychology? Yi Kong nodded and explained, don't get me wrong, we don't teach such tricks. I just have a knack for reading people and have studied it for years. Why? Are you curious about human nature? No, quite the opposite. I lack curiosity about humanity. Then why? I'm just curious about myself. Wenkan fell silent. Yikong glanced around and suddenly asked, why do you have so many hourglasses? You can use your talent to deduce that, Wenkan replied instinctively. Yikong was displeased. Are you my teacher now giving me tests? But she still analyzed, you're a control freak with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, maybe even a perfectionist. You need these hourglasses to remind you of the passage of time, indicating you have goals that must be met. You're anxious yet adept at patience otherwise, the hourglasses would be closer to your desk, not arranged so artistically. She added, I'm really worried you might develop a split personality one day. Munkin couldn't help but laugh. You really? But are you this honest with everyone? Answering whatever they ask. Of course with collaborators. Actually, you don't need me that much anymore. Your mother moved out of the Yi family for you. No one can drive you away now. Yi Kong retorted, but you promised to let me try the best desserts from around the world, and in unlimited quantities. Besides, your family is quite interesting, unlike any I've encountered before. Didn't you say you're not curious about humanity? But you can be my material. Some say understanding others is understanding oneself, so I'm happy to engage with all sorts of new people and things. Munkin smiled. Is that why you're called Yikong? Like the sky, embracing everything. Yikong was silent for a long time, looking out the window. No, she said softly, although that's what my grandfather hoped. It's regrettable. The Kong in Yikong means emptiness and hollowness. Given the situation, the dinner to welcome guests was naturally cancelled. After learning that Wen Lian had briefly regained consciousness, Wenkan escorted Yi Kong out of the Wen family home. Upon returning home, she ran into Yi Haichuan, who was about to leave. The man called Yi Kong over gently, then looked icily at Wenkan. You didn't take good care of my daughter. I'm very sorry, Wenkan said, lowering her head slightly. Her profile is perfect as a deity's. It won't happen again. Again? Yi Haichuan sneered. I hope next time I hear that Mr. Wen has decided to cancel the engagement. Then you won't have to wait, Uncle Yi. That day will never come. Yi Haichuan was momentarily speechless. I heard Wen Lian is in critical condition. He's tough. He'll wake up eventually, Wenkan said nonchalantly. Yi Haichuan could hardly believe these words came from Wenkan. Could a car accident really change a person so completely? After a moment of silence, Yi Haichuan said, my father forbids me from breaking off the engagement. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to be the one to break my word. So I hope you can address my daughter's reputation issue. What happened at the Yi family has already spread. His eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth slightly. Your Wen family is like a sieve. Wenkan was silent. I'll take care of it. As she left, Yikong peeked out from behind Yi Haichuan and waved goodbye to Wenkan. Beneath her black hair, the man's eyes curved slightly, and looking at him, Yikong thought his smile resembled a puppy's. She turned back home, still savoring the moment, only to find another unexpected guest in the living room. Lin Xinzhou. The girl, who was said to have a complicated background, was sitting on her couch, devouring her desserts. Lin Xinzhou had crumbs at the corners of her mouth but was already waving enthusiastically. Master, I've been waiting for you forever. Yikong calmly withdrew her gaze as if she hadn't seen anything. Just then, Fong Sivan hurried over and tightly grasped her wrist. She scrutinized Yikong from head to toe, ensuring she wasn't injured and her clothes were unwrinkled before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Did the Wen family give you any trouble? Fong Sivan asked with concern. No, Yikong replied indifferently. She believed she had left the Wen household unscathed, not giving a second thought to what had happened there. Yi Haichuan followed closely behind. He adjusted his sleeves, placed a shovel aside, and poured himself a glass of water. Only then did Yikong notice her father's unusual attire. What are you doing? She couldn't help but ask. Gardening, Yi Haichuan replied casually in his farmer's outfit. Want to join me? I can help too. Lin Xinzhou, who had been ignored, immediately chimed in. I know a bit about gardening. Yikong ignored her again and looked outside. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the dining room, she saw that the ground had been tilled, and the potted plants that had been sheltering indoors from the rain yesterday were now outside, seemingly ready to be transplanted. Did you do all this by yourself? Yikong looked at Yi Haichuan skeptically. Don't underestimate your dad's stamina, Yi Haichuan said with ease. He had shed his crisp suit, revealing welted muscles under his short sleeves, clearly a result of regular exercise. So, want to work with your old man? He put on a straw hat, completing his farmer look. Yikong shook her head without hesitation. I like flowers, not the labor. With that, she strode upstairs, her back resolute. Yi Haichuan sighed regretfully. I was hoping to bond with her through some work. Who wants to bond with you under the blazing sun? Fong Sivan rolled her eyes, pushing him outside. You may not mind the sun with your tough skin, but Xiao Kong is a girl. No one mentioned what had happened at the Wen household, as if it were a trivial matter. Even though the incident of Yi Kong pushing Wen Lian into the water had spread widely and caused quite a stir, the Yi family's villa remained calm and undisturbed. Yi Kong entered her room, intending to finish unpacking the remaining boxes. But as soon as she stepped in, someone squeezed in behind her. She turned to see Lin Xinzhou beaming at her, the scholarly air gone. Yi Kong. Lin Xinzhou started, but was quickly cut off. I don't like people barging into my room without permission, Yi Kong said coldly. Lin Xinzhou stiffened, then retreated to the doorway and stood at attention, carefully knocking on the doorframe. May I come in, Miss Yi? The so-called bedroom was actually a suite, complete with a small living room, a study, and an entertainment room. Too lazy to move elsewhere, Yi Kong sat down on the sofa in the small living room and said with some resignation, "Come in." Lin Xinzhou immediately darted in and sat across from her. What do you want? Yi Kong asked. I told you, I want to invite you to join my band, Lin Xinzhou said earnestly. Even if you don't want to be a musician, you can be anything you want. Why me? Yi Kong asked, puzzled. All I can play is the swona, and I doubt it fits with your band style. How many of your songs can even use a swona? How can you underestimate yourself like that? Lin Xinzhou suddenly became excited, slamming the table and standing up. You have to realize that what you showcased that day wasn't just exceptional swona skills, but also your genius-level musical talent. Do you know how long it took me to write that piece? 6 months. Countless revisions, experiments, and retries just to barely finalize it. Even I took a long time to master it, but you listened to it once and then played it with a completely different instrument, adding your own touch and making it more perfect and exhilarating. As he spoke, Lin Xinzhou unknowingly leaned over the table, his face close to Yi Kong's, eyes glowing with excitement. You're a genius. With you in the band, I believe I can write even better, more powerful pieces that might go down in history. As Lin Xinzhou approached, Yi Kong instinctively leaned back into the sofa. She expressionlessly extended her hand and firmly pushed his expectant face away. I refuse, Yi Kong said coldly. What? Why refuse? Lin Xinzhou was struck as if by lightning, her expression crumbling in an instant as she stared in disbelief. Desperately, she pressed on, you play the swona so well, you must have spent a lot of time practicing. If you're willing to invest that much time, it means you must love music, right? Yi Kong replied with a blank expression, there are lots of things I like. Lin Xinzhou immediately retorted, how can you compare them? Music isn't like any other hobby. It's the vessel of memories, the image of emotions, the keeper of time. It's the greatest of all the arts. Suddenly, she paused mid-speech, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. Standing up with her arms crossed, she smiled confidently, or do you think there's no profit in it? She raised her chin like a proud antelope. Well, you're wrong. Our band is renowned among the aristocracy of Yuzhou. In fact, it's not just in Yuzhou. We tour the top cities nationwide every other year. You know, these events are the social playgrounds of capitalists and elites. Why else do you think so many second-generation heirs join my band? Lin Xinzhou continued, if you join my band, I'll take full responsibility for your social life in Yuzhou. Whoever you want to meet, I'll introduce you to them. Whoever you want to befriend, I'll make it happen. Even if there's someone you dislike, I'll help you deal with them. Trust me, I can make it happen. Yi Kong's mind went blank as she listened. Lin Xinzhou mistook her silence for acquiescence, her smile growing wider. It wasn't until Yi Kong snapped back to reality that she spoke again. Miss Lin, what if I insist on refusing? Then I'll come back next time, Lin Xinzhou said confidently. And if not next time, then the time after that. One day you'll say yes. All right, Yi Kong replied with a cold smile, meeting Lin Xinzhou's excited gaze. If you agree to be my dog, then I'll join. Lin Xinzhou's smile froze, then slowly crumbled. Yi Kong leaned back into the sofa, lifting her chin slightly. The small mole on her left cheek accentuated her indifferent demeanor. She continued calmly, what's wrong? Don't like the term? Or would you prefer slave, Miss Lin? Either way, whether it's dog or slave, you'll have to call me master. Under the dazzling light of the crystal chandelier, Yi Kong tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile. What do you say, Miss Lin? Lin Xinzhou stood there, speechless. Lin Xinzhou arrived with determination and left in a daze, not even hearing Fong Sivan's invitation to stay for dinner. Watching Lin Xinzhou's retreating figure, Fong Sivan frowned in worry, wondering what was wrong with the child. Yi Kong, standing nearby with an indifferent look, casually guessed, maybe it's just too hot. Fong Sivan glanced at the setting sun but said nothing. Seeing this, Yi Kong turned and slipped into the kitchen, heading straight for the fridge. She had just taken out an ice cream from the freezer when Fong Sivan caught her red-handed. No way. Fong Sivan, wearing an apron with cute rabbit prints, stood with her hands on her hips and a stern look in her eyes. We're about to have dinner. You can't eat ice cream now. You'll get a stomachache. Unwilling to give up, Yi Kong clutched the ice cream and stubbornly replied, I won't. I have a stomach of steel. No means no. Fong Sivan's gaze was even firmer, as if she could control Yi Kong's actions with her mind. Reluctantly, Yi Kong put the ice cream back in the fridge and left the kitchen, deciding to check out Yi Haichuan's handiwork. In the yard, Yi Haichuan was resting on a small stool, his t-shirt soaked with sweat and a towel around his neck. There was no trace of his usual corporate demeanor as he wiped his sweat. Seeing Yi Kong come out, he teased with a smile. Finally coming out now that the sun's setting? Yeah, Yi Kong responded confidently. Unperturbed, Yi Haichuan pointed to the empty space where the lawn used to be and began describing his gardening plans. I'm thinking of putting a swing over there, maybe a small pond, channeling water around the house, planting some lotus flowers, and adding some fish. What do you think? Yi Kong was indifferent. Why ask me? You decide. But this is your home, so it should reflect your preferences, Yi Haichuan continued. Or would you prefer a few walls to make a maze? Maybe we can paint some graffiti on them. No way, Yi Kong replied. At Hua Jihi, I only painted because the walls were too white and cracked. I didn't like it. Got it. Then how about I build you a wall? Make it a screen wall. Yi Haichuan continued planning. We could add a pavilion. Leave a space for barbecues and picnics. Do you like pets? I could get you some cats and dogs, or maybe cows and sheep if you prefer. Yi Kong watched his enthusiasm with a cool gaze and suddenly felt like dousing his excitement. What if I want to keep snakes? Would you agree to that and build me a snake pit? Yi Haichuan's smile froze, and he laughed awkwardly. You like cold-blooded animals? Well, you might need to ask your mom about that. She's terrified of snakes. Yi Kong was skeptical. Yi Haichuan hurriedly changed the subject, discussing whether they should expand the yard. As the sun set, its golden-orange glow enveloped the villa area. At that moment, the kitchen window opened, and the aroma of food wafted out along with Fong Sivan's call, dinner's ready. Come and eat. Yi Haichuan wiped his sweat and clapped his hands, standing up. Let's go. Time to eat. Your mom made crab roe buns today, with top-quality Matsuba crabs flown in from Japan. They're delicious. Yi Kong didn't move immediately. The scene triggered memories of her time at the orphanage. Back then, the teacher would call out for meals, and the children would rush to the dining hall, laughing and running. But Yi Kong never joined them. She always walked alone, slowly making her way from a secluded corner to the dining hall, like a stray cat. Sometimes, staff members had to search for her, finding her under the slide or in a tree hollow on the hillside. Yi Kong had never been particularly interested in filling her stomach, almost as if she lacked a desire for survival itself. Yet today, Fong Sivan's call felt different. Even the ordinary sunset seemed to wear a gentle filter, making her itch to capture it on canvas. Given her usual nature, Yi Kong would have acted on her impulse immediately, unstoppable by anyone. But the thought of Fong Sivan's glaring eyes made her hesitate. I'll paint it tonight, Yi Kong convinced herself, not because I'm scared, just to avoid a quarrel. She stood up silently, about to follow Yi Haichuan back inside, when she noticed two unexpected visitors outside the iron gate. Her expression instantly turned cold. When Yi Haichuan saw the visitor, he paused briefly, his brows furrowing before quickly relaxing. He stepped forward and called out, Mom. The elderly woman let out a cold laugh, standing outside the door without entering, her tone sharp. You still remember to call me Mom? Am I really your mom? She scrutinized Yi Haichuan's disheveled appearance, her anger intensifying. For the sake of a daughter you just acknowledged, you abandoned the home you've lived in for decades. I've raised you for so many years, and now at your age, you decide to rebel. Yi Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Haichuan shot her a glare, but she pretended not to notice and turned her head away. Mom, what are you talking about? Don't I still come back to the old house every night? Yi Haichuan tried to persuade her, stepping closer. Please come in, Sivan just finished cooking. I wouldn't dare come in. The elderly woman's cloudy eyes swept coldly over Yi Kong. Didn't you say that without your daughter's permission, no one is allowed in? Baozhu is almost dead from standing outside, so how could I, an old woman, dare to enter your house? Yi Baozhu, who had been silent, slightly raised her head, quickly glancing at the two of them before tugging at the elderly woman's sleeve and whispering, Grandma, let's go back. Go back? The elderly woman interrupted harshly. This is also a Yi family property. Anything that belongs to the Yi family has a share for you too. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Kong had already turned and walked into the house. The old woman was so angry that her chest tightened, and with a trembling finger, she pointed at Yi Kong's back and shouted, You stop right there. Yi Kong abruptly halted. In the kitchen, Fong Sivan was busy bringing out dishes. The crab roe buns were already on the table, their shadows alone looking enticing from afar. Yi Kong felt a pang of hunger and grew increasingly impatient with the commotion behind her. She hadn't felt this annoyed in a long time, as if she were dealing not with family but with obstructive garbage, wishing she could resolve it all at once. Bathed in the last golden light of the setting sun, Yi Kong slowly lifted her eyes. Yi Kong. The old man's aged tongue savored the bitterness of these two words before spitting them out with hatred. Yi Haichuan's eyes turned cold as he stepped forward to shield the old man. Mom, calm down first, he said in a deep voice. If there's anything you want to say, let's discuss it inside. Inside. The old man sneered. Without your daughter's permission, who dares to step foot into your house? She emphasized your house, with a sarcastic tone. Yi Haichuan wearily rubbed his forehead, smearing mud on his hand. So what do you want to do? We can't just stand at the door and make a scene, can we? Ever since this jinx returned to the Yi family, we've become the laughingstock of the entire Yuzhou, the old man shouted. Mom. Yi Haichuan raised his voice. She's my daughter, not some jinx. She's also your granddaughter. She is not, the old man retorted sharply. She doesn't even acknowledge me as her grandmother. Why should I recognize this jinx as my granddaughter? The old man took a breath and continued her tirade. Do you know what happened at the Wen family today? My old friends called me, saying that this unruly girl pushed the Wen family's adopted son into the water. Wen Lian, who is already in poor health, has just woken up from a coma. She spoke with deep sorrow. We had such a good relationship with the Wen family. Even though Wen Kan didn't acknowledge the engagement, it didn't affect our relationship. But look at what she's done since she came back. The old man sneered again. Wen Kan is willing to marry her now, but unfortunately, Wen Kan is a cripple who can no longer inherit the family position. Even if he acknowledges the engagement, what good is it? Her gaze pierced through Yi Haichuan, landing on the motionless figure behind him. Yi Kong, after doing such a heinous thing, do you feel no guilt at all? At this moment, Feng Sivan hurried out. The old man immediately turned to her. What are you thinking? How can you act like everything is normal cooking and gardening here? Feng Sivan only caught half of the conversation and quickly explained, Mom, we don't even know if it was Kong Kong who did it. Wait.
Oh my.
The old man clutched her chest, breathing rapidly. Are you all going crazy with her? She pointed at Yi Kong. This jinx. Ever since she came back, she made me faint twice, then forced Baozhu to stand under the scorching sun until she passed out, and now she's committed a murder at someone else's house. Mom. Feng Sivan hastily interrupted. What do you mean murder? Wen Kan himself said Kong Kong didn't push anyone. Does Wen Kan's word count for anything now? The old man raised her voice even higher, drowning out Feng Sivan. Aside from that old lady, who else in the Wen family stands by him? She continued her rant. I've wanted to say this for a long time. This jinx must have used some trick to ensnare Wen Kan. You all think she's found a powerful backer and dare to defy me. But look at Wen Kan's situation now. If he weren't a cripple, would he even look at Yi Kong? The old man's gaze fixed on Yi Kong's back. I agreed to let her come back because I wanted her to marry that cripple in place of Baozhu. Baozhu has been pampered by the Yi family for 20 years. How could she endure such hardship? But now, she's caused such a mess at the Wen family, angering Wen Rong. I doubt she'll even marry that cripple. She pulled Yi Baozhu close, speaking with deep sorrow. And you fools. You bullied my Baozhu for the sake of this worthless girl? You have no conscience. The front yard of the villa fell into silence. The sun had set, and streetlights began to cast long, dark shadows on the ground. Feng Sivan stood in the back, her hands still wet from cooking, clenched tightly into fists. Her eyes were red, and her chest heaved with emotion, unable to utter a word. Outside the iron gate, the old man seemed victorious, gripping Yi Baozhu's hand with a proud expression. Right now, the priority is to appease Wen Rong and the Wen family. While we don't need to fear them, they have deeper roots and wider connections than us. If Wen Rong wants to make the Yi family pay for this, we will suffer as well. Oh. The one who broke the silence was none other than Yi Kong. She finally turned around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, what do you think I should do to calm them down? She asked softly, her tone carrying a barely noticeable hint of provocation. Feng Sivan heard this and stepped forward, trying to approach Yi Kong, but the latter subtly blocked her way. Yi Kong's gaze never left the old man outside the iron gate, as if Feng Sivan didn't exist at all. Outside the iron gate, the old lady sneered, her wrinkled face full of disdain. Of course, you should go and apologize in person. Do whatever they ask you to do, she said sharply. Even if they want to charge you with attempted murder, you better obediently sit in the defendant's seat. The old lady slightly lifted her chin and continued. Of course, if you are obedient enough, the Yi family can still pull some strings to make your life a bit more comfortable, since you are, after all, a part of the Yi bloodline. I am truly honored, Yi Kong replied, her tone flat but laced with a hint of sarcasm, which instantly angered the old woman. Just as she was about to lash out, a burst of white noise suddenly came from Yi Kong's phone, followed by a familiar, angry voice. Does Wen Kan's word still count now? How many people in the Wen family are still on his side besides that old hag? The voice on the recording was filled with rage. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. This jinx somehow managed to hook Wen Kan, and now everyone thinks she's found a big backer. They even dare to flaunt it in front of me. But look at Wen Kan's current situation. The faint glow from Yi Kong's phone screen illuminated her face as the recording continued to play. If he wasn't a cripple now, would he even look at Yi Kong? I agreed to let her come back, only to have her replace Baozhu in marrying that good-for-nothing. Baozhu has been pampered by the Yi family for 20 years. She couldn't endure such suffering. But now, look at what she's done in the one family, angering when wrong. I doubt she can even marry that cripple now. The old lady outside the iron gate was stunned, her cloudy eyes reflecting the image of Yi Kong fiddling with her phone. The young woman muttered to herself as she typed, "Let's see, where's Wencan's WeChat? There it is. Send." Okay, sent successfully. Better remind him to let his grandma hear this. A moment later, her phone buzzed twice. Yi Kong glanced at the screen, and Wencan's deep, cold voice resonated in the night. Got it? Yi Kong lifted her head, her dark eyes reflecting a cold glint under the light, yet carrying a faint smile as she looked straight at the old lady Yi. She waved her phone, her voice brimming with victorious glee. "See? He said he got it. Are you happy now, you old hag?" Old Mrs. Yi stared at Yi Kong in disbelief, her pupils dilating and lips trembling. A deep, raspy gasp escaped from her chest before she collapsed to the ground. Yi Baoju's scream pierced the air. Yi Haichuan's veins bulged on his forehead, and Fong Sivan stood dumbfounded. But Yi Kong suddenly burst into laughter. It started as a light chuckle, then grew louder and more unrestrained. She laughed so hard that she doubled over, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Fong Sivan was about to step forward but froze, startled by the laughter. She watched Yi Kong's manic back, feeling an invisible fear grip her, making her hold her breath. The laughter abruptly stopped. Yi Kong's emotions vanished as quickly as they had appeared, like glue being ripped apart. Her eyes turned cold, as lifeless as glass beads, and she looked down at the fallen Mrs. Yi with a detached gaze. "You knew you'd faint from anger, yet you still came looking for it," she said without a trace of emotion, tilting her head slightly. "Sometimes I really don't understand humans. Are they masochists?" Yi Kong's eyes swept over Yi Baoju's terrified yet hateful gaze, and her lips curled into a slight smile. "I never stop people from seeking their own demise," she muttered under her breath, no longer bothering to spare a glance at the other two. She turned, fiddling with her phone as she walked into the house. As she passed by Fong Sivan, Yi Kong said politely, "Mom, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat now." Fong Sivan stared blankly at Yi Kong's disappearing figure, finally snapping out of her daze. "Oh, be careful not to burn yourself with the crab roe buns," she responded woodenly. "Got it." Yi Kong's voice came from inside, accompanied by the sight of her sitting down at the dining table, inhaling the aroma with a look of pure contentment. Fong Sivan shivered slightly, but her eyes filled with deep sorrow. After dinner, Yi Kong took a long walk around the villa complex to digest her food before returning home. By then, only Fong Sivan was there. Yi Haichuan had taken Mrs. Yi to the hospital. It was said that Yi Zhen and the others had rushed back urgently, and Mrs. Yi had even been admitted to the emergency room. When Fong Sivan relayed this news to Yi Kong, the latter didn't even blink, merely responding with a lazy. The sound of the TV added a touch of liveliness to the otherwise quiet villa. Fong Sivan had been lost in thought for a while when she suddenly heard Yi Kong's indifferent voice. "If you have something to say, just say it." Startled, she turned to see Yi Kong still focused on her phone. "If you have questions, ask them. Otherwise, you'll lose sleep tonight," Yi Kong added. Fong Sivan bit her lip and cautiously asked after a moment, "What are you playing?" Yi Kong paused and showed her the screen. It was filled with colorful little squares, adorned with various flower patterns, some of which were constantly blooming, looking both eerie and cute. "It's a match 3 game." Fong Sivan recognized it instantly. "Yeah," Yi Kong replied, retracting her phone and continuing to play. Fong Sivan moved closer, watching Yi Kong play. Her fingers moved swiftly, as if she didn't need to think to clear large sections of flowers. However, as the game progressed, her speed slowed. Fong Sivan wanted to help but couldn't figure out where to tap. Eventually, the level ended in failure. The screen turned gray, and a huge, colorful clown fell from the top, laughing shrilly. "You lost. You lost. Yi Kong, you lost." The clown laughed, jumped, and clapped on the screen. Yi Kong's face darkened, and she abruptly turned off the screen. "Isn't this game supposed to be for everyone?" Fong Sivan asked, puzzled. "Someone made it for me," Yi Kong answered curtly. "Made just for you? A friend?" Fong Sivan asked with a smile. Yi Kong seemed to ponder for a moment. "Not really. We're business partners." "Business partners? In what way?" Fong Sivan's curiosity grew. In many ways, Yi Kong's pupils lost focus for a brief second but quickly returned to normal. She turned to Fong Sivan and asked, "Is this all you wanted to know? I thought you had more pressing questions." Fong Sivan was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Sweetheart, I want to know what you're thinking." About what? Which situation?" Yi Kong looked confused. "When you faced your grandmother and when you faced Baoju, what were you thinking?" Yi Kong pondered for a while. "Not much, really. I don't consider her my grandmother, just an old woman who inexplicably likes to trouble me. As for Yi Baoju, I've been more than kind to her out of respect for you all." Yi Kong added, "I rarely truly dislike someone, but when I do, I usually find ways to make their life miserable. Tolerating her until now is my limit." So, what are you planning to do next? Hearing this, Yi Kong's dark eyes flickered slightly, and her sharp gaze pierced Fong Sivan like an icy blade. Her scrutinizing look seemed to come from a distant galaxy, cold and detached. However, this fierce expression vanished quickly, and Yi Kong suddenly acted like an innocent child, turning her head away with a mischievous smile. I'm not telling you, she said softly with a hint of playfulness in her tone. If I tell you, you'll try to protect her. Fong Sivan was momentarily speechless. An indescribable chill rose in her heart, like a ghost silently passing through. The room fell into a prolonged silence, the air almost frozen. Yi Kong keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. She turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on Fong Sivan once more. In the dim light, she was surprised to see two streams of silent tears glistening on Fong Sivan's cheeks. Yi Kong was taken aback, her expression instantly cooling. Why are you crying? She asked, a hint of confusion and displeasure in her voice. Are you afraid for Yi Baozhu? Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Kong suddenly felt a warm force envelop her. Fong Sivan tightly embraced her, as if trying to meld their bones together. The woman's soft, warm body held Yi Kong firmly in her slender arms, and hot tears fell on Yi Kong's collar, slowly trickling down her thin shoulder blades, making her shiver involuntarily. Baby! Fong Sivan choked out, her voice filled with pain and regret. How did you grow up? If I hadn't lost you, would you be 1,000 times more carefree than now? I want to know about your past, what you were like as a child, if you went to school properly, if anyone bullied you, if you ate and slept well, if there were adults who protected and loved you. Her voice trembled more and more, and the tears flowed faster. But I'm so scared. I'm afraid your life was worse than I imagined. I would break down, go crazy. Baby, I'm so sorry. Your grandparents and I are so sorry. What should you do, and how can I make it up to you? Yi Kong remained stiff in the unexpected embrace, not moving an inch. Fong Sivan's tears gradually soaked her clothes, like some strange magic that kept her from breaking free. Time seemed to stand still, and everything around them blurred. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Kong finally raised her hand slowly, awkwardly patting the woman's back. The gesture was clumsy and mechanical, like a cold machine trying to offer comfort. Resting her chin on Fong Sivan's shoulder, Yi Kong lowered her eyelids and said in a calm and gentle voice, It's okay. I've been fine. Don't cry. She paused, as if contemplating something. Then Yi Kong used that hand to return the embrace, whispering, As for making it up, of course you can. That's why I'm here. The sunset painted the horizon with gray strokes, while wisps of clouds outlined the silhouettes of crows perched on tree branches. A splendid house stood amidst the evening glow, its entrance surrounded by a sea of flowers, with a farmer-like man and an idle girl standing amidst them. What should have been a warm and peaceful summer evening was transformed into a dark and ominous twilight under Yi Kong's brush. Yi Kong had long noticed the peculiarities of her painting, but she always followed her instincts, never deliberately catering to her desires. Guided by intuition, she continued her work stroke by stroke, only putting down her brush in the early hours of the morning. She gazed at the finished piece and inscribed the characters Twilight in the bottom right corner. It must be because that old woman is about to appear, so my memories cast this foreboding filter over the scene, Yi Kong mused, satisfied with her explanation, before finally getting up to wash her hands. As she returned to bed, her phone vibrated twice. She picked it up to see a brief message from an unknown number. Okay? The single-word reply carried an inexplicable sense of grudging acceptance. Following her intuition, Yi Kong thought for a moment before quickly replying, Lin Xinzhou. The other person responded with an ellipsis. Yi Kong chuckled and continued to probe. What do you mean by okay? You know exactly what I mean, don't you? Oh, I get it. You're responding to my earlier request, right? So, are you going to be my dog or my slave? The other end fell into a prolonged silence. Yi Kong lay back on her bed, spreading her arms comfortably, until a few minutes later, her phone rang suddenly. She answered the call, and before she could switch to speaker, a voice pierced her eardrum. Yi Kong, don't go too far. What kind of pervert are you? The call was abruptly cut off. Unfazed, Yi Kong added the unknown number to her contacts on WeChat and tossed her phone aside. Meanwhile, Lin Xinzhou was restless, unable to wait for a response. Finally, she couldn't resist sending another message. Still no reply. She pressed on, Why aren't you saying anything? What do you mean? At least tell me what you want to do. Just so you know, I won't do anything illegal. And pushing someone into the water is out of the question. I'm a law-abiding citizen. At this, Yi Kong's interest was piqued. She dialed back. The call was picked up after 3 rings, and she heard nothing but silent, embarrassed breathing on the other end. Unbothered, she lazily said, So, knowing I pushed someone into the water at the one residence, you still dare to accept my terms? Quite brave of you, Miss Lin. It's all for the sake of music. Lin Xinzhou's voice was filled with shame and indignation. I'm warning you, my family has police connections. If you make me do anything illegal, I'll be arrested in no time. A low chuckle escaped Yikong's throat. Does making you bark like a dog count as illegal? Lin Shinjo was about to explode but heard the girl's lazy voice again. Oh, I forgot to tell you, besides the swona, I can also play a bit of guitar and bagpipes. Oh, and a bit of drums too. The flames of anger were instantly doused. Lin Shinjo gritted her teeth. I need to see your skills. Sure, but the time will be decided by me, Yikong smiled. So from now on, Miss Lin, you're my dog. Be ready to come whenever I call. The call ended abruptly. In her bedroom, Lin Shinjo pounded her pillow and flailed at the air, her face twisted in frustration. Yet she dared not make a sound. Over an hour later, she fell asleep with tears of humiliation. In her dream, she saw Yikong with a wicked grin, holding a whip in one hand and a bone in the other, issuing high-handed commands. Go, fetch my shoes. Lin Shinjo woke up in fright, only to hear the phone ringing like a death knell. Groggily, she answered and heard the voice from her nightmare. It was sweet and soft, tinged with the grogginess of morning, and carried a light smile. Time to get up, Miss Lin. Come spend the day with me. In the modest Lin family house, a scream pierced the air. Lin's brother, who was putting on his uniform to go to work, was so startled he dropped his hat and rushed upstairs. Ouch, what's wrong? Unaware of the commotion she had caused, Yikong stood at the gate of the long-visited Yi residence, waiting for the legendary old Master Yi to return home. As she put down her phone, an old-fashioned black Mercedes approached on the road. Before she had time to process what was happening, the previously lackadaisical servants suddenly snapped to attention, forming two orderly lines. A black Mercedes slowly rolled in, its tires crunching lightly on the gravel path. The car door opened, and an elderly man in a long coat stepped out with measured grace. The servants bowed in unison and called out, Master. Yikong couldn't help but marvel inwardly, realizing that those domineering tycoon dramas on TV weren't entirely fictional. Even an elderly tycoon commanded such a grand spectacle. Her gaze followed the old man, and she inadvertently locked eyes with him. The old man's face was deeply lined, showing the passage of time. Yet his eyes were extraordinarily sharp, seemingly defying his age. They sparkled with a youthful and piercing brilliance, reminiscent of an old lion still exuding an air of majesty. Though his body might have aged, his spirit remained formidable. Yikong instinctively felt a hint of danger. Beside her, Fong Sivan seemed to sense something as well and gripped her hand tightly. The old man walked past the bowing servants and stopped in front of Yikong. I was surfing with old friends in California and planning to attend an auction in Los Angeles tonight, he began, his voice deep and commanding. But yesterday, I heard your grandmother was rushed to the emergency room, so I had to change my plans urgently. Do you have any idea how much that cost me? At that moment, another car pulled into the driveway. Yi Haichuan and Yi Baozhu got out, clearly having spent the night at the hospital. Yi Haichuan had dark circles under his eyes but maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. He addressed the old man with a simple nod. Yi Baozhu appeared visibly nervous, hesitating before timidly saying, Grandpa. The old man snorted, casting a disdainful glance at Yifan. Useless, he remarked. After a pause, he added, though with a shrew for a mother, it's understandable you can't handle her. His gaze then shifted to Yikong. And you, I hear you refuse to acknowledge your grandmother? Yikong was silent for a few moments before responding in a tone that was almost cold. Don't make me sound like a sulking child. It's not that I refuse, I simply don't consider her my grandmother. The old man fell silent, and the air grew thick with tension. The atmosphere became taut, like a string being pulled tighter and tighter. Yet, facing those lion-like eyes, Yikong's own gaze remained steady and emotionless, her lashes not even fluttering. After a long while, the old man suddenly started to laugh. His eyes crinkled slightly at the corners, and there was a hint of approval in his voice. Forget it, considering you managed to deal with one can. That kid is quite a handful. When Oldwin got the news, he was so shocked he smashed his wine glass. The old man turned and walked towards the manor, his steps steady and resolute. He left behind a faint warning, his voice not loud but full of authority. Remember this, family is always the most important. I don't care how much you mess around, but anyone who dares to do something harmful to the Yi family better be ready for a beating. The old man returned to the Yi residence for barely 10 minutes before heading out again with Yi Haichuan. It was said they were going to the hospital to see the Yi matriarch, and the two figures quickly disappeared beyond the manor gates. Fong Sivan looked at Yikong with a somewhat complicated expression. She carefully chose her words. Your grandfather, he's quite a character. Yikong raised an eyebrow and responded indifferently. I can see that. Fong Sivan continued, in any case, he's still a reasonable person. Just remember for him, the interests of the Yi family always come first. Yikong suddenly asked, what about the old lady? Isn't he supposed to listen to her? Fong Sivan was still not used to Yikong calling the matriarch the old lady. She paused before answering, she's second. But if it harms the Yi family's interests, he won't hesitate to scold her either. Yikong asked again, So who holds more power in the Yi family now, Dad or the old man? Fong Sivan explained with difficulty, your father holds real power in the company, but within the family, your grandfather still commands more respect. She hesitated for a moment before adding, the main reason is that he actually hits people. Your second uncle, despite his age, was severely beaten by him in front of everyone at the board meeting last year. Yi Kong was a bit taken aback by this. Fong Sivan continued, in the entire Yi family, except for your sister and me, everyone has been beaten by him. Even your father got quite a few beatings when he was younger, and your brother is his favorite target. Just then, Yijin walked in from outside, grabbed a bun from the table, and stuffed it into his mouth, asking while chewing, what are you guys talking about? I think I heard my name? Fong Sivan answered simply, we were talking about your grandfather coming back. Yijin's hand paused midair. He quickly swallowed the food and said calmly, I might have to stay at the set for a few days. Yi Kong, do you want to come with me? Or should I have a car pick you up every day? Yi Kong looked at him with a strange expression and shook her head after a moment. No thanks. Yi Zhen was puzzled. Didn't you say you were bored being alone? We're going to another city to shoot soon. You could treat it as a free trip. Yi Kong bluntly replied, I was bored before, but after visiting your workplace, I found your daily routine even more boring. Just then Yi Kong's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and then looked outside. She saw Lin Xinjue, wearing sunglasses and a mask, sneakily appearing at the door. Yi Kong smiled and waved her hand. Look, I've got other company now. Half an hour later, Yi Kong was sitting in a car from the Lin family, heading to a dessert shop. She leisurely picked out some sweets while Lin Xinjue skulked behind her, afraid of running into someone she knew. When Yi Kong had chosen her desserts, Lin Xinjue was about to pay, only to find Yi Kong had already scanned the code herself. Seeing Lin Xinjue approach, Yi Kong casually asked, do you want some too? Without waiting for an answer, she pointed at a delicately carved bone-shaped dessert in the display case, paid for it, and handed it to Lin Xinjue, saying, consider it a celebration for officially starting your job. Lin Xinjue looked down at the intricately designed bone-shaped dessert in the clear packaging, feeling as if it were mocking her. She thought to herself, so this is a celebration for officially becoming a dog? This is sick. Back in the car, Lin Xinjue had to mentally prepare herself for a long time before she sullenly asked, where are we going? Yi Kong replied calmly, just stop at the nearest bus stop. The driver complied. Lin Xinjue followed Yi Kong off the car in a daze and then boarded an old bus with her. The bus swayed as it traveled through the city, drawing a vast map with its routes. Lin Xinjue initially thought Yi Kong would use the opportunity to verbally abuse her or make her do something outrageous, like barking like a dog. But to her surprise, Yi Kong didn't say a word the entire time. Since they left the Yi residence over 2 hours ago, their only exchanges had been do you want some? And the instruction to get off at the bus stop. At other times, Yi Kong acted as if Lin Xinjue wasn't even there, quietly looking out the window. Her eyes were as serene as an ancient forest pond, deep and unfathomable, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Lin Xinjue wasn't a chatterbox. People often described her as quiet and aloof. But the hours of silence were too much for her to bear. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, what are we doing? Why are we taking the bus instead of the car? Yi Kong seemed to snap out of her thoughts and looked at her in surprise. Lin Xinzuo's expression froze instantly. What do you mean? Don't tell me you just remembered I was here. Yi Kong averted her gaze, skipping over the question. She spoke softly, since I'll be living in Yuzhou for a long time, I want to learn more about this city. Lin Xinzhou frowned, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Hey, what's with the change of topic? Have you really forgotten about me? Ignoring Lin Xinzhou's complaint, Yi Kong continued, and the best and quickest way to understand a city is to hop on a bus and let it take you anywhere. She nodded towards the window. Look, from the day I arrived in Yuzhou until now, I had no idea the city had places like this. Lin Xinzhou followed her gaze. In the distance, there was a cluster of skyscrapers, but right in front of them was an old, low-rise neighborhood. Narrow streets were crisscrossed with tangled electrical wires, and various trash bins overflowing with garbage lined every dim alley. The shop signs along the street were mostly peeling and dilapidated. A few kids in tattered tank tops were biting into dripping popsicles, playing on ancient arcade machines at the street corner. The loud, crude game sounds echoed in the sweltering air, and, even with the windows closed, it seemed you could smell the stench baking under the scorching sun. Lin Xinzhou was a bit stunned and couldn't help but say, I've lived in Yuzhou for so many years, and I never knew there were places like this. At that moment, he seemed to hear a soft laugh, like a drop of night dew falling from the oldest tree in a deep forest, creating faint ripples in a silent pond. He turned to look at Yi Kong, but her eyes remained as calm as water. Scratching his head, Lin Xinzhou impatiently asked, so, is this all we're doing today? I've been sitting for so long my butt is going numb. Not exactly, Yi Kong glanced at her phone. I need to find someone today. Who? And why? Lin Xinzhou pressed. Yi Kong gave him a faint look. Miss Lin, do you remember that you're a dog? Lin Xinzhou clenched his fists, resisting the urge to punch her. He silently cursed, thinking, I actually thought you had some depth. Turns out you're just an annoying brat. Along the way, they randomly picked a noodle shop for lunch. The bus journey continued until evening. Finally, following the directions on her phone, Yikong navigated through a chaotic and noisy district, stopping in front of a bar. She looked up at the sign above. A newspaper office. Yes, this bar was named a newspaper office. Lin Xinzhou asked skeptically, Are you sure the person you're looking for is here? Without answering him, Yikong had already stepped inside. As evening approached, the lights and spicy aroma from the barbecue joint wafted into the bar's entrance, only to be quickly overpowered by the strong scent of alcohol. Lin Xinzhou followed Yikong into the dilapidated bar, where a blue disco ball spun intermittently, casting light on a few scattered patrons, a rotating shelf filled with liquor bottles, and a small stage occupied by 2 or 3 musicians. Is this really a bar? Lin Xinzhou asked in surprise. I've never been to such a rundown place. That speaker looks like it's about to fall off. Yikong followed her gaze, and indeed saw a heavy speaker precariously hanging from the ceiling. She frowned slightly, double-checked the address on her phone's side, and continued searching around the bar. Lin Xinzhou, puzzled, trailed behind her, watching as Yikong inspected every corner, even looking behind the trash bins. After 10 minutes, she couldn't help but ask, Do you really think someone would hide behind a trash bin? Are you looking for a person or a rat? Just as she finished speaking, Yikong pushed aside a decorative wooden barrel, revealing a dark entrance. Lin Xinzhou was stunned while Yikong remained unfazed, looking up at an old-fashioned camera with a red light on the ceiling. Suddenly, a dim light illuminated the entrance, revealing a staircase leading downward. As Yikong was about to descend, Lin Xinzhou grabbed her sleeve. Wait, this place is so creepy. Are you really going down there? Lin Xinzhou asked nervously. What's down there? Why is the person you're looking for in a place like this? Are they a fugitive? Let me tell you, my family, we have police connections. Yikong stopped, turned around, and let out a sinister laugh. You guessed right. The person I'm looking for is a psychopathic killer. If you're scared, you better leave now. Our deal can be off, and you don't have to look for me again. With that, she headed down the stairs. Lin Xinzhou hesitated for a moment, recalling the sound of the swona she had heard that day. She stumped her foot and followed. The metal steps clanged coldly as they walked through the dark passageway. Suddenly, the orange-yellow light filled their vision. Before Yikong could look up, a loud pop echoed. Lin Xinzhou screamed and fell onto the steps, frantically pressing the emergency call button she had prepared. It wasn't until she heard the concerned voice on the other end saying, Xiaozhou, what's wrong, that she realized it wasn't the gunshot she had feared. It turned out the noise was from a confetti popper. Streamers floated down, covering both of them. Holding the popper was a young woman dressed in avant-garde fashion. She tilted her head and smiled. Surprise? Huh, you actually brought someone along? That's rare. Lin Xinzhou finally took in her surroundings. A small studio with a few workstations, graffiti-covered walls, a precarious bookshelf, and dim hanging lights. Besides the oddly dressed woman, 2 other seemingly ordinary young people were curiously watching them. Lin Xinzhou hung up the phone and slowly got up. A few minutes later, she and Yikong sat down, sipping water and fiddling with the streamers in their hair. The eccentric woman brought them 2 glasses of water. Lin Xinzhou took a sip and scrunched her face. So sweet, yuck. Yep, it's a deadly level of sweetness for normal people, the woman laughed. But Yikong likes it. Lin Xinzhou and the woman both looked at Yikong, who downed half the glass in one go, a satisfied expression on her face. She couldn't help but shiver. The woman noticed her reaction and chuckled, then pulled a poster from the cluttered desk and handed it to Lin Xinzhou. Miss Lin, there's no need to worry about your safety, the woman said casually. This isn't some secret hideout for murderers. We are a legitimate company with a business license. Lin Xinzhou took the poster and saw that it was a job advertisement. The company was called Huaya Magazine, and it was hiring reporters for 2 of its sections, Shanlin Daily and Yuzhou Wind. This discovery left Lin Xinzhou stunned. Although she had never heard of Huaya Magazine, Shanlin Daily and Yuzhou Wind were both very well known. Shanlin Daily was even the newspaper her brother subscribed to, reputed for its detailed and incisive reporting, often more so than the official government newspapers. As for Yuzhou Wind, it was infamous in high society circles for its biting gossip and scandal coverage. The paper's sharp language and biting sarcasm had angered many socialites, yet despite their efforts, they had never been able to locate the exact office of the publication. This had led many to speculate that the people behind the paper might be insiders within the circle. Lin Xinzhou looked at the woman in disbelief. These 2 newspapers, they're both run by you? Of course, the woman replied confidently with a smile, pointing at herself. I'm the boss and the editor-in-chief, no doubt about it. What's your name? Lin Xinzhou asked tentatively. Chu Wu, like in the phrase, Chu Yu Wu, Zhou Langgu? Lin Xinzhou looked puzzled. The name sounded particularly strange. No, the woman shook her head, denying it. It's Wu, as in fog. She then slid across the carpet in her chair, barefoot, until she was next to Yikong, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and spinning them both to face Lin Xinzhou. She's the sky, I'm the fog, Chuwu grinned, showing her teeth. Sounds like we're from the same country, doesn't it? Lin Xinzhou was even more confused. Someone who didn't know better might think you named yourself after Yikong. Yikong seemed accustomed to Chuwu's antics and pushed her hand away with a blank expression. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. She looked around, her tone filled with obvious disdain. With all the money I invested in you, this is the best you can do. Anyone would think this place is a beggar's den. Hey, don't judge a company by its appearance, Chuwu said dismissively, turning to Lin Xinzhou. Tell her, aren't the newspapers I run quite famous in Yuzhou? Lin Xinzhou nodded but then realized something, asking in surprise, invested money? What do you mean? You have a stake in these newspapers too. Don't misunderstand, Yikong lazily propped her chin, eyes glinting with disdain. I'm just an investor. I have nothing to do with the management. I didn't even know the company's name before coming here. She casually pulled out a newspaper and clicked her tongue in disgust. This kind of trashy gossip is an insult to my taste. Lin Xinzhou, driven by curiosity, leaned in for a peek and was instantly shocked. The front page of Yuzhou Breeze was dominated by a sensational headline, Yi Er and Tong Xiaoyu split again. When will the pursuit begin? The paper was filled with jaw-dropping headlines like Yuzhou's elite love triangle and Wen Can's wheelchair suspected of mental pollution. Lin Xinzhou couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe this kind of newspaper is popular among the upper class. Unexpectedly, Chuwu treated it like a treasure, carefully tucking the newspaper away. You outsiders don't get it. The richer they are, the more they love extravagant gossip. Take Yi Er and that rainstorm CP for instance. Their drama has made me quite a bit of money. Yi Er? Yikong raised an eyebrow. Chuwu suddenly leaned in, eyes gleaming with gossip. Don't tell me you've never called him brother? Yikong coldly retorted. He hit me. We're done. Lin Xinzhou watched as Chuwu's face darkened, transforming into a devilish expression. He dared to hit you? Chuwu's voice was soft, but it sent chills down Lin Xinzhou's spine. Yikong met her gaze coolly. What, you want to stand up for me? As if, Chuwu suddenly broke into a bright smile, as if the devilish look had been an illusion. I just got inspired and know what the next front page headline should be. Take it easy, Yikong warned. Don't stir up too much trouble. I won't be able to help you then. You underestimate me, Chuwu said confidently. Cut the crap, Yikong said impatiently, extending her hand. Where's the stuff you promised? Reluctantly, Chuwu pulled out a card from her pocket and placed it in Yikong's palm. This is your dividend from the past few years. I invested it and made a profit. Yikong's face lit up, but Chuwu snatched the card back with lightning speed. Yikong's expression darkened instantly. Are you messing with me? It's not that I don't want to give you the money. Chuwu stood up, agitated. I know what you're planning. You want to start a studio, right? Why not let me help you? I can cover everything. She leaned over the table, almost nose-to-nose with Yikong. Are you trying to cut ties with me? From the day you arrived in Yuzhou, I've been urging you to see me, but you've been avoiding me. If I hadn't threatened to withhold the money, you wouldn't be here now. Are you planning to take the card and disappear? And you talk about starting a studio? With your whimsical nature, what kind of studio can you run? Don't you know I started this magazine so you could have free reign? I can help you make money. What's wrong with me? Why do you want to go solo? Look at my dark circles. Don't you have any conscience? Lin Xinzhou watched in stunned silence. Under the dim light, Yikong was forced to lean back as far as she could, while Chu Wu's face was practically touching hers. Yikong had had enough and pushed her away. It's because you're this crazy that I don't want to see you. She glanced expressionlessly at Lin Xinzhou, who shrank back in fear. Yikong gritted her teeth. I'm not a lesbian. Even if I were, I wouldn't like someone this unhinged. What did you say? Chu Wu screamed. Why do you think I'm not good enough for you? Yikong grabbed her by the collar. Give me the card. Chu Wu blinked. Then promise me you'll let me handle everything about the studio. I'll cover the capital and talent. I'll work for free. Absolutely not, Yikong said firmly. I will never cooperate with you. No need to cooperate. You can do whatever you want. Is that good enough? No. Yikong remained unyielding. The underground space fell into a dead silence, broken only by the strained hum of an old air conditioner. Suddenly, Chu Wu seemed to freeze, then collapsed to the floor, wailing like a child. She rolled around wildly, completing a full circle in no time. I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll lie here and never get up. I'll go on a hunger strike. I'll lie here until I die. I'll set myself on fire by rubbing on the carpet. I'll write your name in blood so everyone knows I died unjustly and that you're the culprit. Yikong looked expressionlessly at the two employees in the corner. Aren't you going to do something about your boss? We wouldn't dare. One of them, a disheveled girl, timidly looked up. Besides, aren't you our boss too? Only you can handle her. Yikong sighed helplessly. I knew this would happen, which is why I didn't want to come. She coldly watched Chu was still rolling on the floor and stepped on her, but you have 1 week. I want the first chapter of my long-form comic published. The condition is, she smiled coldly, the magazine publishing my comic must occupy the prime spot in every bookstore in Yuzhou. I want to become an overnight sensation. I want the entire internet, the entire Yuzhou, to be buzzing about my work. If you can do that, I'll give you all the rights. Chu Wu seemed to pause, then, as if injected with boundless energy, she burst into radiant light and lunged at Yikong. I knew it. The cheer was as sharp as a firework exploding in the sky. Lin Xinzhou hadn't even had time to cover her ears before Yikong delivered a fierce kick to Chu Wu. Bang! Chu Wu fell to the ground in a disheveled heap but continued to laugh heartily. After she had laughed enough, she lay on the floor, her expression confident and resolute. It settled then. 10 minutes later, the three of them were seated in an upstairs bar. A few more patrons had arrived, and a slow folk song played on the stage. The hazy blue light enveloped the empty dining area, and Yikong stepped out to make a phone call to Fang Sivan. At the table, only Chu Wu and Lin Xinzhou remained, staring at each other in silence for 2 minutes. In that brief silence, Lin Xinzhou realized that Chu Wu, who usually seemed carefree and eccentric, now appeared somewhat detached. Her unique, trendy outfit aside, her gaze was always wandering, never truly looking at anyone. Even sitting face-to-face, Lin Xinzhou felt that Chu Wu's eyes behind those glasses never really focused on her. The waiter brought their drinks, breaking the strange atmosphere. Chu Wu took a sip of her lemon water and smiled. Miss Lin, try this. It's a special recipe from the boss, much better than anything outside. She then instructed the waiter, add extra honey to Yikong's drink. Lin Xinzhou hesitated for a moment before her curiosity got the better of her. Miss Chu Wu, were you responsible for starting both Yuzhou Breeze and Mountain Mist Daily? Just call me Chu Wu. No need to be formal, Chu Wu replied with a cheerful smile. That's right. When I started the magazine, I was still a university student. I remember those papers have been around for at least 2 years, Lin Xinzhou said, staring at her. But Yikong only came to Yuzhou this year. How did you two meet if you're not in the same city? Online friends? Would a normal person invest in a company for an online friend? Good question. Chu Wu snapped her fingers and gave a mysterious smile. This just shows how deep our bond is. Since the moment we met, we were destined to be lifelong companions. Lin Xinzhou was at a loss for words. Are you reciting poetry? No, it's just that the answer is quite complicated, Chu Wu said, resting her chin on her hand and stirring her drink with a silver spoon that clinked against the glass. To put it simply, we've known each other since we were kids. She saved my life once, and my life was freed and transformed because of her. From that moment, I vowed to always support her. The clear sound of the stirring spoon emphasized Chu Wu's casual yet fervent tone. So, Miss Lin, make sure not to upset her, Chu Wu said with a smile, her green leaf earrings glinting by her cheeks. After all, I know a little bit about the secrets of the Lin family. Lin Xinzhou's pupils dilated with a mix of caution and confusion. What? What secrets? Do you know about my dad talking to turtles or my brother's obsession with fortune-telling? Chu Wu was taken aback. Wow, I really did learn some remarkable secrets. She pulled out a small notebook and started jotting things down. Lin Xinzhou was speechless as she watched her. What are you two talking about? Yikong returned, taking a sip of the lemon water the waiter had brought. Talking about how we met and fell in love. Oh, by the way, she said, looking down at Lin Xinzhou, weren't you going to test my skills? There's a band here, so I might as well do it now. She turned to head towards the stage but was stopped by Chu Wu. Put on a hat. Don't let anyone take pictures. Although Yikong looked annoyed, she reluctantly put on the hat. The two sat in the dimly lit dining area, watching the girls stride towards the stage. After a brief conversation with the band, they set down their instruments, leaving Yikong alone with her guitar in the hazy light. Wait, Lin Xinzhou finally reacted. I haven't even given her a topic yet. How can she just decide on her own? No need for a topic, Chu Wu said, resting her chin in her hands and staring intently at the stage. She just needs to showcase herself a little, and it's hard for anyone not to be captivated. Lin Xinzhou looked at Chu Wu's fervent gaze and muttered uncomfortably, that's an exaggeration. You sound like a lovesick admirer or a brainwashed cult follower. As he spoke, Yikong's fingers lightly brushed the guitar strings on stage. This simple action was like an invisible flash of lightning, instantly piercing through the entire bar. Lin Xinzhou suddenly felt a shiver down her spine and instinctively straightened up. She looked around and noticed that everyone in the bar, whether they were the scattered patrons, the bartender mixing drinks, or even the janitor cleaning up, all turned their eyes towards the cluttered, dimly lit stage as if under a spell. Yikong's slender and well-defined fingers gently plucked at the gray strings, as if unlocking some mysterious musical treasure chest. The melody flowed out like a clear spring, sketching mesmerizing scenes in the absolute silence, a golden sunset painting the vast plains, a drunken cowboy clutching a dirty bottle as he rode alone towards the horizon. Beneath the deep blue glacier waters, tombstones lay in eternal rest, reflecting the unchanging sunlight and whispering tales of lives long past. In a rundown orphanage fenced with barbed wire, a child in a white dress clutched a tattered doll, silently gazing at the white birds circling high above, while the bustling city in the distance seemed like a world apart. The music seemed to have a magical power, transporting each listener into these wondrous realms. Lin Shinjo's mind conjured up images of dandelions covering the hills, turning into countless white parachutes in the gentle spring breeze, drifting towards an unknown but inevitable descent. As the final note faded into the air, the entire bar remained enveloped in a dreamlike atmosphere. It was a long while before someone gasped, as if waking from a deep slumber. Lin Shinjo was still in a daze, her eyes unfocused as she stared at Yi Kong, who was handing the guitar back to the band. She murmured in a dazed tone, "What is the song? I've never heard it before." "Flower Box," Chu answered with a smile. "This song is called Flower Box. Did she write it herself?" Lin Shinjo asked, her gaze still fixed on Yi Kong. "Of course," Chu affirmed. By this time, Yi Kong had already declined the band's invitation to play another song. Despite the enthusiastic applause from two patrons, she ignored them and instead childishly pulled her hat down tightly. Lin Shinjo stared at Yi Kong, whose outline was highlighted by the dim lighting, and asked again, "Who is she, really?" Chu Wu's lips curled into a slight smile. "She is Yi Kong. A very special, very remarkable person." Yi Kong had just taken a seat at the table when Lin Zinzu slammed her hand down on it, leaning in with eyes sparkling with excitement. "You can actually compose music by yourself?" The ever-reluctant Miss Lin, who had been sulking since morning, was now practically bubbling with enthusiasm. "When did you write this piece?" Yi Kong, startled by her sudden fervor, thought for a moment before replying, 6 or 7 years ago, around when I was 14, I think." Lin Zinzi was instantly dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at Yi Kong in disbelief. "Are you some kind of genius?" Yi Kong took a sip of water, his expression unchanged, and calmly responded, "I've never denied that." Though still in shock, Lin Zinzu felt a sudden urge to hit him. Fortunately, the waiter arrived with their food, giving her a moment to collect herself. "With your ability to compose such music and your impressive playing skills, you could easily become famous and make money just with your talent," Lin Zinzu said incredulously. "Why did the Yi family only bring you back now? And why didn't they mention your existence before?" She bluntly added, "You're 100 times better than Yi Baozhu, whom the Yi family praises to the skish, just a filler in our band. If it weren't for the money the Yi family gives us every year, I wouldn't want her as our lead pianist." Yi Kong paused, glancing at Lin Zinzu. In a calm tone he explained, "I've told you before, Yi Baozhu and I were switched at birth. She's not really a Yi, and I was only recently recognized by the family." "What?" Lin Zinzu was shocked. "That rumor is true. I thought you made it up to embarrass Yi Baozhu." Yi Kong slowly put down his spoon and asked, "What are people in Yuzhou saying about me now?" Lin Zinzu averted her eyes, stammering, Everyone says you were sent to a sanatorium because you have a mental illness and bipolar disorder. The Yi family took you back thinking you were cured, but then you relapsed. And they say you pushed Wen Lian into the water during a manic episode." Yi Kong listened expressionlessly, while Chu Wu, sitting beside them, burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha. Mental illness and bipolar disorder? Ha, in a way they're not entirely wrong." Yi Kong stuffed a piece of bread into Chu Wu's mouth to stop her laughter and calmly said, "That's fine. At this rate, I might even get away with murder someday." "That's not really okay, is it?" Lin Zinzu stammered, her voice trembling. After dinner, Chu Wu escorted the two to another bus stop. "Don't forget to send me the first chapter tonight," she reminded. Yi Kong ignored her, not even saying goodbye, and started playing a game as soon as she sat down. Chu Wu continued waving frantically outside the window, pointing to her hat and shouting, "I'll never wash this hat again." "Crazy weirdo," Yi Kong muttered, looking away in disgust. Ironically, the game she was playing was also made by Chu Wu. Frustrated, she turned off her phone and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Zinzu, sitting behind her, watched the eccentric woman waving until she was out of sight. She couldn't help but feel moved. "It seems she really cares about you." "Of course I'm her boss," Yi Kong replied without looking up. "It's more than just being your boss," Lin Zinzu mused. "Her newspapers are really famous. They must be making a lot of money. There's even a dedicated forum online with good traffic." She pondered, confused. Why is their office in such a rundown place? It's small and they have so few employees. "She just has weird personal preferences," Yi Kong said impatiently. "If you want to know more, ask her yourself. You exchanged contact information, didn't you?" She folded her arms and closed her eyes. "Now your master needs to sleep. Don't disturb me." Lin Zinzu could only swallow her frustration and stay quiet. As night fell in the underground studio where all the employees had left, Chu sat alone at her workstation. Staring at the glowing screen, she rubbed her hands together and grinned with an excitement that bordered on the manic. Finally, the day has come. Yi Kong, who had just woken up before getting off the bus, was immediately greeted by another question from Lin Zhenzu. Are you serious about that condition you mentioned earlier? Getting a magazine published within a week and placing it in all the prominent sections of bookstores. She looked skeptical. I don't know how good you are at drawing manga, but achieving that in a week is impossible. Yi Kong yawned, got off the bus, and lazily said, that's exactly why I said it. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes flashing with disgust. Work with that creep? I'd rather die. Chu sat in front of her computer, stretching her stiff neck and rotating her sore shoulders. A sly smile played on her lips. From the first day I started this magazine and forum, I've been preparing for this moment. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Humph. Let the mortals tremble as they witness the arrival of a god. At midnight, Yi Kong sent the title and the first chapter of the comic to Chu as promised. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed and quickly fell asleep. Unbeknownst to her, a trending topic quietly took over the main leaderboard. Fairy tale comic artist Bu Xiao returns after 7 years. The next morning, Yi Kong groggily opened her eyes and casually checked her phone, only to be startled wide awake. The news about Bu Xiao had skyrocketed to the top of the charts. To her surprise, even her small artist account, 11, was flooded with messages. Do you know Bu Xiao? OMG, my childhood idol. She's starting a new comic series. Yi Kong's face turned expressionless as she quickly dialed Chu Wu's number. Who gave you permission to reveal my secret identity? Her voice was filled with suppressed anger. On the other end, Chu Wu's voice was relaxed and carefree. You have so many aliases. What's the harm in me revealing one? Look at how excited your fans are. Isn't it good to make them happy? She paused, then continued. Besides, I read your comic outline and thought its style matched Bu Xiao's previous work perfectly. Finally, she added confidently, it's better than people finding out you're Yuan Shaoqi, right? Yi Kong was speechless and angrily hung up the phone. Chu Wu looked at the disconnected call, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Leisurely, she got up and made herself a cup of rich coffee. Holding the cup, she walked to the office area, just in time to see an employee excitedly browsing the web. The large screen was filled with news about Bu Xiao. Noticing Chu Wu's gaze, the employee wasn't worried about getting docked pay. He turned around, beaming with excitement. Boss, have you heard of Bu Xiao? Chu Wu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. She took a graceful sip of her coffee and made a gesture for him to continue. No, tell me all about it. Her tone carried a hint of undisguised anticipation, as if she couldn't wait to hear everything about Bu Xiao. The night before, Lin Xinzhou tossed and turned in her bedroom until the early hours of the morning. Her mind kept replaying everything that had happened that day, as if she were part of a fantastical adventure. It all started with following Yi Kong, that crazy guy, on a seemingly endless bus ride. She found herself in crowded corners starkly different from her usual life. Then, she ended up in an unusual bar, where she met a mysterious woman named Chu Wu in the basement. To her surprise, Chu Wu was the editor-in-chief of the enigmatic newspaper everyone was searching for. Even more astonishing, this peculiar and mysterious woman turned out to be Yi Kong's partner. Before Lin Xinzhou could figure out the relationship between the two, she was blown away by Yi Kong's musical talent in the bar. The beautiful melody lingered in her mind, prompting her to rush home and jot down the sheet music. However, when she tried to play it herself, it felt like it lacked the unique charm of Yi Kong's performance. Through this day's experiences, Lin Xinzhou gradually learned that Yi Kong was not only a composer and performer, but also a painter. What shocked her even more was discovering that she was the real daughter of the Yi family, who had been switched at birth. Meanwhile, Yi Baozhu, who had dominated Yuzhou for over a decade, was an impostor. This startling revelation sparked more questions in Lin Xinzhou's mind. Where had Yi Kong been during those 20 years of being switched? What kind of life had she led? Was it during this time that she met people like Chu Wu? Who else had she encountered? And what stories had she lived through? These questions ignited a strong creative desire in Lin Xinzhou, making her feel the urge to start composing at any moment. This impulse was rare for her, and after a night of internal struggle, she ultimately succumbed to the pursuit of musical inspiration. After all, I have nothing to lose. Lin Xinzhou sat up abruptly in bed, her expression twisted for a moment, but she quickly clenched her fists and convinced herself, I'll just dedicate myself to music. I am destined to be a great artist after all. I need to have this level of determination. Having convinced herself, Lin Xinzhou felt much more at ease. She began to ponder the condition Yi Kong had proposed to Chu Wu. She meticulously researched information about Huaya magazine and the process of creating and publishing comic magazines. After this investigation, she agreed with Yi Kong's confident smirk it was indeed an impossible task to meet those demands within a week. Yikong's condition was clearly meant to be a deliberate challenge. Carrying her dissatisfaction with Yikong, Lin Xinzhou finally fell asleep. When she woke up at noon the next day, she saw the trending topic about the return of the mysterious immortal demon. Perhaps due to the frequent discussions about comics over the past few days, Lin Xinzhou had a strange premonition. After some hesitation, she followed her intuition and sent a message to the friend she had just added the previous day. Could the immortal demon be Yikong? Over an hour later, she received a voice message in response. Lin Xinzhou played it, and Chu Wu's cheerful laughter came through. Bingo. Lin Xinzhou was stunned. Even someone like her, who didn't enjoy reading as a child, had some impression of the name Immortal Demon. It was a fairy tale manga artist who had burst onto the scene and, though silent for years, remained an idol for many young people. There was even a Wikipedia entry about her. Immortal Demon, real name unknown. 10 years ago, she debuted in a children's literature magazine with her first work of fairy tale manga titled The Flower of the Galaxy. Over the next 2 years, she published 12 short fairy tale mangas, creating a huge impact among children and teenagers. 2 years later, her standalone volume Our Flower House was released, quickly surpassing 1 million sales and still holding the record for fairy tale manga sales. However, what made Immortal Demon most intriguing wasn't her work but her mysterious identity. After becoming a hot topic, countless media outlets sought to get her story, but no one could interview her or even uncover her true identity. Eventually, due to the overwhelming number of inquiries, the children's literature magazine disclosed some information. First, Immortal Demon was just a child under 12. Second, to protect the child's growth, her guardian refused all interviews and invasions of her privacy, hoping the media would provide her a safe space to grow. I still remember how shocked I was back then, Lin Xinzhou murmured to herself, recalling the genius girl who had burst onto the scene years ago. Now, she found herself closely connected to her. In the basement of a newspaper office, employees gathered around, their eyes shining with excitement as memories flooded back. A male employee, visibly thrilled, exclaimed, "Do you know what? Back then, I was in my 3rd year of middle school, thinking I was all grown up. Then I found out that the manga artist I had been following for 2 years was actually an elementary school student. I was blown away." He took a deep breath and continued. She was an absolute genius. Her work was as beautiful as an aria. By the age of 12, she already had such a distinctive personal style. Though her drawing skills weren't perfect, the spirit in her work was something even the masters couldn't match. I can still recall her panel layouts when I close my eyes. A disheveled female employee couldn't resist joining the conversation. Even though she was young, her ideas for panel layouts were really unique. "You liked her too?" the male employee asked in surprise. Of course, the female employee laughed. "Anyone our age has read Immortal Demon. Even my older sister in high school was a fan." She continued, "I remember her older fans even came up with a new genre name for her work, Grey Fairy Tales. Not as dark and childhood ruining as dark fairy tales, but definitely not bright and innocent children's stories either." Her imagination and art style fit that name perfectly. A hint of nostalgia flashed in the female employee's eyes. "I still have some merchandise from Flower House. The creatures in that story were really special, both bizarre and beautiful." Her art style was indeed a bit sharp, the male employee mused. "I wonder if it has changed after all these years. Is she really making a comeback? Who's lucky enough to get her license?" "Whoever it is, I can't wait," the female employee said excitedly. "I'm trembling with anticipation. I wonder if her new work will still follow the Grey Fairy Tales theme, and if it's serialized. It should be a long story, right? I'm so curious." As the employees engaged in their enthusiastic discussion, Editor-in-Chief Chu stood nearby with a coffee cup, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. She knew that similar conversations were happening all over the country. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time, fully aware of the power the name Immortal Demon held. For the former readers, it was like a brilliant comet that streaked across countless children's eyes, leaving an everlasting impression. And for those now grown up, it was an eternal fond memory. Adults often go to great lengths to relive the beautiful memories of their childhood and teenage years. Editor-in-Chief Chu returned to her seat and picked up the tablet specifically used for receiving messages from Yikong. She opened the first chapter of the manga Yikong had sent and walked over to the 2 employees' workstations, gently placing the tablet on the desk. The 2 people who were deep in discussion suddenly turned their heads, eyes fixed on the large screen. The screen displayed a strikingly vivid cover, towering, sharp black buildings piercing the sky, exposed gray steel against the heavens, strange plants growing among the ruins, and trash scattered everywhere. At the edge of the image, a figure was falling, long hair wildly flying, revealing a pair of large, sharp blue eyes. Reflected in those eyes was a huge, bright full moon, under which lay a vast, monster-infested wasteland. The intense colors and sharp lines of the artwork seemed to pull them into its world, causing their hearts to race. This familiar feeling made them jump to their feet, knocking over their chairs without a second thought. They stared wide-eyed at Chu Wu, the female employee's eyes welling up, while the male employee's breathing became rapid. This is, they stammered, unable to believe their eyes. Chu Wu snapped her fingers with a mysterious smile. You're right. This is the first chapter of Undying Demon's new work that everyone's been buzzing about. Congratulations, thanks to your wonderful boss, you get the chance to publish this manga. The only catch is, we need to get it done within a week. Meanwhile, in Yikong's small villa, Lin Xinzhou had come uninvited, sitting on the carpet watching Yikong draw. Fang Xiban placed a plate of freshly cut fruit on a small side table. Lin Xinzhou, munching on juicy orange segments, mumbled. But even with the hype of Undying Demon's return, it can't speed up the magazine's production and distribution process, right? The usual procedures still have to be followed, and it will take at least half a month. Unless Chu Wu has some hidden powerful connections, or her family is in the publishing business, allowing her to cut in line. Yikong continued sketching the storyboard, only humming in response with a slight smile. She doesn't have any of that. Her parents are just regular salaried workers. Then there's no way, Lin Xinzhou said with regret, giving Yikong a disdainful look. But this is exactly what you wanted, isn't it? Yikong shrugged, looking relaxed. Back in the basement, the three-person meeting was nearing its end. The two employees were arguing heatedly, nearly breaking the table, and had made countless phone calls, only to receive helpless responses. Some even suspected they were lying. I know Undying Demon is making a comeback, but a famous creator like that, not publishing in a renowned manga magazine but in your obscure one. Are you joking? Do you know how many magazines have claimed to have the rights to Undying Demon's new work? You're the fifth. Want me to believe you? Fine, send me the manga first. After hanging up, the male employee was almost in tears. I've never felt so incompetent. This is a chance to see Undying Demon's updates first every month. If I miss out, I'll really jump off a building. He wiped away his tears and looked at Chu Wu. Boss, can't you plead with her to give us a few more days? Chu Wu scratched her head. Even this 1-week deadline was something I begged for. Why can't you get along better with her? The male employee complained. Or why didn't you tell us Miss Ye's true identity sooner? We could have begged her together yesterday. Chu Wu secretly thought, truly my subordinates, as shameless as I am. Tian, what are you doing? Chu Wu asked, noticing the female employee had been silent for a while, and peeked at her computer. Tian paused her typing, adjusted her glasses, and said coldly, I never shed unnecessary tears. As long as the deadline hasn't passed, we need to try everything and use every resource we have. Seeing what was on the computer screen, Chu Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. Not long after, a new related hashtag appeared on the trending list following Undying Demon returns, help from Undying Demon's friend. The content roughly described how the owner of a company called Huaya Magazine had become friends with Undying Demon in real life by chance. Undying Demon's return was because they lost a bet to this owner. However, the immortal demon added a condition. She wanted to see her new work published in Huaya Magazine and displayed at the entrances of major bookstores nationwide within a week. As soon as this news broke, it caused an uproar online. Forums and social media were abuzz with various reactions. Are you the immortal demon's friend? Well, I'm her mom. She's only making a comeback because her mom wanted to read some comics. Even if it's true, what's the point? Are you trying to get donations to start a magazine? Who is this immortal demon anyway? Is all this fuss necessary? Is this just some cheap publicity stunt? If you haven't read it, just be quiet. Fans can enjoy it in their own circle. If it's really true, I wouldn't mind funding it, but how do we know the post is genuine? Where did this post come from? Yuzhou Forum? An internal forum in Yuzhou City? What's this about? Isn't the immortal demon from Yuzhou? Amid the online chatter, countless people sent private messages to Tian on the forums, seeking information. But the people they were looking for, or rather waiting for, were not among them. Chu Wu and her team spent an entire day sifting through the sea of messages. It wasn't until 2 a.m. the next day, with dark circles under her eyes, that Chu Wu finally found the message she was looking for. If what you're saying is true, please contact the number below. As a loyal fan of the immortal demon, I'm willing to offer any help. Chu Wu's eyes narrowed as she quickly entered the number into the search system under the dim light and hit enter. What came up was the Secretary Department of Jiang Corporation's CEO office. Chu Wu sprang from her seat, startling the two employees who had dozed off while searching for information. 5 minutes later, the three of them huddled under the lamp, watching as Chu Wu dialed the number digit by digit and finally pressed the call button. As soon as she did, the three sleep-deprived individuals immediately sensed something was off. It was too late. Probably no one would answer. Before this thought could fully form, there was a click on the other end. Then a lazy, deep male voice, indistinguishable whether just waking up or about to fall asleep, came through, as if shrouded in the mist of the night. Hello. In the following days, Yikong was completely absorbed in her creative world, not stepping out of her house. She didn't contact Chu Wu at all, convinced that there was no way he could fulfill that impossible condition. However, when the agreed time came, Lin Shinjo burst into her home holding a magazine, showing her the prominent cover title, New Series by Undying Demon Starts Serialization. Yi Kong was utterly stunned. How is this possible? Yi Kong muttered to herself, a rare look of confusion crossing her face. Gasping for breath, Lin Shinjo explained, I have no idea how she did it, but it's true. I suspect some fans might have helped her, maybe even raised funds for her. Seeing Yi Kong's bewildered expression, Lin Shinjo asked in surprise, haven't you been online these past few days? They put out a call for help, saying it was to win a bet with you, and only by winning would you make a real comeback. She then showed Yi Kong the widely shared help request. After reading it, Yi Kong fell silent. Although the magazine's quality was mediocre and the content seemed hastily assembled, it was undeniably a real magazine. Lin Shinjo, flipping through the magazine, added, moreover, because your comic is on the cover, the magazine sales are pretty good. The store where I bought it was already sold out. Yi Kong clenched her teeth, feeling an urge to call Chu Wu and accuse her of cheating, but she managed to resist the impulse. Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated. Under Lin Shinjo's expectant gaze, Yi Kong stared at her phone expressionlessly for a long time before finally answering and putting it on speaker. Chu Wu's triumphant voice came through. Haven't seen you for a week, Shuri. Have you been to a bookstore lately? There's a surprise waiting for you. Lin Shinjo eagerly asked, how did you do it? Getting a publication number, completing massive printing, and reaching all major bookstores in such a short time. Money alone can't achieve that, right? Unexpectedly, Chu Wu, who had been boasting, suddenly paused. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Miss Lin is there too, huh? Lin Shinjo awkwardly scratched her nose. I'm here for the gossip. All right then. Chu Wu let out a peculiar laugh. This is indeed some juicy gossip. She resumed her mysterious tone and said to Yi Kong, Shuri, guess who this generous sponsor is? You know him. Spit it out, Yi Kong replied impatiently. All right, Chu Wu quickly said, it's your fiancé, Mr. Wen. A few days ago, in the early morning, the person who answered the phone didn't reveal their identity directly. After a brief conversation to confirm they weren't scammers, they handed over all subsequent matters to their subordinates. Initially, Chu Wu thought this person was a high executive from the Jiang group. But as she communicated with the team, she gradually uncovered a surprising identity. The person who had answered the call that night was Wen Can, the head of the illustrious Wen family himself. I don't understand why it was him either, Chu Wu said, scratching her head on the other end. Among the elite families in Yuzhou, the Wen family has always been the most mysterious. Wen Can is extremely aloof, never involved in any scandals. If it weren't for his recent car accident and subsequent personality change, caught in a few photos by my informant, I wouldn't even know what he looks like. Lin Shinjo immediately chimed in. I know a bit about this. Wen Can and Jiang Su have always had business dealings. They're considered the most outstanding among the second generation in Yuzhou and have known each other since they were kids. However, they're not particularly close. Everyone thinks their relationship is just polite and distant. Yi Kong had no interest in the second-generation elites of Yuzhou. She only wanted to know, why did he become your sponsor? Does he know that Undying Demon is me? I don't think so, Chu Wu replied slowly. I think he might actually be your fan. Yi Kong fell into deep thought. Although she had never been particularly curious about people, could someone like Wen Can really be a fan of a fairy tale manga artist? After a moment of silence, Yi Kong suddenly said, I need you to do something for me. What is it? The next issue of Yuzhou Breeze hasn't been published yet, right? Help me out a piece of news. The new issue of Yuzhou Breeze was delivered to the Jiang family mansion. A tall man in a suit picked up a few newspapers as he walked in, only noticing Yuzhou Breeze at the bottom when he reached his study upstairs. He was about to toss it into the trash when a bold headline caught his eye. Wen Can, head of Wen Consortium, spends a fortune on a stranger. Pure love at first sight or a fiery and thunderous romance. The man had just taken a sip of tea, which he promptly spat out. He stood in shock for a few seconds, confirming that the words on the newspaper were not an illusion, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. After laughing enough, he took off his suit, loosened his shirt collar, and comfortably lay on the couch to read the news. As he read, his smile gradually faded, and a sense of foreboding crept in. He quickly called his secretary. Tell me, has Wen Can asked you to do anything recently? I was just about to report to you, sir. Mr. Wen asked us to invest in a magazine company called Hua Yi and also communicated with the IP department under Hua Chao. I wanted to get your advice. How much did he spend? The initial investment wasn't much, but from the look of it, Mr. Wen intends for a long-term collaboration. The executive office has already had a meeting and suggested that since it's a long-term thing, we might as well acquire Hua Yi magazine and put our own people in charge. Why didn't you inform me earlier? The secretary was confused. Didn't you say that anything Mr. Wen needs should be treated as if it came from you? Jiang Su fell silent. He clicked the phone off and immediately dialed the number of the culprit. On the same day at the Du family villa, Du Ruwei stared at the newspaper Yuzhou Breeze in her hands, her eyes wide open and mouth slightly agape, wearing an expression of disbelief. She nearly devoured the entire content in one quick read, her brows furrowed and her expression complex. "What's up?" Leein, lounging with his legs crossed, glanced at her with curiosity in his tone. "Nothing." Du quickly folded the newspaper, but her face couldn't hide her agitation. Even as she sat in Liyin's sports car, she remained lost in thought. After a long while, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you think someone like Wenkin would enjoy reading comics?" Screech, the sudden sound of brakes pierced the air, the tires violently skidding on the ground. The abruptness made Du scream, "Are you crazy?" Liyin said nothing, but the rearview mirror reflected his darkened eyes and tightly pressed lips. On the same day, in many of Yuzhou's luxurious homes, numerous young masters and ladies had similar reactions upon seeing that newspaper. Yikong was no exception. Despite it being her own request, she choked on her spit when she saw the headline. However, she didn't call Chuwu. For that perverse woman, every call was an absolute victory. Unless absolutely necessary, Yikong would never contact her first. After calming herself, Yikong arranged to meet Wenkan, bringing the newspaper along. When Yikong arrived at the estate, Wenkan had just finished a call with Jiangsu. He fell silent for a moment as he looked at the newspaper placed before him, then smiled. "What? Worried I'll cheat on you?" "In our relationship, even if you were with another woman, it wouldn't count as cheating," Yikong said bluntly. "Then why did you bring the newspaper?" "For my reputation," Wenkan countered. Yikong tilted her head. "Although we know it's not cheating, others don't." Wenkan didn't reply, just continued to smile at her. After a long silence, Yikong finally slumped her shoulders and admitted, "All right, I confess, I'm just a bit curious. I find it hard to imagine you'd like a comic artist." "You're curious about me?" Wenkan raised an eyebrow. "That's quite an honor. Are you mocking me?" "Absolutely not." "Then do you have the time to satisfy my curiosity?" Wenkan answered straightforwardly, "I don't like her and I'm not her fan." Yikong was momentarily speechless. "Then why did you invest?" "And as a fan." "But my mom is her fan," Wenkan explained. "You know, my mom is a quirky, whimsical person. She says that even when she's 70 or 80, she still wants to be a child, so it's not surprising at all that she likes Bizio, who draws fairy tales." "I didn't know." "Also," Yikong's face darkened, "Bizio is not a kid. Are you a fan too?" Wenkan was surprised. "No wonder you came to see me to thank me for helping your idol make a comeback?" Yikong inwardly fumed. "Thank you? If I could, I'd rather punch you." With her curiosity satisfied, Yikong fell silent. It was only then that she noticed this wasn't the Wen family estate she had visited before. "This is my private property," Wenkan explained. "I can't go back to the estate for now, so I'm staying here temporarily." "Why can't you go back?" Yikong asked instinctively. Wenkan smiled, resting his elbow on the table and his long fingers supporting his face like a painting. "You know that when Lian still occasionally falls into unconsciousness? When Rome ordered me to annul our engagement, and coincidentally, my grandfather returned and sided with my father. In a fit of anger, I left home." Yikong studied his face from the ink-black eyebrows to the straight nose and that faint, elegantly curved smile. The whole person exuded a leisurely, modern, aristocratic air. She shook her head. "I can't see where you got angry. It must be an act." After a pause, she asked, "Are you close with Jiangsu?" "Just business partners," Wenkan replied lightly. The Wen and Jiang families had deep-seated enmity early on. Although in recent years, we've started doing some surface work and cooperating on projects. If I were really close with Jiangsu, many people in Yuzhou would be uneasy. Oh, Yikong thought to herself. So they are close in private but can't show it publicly. Having asked everything she wanted, Yikong found herself at a loss for words. They sat in silence for a few minutes before she nonchalantly stood up. "I'm leaving then." As she walked towards the door, when Kan's calm voice suddenly sounded behind her, "Stay for dinner." The tone was flat, devoid of any enthusiasm, as if it was just a routine courtesy. But Yikong suddenly stopped in her tracks. She couldn't shake the feeling that beneath that calm exterior, there was a hint of some other emotion. Hesitating, Yikong turned around. Wenkan still sat in his wheelchair, looking at her with a serene expression. According to him, this place is his private property. Yikong pushed open the heavy oak door and stepped into the quiet mansion. Her footsteps echoed through the empty corridors, but there wasn't a servant or a butler in sight. Maybe someone is in the kitchen, Yikong thought, but then she realized this was a perfectly safe environment. Yet, even in such a private setting, the man before her remained seated in his wheelchair, completely still. Yikong's gaze involuntarily fell on his legs. She was certain he wasn't genuinely disabled, not even slightly lame. Just yesterday evening, she had seen him walking his dog in Huahao County, tall and upright, exuding a unique charisma even in simple short sleeves and pants, standing out in the crowd. "Why don't you stand up?" Yikong asked directly. "There's no one else here, is there?" When Ken was momentarily taken aback, then he smirked. "If you stay and have dinner with me, I'll answer you." Yi Kong frowned, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Even if you didn't use this as a condition, I would stay. I'm always generous with my partners. She walked over to the dining table and sat down expressionlessly. Oh really? Well, thank you. When Kan's tone was as if he was coaxing a child, which only made Yi Kong more annoyed. Do you think I'm a child? But I am indeed quite a bit older than you. Oh, Yi Kong responded flatly, Uncle One. When Kan chuckled softly, there's no need for that. Your competitive spirit is surprising. He propped up his chin, looking at her with a playful smile, more like a child himself. Yi Kong couldn't help but retort, should I call you Grandpa? Wen Kan laughed heartily, unfazed. After dinner, Yi Kong pushed Wen Kan to the lawn outside the villa for a walk. In the distance, two gardeners were trimming the bushes. Wen Kan suddenly spoke, a moment of relaxation always breeds greed. Yi Kong was momentarily stunned, then realized he was answering her earlier question. Wen Kan continued, even if it's just once, if I enjoy the freedom of standing and moving around, I would be tempted to create safe spaces again and again. The more it happens, the more likely it is to go wrong, whether it arouses suspicion or someone accidentally sees me, it would lead to bad consequences. Yi Kong's eyes widened slightly. So, since your accident, you've never stood up? Not exactly. Didn't I stand up in Huahao? You saw me there. Wen Kan smiled faintly. If you hadn't agreed to cooperate with me, I might have been exposed already. You see, even such coincidences can happen. With my extraordinarily bad luck, how dare I take the risk? Yi Kong fell silent for a long moment before speaking. You're different from what others say. Wen Kan leaned lazily against the back of his chair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He looked up at Yi Kong, his voice carrying a hint of languor. Oh, what do people say about me? In the sunlight, the mist from the sprinkler formed a hazy rainbow over the lawn. Yi Kong's gaze was drawn to the vibrant water curtain as she recalled. They say you're a top-tier genius, born to lead. But your gentle nature makes people admire you from a distance. She paused, then continued. They also say you changed after a car accident left you with a broken leg, unable to cope with reality. But we all know your leg is perfectly fine. Yi Kong stopped walking and stared at Wen Kan's back, speaking each word deliberately. But to me, you act like someone who really has a broken leg. You're passive, lifeless, uninterested in anything even when no one's around. A flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes. Did you adjust your mental state to match your supposed physical condition? Wen Kan fell into a prolonged silence. The distant sound of the sprinkler gradually quieted before he let out a muffled laugh. You really don't hold back, do you? It's easy to make enemies that way. Yi Kong shrugged, indifferent. Wen Kan's smile faded, and he looked down at his legs. After a while, he spoke slowly. We were engaged for a month, yet you seem to know nothing about me. His voice carried a hint of bitterness. Had you known even a little, you'd know the car accident was real, the blood at the scene was real. But the person who actually lost their leg wasn't me. Yi Kong instinctively wanted to ask who it was, but her intuition told her the situation was complicated. She quickly sorted through the information in her mind. If the car accident was real, how did Wen Kan manage to deceive everyone into thinking he was the one with the broken leg? It would require bribing all the witnesses, including rescue personnel and hospital staff. Moreover, these people would have to cooperate in the charade, considering the one family would undoubtedly visit their only son frequently. When Rome alone would probably stay at the hospital daily. Such an extensive cover-up would need highly trusted connections. And why would the real victim agree to become invisible, completely disappearing from the incident? Most importantly, why would Wen Kan go to such lengths to make himself appear crippled in everyone's eyes? What was his goal? Too many questions, too much complexity. Yi Kong found it troublesome and decided to skip the convoluted reasoning, asking directly, so, are you depressed out of guilt? Do you think you ruined that person's life? Wen Kan fell silent again. His gaze dropped to the ground, focusing on the elongated shadows cast by the sun. Without turning his head, he could sense Yi Kong's nonchalance just by looking at the shadows on the ground. She seemed uninterested in his answer, even a bit impatient. The false response he had prepared suddenly changed. Wen Kan said no. I've always been this way. Both of them were taken aback by his words. Yi Kong was surprised, while Wen Kan felt an absurd sense of relief, as if a corner of the gloom over his heart had been lifted, letting in a cool breeze. Always been a depressed person? Yi Kong stammered, is that something I should know? You're really not holding anything back. Wen Kan couldn't help but laugh. He laughed so hard he had to hold his head, his laughter echoing far enough to draw curious glances from the gardeners. They seemed to wonder why the young master was so happy today. But Yi Kong didn't think he was happy at all. To confirm her suspicion, she deliberately walked around to stand in front of Wen Kan, keeping a few steps between them, and seriously examined his face for a while. Wen Kan's smile gradually faded. Although it was only for a moment, Yi Kong confirmed her intuition. Wen Kan wasn't happy. On the contrary, he seemed angry, even slightly out of control. Under her gaze, Wen Kan quickly gathered himself, the speed of it almost unsettling. What are you looking at? Wenkan's voice was unusually stiff. Yikong answered frankly, I'm looking at you. Oh. Wenkan tried to regain control, a subtle smile forming on his lips. So, Miss Yi, are you pleased with what you see? Yikong raised an eyebrow, inwardly amused. One moment calling me a brat, the next addressing me as Miss Yi. Yikong blinked and looked directly at Wenkan. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a hint of curiosity that was hard to ignore. Why are you angry? Didn't you expect to tell me these things? Why? If you usually have strong defenses, why make an exception for me? Even if you did make an exception, why get angry? Are you mad at me, or at yourself? This barrage of questions left Wenkan a bit exasperated. He sighed softly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Weren't you the one who said you lacked curiosity? You were the one who initiated this. Yikong retorted with a blank expression. You must have been terrible at literature in school. Wenkan raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his voice. No, my literature grades were always excellent. I often came first. Then your literature teacher must have been crazy. Yikong shot back mercilessly, causing Wenkan to let out another sigh. Yikong took a few steps forward, standing in front of Wenkan and slightly looking down at him. Her eyes, dark as the night, were calm and devoid of any emotion, like a still pond. So, are you going to answer my question? Why make an exception for me? Wenkan tilted his head up slightly. It was the first time he had looked at someone so seriously, and it made him feel uneasy, but those calm eyes held him captive. He curved his lips into a sly smile. Why make an exception for you? Well, that's something you should ask yourself. What did you do to make me treat you differently? Yikong frowned slightly. Are you messing with me? Wenkan chuckled and looked away. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. If you need a reason, it's probably because you seem like the kind of person who would never develop feelings for me. Yikong was momentarily speechless, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. What kind of quirk is that? Are you a masochist? A few lines appeared on Wenkan's forehead. I'm not. Don't use your little brain to think about such complicated things. It's precisely because it's complicated that it piques my rare curiosity, Yikong said as she stepped back a few paces, giving Wenkan a peculiar look. If you don't want to be drowned in my questions, you'd better avoid saying such ambiguous things. Wenkan shrugged, a gesture that looked oddly elegant on him, as if he had a noble aura. I've suddenly realized it doesn't matter. If it's you, I'd probably answer whatever you ask. Yikong squinted. So, you suddenly want to be lifelong friends with a kid like me? Wenkan's mouth twitched. You really hold grudges, don't you? Absolutely, Yikong responded promptly. In the air-conditioned room, Wenkan lounged lazily on the sofa, accepting a magazine from a servant. His gaze was immediately captured by the striking cover, unable to look away for a long moment. After a while, he slowly read out the title on the cover, Stars. Yikong, who was meticulously examining the antiques on the display shelf, glanced over at the sound. That's the comic you invested in. She turned to face Wenkan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What do you think of it? Is it good? Wenkan pondered for a moment before replying thoughtfully, it's a bit different from what I remember. He looked up at Yikong. Have you seen her fairy tales? My mom liked them, so I watched a bit too. Yikong walked closer, feigning nonchalance as she asked, how so? What's different? A slight smile played on her lips. You're unusually curious today. Wenkan didn't argue, merely chuckling softly. I've said it before, you're the one luring me in. He pointed a slender finger at the cover, highlighting the enormous moon and the dark buildings piercing the clouds. It's sharper than before. His finger moved to the eyes of the falling girl depicted. Look here, the moon and wasteland reflected in her pupils are colder and more cutting than the real thing. Although her style was distinctive even as a child, some images still showed a naive softness. Now, she's clearly gone far down a different path. Yikong frowned slightly. What path? Wenkan thought for a few seconds, a faint, elusive smile on his lips. Maybe anger? Yikong stood silently for a long time. When Wenkan noticed and looked up at her, she blinked and met his gaze. Your perspective is unique. I can't see where the anger is at all. Wenkan shrugged indifferently. My perspective might not be right. He set the magazine down, covering it with another item. Though his actions were calm, Yikong detected a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. Curiosity piqued. Yikong picked up the magazine and began flipping through it. Aren't you going to read it? After all, she's your mom's favorite comic artist. It's precisely because she's my mom's favorite that I don't want to read it, Wenkan replied coolly. Do you have a bad relationship with your mom? Quite the opposite. Then why? Wenkan's voice dropped a few notches. Too much longing only brings me pain. Yikong sensed the deeper meaning. Another secret no one else knows? Yes. Wenkan propped his chin up, looking at her with a half smile. But if you ask, I might tell. They stared at each other in silence for a long time until Yikong finally looked away. I've already exceeded my curiosity quota for today. Alright then, we'll have to wait until next time. Wenkan's tone carried a hint of anticipation. There's still some time before dinner. Do you want to play some games with me? You play games. I didn't before, but recently I've had too much free time, so I started playing casually. Yikong pushed Wincan to the game room on the second floor, and they played games side by side. After dinner, she took Wincan for a walk outside before saying goodbye. Back home, Yikong collapsed on the sofa, recalling the day's events. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over her. She sat up abruptly and leaned over the back of the sofa, asking her mother, Fong Sivan, who was doing yoga, "Mom, do you know Wincan's mother?" Maintaining her elegant yoga pose, Fong Sivan replied, "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" "Just curious." After completing a set of movements, Fong Sivan sighed lightly. "Of course I know her. The circle of wealthy ladies in Yuzhou isn't that big, and she was the most dazzling and formidable one back then." "Was she very beautiful?" "Just look at Wincan. The one family has a mixed race appearance, but Wincan is a pure oriental beauty," Fong Sivan said. "His looks are entirely inherited from his mother. But beauty was the least of her virtues. What was most impressive about her was her talent." Fong Sivan sat cross-legged on the yoga mat and began recounting Wincan's mother's legendary life, from being the youngest professor at Yushan University to marrying into a wealthy family and earning the management of 2 subsidiaries through her own capabilities, turning them into cash cows for the one conglomerate. Yikong listened with a mix of surprise and admiration, eventually asking, "How did she die?" "A car accident." Fong Sivan shook her head in regret. The brakes failed, and she crashed into a landslide, dying on the spot. Wincan was in the car at the time. His mother was driving, and he was in the passenger seat. Yikong held her breath. After the accident, Wincan lost his memory of that event. The psychologist said it was PTSD. Fong Sivan sighed deeply, "But I think it's better to forget. He was just 20 years old, still in college. How could he bear the pain of watching his mother die in front of him, helpless?" Yikong fell into deep thought. It wasn't until Fong Sivan called her repeatedly that she snapped out of it. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Mom, do you remember roughly when Wincan's mother passed away?" "I don't remember the exact time, but it was in the spring." Fong Sivan glanced at the calendar, surprised. "But her birthday was in the summer." "I remember clearly because the one family held many birthday parties for her. It happens to be today." Yikong fell silent again. Reflecting on Wincan's behavior today, the sense of unease, even his unusual request to play games, suddenly made sense. "Too much longing only brings me pain." Yikong turned to look at the encroaching night outside the door, her mind filled with the image of Wincan in his wheelchair. Her already overflowing curiosity surged once more. What is he doing now? Does he have a way to ease the pain of longing? The stars were blazing. No, rather than blazing, it should be described as an explosion. When Yikong initially asked Chuwu to make a big splash, he completely underestimated the influence he and the immortal demon had. Due to time constraints, Huayi magazine only printed 100,000 copies, distributing them to over 100 bookstores in Yuzhou City. The result was unexpected. Small bookstores sold out immediately, long lines formed in front of larger stores, and even scuffles broke out. In one bookstore, a white-collar worker and a college student got into a brawl over the last magazine. On the TV news, they appeared with their faces blurred and voices altered, saying, "We finally decided to share it." They exchanged contact information and might even become friends. "After all, we both like the immortal demon, and fans of the immortal demon are good people," the reporter added seriously. "We remind everyone to be rational when chasing stars and not to injure others over a purchase." Fong Sivan shook her head while watching TV from the sofa. Young people these days, they can idolize anything. She turned to Yikong and started chatting. "You have no idea, your brother has some scary fans too. Online arguments are just the beginning. Some have fought in real life and made the news, and there are stalkers he's had to send to the police. They call them saying fans." Her conversation quickly shifted to her dissatisfaction with her son. "I was against your brother going into this industry from the start. He was rebellious and wouldn't listen to any advice. Your grandfather gave him a good beating, and he ran away from home. It was outrageous. If that hadn't happened, he wouldn't have met Tong Xiaoyu and been entangled for all these years." Yikong picked up on the key information. "Mom, from your tone, do you dislike Tong Xiaoyu?" Fong Sivan pursed her lips. "It's not that I hate her, I just don't like her. When your brother abandoned his family for her, she didn't even try to stop him." Yikong found it understandable. People are self-interested. She likes Yi Zhen and naturally wants him to choose her. People are self-interested. But love is altruistic, Fong Sivan said seriously. "Just like I love your brother. Although I don't like Tong Xiaoyu, I don't want him to suffer between family and lover. In the end, I persuaded your father not to interfere, otherwise how could he be so relaxed today?" Yikong pondered for a moment in silence. Fong Sivan continued. "If Tong Xiaoyu truly loved him, she would at least try to win our favor, right? Does she think your brother can completely detach from the Yi family? Even if he could, would he be happy? If you love someone, you want their life to be complete, not to create some kind of deficiency and call it proof of love. That's not love, it's selfishness." Yikong thought for a moment and asked, I heard Yi Baozhu caused trouble for Tong Xiaoyu, said some nasty things. Could that be why she gave up trying to win your approval? That happened later. Fong Sivan frowned. She was already very silent when we first met, with no intention of pleasing me. I don't care about that, but I have to question her feelings for your brother. If she doesn't value his family, how much can she value him? Yikong made another excuse. Maybe it's because of her strong self-esteem? I heard she comes from an ordinary family. Fong Sivan's face showed rare indifference. Then she and your brother are even more incompatible. This was the first time Yikong saw her mother with such a cold expression, an inherent arrogance nurtured by power and wealth. Fong Sivan continued, though it's harsh to cross social classes and be with someone from a different world, overcoming this useless pride is the most basic requirement. If she can't do that, even if they marry, it won't last. They'll just become resentful partners. Baozhu's words were indeed harsh, but if they were really together, she would hear far worse things unless she becomes very formidable herself, like Wen Can's mother. But clearly, Miss Tong is not that kind of person. She picked a strawberry from the fruit bowl and popped it into Yikong's mouth. Eat, it's very sweet. Chewing the sweet, juicy strawberry, Yikong listened to his mother continue. So I've always thought, instead of wasting time on your brother, Tong Xiaoyu should find a man more suitable for her who can make her happy. It wouldn't be hard given her qualities. Yikong swallowed the strawberry and countered. But love is about who I love, not who loves me, right? If it were that easy to switch, how could it be called love? I heard Dad say he fell in love with you at first sight and even considered leaving the Yi family for you. Although you eventually became destined partners, if Dad could do something so impulsive for love, why do you become the villains breaking up lovebirds when it comes to Yi Zhen? I'm not breaking up lovebirds. Fong Sivan blushed and looked aggrieved. That was your grandfather. Then your father. I was the one trying to mediate. She looked carefully at Yikong. Sweetie, you don't think of me as a wicked mother-in-law, do you? Not really, Yikong said thoughtfully. I just realized that you're only gentle and kind when you're being my mom. In other situations, you can be cold, aloof, and even a bit cruel. Yikong found it interesting and added, I want another strawberry. Fong Sivan immediately picked a large strawberry and with a popped it into her mouth as if coaxing a child. While eating the strawberry, Yikong continued to ask, so, do you know why Dad has this double standard? Fong Sivan's face was bitter, as if she had swallowed a sour plum. Don't make things difficult for your mother. She would never speak ill of me. Suddenly, Yi Haichuan's voice boomed from above, like a thunderclap. Yikong looked up abruptly, only to see a man holding a coffee cup, descending the stairs gracefully, like a king from on high. What are you doing here? Yikong's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Haichuan answered nonchalantly, I slept here last night. How come I didn't know? Yikong asked in confusion. Yi Haichuan smirked. You were busy in your studio all night. I peeked through the door crack and you didn't even notice. Of course you didn't know. Fong Sivan was stunned, as if struck by lightning. What? Baby, did you stay up all night again? Yikong's eyes darted around, trying to change the subject. Dad, why do you have double standards? Yi Haichuan remained unfazed. You should answer your mom's question first. Fong Sivan flared up like an angry mother hen. Baby, didn't I tell you not to stay up late? I saw you go to bed last night, and you secretly got up again? Are you still in elementary school? Yikong quickly glanced at Yi Haichuan, trying to divert attention. Dad came back late too. Why don't you say anything to him? Yi Haichuan chuckled. Sweetheart, do you know how old your dad is this year? Fong Sivan's eyes were sharp, like a sword pointed at Yi Haichuan. So you saw her staying up late and didn't stop her? Are you indulging the child again? Yi Haichuan was speechless, caught like a thief in the act. Yikong's lips curled slightly, but a glare from Fong Sivan wiped the smile off her face. No more staying up late tonight. Your dad, brother, and sister have to work. You don't have any work or school pressure, so why stay up so late? Yikong mumbled, I'll try. She quickly changed the subject. How's grandma doing? Yi Haichuan, just sitting down, looked as if he'd been hit by a bolt of lightning, veins bulging on his forehead. Can you use a different term? Yikong was unfazed. Is your old lady getting better? Yi Haichuan sighed helplessly. Fine. Grandma is awake and doing okay, but she really can't handle any more stress. He looked at Yikong meaningfully. I hope you don't actually want her to pass away. The air grew heavy, like a massive stone pressing on everyone's chest. Yikong remained silent, calmly eating grapes as if she were an outsider. Fong Sivan couldn't hide her anxiety. Maybe I should take Xiao Kong and move a bit farther away. Being too close always leads to accidents. Yi Haichuan dropped a bombshell. No need. Dad's planning to take Mom abroad. They won't be back for at least a few months. Fong Sivan froze for a moment before bursting with joy. That's great. She quickly covered her mouth. You know, I didn't mean it like that. Yi Haichuan sighed. Mom has been a bit extreme lately. I can't blame you for being happy. He turned to look at Yikong's delicate profile and suddenly spoke. You want to know why I have double standards? Yikong was taken aback. looking at Yi Haichuan in confusion. Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. There's no special reason, just selfishness. I can make certain sacrifices for my love, but if I think his love isn't worth it, I won't let him be as reckless as I was. He shrugged. But in the end, your mom stopped it and avoided a father-son fallout. Yi Kong bluntly commented. You're surprisingly stubborn and self-centered. Yi Haichuan was indifferent. Everyone in the Yi family has their quirks. You'll learn them over time. I hope you'll also let us understand you more. He took the fork from Fong Sivan and fed Yi Kong a piece of fruit himself. Yi Kong's mind was in turmoil. Do they think I'm their plaything? The small villa was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. The loving couple delighted in feeding their child fruits, unaware that Yi Kong was reciprocating their indulgence with a child's mindset. They casually chatted about news and high society gossip in Yuzhou. Even when Yi Kong brought up games and online topics, the couple could keep up with her, speaking knowledgeably. Yi Kong was surprised to find that wealthy couples weren't as aloof as people imagined. Fong Sivan was passionate about charity, managed the group's public image, and was active online. Yi Haichuan started from the bottom, understood the needs of ordinary people, and had simple hobbies like Go and soccer. Just as Fong Sivan was basking in happiness and about to stroke her daughter's hair, her gaze was drawn to a figure outside the window. Yi Baozhu was standing there, staring intently at them. Fong Sivan's smile froze, her hands suspended in midair. Yi Kong was about to turn her head, but Yi Haichuan gently held her down. At that moment, Yi Tingqiu, just back from a business trip, walked into the living room. She quickly sensed the odd atmosphere and followed Fong Sivan's gaze to the person outside the window. Without hesitation, Yi Tingqiu strode forward, blocking Fong Sivan's view. Sister. Yi Kong was forced to lie on the couch, unable to move. She stared wide-eyed at her rarely seen relative. Yi Tingqiu glanced down at her and ruffled her hair. Do you have any plans for the next few days? Yi Tingqiu asked in a calm tone. Yi Kong blinked and thought for a moment before replying, I could say yes, but I could also say no. Why? If not, come skiing with me, Yi Tingqiu said. Just like you follow your brother to film sets, you can accompany me to work for a few days. You work while skiing? Yi Kong asked, puzzled. It's just that the contract discussions are happening at a ski resort, Yi Tingqiu explained. She turned her head, casually glancing out the window. Seeing no one outside, she relaxed and sat down on the couch. Yi Kong followed suit, looking out the floor-to-ceiling window before inexplicably averting her gaze. Is it just the two of us? Yi Kong asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Not necessarily. Baozhu might come too, but I need to talk to her first, Yi Tingqiu replied. Yi Kong was taken aback, her eyes lighting up before showing concern. Yi Tingqiu, however, remained nonchalant, looking at her plainly. What? Is there a problem? No, not at all, Yi Kong shook her head. I was just wondering if I could invite someone else. Lin Xinju. Yi Tingqiu guessed. Seeing Yi Kong nod, she nodded as well. You can invite her. Yi Kong paused, her expression suddenly becoming subtle. Even though you're not in Yuzhou, it seems like you know everything about me? Because I always have to clean up the messes you leave behind, Yi Tingqiu said, picking up a piece of fruit and twirling it in her hand. For instance, the incident where you pushed Wen Lian into the water, trying to kill him, do you know where I just came back from? Don't tell me it was the Wen family? Yi Kong asked tentatively. Regardless of the truth, to quell the rumors, someone from the Yi family had to visit Wen Lian, Yi Tingqiu explained. Dad going would only confirm your guilt, so it had to be me. Is he awake? Yi Kong asked. Yes, and he'll be at the ski resort too, Yi Tingqiu replied. Yi Kong laughed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. He almost died from falling into the water, and he still dares to go skiing? He has no choice. The project is about to start, and the Wen family needs someone in charge, Yi Tingqiu explained. Originally, it was supposed to be Wen Can, but he ran away after refusing to break off the engagement with you. So Wen Lian has to step in despite being ill. Poor guy, Yi Kong said with a cold, mocking smile rather than any sympathy. So, are you going? Yi Tingqiu asked. Of course, Yi Kong replied without hesitation. I've been looking for a chance to see him. After leaving the small villa, Yi Tingqiu returned to the Yi residence and knocked on Yi Baozhu's door. The young girl, with tear-stained eyes, opened the door and timidly called out sister. With one hand in her pocket, Yi Tingqiu got straight to the point. I'm going to Yuan's ski resort to discuss a contract. Do you want to come with me? Yi Baozhu was stunned, her face lighting up with disbelief and joy. Really? Sister is taking me out to play. Don't get too excited. Yi Kong is coming too, Yi Tingqiu reminded her. Yi Baozhu's smile faltered, but then she forced it back. Why should I be unhappy? I've been wanting to talk to her. Talking is pointless. I don't think you two can come to any resolution. Yi Tingqiu bluntly dismissed her idea. I just want to see if you two can at least get along on the surface. Sister, what do you mean? Yi Baozhu asked, confused. I mean, this is your last chance, Yi Tingqiu said, looking down at the pitiful girl in front of her. If you fail, I'll send you abroad to study. Yi Baoju's expression turned dazed, and after a long pause she asked, why? Because it's annoying, Yi Tingchu said bluntly. Every time I hear about you being bullied by Yi Kong, it annoys me. Yi Baoju looked up sharply, her voice trembling. She's the one bullying me, and I'm the one who annoys you, so why am I the one being sent away? Because she won't back down, Yi Tingchu said coldly. If I made the same threat to her, she'd just walk away. She didn't leave. Grandma said she would send her away too, but she didn't leave the Yi family. Yi Baoju exclaimed, agitated. But Grandma fainted from anger a few times, Yi Tingchu pointed out calmly. And she even called Grandma an old hag. She said that none of us, including Mom and Dad, want to end up like Grandma, so we don't dare to threaten her. So you're threatening me instead? Yi Baoju's voice quivered with grievance. Because this kind of threat works on you, Yi Tingchu said, looking directly into Yi Baoju's eyes. You're different from Yi Kong. You would never leave the Yi family, so you will try your best to meet my demands, won't you? Yi Baoju's lips trembled. She wanted to say it wasn't true, that she didn't care about the Yi family. But she couldn't. After a long moment of confusion, she asked softly again, why? Sister, you used to really like me. You combed my hair, took me to kindergarten and elementary school, helped me deal with boys who bullied me. Even brother thought you liked me more than him. I still like you. After all, you've been my sister for 20 years, and all the good we did for you during those 20 years wasn't fake, Yi Tingchu said with an extremely cold expression. That's why I've been giving you chances. Yi Tingchu stood in the dimly lit corridor, his gaze cold and piercing like a river covered in floating ice shards, staring at Yi Baoju. His voice was low and stern. Your behavior is getting more outrageous. From instigating trouble with Grandma to now fainting from heat stroke just to get Yi Kong's attention. If you keep this up, are you going to put a knife in her hand and have her stab you half to death? Yi Baoju's face turned pale, and she trembled slightly. She murmured, it almost sounds like you're worried about me. I am worried about you. Yi Tingchu's tone softened a bit, but his brows remained furrowed. I have a lot on my plate and don't have time for these petty issues. He glanced at his watch. I don't have time for heart-to-heart talks. Tell me, are you going to the ski resort? Yi Baoju let out a bitter laugh. Do I have a choice? I'll go. Yi Tingchu nodded, about to say something, but Yi Baoju abruptly slammed the door shut. He stared at the closed door, his expression indifferent, thinking to himself, she still dares to throw a tantrum in front of me, yet she thinks everyone is bullying her. Late at night, Yi Baoju sat alone on her bed, lost in thought. Before sleeping, she sent a message to Du Rui. When she woke up the next day, she saw the reply, you on ski resort, right? Such a big event, of course I'll be there. If you get there first, make sure to book a few extra rooms. Somehow the news reached Yizhen. Upon hearing that Yi Kong was going skiing with Yi Tingchu, he called home several times in excitement. However, the happiest person in the family was Fong Sivan. Although she wasn't going herself, she busied herself preparing Yi Kong's luggage, even hiring someone to custom make ski clothes for her and scouring the internet for ski gear. Yi Kong silently watched Fong Sivan's bustling figure without saying a word. Suddenly, Yi Tingchu's voice sounded beside her, aren't you going to choose for yourself? Without turning her head, Yi Kong replied indifferently, no, I trust her taste. After a pause, she added, you really want to see me and Yi Baoju get along? Yi Tingchu responded, I just want peace at home. That sounds so old-fashioned, Yi Kong remarked. Big families have always been old-fashioned, Yi Tingchu explained. The immense interests bind people of the same blood together, no different from the noble families of ancient times. You'll understand this more deeply the longer you stay. That doesn't sound good at all. Yi Kong turned and walked away, but she still looked forward to the upcoming ski trip. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Yi Tingchu drove. Yi Kong sat in the front passenger seat, and Yi Baoju and Lin Xinqiu sat in the back, exchanging glances. The journey was mostly silent, the atmosphere awkwardly stifling, but everyone seemed used to it. Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Xinqiu eventually started browsing forums on her phone. Yi Baoju glanced over and asked in surprise, you read comics too? I know this one stars. It's quite popular recently, Yi Baoju said. I heard Wen can also likes this comic artist and even invested in her. By the way, she turned to Yi Tingchu, didn't our family just invest in a new game company? We should keep an eye on this artist. Her work is said to be perfect for game adaptation. Yi Tingchu, still driving, replied, the strategy team is already on it, but it's going to be tough to secure. Several companies are after this IP. Yi Baoju's eyes lit up. Maybe I can help. I used to read her comics when I was younger, so I'm sort of a fan. If needed, I can approach her as a fan to discuss a collaboration. Lin Xinqiu sneaked a glance at Yi Kong in the front seat, who was dozing off, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. Lin Xinqiu's lips twitched, looking at Yi Baoju with a complex expression. What's up? Yi Baoju noticed her expression and asked curiously. Nothing. Lin Xinqiu forced a smile. Just let me tag along when you meet with the artist. I'd love to see how it goes. Sure. No problem, Yi Baozhu said with a delighted smile. Are you a fan too? In a way, yes. Lin Xinqiu reluctantly admitted. For the rest of the trip, the two animatedly discussed the artist's works. The backseat was lively with chatter, while Yi Kong slept soundly. The gentle rocking of the car was the perfect lullaby, and halfway through, it started to rain outside. The sound of raindrops hitting the windows lulled her deeper into sleep. In her dream, it seemed to be after the rain, the air moist, turning the asphalt of the winding mountain road a deep blue. She carried a huge bag and a teddy bear, using a bamboo stick she picked up as a walking stick, fearlessly walking along a cliff strewn with pear blossoms. The road ahead was long and uncertain, but she felt both anxious and hopeful, determined to keep moving forward. A voice pierced through the mist and rain, echoing in her ears day and night. You must find that person, the one who will always stand by your side no matter what happens. The one who loves you the most in the world, only you, and will always, unconditionally choose you. When you find it, you'll realize that living is wonderful, and this world is wonderful too. You'll come out of the endless confusion. Yikong heard these words in her dream, and a wave of panic washed over her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to... She murmured, her voice filled with apology and pain. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her body instinctively springing up, nearly hitting the car roof. Yi Tingchu reacted quickly, reaching out to shield Yi Kong's head, preventing a potential collision. She leaned against the car door, tucking a strand of curly hair behind her ear, her brow furrowed. Even her concerned expression carried a hint of aloofness. Did you have a nightmare? She asked. Yi Kong blinked, her vision gradually focusing on her sister's face. It wasn't a nightmare, she said, still a bit dazed. She silently observed Yi Tingchu, the sister she saw the least but remembered the most. Rumor had it that Yi Tingchu was a workaholic, uninterested in romance and trivial matters, with some even saying she inherited Yi Haichuan's frigidity. But to Yi Kong, Yi Tingchu seemed even colder than Yi Haichuan. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Yi Kong's mind. Someone like her might be perfect for an experiment. She reached out and grabbed a lock of Yi Tingchu's curly hair. Yi Tingchu's body stiffened. She glanced down at the hair being held and, after a moment of silence, asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Kong was momentarily speechless, then softly called out, "Sister." For once, Yi Tingchu showed a confused expression. "You must have had a nightmare. Do you need a hug?" "I wouldn't mind," Yi Kong said, still holding her hair. "So, will you hug me?" Yi Tingchu silently pulled her hair out of Yi Kong's grasp, suppressing the strange feeling inside her. "That's something you should ask Mom for. Let's get out of the car." She turned to the trunk to grab their gear, her tall figure looking particularly distant in the wind. Yi Kong sniffled and jumped out of the car, meeting Lin Xinjua's complicated gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Kong asked. Lin Xinjua looked incredulous. "Are you seducing your own sister now?" "If you can't say anything nice, just shut up," Yi Kong replied coldly. "And what do you mean by now? Who have I seduced?" "Chu Wu is practically at your feet," Lin Xinjua retorted, following Yi Kong closely. "She's like your devotee. And she's a total creep. That's why you're scary, you can even seduce a creep." Yi Kong threatened expressionlessly. "Do you believe I'll make you bark like a dog?" Lin Xinjua, both angry and afraid, suddenly noticed something. He leaned closer to Yi Kong and whispered, "Hey, Baozhu is giving you a scary look. She must have seen you seducing your sister. Now, bark for me." Lin Xinjua reluctantly barked twice. At that moment, Yi Baozhu, who had been walking behind them, suddenly stepped forward and offered to help Yi Tingchu with the gear. The two walked side by side, looking very much like close sisters. Lin Xinjua said gleefully, "She must be jealous." "Do people get jealous even among family?" Yi Kong asked. "Of course. As long as you're human and in any kind of relationship, jealousy is inevitable," Lin Xinjua explained. "I don't," Yi Kong said flatly. "But I get your point." With that, she quickened her pace. Lin Xinjua eagerly followed. "What, are you going to compete with Yi Baozhu for attention now?" Yi Kong didn't respond, walking faster and faster until she reached the large iron gates of the manor, catching up with the two ahead. They seemed to be conversing. Upon hearing footsteps, Yi Tingchu turned her head to look. However, Yi Kong walked past them without a word, her face expressionless. Yi Tingchu stopped, and Yi Baozhu followed suit, a hint of a cold smile in her eyes, but a tone of uncertainty in her voice. "Sister, is she upset that I'm so close to you?" Yi Tingchu remained silent. Soon, Yi Kong regretted walking ahead, as she was the first to encounter a group of people she didn't want to see, Wen Lian, Duroy, Liin, and several other vaguely familiar young men and women. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and stopped. Just then, the sound of a wheelchair rolling along the ground came from behind. Duroy raised her hand and greeted Yi Kong with a mocking smile. She made no effort to hide the fact that she was targeting Yi Kong, her manner as if she were calling a dog. "Oh, what a coincidence," Duroy said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yi Kong's gaze briefly swept over Du Ruoei before settling on Wen Lian, who was sitting in the lounge area. The Wen family's adopted son, who was rumored to have been bedridden for a long time, was coughing with his head down, his face pale. Du Roe continued her provocation. You two seem to have quite the destiny, bumping into each other again like this. She pointed at Yi Kong and Wen Lian, her smile deepening. The perpetrator and the victim, the killer and the killado. Is your sister here to make you apologize to the aggrieved party? Lin Xinzhou stepped forward, shielding Yi Kong. Hey, Dura, don't go too far. Du Rui remained unfazed, teasing. Is it too much to speak the truth? Wasn't it Yi Kong who pushed Wen Lian? Hearing the commotion, Wen Lian looked up with a blank expression. When he saw Yi Kong, his face turned cold, and he quickly averted his gaze. The surrounding second-generation elites began to jeer. Wen Lian is scared of you. It's hard not to be afraid of someone who can be so ruthless to a stranger at first meeting. Wen Lian's health has always been poor. She's truly vicious. She can anger her own grandmother and sister to the point of fainting. What does it matter to her if it's an outsider? Being raised outside really has its drawbacks. Even if she's a biological child, she's no different from a wild child. At that moment, a wheelchair was pushed to Yi Kong's side. Sitting in the wheelchair was Wen Kan, dressed in a black shirt with intricate silver moon embroidery at the collar. He leaned back lazily, his eyes half-lidded, exuding an aura of gloomy decadence. Yi Kong asked, Why are you here? Wen Kan replied languidly, Wen Lian invited me. But I came because I heard you would be here. Wen Lian also stood up, smiling. Yes, I owe it to Miss Yi. I didn't expect to run into you all here. Is this a gathering? Du Rui regained her composure, pulling the corners of her mouth into a smile. Of course, it's a gathering. I wonder if the third Miss Yi would honor us by joining. Yi Kong ignored Du Rui, and naturally took over Wen Kan's wheelchair, pushing him towards the hotel interior. As they walked, they chatted casually. Do you know how to ski? Of course. I don't. I've rarely even seen snow. Then you can have fun today. I can be your instructor. Your legs are injured. How can you be a teacher? Verbal guidance. That works. As they were about to walk past the group of second-generation elites, Du Rui, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in front of them. She coldly said, Yi Kong, can't you hear people talking? You've been back at the Yi family for so long, yet you haven't managed to shake off the bad manners you picked up outside. Is it that the Yi family didn't teach you well enough, or are you just hopelessly rotten? Just then, a cold voice came from the entrance. Yi Tingchu walked in, carrying her gear. She looked directly at Du Rui. It sounds like Miss Du has quite a few opinions on the Yi family's way of teaching. Yi Kong hasn't been back for long and isn't used to your ways yet. If you have anything to say, why not come to me? Du Rui's face stiffened instantly. In this circle, she feared nothing. But in front of Wen Kan, Jiangsu, and Yi Tingchu, she couldn't muster any defiance. Li Yin stepped forward, shielding Du Rui. Sister Tingchu, Rui has always been like this. Please don't hold it against her. He turned to Yi Kong with a polite smile. I'm sure Miss Yi won't mind, right? We'll apologize to you later. Yi Kong noticed Du Rui's clenched fists and cold gaze. After a moment of thought, she suddenly looked at Li Yin. Oh, the loyal dog, we meet again? Before Li Yin could respond, Yi Kong turned to Du Rui. And you, this is only our third meeting, and I've noticed something strange. Why are you the most aggressive towards me? Du Rui's eyes flickered. Yi Kong continued. I just thought of a possibility. She stared at Du Rui, her eyes cold. Could it be that you like Wen Kan? This statement was like a bomb, instantly shocking everyone. Their expressions shifted from disbelief to realization, and finally to astonishment and curiosity. Only Yi Kong and Wen Kan remained unchanged. Yi Kong's face showed pure curiosity, while Wen Kan looked completely indifferent, as if the person mentioned wasn't him. He even yawned, looking utterly bored. Finally, Du Rui reacted. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her face flushed a deep red. The carefully applied lipstick trembled silently, as if reflecting the turmoil within. You're talking nonsense, she nearly screamed in retort. Her voice grew increasingly frantic. Are you crazy? How could I? She clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her knuckles turning white. Finally, she gritted her teeth and roared. How could I possibly like him? He's a worthless man, soon to have nothing. Why would I ever like him? I don't like him at all. Her words were as sharp as a sword, but they failed to provoke any reaction on Wen Kan's calm face. He merely glanced at her indifferently, as if she were a buzzing mosquito. Yi Kong lightly pushed Wen Kan's wheelchair, avoiding the trembling finger. A slight smile played on her lips, but her eyes gleamed coldly. That's just fine. Don't even think about him's my fiancé now, and I'm famously possessive. With that, she pushed Wen Kan past Du Rui away, as if the earlier outburst had been nothing more than a dull, impromptu performance. Booked the room. Wen Kan suddenly asked. No, but I'm sure you have it all arranged, right? Yi Kong replied. Yeah. I feel like having something sweet. I brought a personal pastry chef. How considerate. Just basic fiancé duties. Wow. Can you sound a bit more sincere? Wow. That's barely passing. As the elevator doors closed, the two disappeared from sight, leaving the wealthy heirs momentarily stunned before they regained their composure. Hey, no way, do you think what she said might be true? Someone asked with a nervous laugh. Rubbish. Durouet nearly screamed, glaring fiercely at the questioner. But her eyes were already red, tears welling up. Realizing her outburst, she abruptly turned and clenched her fists, ready to storm out. I'm done with this nonsense. She had barely taken 2 steps when someone grabbed her. Li Yin's cold gaze met hers. If you don't like him, why let a misunderstanding ruin your mood? What do you mean? Durouet snapped. I rushed back from abroad to be with you, not to see you wasting time on someone else. Li Yin's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes inscrutable. He pulled Durouet along. Come on, let's go back to the room and rest. We can eat later. Don't let our princess go hungry. They tussled into the elevator, leaving the other wealthy heirs exchanging excited glances, sensing the promise of juicy gossip. Yi Kong yanked open the curtains, momentarily stunned by the snowy scene outside. The largest indoor ski resort in the country, one can explain. Even the national team practices here. But it's empty now, all booked by Wen Lian. How extravagant, Yi Kong marveled. Typical Wen family style. And you? I prefer lively places, especially when they have nothing to do with me. After a brief silence, Wen Kan suddenly asked, are you really that possessive? Don't worry, Yi Kong replied softly. I'm only possessive about what's truly mine. I have nothing to worry about then. Wen Kan looked down at his phone. I'll have the pastry chef make you something. Matcha flavored, Yi Kong immediately said. Got it. Did you bring the game console? No. How about I push you around the ski resort instead? First, grab a warm coat. Don't catch a cold. Where's your coat? I'll get it. In the suitcase. The assistant should have packed it. Yi Kong pulled out a black down jacket and a scarf, eagerly grabbing a hat too, but Wen Kan declined it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yi Kong opened it to find a familiar-looking woman. Yi. Miss Yi. The woman seemed equally surprised. Yi Kong frowned, trying to recall Miss Qin. That's me. Qin Ranqiu smiled, her gaze falling on the clothes in Yi Kong's hands. What are you doing? Grabbing clothes for Wen Kan. Yi Kong was straightforward. Do you need him for something? Work-related, but it's not urgent. Qin Ranqiu nodded. I'll come back later. As Yi Kong was about to close the door, Qin Ranqiu added. I heard you said some surprising things earlier? Yi Kong stopped and turned to her. Just some casual deductions. Do you really think Ruowei likes Wen Kan? They've never interacted much, and she always speaks poorly of him, saying he's too arrogant and proud. Arrogant and proud? Yi Kong sneered. Sounds more like admiration. But it doesn't matter. She already denied it. Qin Ranqiu laughed. I didn't know Miss Yi had a talent for psychology. I actually studied psychology. Qin Ranqiu left with a meaningful remark. Ruowei is still here. You better be careful. She's known to hold grudges. Watching Qin Ranqiu leave, Yi Kong remained unfazed. She muttered to herself. Is there anyone more vengeful than me? She slammed the door shut, waiting for Wen Kan to come out of the walk-in closet. When he appeared, Yi Kong looked at him and murmured, You know, I suspect that woman with the surname Qin also likes you. What are you mumbling about? Wen Kan sat with his back to the snowy ski resort, his posture naturally aloof. Even if it's true, it wouldn't be surprising. Yi Kong walked towards Wen Kan, throwing the scarf over his face. With most of his face covered, only his thin red lips were visible as he asked, What are you up to, kid? Yi Kong cursed inwardly. So annoying. Yi Kong's green ski jacket stood out like a jade jewel against the vast whiteness of the snow. She took the cup of milk tea from the waiter and took a deep sip, as if trying to inhale the entire winter's chill into her lungs. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She paused and glanced sideways. Wen Lian, bundled up tightly, approached slowly, his face as pale as the snow, looking like a frozen jade statue. Nearby, a group of rich kids started whispering, their eyes darting between Yi Kong and Wen Lian. Oh my god, the perpetrator and the victim are going to talk? Is Wen Lian really that weak? Maybe it's because Yi Kong is Wen Kan's fiancé, and Wen Lian, being adopted, doesn't dare to oppose her. Poor guy. Yi Kong sneered and mocked Wen Lian. Are you deaf? How dare you come near me? Wen Lian smiled faintly, his mixed-race features looking even more delicate and gentle against the blue scarf. It's okay, he said in a slightly hoarse voice. I know you didn't mean to last time. Yi Kong couldn't help but laugh, pointing at Wen Lian. Your thick skin is truly eye-opening. My pleasure. Wen Lian remained unfazed, smiling innocently. Their exchange was tense and bizarre. Suddenly, Wen Lian asked, Are you waiting for a can? Yi Kong scoffed. What about your sister? She's still working in her room. Probably won't come out until dinner. Wen Lian glanced at the playful rich kids, then said thoughtfully, Rui and Li Yin haven't come down either. Yi Kong replied coldly, I'm not familiar with them. After a brief silence, when Lian suddenly smiled. As expected, you really are different. He gazed at the distant snowy landscape and continued. When I woke up and found out you were unharmed and didn't even visit me, I knew you were different. Even though we both know the truth about the accident, you can still talk to me as if nothing happened. He turned to Yikong, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Can you tell me what you're really thinking? Yikong sighed, her voice filled with impatience. I'm not thinking anything. My mind is busy. I don't have time to waste on irrelevant people. She looked Wen Lian straight in the eyes and said mercilessly, You say I'm special? Unfortunately, to me you're just an ordinary person. Wen Lian was stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow. Just then Wen Kan arrived, pushed by an assistant. Yikong tossed her empty cup away and walked towards Wen Kan without looking back, leaving Wen Lian standing there lost. What were you talking about? Wen Kan asked. I forgot, Yikong replied nonchalantly. Wen Kan glanced at Wen Lian but didn't press further. Wanna go skiing? I can teach you. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Du Rui's door was being pounded on. At first, the knocking was polite, but it quickly turned into an angry barrage, as if a furious beast was outside. Finally, a figure sat up from under the covers and shouted, Stop banging. I'm trying to sleep. Li Yin's cold laugh came from outside. Sleeping at this hour? Everyone's waiting for you to go skiing. I'm not going. Du Rui stubbornly replied. After a moment of silence, Li Yin's voice became low and dangerous. Come out. Du Rui's eyes snapped open as she heard the increasingly suppressed voice outside. This is the last time I'm telling you. Come out, Du Rui. I said I don't want to go, she yelled, throwing a pillow at the door. The person outside started banging on the door even harder. What are you afraid of? What are you being a coward about? Where's the fearless Miss Do we all know? Or did Yikong hit the mark, and now you're too guilty to show your face? That's nonsense. Du Rui screamed, rushing to yank the door open. Li Yin looked at her coldly and said softly, You're the crazy one. He reached out to touch her face but was harshly slapped away. What are you doing? Du Rui glared at him. Li Yin suddenly erupted in anger, pointing at her eyes and shouting, Do you know how swollen your eyes are? What were you crying about? Du Rui turned her face away in panic, stubbornly saying, I wasn't crying. I got face wash in my eyes. Li Yin silently scrutinized her, his tone suddenly calm. If that's the case, then come downstairs with me. I said I don't want to. Don't want what? Li Yin cut her off coldly. If you didn't want to ski, why did you invite us here? Or is there someone downstairs you don't want to see? Yikong? No way, you came here because of her, didn't you? So it must be the one person you didn't expect to show up. He enunciated each word clearly, Wen Kan. I told you no. Du Rui screamed, her eyes welling up again. Facing Li Yin's heavy gaze, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll go. She brushed past Li Yin forcefully, only to be stopped by his cold command from behind. Put on your shoes. Yikong, strapped to her skis, found herself crashing into the snow yet again. Struggling to get up, she was covered in snowflakes that clung to her hair and clothes. Wen Kan's lazy voice came through her headphones. Your balance is terrible. This should be easy. Gritting her teeth, Yikong used her ski poles to stand, her face etched with frustration. Believe it or not, I once took a few months of martial arts lessons. Oh. Wen Kan sounded genuinely surprised. You sure don't look like it. I trained for 6 months and only mastered one throw, Yikong said with a self-deprecating laugh. I always thought I was a genius until I tried sports. After falling another 8 or 9 times, Yikong finally gave up. She got up slowly, her posture dejected, and said with a tone full of resignation, I'm just not cut out for any sport. I give up. At that moment, a girl from a nearby family skied past, laughing loudly and turning to mock her. Wow, Yisan, you can't even ski? More voices joined in the jeering chorus. Hey, Yisan, I bet you'd fall 20 times before you got the hang of it. You're almost there, keep going. Hey, Yisan, even if you were raised outside for 20 years, the Yi family should have taught you something. Skiing is basic for us. The second-generation kids circled around her, like predators toying with their prey. From a distance, Lin Xinzhou, who had been enjoying her own skiing, rushed over to intervene. What are you guys doing? Stop bullying her. But their enthusiasm wasn't dampened. Someone laughed. We're just having fun. I bet she'd fall 50 times before she gave up. Another person pretended to offer help. Why don't I teach you, Miss Yisan? Suddenly, a striking figure swooped down from a higher slope, shouting loudly and blowing a sharp whistle as they approached. Surrounded by their arrogant taunts, Yikong blinked, then lifted her head and saw the figure racing towards her. Without hesitation, she raised her ski pole and swung it out. Whoa! The young man yelled, unable to change direction in time, tripping over the pole and crashing into the snow, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Whoa! Zhou Song, are you okay? Someone shouted in alarm. Yisan, are you crazy? Another person yelled at Yikong. Do you know you could have broken his neck? Yikong laughed, a dangerous glint in her eyes. If you know you could break your neck and still come at me, aren't you asking for it? She tapped her ski pole on her shoulder and looked around at them defiantly. You guys call me a psycho and a killer on the forums, but you love to come and provoke me. How should I interpret that? Her gaze landed on the person who had just managed to get up from the snow, and she casually said, masochist? Who are you calling a masochist? The second-generation kids felt insulted and looked ready to fight. At that tense moment, a voice cut through the air. Miss, the gentleman has asked you to come up for some hot tea. It was one Can's assistant, his sudden appearance startling several people. The second-generation kids reluctantly stopped. Yi Kong snorted, taking slow, difficult steps back up with her ski pole. On the platform in front of the cabin, Wenkin handed Yi Kong a cup of tea, his tone light and teasing. You really can't go a minute without getting into a fight, huh? You only know one throw, but you've got guts. Yi Kong took off her gloves and grabbed the tea, biting the straw without looking up. Isn't that because you're here? Wenkin paused. You wouldn't do it if I weren't here? Of course not. I'm not as stupid as they are. Yi Kong took a sip of the tea and suddenly grimaced. Why is it bitter? Because it's pure tea, Wenkin replied innocently. You've already had a very sweet milk tea, and you'll have dessert later. Too much sugar isn't good. Yi Kong rolled her eyes. Are you my mom? Wenkin smiled at her. Even if you have a sweet tooth, you should go for quality sweets. Too much low-quality sugar is just a waste. I promise you'll love the dessert later. With his finely chiseled face and smooth jawline nestled in a soft scarf, Wenkin looked especially gentle and stunning. Yi Kong stared blankly for a second. I suddenly think the name Wenlian suits you better. Are you insulting me? Just saying you look like a lotus in bloom. So you are insulting me. At that moment, Li Yin and Du Ruowei arrived. The scene they saw was this. The second-generation kids skiing happily in pairs, while on the platform outside the cabin, when Can and Yi Kong stood and sat close together, each holding a cup of tea, seemingly deep in conversation. It's really rare to see young master when being so approachable, right? Li Yin's voice echoed softly, dripping with sarcasm. His gaze flicked between Yi Kong and Wenkin before he continued. Oh, wait, we rarely even get to see him. Seeing him up close twice in such a short period is unprecedented. So does that mean we owe it all to Yi Kong? Du Ruowei couldn't bear it any longer and snapped in a low voice. Enough. What exactly are you trying to do? Li Yin smirked and retorted. What about you? Why are you reacting so strongly? Which part of what I said bothered you? Du Ruowei closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then glared at Li Yin with anger in her eyes. Don't you know how much I dislike Yi Kong? Someone who thinks she can become a phoenix just because she's perched on a high branch, acting so arrogantly in front of Mui, shouldn't I want to see her fall? Don't you know my personality by now? Li Yin looked down at her, silent for a long moment before he finally smiled slightly. If that's the case, I'll help you. You know, I've always had your back. He redirected his gaze and started pulling Du Ruowei forward, his lips forming a tight line. Suddenly, Li Yin's voice cut through the conversation between Yi Kong and Wenkin, startling them. I heard. Miss Yi had a nasty fall? Their conversation halted abruptly as they turned to face Li Yin, who had approached them. For the first time, his usually stern face bore a nobleman's smile. Yi Kong glanced at them inexplicably and replied coldly, What does that have to do with you? Li Yin didn't respond. Instead, he released Du Ruowei's hand and bent down to put on his ski boots. Yi Kong turned back to continue her conversation with Wenkin. So, did you hone your speaking skills at the negotiation table? Wenkin calmly replied, Not really. I think I've always been good at pleasing the people I want to please since I was young. Is there really anyone in this world you want to please? Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. Aren't I trying to please you now? Wenkin said softly. I rarely use my eloquence for trivial things like convincing someone to eat less sweets. That really is. Before Yi Kong could finish her sentence, someone suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Her half-full cup of milk teeth toppled to the ground as Li Yin, wearing gloves, pulled her forcefully. Miss Yi, I thought you didn't know how to ski? Let me teach you, Li Yin said without looking back. Among everyone here, I'm the best skier. What the? Yi Kong almost lost her balance in surprise. Li Yin moved so quickly that before she knew it, she had been dragged to the edge of the slope and was sliding down with him, the cold wind whooshing around them. Wenkin reached out but only grasped at air, left standing there in rare bewilderment. Meanwhile, Yi Kong was being pulled into the icy, roaring wind by Li Yin. Are you out of your mind? The girl's furious shout echoed across the ski resort, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Two figures zoomed down the slope like the wind, disappearing from sight in an instant. The ski resort buzzed with chatter. Li Yin and Yi Kong? What kind of duo is that? Someone whispered in astonishment. No way, did I see that right? Another person chimed in. But these surprised murmurs were quickly swallowed by the howling wind. Yi Kong had no time to care about the reactions around her. Her entire body was tense, her legs trembling as she struggled to keep her balance, terrified of toppling over into the snow. This was nothing like the small tumbles she took during her slow practice sessions. It felt like being forcibly dragged onto a roller coaster. Lian's skiing skills were indeed as impressive as he claimed. Even with someone in tow, he maintained an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed the second slope. For her own safety, Yikong had to grip Lian's hand tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. However, when she saw the third slope approaching, fear gripped her heart. It was the longest downhill stretch in the entire ski resort, and just looking at it made her legs go weak. Instinctively, she wanted to let go of Lian's hand, preferring to fall on this relatively gentle section rather than risk that terrifying long slope. Just as her grip began to loosen, Lian suddenly yanked her forward with a powerful pull. At the same time, he thrust his other hand, holding a ski pole, into the snow. The sudden movement caught Yikong off guard, making her stumble and almost fall. She had no choice but to grab onto Lian's clothes in a panic. "Lian, are you crazy?" Yikong shouted in terror, her voice trembling. "It's an honor that Miss Yi remembers my name," Lian replied, his voice unnaturally calm, as if they were merely taking a leisurely stroll. "Let go of me," Yikong merely begged. "I'll let go in a moment," Lian answered calmly, showing no sign of slowing down. The dangerous situation left Yikong's body in a state of extreme tension, but oddly, her mind was unusually clear. In this clarity, a familiar sense of anger began to surface. The feeling of being completely overpowered, unable to resist, and losing control was something she despised more than anything. The last time she felt such intense helplessness and rage was when she was 15. The memories surged back, amplifying her current discomfort. "Are you using your status as Lian to act so arrogantly, or are you relying on your gender to overpower me with sheer strength?" Yikong's voice was unnervingly calm, almost as if she were talking to herself. "Either way, you are exactly the kind of person I despise the most," she added, her tone filled with disdain and contempt. "That too is my honor," Lian responded, his voice still calm, seemingly unfazed by Yikong's anger. Lian's snowboard glided smoothly over the highest point, while Yikong's board was already deformed and battered. She barely maintained her balance with Lian's help, but suddenly, he gripped her fingers tightly. "Don't worry, you won't die," he said for the first time, turning his head to reveal a chiseled profile and cold, thin lips beneath his ski goggles. Unyieldingly, he pried her fingers apart. Losing her last point of support, Yikong felt herself uncontrollably falling backward. In her line of sight, Lian maintained his elegant skiing posture. The ceiling of the ski resort came into view, and at the moment her hand completely separated from his, a smile that was somewhere between cold and mad appeared on her face. Lian's pupils contracted, clearly noticing her expression. The next moment, the drawstring on his ski jacket was yanked hard. He fell forward, crashing into Yikong and sending both of them tumbling into the snow. On the long and steep slope, the two of them rolled down like they were caught in a washing machine, tangled together in a chaotic descent amid the screams of onlookers. The wind howled, snow sprayed everywhere. Yikong clung to his collar, using all her strength to stop him each time he tried to break free. In their tumbling, their hands grappled with each other multiple times. When they finally reached the bottom of the slope, Lian had no strength left to react. He lay underneath like a cushion, arms spread out weakly. The dizzying sensation of a concussion lingered, but Yikong, who had landed on top of him, was already trying to get up. She fell back twice, each time eliciting a grunt from Lian, and eventually had to rest for a moment. "You're taking your anger out on me because of Duroy, right?" Yikong stared at Lian, her eyes dark, face pale, but with a smile on her lips. "But looking at you now, are you really angry for Duroy, or are you just venting your own frustrations? Am I right?" Her laugh grew more reckless, small snowflakes settling in her disheveled black hair, accentuating the malice on her face. "Does Duroy really like Wincan?" I saw her eyes were swollen. Is it because she was exposed in front of Wincan, or because even after being exposed, Wincan still didn't look at her? If she can't control her emotions in public, how many times has she cried for Wincan in private? Especially when Wincan had that car accident. Did she cry her eyes out, and did you even notice? I heard you two grew up together, and you've loved her for many years. Has she ever cried for you during all those years? Yikong yanked off Lian's ski goggles. His icy, hollow eyes reflected the snowy background and her malicious face looming over him. "How pathetic, Mr. Lapdog, with such a pitiful expression. Just stop blocking it." Yikong released his collar, took off her snowboard, and shakily stood up. "But no matter how pathetic, it's no excuse for you to take your anger out on me." She looked around, panting, stumbled over to pick up her discarded ski pole, and returned to Lian's side. "I'm not someone who takes crap for free." The girl loosened her scarf, her frozen hands gripping the ski pole tightly before raising it high. The approaching crowd saw this scene unfold. "No." Duroy's heart-wrenching scream echoed as Lian's pupils reflected the descending metal ski pole, along with the girl's face, calm to the extreme, even smiling slightly. "Don't worry, you won't die." Bang! Before anyone could reach them to intervene, Yikong had already struck Li Yin on the head with the ski pole, causing blood to flow and his body to curl up. Stop! Are you crazy? Are you really trying to kill him? Yikong was finally restrained, with people grabbing her legs and waist, holding her back. She panted and was about to drop the ski pole when Duroi's sharp scream rang out, "Yikong, you bitch." Yikong laughed. The next moment, as her smile spread, she tightened her grip on the ski pole and swung it at Duroi, only to be met with resistance. She paused and looked down. Li Yin, who had been unresponsive until now, had somehow managed to grab the other end of the ski pole tightly. "Yikong," he muttered, and she laughed again, idiot. She kicked him hard, not holding back at all, causing him to grunt in pain. "Stop fighting." Lin Xinjue clung to her waist and dragged her back, finally managing to restrain the suddenly berserk Yikong. "Alright, I'm fine now." Yikong finally relaxed her body, and her voice calmed down. As soon as she spoke, Lin Xinzhou released his tight grip around her waist, though his eyes remained wary. "Of course you're fine. It's others who aren't." Lin Xinzhou muttered, glancing at Li Yin lying on the ground not far away. Yikong impatiently shook off Lin Xinzhou's lingering touch. "He won't die. I won't hit him again. Do you promise?" Lin Xinzhou pressed. "I promise," Yikong replied curtly. With that assurance, Lin Xinzhou finally let go of Yikong completely, though he couldn't help but grumble, using hands that are meant to play the guitar to beat someone up wide waist. Hearing this, Yikong's mood suddenly sank, like a balloon deflating. But soon, her gaze fell on Du Ruowei, who was similarly surrounded by a crowd across from her. Du Ruowei's eyes were blazing with anger, as if she could charge at Yikong any moment. This sight reignited the fire in Yikong's heart. She let out a cold laugh, ignoring the warnings from those around her, and strode towards Duro. "Duro, Miss Du," Yikong's sweet voice cut through Duroi's cursing, but the sharp edge in her tone sent chills down everyone's spine. "I don't care what kind of melodramatic love story you're playing out, but this is my last warning. Even if you have an undying crush on Wencan, or if that pathetic guy wants to worship you forever and drag me and Wencan into it, you're talking nonsense," Duroi began to retort, but Yikong cut her off. "Whether I'm talking nonsense, you know it yourself." Yikong's lips curled into the same cold smile she had while hitting Li Yin earlier. "Just like now you're mad at me and want to hit me. Is it really for revenge for Li Yin, or because I am Wencan's fiancé?" Du Ruowei's eyes widened, her lips trembling, unable to respond. Yikong turned to look at Li Yin, who was lying on the ground with a bloody head, scoffed, and was about to leave when a voice filled with hatred and trembling suddenly called out behind her. "You think you can just walk away?" Du Ruowei took a step forward, clenched her fists, and stared daggers at Yikong's back. "You think you can get away with beating Li Yin like this? Do you really think the Yi family can cover up everything?" "Yikong," she gritted her teeth, "this time, I will make you pay." Completely ruined. Yikong paused. "Ah, you reminded me." She turned back towards Li Yin, pushed through the crowd, and crouched beside him. She suddenly leaned close to his ear, her cold breath brushing against his neck. "Master Li, whether you know this or not, I'll assume you do," she whispered. "Years ago, Huaho County Orphanage, Li Foundation." These phrases sounded like a riddle, but they made Li Yin's pupils contract sharply. Yikong stood up, looked down at him, and smiled. "Goodbye, Mr. Lapdog." With that, she tossed aside her ski poles and walked away. "Stop, Yikong. Don't think," Du Ruowei tried to chase after her but was stopped by Li Yin's stern shout. "Shut up." Du Ruowei looked at him in disbelief, while he said calmly, "I started it, so this matter ends here." "What are you saying?" Du Ruowei demanded, unable to understand. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yi Tingchu was in the middle of a video conference. Upon learning of the emergency, she had to cut the meeting short and frowned as she headed downstairs. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, she ran into Yi Baozhu, who had also heard the news. "Sis, I heard she beat Li Yin. What should we do?" Yi Baozhu asked anxiously. Yi Tingchu clicked her tongue impatiently. "Why are you so happy?" "To am not," Yi Baozhu stammered, biting her lip in frustration, but still followed Yi Tingchu into the infirmary. During the short walk, Yi Tingchu had already gotten the full story from Wencan. As soon as they entered the infirmary, Du Ruowei's sarcastic voice rang out. "Miss Yi, your family really brought back a remarkable daughter, first pushing Wen Lian into the water, now beating Li Yin half to death. Did you see her push Wen Lian into the water?" Yi Tingchu interrupted coldly. This made Wen Lian lift her head in surprise. Yi Tingchu stared at Du Ruowei. "I asked you, did you see Kong push Wen Lian into the water?" Du Ruowei's face turned red with anger. "I didn't see it, but someone did. Look at her today, daring to beat Li Yin in front of everyone." Precisely because she dared to beat Li Yin in front of everyone, she definitely didn't push Wen Lian into the water. Yi Tingchu interrupted again, her tone cold and indisputable, because if she had done it, she would have brazenly admitted it in front of everyone, just like today. But she didn't. So she absolutely didn't push Wen Lian. With that, Yi Tingchu walked straight to the doctor who had just come out, inquiring about Li Yin's condition. Learning it was just a mild concussion, dislocated arm, and some soft tissue injuries, she was slightly relieved and went into the room to check on him. I will inform your parents. The Yi family will give you an explanation. But it's fine, Li Yin interrupted. This matter ends here. I started the trouble anyway. Yi Tingchu raised an eyebrow in surprise. But since the victim himself said so, she naturally wouldn't insist on her sister taking responsibility. She was about to leave when Li Yin called out to her again. Yi Kong, who exactly is she? Is she really your family's child? Where did she live before? The courtesy on Yi Tingchu's face gradually faded. That's not something you should be concerned about, Mr. Li. As for Yi Kong's identity, she is indeed my biological sister, my parents' biological daughter, the genuine third miss of the Yi family. Rest well. With that, Yi Tingchu turned and left the room, leaving Yi Baozhu to stay with Duru. She went straight upstairs to find Yi Kong. Inside the hotel, there's an elevated garden walkway. Yi Kong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the snow-covered trees below. The hot springs were partially visible through the trees, with wisps of steam rising into the air. From behind her, when Kan's voice came, the ski resort is nearby, just past the woods and through a gate. You can give it a try later. Yi Kong turned around and asked, have you been here before? Wenkan nodded, his expression calm. So, between you and Li Yin, who's the better skier? Yi Kong pressed. I am. Wenkan answered simply, without any hint of boasting, as if stating a mere fact. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Yi Kong turned to see Wen Lian approaching with a group of wealthy young people. To her surprise, Wen Lian nodded politely at her. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow slightly, watching the tall yet frail figure move away, surrounded by the group. The occasional coughs only highlighted Wen Lian's fragility. What are you looking at? Wenkan maneuvered his wheelchair toward Yi Kong. Desire, Yi Kong said softly. Even with just one day left to live, some people would still stop at nothing for power and wealth. I've always known such desires exist, but I can't really understand them. Wenkan pondered for a moment. Maybe it's because what you want can't be bought with money or power. You know. Yi Kong turned to look at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Wenkan shook his head. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. Yi Kong was silent for a moment. Then she lowered and raised her eyelids slightly, speaking in a soft voice. I want love. Wenkan's expression faltered for a moment, as if he were trying hard to suppress a laugh. Yi Kong didn't care about his reaction and calmly walked back to the window, continuing to gaze outside. Laugh if you want, she said. Wenkan composed himself, and after a long silence, he teased. Are we filming some kind of emotional talk show? Heart-to-heart with the host. No emotional talk show would invite me, Yi Kong replied. If it's a study on mental illness, maybe. Wenkan's expression turned serious. Why do you want love? Don't your parents love you? From what I know, they favor you quite a bit. I don't know, Yi Kong answered. Maybe because I've never had it, so I can't really tell. She suddenly turned to Wenkan. What about you? Have you ever had it? The kind of love where you're the most important person in the world to someone, unconditionally chosen over anyone else. Have you ever had that? Wenkan fell into a long silence. Yi Kong had asked casually, but now she couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her. His eyebrows were like the ridges of a mountain, and his lowered eyelashes added a touch of melancholy. His deep eyes resembled a cool, clear lake, and his nose was as prominent as a mountain peak, with sharp, handsome lines. Yi Kong had never seen such a perfect profile. Yes, Wenkan suddenly spoke, interrupting Yi Kong's thoughts. She looked into his eyes, seeing a faint smile that didn't reach his calm gaze. The kind of love you're talking about. I've had it. From whom? Yi Kong pursued. My mother. Yi Kong nodded gently. Not surprising. From what I've observed, this kind of love almost always exists among family members. Fathers, brothers, mothers. Her gaze became distant as if she was lost in memories. I'm really curious. Most of my limited curiosity in life has been spent on this question. Her eyes refocused on Wenkan's face. Why can people love another person so selflessly? What does it feel like to be the most loved person in someone's world? What's it like to be uniquely loved? Yi Kong leaned in closer to Wenkan, until she could see her reflection in his pupils. You have experience. Can you share it with me? At that moment, Wen Lian stopped in her tracks, holding 2 cups of coffee. From her angle, she could only see Yi Kong's back as she leaned in. The sunlight streaming through the window cast a soft glow over them, making it look like a tender kiss from afar. Wen Lian gripped the coffee cups tightly and turned to look behind her. Durui, who had just reached the top step, froze in place, with Yi Baozhu holding her arm. It seems. Wen Lian said softly, my sister really does like Wenkan. She seemed to drift into her memories, murmuring, have you ever seen Wenkan kiss anyone? He never even has any rumors. Durui abruptly pulled her hand away and turned to leave, but Yi Baozhu grabbed her. Weren't we going to get clothes for Li Yin? Use the elevator. Yi Baozhu whispered. Despite Du Ruo's loud voice, Yi Kong and Wen Kan seemed unaware of their surroundings. Wen Kan was deep in thought, seriously considering how to answer Yi Kong's question. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. It's probably like soaking in a hot spring. Every cell in her body completely relaxed in the hot water, a warm sensation spreading through her entire being. Yi Kong soaked in the embrace of the hot spring, her eyelids growing heavy. She vaguely thought that no matter where she fell asleep, someone would always wake her up to enjoy a steaming breakfast. This constant sense of security almost made her want to surrender to it. When Kan's voice, like cool droplets falling on bamboo leaves, spoke lazy yet warm words. Yi Kong looked up, but all she saw in his eyes were the ashes of a burnt-out fire. Even the occasional flicker of light seemed only to highlight the desolation and barrenness. Unconsciously, Yi Kong reached out, her fingertips lightly touching Wen Kan's eyes. "What are you doing?" Wen Kan's voice snapped her back to reality. Yi Kong quickly withdrew her hand, nonchalantly rubbing her fingers together. "There was some dust on your eyelashes." She paused, then added, "Why do you, a grown man, have such long eyelashes?" Wen Kan chuckled. "When I was little, my mom used to cut my eyelashes, thinking they'd grow longer that way." "That's just an old wives' tale," Yi Kong shook her head. "Whether eyelashes are long or not depends on genetics." Time slipped by unnoticed. Yi Tingchu hadn't seen Yi Kong all day. It wasn't until she had finished reviewing contracts and repeatedly confirming project details with her team and the one family that she finally had time to eat. However, even at the dinner table, Yi Kong was nowhere to be found. Yi Tingchu dialed her number, but no one answered. As she cut her steak, she scanned her phone screen. Suddenly, she raised her voice. "Has anyone seen Yi Kong?" The sudden question caused a stir among the second generation at the table. For these typical rich kids, someone like Yi Tingchu, who held real power, was intimidating, existing on the same level as their parents and uncles. Even Wen Kan, despite his disability, commanded a level of respect that none dared to challenge. No, we haven't seen her," they stammered in response. She was with Wen Kan and Lin Xinzu earlier. At dinner, they were all together, and Yi Kong had a huge dessert, but then they split up. Wen Kan went back to his room, Lin Xinzu and Sister Ranchia went for a massage. We didn't see Yi Kong after that. A flamboyantly dressed young man holding a wine glass spoke casually. "I did see her. She seemed to be heading to the hot spring." No sooner had he finished speaking than a chorus of excited, mischievous voices erupted. "How do you know? Did you spy on her in the hot spring? Have you been keeping tabs on Yi Kong? Why? Zhou Song, did you fall for her after she tripped you? Are you some kind of masochist?" Zhou Song's face turned red as he slammed the table. "Shut up. Do you think I'm some kind of creep? I just saw her walking in that direction from the first floor." By the time everyone calmed down, Yi Tingchu had already left. After the commotion died down, Zhou Song mused, "Don't you guys think Yi Kong is a bit different from the rumors?" "What's different?" "I think she's even crazier than the stories say." Zhou Song rubbed his chin. "No, that's not what I mean. I just suddenly feel like she's not the type to go mad out of jealousy. On the contrary, her craziness has a certain elegance, a certain sophistication." Someone reached out to feel his forehead. "Are you running a fever? Did her ski pole hit your head instead of your leg?" Yi Tingchu lifted the curtain, stepped into the onsen's stone floor, and felt the cool indoor air contrasting with the outside heat. The hot spring area was surrounded by snow-covered trees, creating the illusion of being in a deep winter mountain. She walked along the stone path to the eaves painted orange by the setting sun. The snow on the treetops glowed faintly with the same hue. Gazing at the steaming pool, the rippling water barely visible through the mist, Yi Tingchu called out tentatively, "Yi Kong," but received no response. She walked along the eaves, checking all the hot spring pools, but saw no one. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a series of large bubbles rising from the water. Suddenly, she remembered Yi Kong's words. "It's probably like soaking in a hot spring." Realizing Yi Kong might be intentionally submerged, she turned back quickly. Underwater, Yi Kong lay with her eyes closed, limbs stretched out, feeling the warm water envelop her. She recalled Wen Kan's words. "There's a sense of omnipresent safety, because no matter where you fall asleep, someone will wake you up for a hot breakfast." A sharp Yi Kong shattered the tranquility, followed by a loud splash. Instinctively, Yi Kong opened her eyes, squinting against the water's sting. She vaguely saw a figure swimming toward her and felt someone grab her hand and pull her up. As the sunset disappeared, the lights around the pool and eaves flickered on, casting a warm glow. Two figures emerged from the water, one after the other. Yi Kong coughed violently, barely opening her eyes before someone gripped her wrist tightly. With unprecedented tension in her voice, Yi Tingchu demanded, "Yi Kong, what were you doing? Were you actually asleep in the hot spring?" Shaking her head, Yi Kong denied any suicidal intent. She looked up at Yi Tingchu, who was drenched, her curly hair dripping, her black striped shirt soaked, and her expensive watch stopped. Despite her disheveled appearance, Yi Tingchu's gaze remained as sharp as ever. Yi Kong winced at the painful grip, struggling to free herself but failing. She locked eyes with Yi Tingchu and asked, "Are you this worried because I'm your sister, or because you like me?" Yi Tingchu was taken aback, frowning. "Does it matter?" "Of course it does," Yi Kong explained. "The former is just a fact. The latter involves feelings." After a long silence, Yi Tingchu sighed. "You're really strange, you know that?" "I've grown up hearing that," Yi Kong muttered. "Let go, it hurts." Yi Tingchu snapped back to reality and released her grip. Yi Kong glanced at her reddened wrist, mumbling, "You're so annoying, you violent woman." Just then, the curtain was lifted, and Yi Baju rushed in excitedly. Seeing Yi Tingchu in the pool, she exclaimed, "Sister, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the hot spring? You didn't bring me along." Yi Kong, expressionless, brushed past Yi Tingchu, murmuring, "I still prefer unique things." Yi Tingchu remained still, watching Yi Kong's retreating figure. Yi Baozhu, chattering about her first hot spring experience, was abruptly interrupted when Yi Kong climbed out and kicked her into the pool. "What are you doing?" Yi Baozhu screamed, standing up. "Isn't it obvious?" "Bullying you," Yi Kong sneered, wrapping herself in a towel and leaving. Yi Baozhu tearfully complained to Yi Tingchu about Yi Kong's hostility. Absent-mindedly, Yi Tingchu replied, "There's nothing to be done. You aren't her biological sister, but took her place for 20 years. Just as Yi Kong was about to leave, she suddenly grabbed the door frame, muttering, "Damn, low blood sugar." Before finishing her sentence, she collapsed with a thud. Yi Tingchu reacted instantly, leaping from the pool and rushing to Yi Kong. Slipping on the wet floor, her elbow hit the stone with a clear thud. Never before had Yi Tingchu been so disheveled. She crawled to Yi Kong, cursing under her breath. She quickly wrapped Yi Kong in a towel, picked her up, and walked out of the hot spring area without a backward glance at the abandoned Yi Baozhu. Yi Kong woke up to a gentle rocking motion, groggily opening her eyes. The dazzling crystal chandelier overhead twinkled, and she realized she was lying in the hotel lobby, just a few steps away from the entrance to the hot spring where she had fainted. "I'm awake," a soft voice interrupted Yi Tingchu's hurried steps. Yi Kong squinted, as if avoiding the light, and buried her head into Yi Tingchu's shoulder. She suddenly realized she was being carried princess style and muttered in astonishment, "Yi Tingchu? Oh my, this is the first time in my life someone has carried me like this." Yi Tingchu paused, realizing she had instinctively chosen this position in her nervousness. Normally, she was someone who valued personal space and rarely had such close contact, even with family. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, she forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Are you okay?" "Low blood sugar, I'll be fine after a bit," Yi Kong replied, then added, "You can put me down and carry me on your back instead." Yi Tingchu silently grumbled at the almost patronizing tone but complied. She crouched down, allowing Yi Kong to climb onto her back. At that moment, the group of drunken second-generation heirs in the Sky Garden noticed them. "Whoa, is that Yi Tingchu? Who's she carrying?" someone shouted from the railing. Soon, more people crowded around, some even taking out their phones to zoom in. "It's Yi Kong," someone recognized her. "Why are they both soaking wet? Maybe she fainted in the hot spring? But that's Yi Tingchu, the iceberg of Yuzhou herself. Even her own father rarely sees her smile. And now she's being this close with her sister? Her image is totally shattered." Yi Tingchu carrying her sister. Someone mused, "It feels like the first time I saw Wen-can in a wheelchair." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yi Tingchu carried Yi Kong into the elevator. Soon after, Yi Baozhu, also drenched, walked into their view. "Wow, what's this? Even sisters can be cast aside," someone joked. "She looks so pitiful." Zhou Song zoomed his phone camera in on Yi Baozhu, magnifying it 20 times. Even with her face half covered by bangs, her gloomy and tense expression and tightly clenched jaw revealed suppressed anger. The tipsy young master Zhou smirked, as if seeing something amusing. "I think she looks quite aggressive. Like a dog in the early stages of rabies." In the elevator, Yi Kong leaned drowsily on Yi Tingchu's back. Suddenly, Yi Tingchu asked, "Didn't you have a big dessert this afternoon? How do you still have low blood sugar?" "I'm anemic," Yi Kong replied with her eyes closed. "It's much better now, though. When I was 15 to 17, my anemia was so severe I could faint anytime. I couldn't sleep well at night, often waking up with palpitations and tinnitus. Once, I tried climbing out of my room window but got dizzy halfway and almost fell to my death." As the elevator ascended, Yi Tingchu saw her blurred reflection in the metal doors. She remained silent, her grip on Yi Kong's knees tightening unconsciously. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Yi Tingchu carried Yi Kong out and softly asked, "Why were you climbing out the window?" Yi Kong was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, tightening her arms around Yi Tingchu's neck. She nuzzled her forehead into Yi Tingchu's shoulder, feeling the slight stiffness, but still asked casually, "Have you ever carried Yi Baozhu like this?" Sensing the awkward change of topic, Yi Tingchu still answered coolly, "I did when we were kids." "How nice," Yi Kong said in a flat tone, with a hint of barely perceptible jealousy and sorrow. I never had an older sister to carry or hold me when I was little. The older kids just liked to bully me. They'd wet my bed, smash my lunchbox, and scribble on my clothes, but that's also unoriginal. Yi Tingchu's step slowed, as if she wasn't carrying a slender girl under 100 pounds, but a weight heavy enough to crush her. She continued walking silently, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She swallowed silently, forcing herself to stay calm, and asked, "What's the most creative one?" Yi Kong let out a low laugh, his warm breath brushing against the woman's cool skin, bringing a hint of warmth. He drawled, "The most creative one. They buried me like planting a flower, leaving only my head above the ground." Yi Tingchu abruptly stopped in her tracks, her body stiffening. However, Yi Kong seemed oblivious, continuing with her eyes closed and a relaxed tone. "Thanks to them, that night, I witnessed the stars rise and fall for the first time. Later, I painted my most satisfying starry sky picture to date. I'll show it to you sometime." Yi Kong opened her eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you moving? Am I too heavy?" Yi Tingchu snapped back to reality, forcing herself to continue walking, her voice a bit strained. "Yeah, you're heavy as hell. How is that possible?" Yi Kong retorted unhappily, "I'm not fat at all. Maybe you should reflect on whether you're just too weak." The two sisters' figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. Once everything fell silent, the shadow of a wheelchair quietly appeared around the corner. An assistant wheeled Wen Can to a stop in the corner, looking down the corridor from the man's line of sight. After a moment of hesitation, the assistant asked, "Sir, do you still want to visit?" "No," Wen Can said flatly. "Let her rest." After returning to the room, Yi Kong first ate a piece of chocolate, then took a shower before finally lying down on the bed. Once she was settled, Yi Tingchu began to tidy herself up. She had just sat down on the sofa when there was a sudden knock on the door. It was Yi Baozhu. Her clothes and hair were still wet, and the damp spots on the carpet showed she had been pacing at the door for a while. When the door opened, she lifted her head, released her tightly bitten lip, and said hoarsely, "Sister, I came to see her. How is she?" Before she could finish, her voice cut off under Yi Tingchu's cold, mechanical gaze. After waiting a few seconds and seeing that Yi Baozhu had fallen silent, Yi Tingchu asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Baozhu shivered slightly. She didn't know how to describe it. Although she had grown accustomed to Yi Tingchu's aloof demeanor and stoic expression since childhood, this felt different. Yi Tingchu had always been cold, but when it came to family, her coldness was merely superficial. After 20 years of living together, Yi Baozhu had long seen the warmth beneath her sister's icy exterior. Therefore, despite always feeling intimidated in her presence, she had never truly been afraid of her. However, at this moment, Yi Baozhu seemed to see the collapse of 20 years of memories in those still calm eyes. All their time together seemed to turn to dust in an instant, with the ice spreading from the surface to the depths of her eyes. That gaze looked as if it were directed at a complete stranger. Yi Baozhu involuntarily stumbled back a step, her lips trembling as she called out, "Sister." Yi Tingchu frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Yi Baozhu couldn't find the words. For the first time, she felt fear in her sister's indifferent gaze. She shook her head and, in a daze, turned and fled. Yi Tingchu watched her run off in confusion, then turned back to close the door as her phone rang suddenly. The caller was Fong Sivan. As soon as the call connected, her anxious voice filled the room. "Where's Xiaokong? I heard she fainted. What's going on? Let me see her." Yi Tingchu was at a loss for words, thinking how quickly the news had spread. She glanced at the bed, where a young girl lay on her back with her hand on her forehead. Hearing the commotion, the girl turned her head and softly called out, "Mom, baby." Fong Sivan's voice rose immediately. "What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? I'll come get you right away." "No need." Yi Kong propped herself up against the pillow, taking the phone Yi Tingchu handed her. "I just had a bit of low blood sugar and fainted for less than a minute." "Really? Tingchu? Really? Alright." Fong Sivan finally relaxed a bit but added, "When you get back, we'll go to the hospital for a full checkup." Yi Kong stiffened and firmly refused. "No, I'm not going to the hospital." Fong Sivan grew anxious. "How can you not go? You should have." "I'm perfectly fine," Yi Kong interrupted. "Going to the hospital for a full checkup just because of low blood sugar would be a waste." "A waste? What do you mean?" Fong Sivan didn't understand. "I mean, I hate hospitals more than anything in the world. I can only go twice a year. Any more and I'll die," Yi Kong explained. This child, what nonsense. Fong Sivan struggled to deal with her daughter's absurd logic but insisted, "No, you must get a checkup. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Yi Kong placed the phone face down on the bed and lay back, pretending not to hear. "Xiaokong? Yi Kong? Baby." Fong Sivan's voice came from the phone. Why did the screen go white? Is the signal bad? "Hello." Yi Tingchu picked up the phone, her expression complicated. "Mom, let's talk about this later. Don't push her. I think she's fine, but she needs to watch her diet." If you're really worried, we can have a doctor come to the house to check her. Yi Tingchu was one of the pillars of the family. Although Feng Xivan might not always listen to Yi Haichuan, she always heeded her eldest daughter's words. Alright, Feng Xivan said worriedly. After a few more reminders, she was about to hang up but then thought of something. Where's Baozhu? Where is she? She asked in a lowered voice. How are the two sisters getting along? No conflicts, right? Yi Tingchu paused for a moment before replying, no. Then where is she? She's out with her friends, Yi Tingchu said nonchalantly. You know, she has a lot of friends in this circle. Okay. Feng Xivan sounded a bit disappointed but soon hung up. Yi Tingchu put away the phone and was about to sit by the bed when she saw Yi Kong turn over and prop herself up on the bed, staring at her. You lied to Mom, she said. Why? Yi Tingchu paused, then sat down. Looking into those eyes that were fixated on her, she remained silent for a long time. But in her heart, she had an answer because you are pitiable. She thought to herself, because I've always known that Yi Baozhu is the lucky one and you are the unfortunate one who lost everything. But I didn't mind. I thought I could stand in the middle, balancing 20 years of sisterly affection with my guilt towards you. I thought I could be a fair sister. But it wasn't until I saw you underwater with your eyes closed, until I heard you talk about the tip of the iceberg of your experiences in the orphanage, that I realized your 20 years of lost identity couldn't be summed up in a simple sentence, nor could it be made up for with empty guilt. It was a very long and painful period. And just wanting to be fair to both of you was already unfair to you. Yi Tingchu suddenly raised her hand, her slender and clean fingers gently pressing against Yi Kong's forehead. With a slight force, she tenderly pushed her sister onto the soft bed. A hint of affection flickered in Yi Tingchu's eyes as she softly said, You know what? I just realized that you're like a sister who naturally makes people want to care for you, even though you seem completely unaware of it. She carefully lifted the blanket and thoughtfully covered Yi Kong. Yi Kong was stunned for a moment before letting out a confused murmur. What? That sounds a bit strange. I don't quite understand. Yi Tingchu turned towards the tea table and replied softly, It's nothing. She nonchalantly poured a glass of water and sat down on the sofa. Her fingers swiftly moved across her phone screen, sending messages to Wen Lian and Wen Can. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she murmured to herself, I've already made my choice anyway. The next morning, as Yi Tingchu opened the door, she was met with the sight of Yi Baozhu standing outside with a breakfast cart. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, What are you doing here? With a gentle smile, Yi Baozhu replied, I brought breakfast for you. Is she awake? I specifically asked the restaurant to prepare some porridge. Under Yi Tingchu's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Baozhu casually explained, Didn't you say that we should get along well? I've thought it over and decided to be more accommodating to her from now on. After all, harmony in the family brings prosperity, and I'll also speak more on her behalf to Grandma. She blinked and added, You know, I've always listened to you the most. Yi Tingchu silently blocked the doorway, her eyes shifting between the breakfast cart and Yi Baozhu. Sensing a faint regret in her sister's eyes, Yi Baozhu froze, her smile becoming mechanical. Questions swirled in her mind. What is my sister regretting? Is it my sudden friendly attitude that made her lose the chance to send me away? Yi Tingchu said calmly, She's not awake yet. Thank you. She took the breakfast cart, clearly not intending to let Yi Baozhu in. Feigning casualness, Yi Baozhu complained, Why are you thanking me? You're too polite, we're family. Yi Tingchu responded with a light acknowledgement. Yi Baozhu made a few more polite remarks before turning to leave. As soon as she turned around, her smile vanished, her face turning pale with fear and anxiety. Her steps quickened until she was nearly running away. Yi Tingchu stood by the breakfast cart, quietly watching Yi Baozhu's retreating figure. After a long while, she let out an almost inaudible sigh, her eyes filled with complex emotions. What a pity. Yi Tingchu sighed inwardly. 20 years of being together were certainly not in vain. Yi Baozhu's timely show of goodwill, whether out of instinct or understanding, was perfectly timed. Initially, she had planned to find an opportunity to send her away in the next couple of days, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible now. Closing the door, Yi Tingchu lifted the lid, and the aroma of a steaming breakfast wafted towards her. Some of the dishes were her absolute favorites. She couldn't help but smile. Being part of a wealthy family certainly had its perks. However, it didn't matter. There was still plenty of time, and opportunities would present themselves. Pushing the breakfast cart into the bedroom, she was about to draw the curtains when she suddenly paused, turning her gaze towards the bed. A young girl lay there, half her face buried in the pillow, her long black hair spread out wildly. The light traced a graceful curve from her forehead to her nose, and her lips were partially hidden under the blanket, her breathing steady and calm. She looked angelic, making one reluctant to disturb her. Recalling the housekeeper mentioning that her mother didn't allow Yi Kong to sleep in, Yi Tingchu retracted her hand from the curtain. She abandoned the idea of waking her up, parked the breakfast cart nearby, and quietly left the room. Today's agenda was to continue discussing the contract details and subsequent cooperation plans. When Yi Tingchu arrived at the hotel conference room, when Lian had already led his team to occupy half the seats. However, Yi Tingchu came alone. None of the Yi family members who accompanied her yesterday were present. When Lian, who was flipping through some documents, looked up in surprise. "Miss Yi, you're alone today?" Yi Tingchu, dressed in a simple shirt and trousers, her long hair casually draped, sat with a relaxed and nonchalant demeanor, starkly different from her usual formal and meticulous self. This was indeed unusual, as everyone in Yuzhou knew that Miss Yi was always impeccable in formal settings. Today, she even seemed somewhat arrogant and disrespectful. "Yes," Yi Tingchu responded calmly. "Because today, I'm not here to discuss the contract. Before that, there's something we need to resolve between us." When Lian's team members looked up, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. When Lian himself was even more puzzled. He put down his documents and said politely, "Please go ahead, Miss Yi." Yi Tingchu nodded and tapped her fingers on the table. "Before we sign, I need you to issue a statement, or even a post on your social media. I want everyone to know that Yi Kong did not push you into the water at the One family residence recently." Her words landed like a bombshell, stunning everyone into silence. When Lian frowned slightly, then smiled. "I understand. I have already stated that I don't blame her, but if you need it, I can issue an official disclaimer." The Wen family members couldn't help but cast reproachful glances at Yi Tingchu. However, she shook her head, a slight smile on her lips. "No, young Master Wen, you've misunderstood. What I want is a full and honest account of the incident." She leaned back in her chair, staring directly into Wen Lian's eyes. "I want everyone to know clearly that your fall into the water had nothing to do with Yi Kong, and that she never had any intention of harming you." Wen Lian's polite smile froze instantly. Someone behind him stood up in agitation. "Miss Yi, isn't this too much?" Yi Tingchu ignored the indignant outbursts. She only focused on Wen Lian, idly twirling a pen on the table. The rhythmic clinking of the pen seemed to have a calming effect, gradually quieting the room. After a long pause, Wen Lian finally smiled faintly again. "If she didn't push me, how should I explain my fall? Are you suggesting that I tried to drown myself?" "Perhaps," Yi Tingchu replied without batting an eye, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of amusement. "I'm also curious. With only you and Yi Kong present at the scene, and with her definitely not laying a hand on you, how exactly did you end up in the water?" "Miss Yi, how can you be so sure she didn't push me?" Wen Lian's tone was calm. "Just because you said she would admit it if she did? As far as I know, while I was unconscious, she confessed at the one residence that she pushed me. That was at the one residence," Yi Tingchu replied with a faint smile, pressing down on the rolling pen, which made a crisp sound plunging the room into dead silence. She spoke in the stillness. "Just like now, here, if I say you must comply with my request before I continue negotiations." When Lian's smile vanished instantly, Yi Tingchu's eyes were piercing. "Young Master Wen, will you agree or not?" When Lian suddenly laughed. "Rumor has it that Miss Yi is a mature decision-maker, always putting interests first. Today, it seems the rumors are not entirely trustworthy." He looked up, meeting Yi Tingchu's gaze with a hint of sarcasm. "The Wen family has never encountered a project in Yuzhou where we had to beg for cooperation. Miss Yi, don't tell me you think you can be the first exception." He tapped the documents on the table. "If this cooperation falls through, the bigger loss will not be on the Wen family. Yi family has invested more, and the losses will double surely. Miss Yi understands this." "You're right," Yi Tingchu smiled. "But it's not the Wen family that needs to beg for cooperation, it's you, Wen Lian." She picked up the pen, twirling it before pointing it directly at him. "In your urgent need to prove your capabilities and perfectly replace Wen Kan as the new heir of the Wen family, aren't you the one who needs my cooperation? As far as I know, quite a few people in the Wen family are keeping an eye on you, right?" Yi Tingchu said casually. "Those major shareholders in the conglomerate have been spoiled by Wen Kan's overly perfect performance. They both feared and hated Wen Kan while he was in power, but now that he's stepping down, they'll become the most critical opposition because although Wen Kan was autocratic, he brought them tenfold returns. In this situation, replacing him won't be easy for you. The project with the Yi family is your first litmus test. If you fail here..." Yi Tingchu paused slightly, raising her eyes. "You know what the outcome will be, don't you?" When Lian tightened his grip on the pen silently, his knuckles turning white. After a moment, he forced a stiff smile, his voice slightly hoarse. "Does Mr. Xiao Yi really not care about the losses to the Yi group?" Yi Tingchu let out a cold laugh, a sharp glint in his eyes. "I care, but I have the right to choose." He stood up, looking down at Wen Lian. "I have enough authority and status in the Yi family. Even if my decisions cause the group to lose billions, no one dares to openly object. At most, they gossip behind my back." He leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, staring directly at Wen Lian. "Because everyone knows that I will eventually become the head of the Yi group. Any losses are my own to bear." He paused, his tone suddenly turning sharp. "But what about you, young Master Wen? Do you dare to make such decisions in the one family, in the one group? When Lien's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembling slightly, and his smile vanished completely. He lowered his head, trying to hide the defeat in his eyes. Yet Yi Tingchu was not done. He twirled the pen in his hand and continued. Oh, if you refuse my request, then meet my other condition. I want Wencan to negotiate this project with me. Wen Lian's head shot up, his gaze as sharp as a knife, piercing straight into Yi Tingchu's eyes. The latter remained indifferent, even showing a playful smile. Either clarify things for my sister, or bring Wencan to discuss the contract with me. After all, he is right here, isn't he? Wen Lian gritted his teeth, his voice low and filled with suppressed anger. Ever since Akan became disabled, he hasn't been involved in the company's affairs. Yi Tingchu raised an eyebrow contemptuously. His legs are disabled, not his brain. This project is the perfect opportunity for him to prove to the one family that a disability doesn't affect his decision-making abilities, don't you agree? The conference room fell into a suffocating silence. When Lian kept his head down, his hands clenched into fists. After a long moment, he finally spoke with difficulty. Aren't you afraid that the people I brought might leak this information? Such an important project, like your debut, you would only bring your own people, am I wrong? Yi Tingchu glanced around at the silent entourage, a mocking smile on his lips. Managing to gather these people under Wen Can's nose, you are quite impressive. An invisible shadow seemed to loom over Wen Lian, making it hard for him to breathe. The people he brought didn't dare make a sound. The ticking of the clock was particularly clear in the silent conference room. Finally, Wen Lian raised his head, a determined look in his eyes. Fine. By the end of today. Yi Tingchu immediately stood up, his tone light as if he had just finished an enjoyable meeting. Meet my demands, and the project continues tomorrow. With that, he strode out of the conference room, his demeanor relaxed. News spread like wildfire among the elite circles. By the time Yi Kong woke up from a deep sleep, Wen Lian's fall has nothing to do with Yi Kong had become an accepted fact. Lin Xinzu looked at Yi Kong sympathetically. You really had it rough, being wrongly accused for so long. Wen Lian knew the truth but waited until now to clarify, letting you take all the blame. They all should apologize to you. Yi Kong silently stared at the clarification statement, pondering the truth behind it. As she was enjoying her meal, Yi Tingchu walked by, clearly just finished with a working dinner with Wen Lian. Noticing Yi Kong's gaze, Yi Tingchu stopped and gently patted her head. Don't eat too much at dinner. It can cause indigestion. Yi Kong was stunned and didn't snap out of it until Yi Tingchu walked away. Lin Xinzi looked surprised. Mr. Xiao Yi can be that gentle? Yi Kong thoughtfully watched the backs of Yi Tingchu and Wen Lian, suddenly revealing a knowing smile. So that's how it is. At that moment, she noticed Yi Baozhu staring straight at her from a distance. When their eyes met, Yi Baozhu immediately flashed a bright smile. Yi Kong tilted her head, thinking, is this also Yi Tingchu's doing? If so, I'd rather not. She gave Yi Baozhu a cold, mocking smile before turning away. Yi Baozhu's expression froze, and the fork in her hand made a screeching noise against the plate. She forced a smile. Sorry. Then she lowered her head. Late at night, in a quiet corner of the garden, Wen Can's assistant stood at the entrance, fiddling with his phone, while under a nearby tree, Wen Can sat in a wheelchair, and Yi Tingchu stood before him. Yi Tingchu asked coolly, are you really going to let Wen Lian rise to power? Aren't you two already discussing cooperation? Wen Can replied calmly, then Mr. Xiao Yi should know that Wen Lian is quite capable and can take on great responsibilities. Yi Tingchu frowned. Sometimes, I really don't understand what you're thinking. You can't have lost your ambition just because of your disability, but I can't grasp your purpose either. Wen Lian does have some ability, but taking on great responsibilities and pioneering new territories are not the same. I originally thought you wanted to lead the Wen group to greater heights. A gentle breeze tousled Wen Can's short hair, revealing his deep-set eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What's the point of reaching greater heights? More benefits only lead to more stench. A look of deep disgust appeared on his face. Mr. Xiao Yi, don't you think? The wealthier a place is, the more it reeks of decay. It's the same in Yuzhou. The longer the so-called noble families have been around, the more unbearable their stench. Just like the Wen family. He sighed softly. I grew up in that mansion said to be hundreds of years old, and I've had enough of that nauseating smell. I don't want to live in that air for the rest of my life. Is that so hard to understand? Yi Tingchu turned to look at Wen Can, his eyes cold and filled with suspicion. So, you want to completely break away from the Wen family? From the Wen group. He paused, his voice turning even sharper. And Yi Kong is the tool you chose to achieve that? It's quite harsh to call her a tool. We should be partners, Wen Can paused, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He added, of course at this stage, she's helping me more than I'm helping her. Yi Tingchu frowned slightly at his words. She responded coldly, yes, and your way of repaying her is to ignore all the nasty rumors about her. She turned to face Wen Can, one hand tucked into the pocket of her trousers, her finely chiseled jawline rigid. Her eyelids drooped slightly, casting a cold and dangerous gaze downward. Don't tell me you have no way to deal with the slander against Wenlian? Even if you want to distance yourself from the Wen family, you could come up with stronger and foolproof methods. But you chose to get engaged to Yi Kong, using self-deprecation to achieve your goal. Her voice was low and icy. I don't know what you're trying to do, but whatever it is, keep my sister out of it. Yi Tingqiu lifted her chin slightly, her eyes hidden entirely in the shadows. Otherwise, your plans might not go as smoothly as you hope. Wen Can's expression remained unchanged, and he even smiled. Little Yi always has two sisters. Which one are you referring to? From today, I have only one sister, and that's Yi Kong. Yi Tingqiu's tone was firm and unquestionable. Got it. Wen Can nodded with a smile. I already have enough enemies. I wouldn't want to add someone as formidable as Little Yi to the list. Yi Tingqiu didn't believe his words. After years of occasional encounters in business and social settings, she knew Wen Can to be an arrogant person who looked down on everyone. Even though the public viewed him as the most gentle and approachable leader among all the families in Yuzhou, she always harbored a slight disdainful vigilance towards him. After all, the thing Little Yi despised the most was people who were hypocritical and scheming. But our conversation ends here for today. She cast a cold glance at Wen Can and turned to leave. After Yi Tingqiu had walked away, her assistant approached Wen Can. Little Yi is a very perceptive person, the assistant said in a low voice. Once the Yi family business is fully handed over to her, they will likely reach new heights. She lacks neither ability nor ambition, nor methods nor patience. I find it strange why she hasn't completely taken over yet. Wen Can was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a light laugh. Having been used to the survival-of-defeatist mindset of the Wen family, I almost forgot that she was born into a loving family with affectionate parents and harmonious siblings. His voice carried a hint of amusement, but even so, to completely cut ties with a sister she had known for 20 years overnight me partner is indeed exceptional. The night wind scattered the man's final murmur as the assistant pushed him down the path until they disappeared from sight. After finalizing the contract with the Wen family, Yi Tingqiu set aside a day to teach Yi Kong how to ski. Unfortunately, despite a full day of hands-on instruction and demonstrations, Yi Kong still hadn't grasped the basics. Every time Yi Tingqiu let go, Yi Kong would slide uncontrollably before falling headfirst into the snow. Lin Xinzhou, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh and decided to give teaching a try. Within half an hour, though, he gave up, cursing under his breath. Forget it. I've come to terms with it, Yi Kong said, sitting in the snow with her legs stretched out, eyes vacant. When God opens a door for you, he closes a window. My closed window must be anything related to sports. She lay back in the snow, resigned. Don't waste your time teaching me. I'm content to be a fish with atrophied limbs. Yi Tingqiu gracefully circled around and stopped stylishly beside Yi Kong. She removed her ski goggles and sat down next to her sister. Spending time with you is never a waste, and besides, I haven't had a break like this in a long time. Yi Kong blinked and turned to look at her sister. Wow, were you always this good with words? Apparently, Yi Tingqiu replied expressionlessly. God opened all the doors and windows for me. Yi Kong had to admit, her sister's words won her over. In the distance, a pair of eyes watched the two figures on the snow, their mutual understanding evident despite the distance between them. It's rare to see Little Yi so close to someone, a gentle, curious voice suddenly said. Yi Baozhu shuddered and quickly withdrew her gaze, steadying herself before turning to the newcomer. Sister Ranqiu, she forced a smile. My sister is always good to family. Is that so? Qin Ranqiu sat down beside her, eyes fixed on the Yi sisters in the distance. In my impression, she's never been that close to you in front of others, at least not in recent years. She mused. Well, Little Yi is known to be a super workaholic, capable of handling things on her own, even before she was an adult. Once she officially joined the board, she became even busier. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've seen her so relaxed. Yi Baozhu forced a smile. After all, Sister Ranqiu, you're an outsider. You don't see my sister often. She spends a lot of time with me at home. Qin Ranqiu smiled gently, lightly touching Yi Baozhu's lips. In front of me, you don't have to pretend. Jealousy and envy are natural human emotions, even among friends, let alone siblings. She patted Yi Baozhu's stiff shoulder, her gaze drifting to the two figures in the distance. You are family, after all. Once you and Yi Kong grow closer, everything will be as it was before. Her tone was filled with hope and blessing. Blood ties are unbreakable bonds that will always connect you. Listening to these words, Yi Baozhu felt no comfort. On the contrary, each of Qin Ranqiu's words pierced her heart like sharp thorns. A sense of unease spread through her like a tide, making the distant scene even more unbearable. Yet, she maintained an innocent smile and softly replied, I understand, Sister Ranqiu. Thank you. Qin Ranqiu nodded in satisfaction and affectionately hugged her shoulder. The next day, as they left the ski resort, Yi Kong encountered Li Yin again. He could walk on his own now, but a beautiful stranger kept trying to help him, only to be impatiently shrugged off each time. Lin Xinzhou leaned close to Yi Kong, whispering gossip. That's the driver's daughter from Li Yin's family. Du Ruoei has argued with Li Yin numerous times over her, but he never sent her away. It's a classic Cinderella story with a love triangle. No, wait, it's a love square, or even a pentagon now. She exaggerated her surprise. And with Du Ruoei secretly in love with Wen Can, who happens to be your fiancé, oh my, your circle is truly messy. Yi Kong walked on retorting, as if you're not part of this circle too. And stop adding drama between me and Wen Can. As they passed Li Yin, their eyes briefly met. His gaze was complex and scrutinizing, but Yi Kong remained indifferent, as if merely glancing at thin air. Just as she got into the car and closed the door, she saw Du Ruoei hurriedly approaching in the rearview mirror. Upon seeing the woman beside Li Yin, Du Ruoei's steps abruptly halted. The car started, and Yi Kong withdrew her gaze. When Yi Kong returned home and pushed open the door, she was surprised to find Yizhen lying on her usual spot on the sofa. His long legs dangled off the edge, a newspaper covering his face, exuding an air of despondency. Yi Tingchu was the first to speak. Why are you home today? Hearing the voice, Yizhen stirred, slowly removing the newspaper and discreetly hiding it behind him. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, his voice somewhat low. The show's recording got paused. The director gave me 2 days off. Yi Tingchu raised an eyebrow. Only you. 2 of us, Yizhen added. Who's the other person? Tong Xiaoyu. At the mention of the name, Yi Kong couldn't help but let out a wow. She handed her suitcase to the housekeeper and was about to say something when Yizhen's phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, Yizhen immediately sat up. He quickly walked past Yi Kong, his voice carrying a hint of menace. Hello. Did you find out? Who is it? Where's the company located? Yi Kong's attention was drawn to the newspaper left on the sofa. She walked over, unfolded it, and saw a headline in bold letters spanning 2 pages, Evolution of a Simp, a 7-year love story of young star Yizhen, Tong Xiaoyu, throw him a bone. Raising her eyebrows, Yi Kong quickly scanned the densely packed content, finally locking her gaze on the byline. De Wu Zhouji Feng, issue XX, Yi Kong. What are you looking at? Yizhen's voice suddenly came from the doorway. He rushed over, reaching for the newspaper, but Yi Kong deftly dodged. What's the harm in me looking? This is quite interesting. Yi Kong laughed. Don't look. Yizhen shouted urgently. Yi Kong continued to tease him. Lately, it seems like you have a lot of connections with simps. Who's a simp? Give me the newspaper. Yizhen was getting more frustrated. Yi Kong hid behind Yi Tingchu, continuing to read aloud. Look at this part. It says you waited outside Tong Xiaoyu's door in the rain for an entire night and eventually fainted. Oh my. I did not. Yizhen defended himself, but a look from Yi Tingchu made him freeze. Leaning against her sister, Yi Kong quickly finished reading the entire page and burst out laughing. She peeked at Yizhen, seeing the 6 feet 1 inch tall man standing there, looking dejected. His faded blonde hair covered his eyes messily, lips tightly pressed together, and his fingers clenched so hard they turned white. Give it back, Yizhen finally spoke, his voice low. Yi Kong didn't move, but Yi Tingchu gently patted her head. Give it to him. Only then did Yi Kong obediently hand over the newspaper. Yizhen took it, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket before turning to leave. Where are you going? Yi Tingchu asked. To kill someone, Yizhen responded coldly. Yi Kong's eyes widened, but Yi Tingchu patted her head again. He's just saying that. He's going to settle the score. With the writer? Yi Kong probed. How's he going to settle it? At most, he'll make the journalist quit and leave the industry, Yi Tingchu explained. And if the journalist refuses to quit? Yi Tingchu thought for a moment. Then he'll make the newspaper shut down. Yi Kong swallowed back the words. That newspaper is mine, and quickly went upstairs to call Chu Wu. Is this the headline you said you had in mind? Isn't the wording a bit too gentle? Yi Kong questioned. Chu Wu laughed on the other end of the line. There's even harsher stuff coming next time. Do you know he's looking for you? As expected, Chu Wu replied nonchalantly, but it's not that easy to find me. To settle scores with me, he'll have to go through many obstacles. I've got backing now. Yi Kong didn't bother to ask about her so-called backing, only reminding her, you'd better be careful. I don't want my investment to go down the drain. I'd throw myself away before letting your money go to waste, Chu Wu said excitedly. By the way, you haven't been online lately, so you don't know how popular Star Cluster has become. Hurry up and send me the 2nd episode. I'm planning to set up a dedicated comic forum. After hanging up, Yi Kong opened the web browser and found that the trending topics were all about Yizhen. From Yizhen the simp for Tong Xiaoyu to how much does Yizhen love Tong Xiaoyu, and even Tong Xiaoyu the dog trainer and turn a jerk into a simp? Tong Xiaoyu start a class. The discussions were overwhelming. Clicking into the trending content, it was all from the Yuzhou Jifeng newspaper, but the images showed the logo of the Shanlan Daily. Yi Kong was stunned. She knew Yuzhou Jifeng was an internal gossip paper with limited circulation, while Shanlan Daily was one of the top-selling serious newspapers in Yuzhou. This meant that what was originally a small-scale rumor had now spread throughout Yuzhou. Chuwu's actions were undoubtedly driven by a relentless pursuit of maximum exposure. The readers of the Shanlan Daily must have had quite the reaction when they saw the headline, "The 7-Year History of a Teen Idol's Devotion." Yikong's reaction was predictable, and it's no wonder the variety show director gave both of them time off. No wonder Yizhen was furious. Silently, Yizhen muttered a quick amen for both himself and Chuwu before diving into researching information about the stars. Meanwhile, he sped towards the Jiang Group building. Wearing a hat and mask, he easily made his way to the top-floor office. Pushing open the heavy double doors, Yizhen walked in with a blank expression. Unexpectedly, the first person he saw was Wen Can, lounging in the break area playing games. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yizhen asked, "What are you doing here?" Wen Can's fingers paused, and a cold, disdainful smile played on his lips. In a mocking tone, he said, "Oh, future brother-in-law?" Yizhen's face darkened instantly. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy, who had transformed from a gentle noble to an obnoxious jerk, had simply changed his personality, or if he was a completely different person. Choosing to ignore Wen Can, Yizhen walked straight ahead. As he passed the display shelf, the man behind the desk finally looked up. "Yer? What a rare guest." The man's short hair was slicked back, revealing his chiseled features. Even with a smile, his narrow eyes exuded a sharp intensity that made one's heart race. He continued, "What brings you here today?" Yizhen pulled a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and slammed it onto the desk. "I heard this paper is funded by your Jiang Group. I want all the information on this person." The man was silent for a moment before putting down his pen and leaning back in his chair, eyeing Yizhen with interest. "Are you here to make demands as the cash cow of my company, or are you here to negotiate as the second young master of the Yi family? Does it matter?" Yizhen retorted. "Of course," the man replied. "If it's the former, I will politely explain and then refuse you. If it's the latter, then..." He made a courteous "please leave" gesture, adding, "You can leave right now." Unexpectedly, second young master, Yi didn't show any signs of anger at the other person's attitude. After a few seconds, he elegantly sat down in the chair opposite the desk and calmly said, "Senior, you may begin your explanation." Jiang Su, the current president of Jiang Group and the head of the Jiang family, raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced towards the door where one can sat in a wheelchair. The latter was fully engrossed in his game, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Jiang Su chuckled softly and leaned back in his chair. "All right, I'm always lenient with capable employees. In short, Huayi magazine is a super potential stock that caught my eye. Although it hasn't been officially acquired yet, it's only a matter of time. Considering its future profitability, I won't disclose the lady's name." Yizhen lowered his eyes in thought for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Can a magazine really be a super potential stock? Is Mr. Jiang planning to turn it into a top-tier fashion magazine?" Jiang Su shook his head. "Jiang Group doesn't dabble in luxury goods and fashion." Yizhen frowned, his handsome face full of confusion. "Then I really can't understand how it can be a super potential stock. Can an obscure magazine make more money than I do?" Jiang Su's expression froze for a moment, then he turned his head slightly. "All I can say is, you never know." Yizhen fell silent. After a while, he stood up and said, "Fine, I came to you to save some effort. Since Mr. Jiang insists on keeping it a secret, I'll have to investigate it myself." He nodded gracefully and turned to leave. As he passed Wen Can, Yizhen paused, his tone suddenly icy. "Mr. Wen, please don't claim any familial ties in the future. I am not your brother-in-law." The sound of footsteps gradually faded, and the office door was quietly closed by the secretary. Only then did Jiang Su look at Wen Can. "Your brother-in-law has an unexpectedly good temper. I thought he would at least smash my desk." "I'm surprised too," Wen Can shrugged. Jiang Su unfolded the newspaper on the desk and quickly browsed through it, then couldn't help but laugh. "Your new partner seems to have a grudge against your brother-in-law." He tossed the crumpled newspaper to Wen Can. "Yizhen is notorious in the industry for his bad temper, but the paper says he's out there acting like a sycophant. It's so vivid. Luckily, the person he's chasing is one of our people, or this wave of public opinion would benefit others." Wen Can skimmed through the newspaper with little interest. "Even if it's just to fool him, isn't your excuse too lame? A super potential stock? How come I, the actual investor, don't know about it?" "Who said you're the actual investor?" Jiang Su raised an eyebrow in retort. "Although it was indeed your spur-of-the-moment decision, wasn't it invested in the name of Jiang Group? Of course, I have to count myself in." Wen Can paused his skimming and turned to look at him. Jiang Su picked up a magazine and walked over, tossing it onto Wen Can's lap. "Take a look." "I've seen it." Wen Can glanced at the familiar cover. "What's so special about it?" "You only looked at the cover, right? Otherwise, I don't believe you wouldn't see the potential of this comic." Jiang Su sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Recently, the internet is abuzz with discussions about this comic, the art style, paneling, world building, character design, future plots. And this is just the first chapter. He raised his tablet to show the search results on the largest domestic entertainment forum. There were 137,082 discussion threads related to Stars. This new comic, just published for a week, has already surpassed the accumulated discussion volume of many popular comics over the years. Jiang-Su turned to the next page, showing the overnight data compiled by the PR department. In just 1 week, discussions about the comic have occupied 30 of the entire entertainment section. Amidst the dense data on the screen, the word Stars stood out prominently, sharing the spotlight with a recently hit TV series and a movie. 90% of companies involved in the entertainment industry are desperately trying to find out about the immortal demon. Our investment department hasn't been bombarded yet, only because the comic is still new. But as long as the immortal demon doesn't make any mistakes and keeps up the quality, Stars will inevitably become a cash cow. Jiang-Su put away the tablet. Physical volumes, ebooks, signings, merchandise, anime adaptations, IP development, fan economy. A successful comic can sometimes be more valuable than making a superstar famous because the comic itself can create superstars. Seeing Wen Can's slightly stunned expression, Jiang-Su laughed. I thought you saw the potential and invested. I wanted to thank you for giving me a new money-making opportunity. Now it seems you were just lucky. Jiang-Su returned to his work. Wen Can stared at the magazine on his lap for a long time, and finally, out of curiosity, opened the first page. Stars. The first panel of the comic. An old man curled up in a corner with mottled walls, his empty eyes accompanied by the words, "Is the little brat still alive today?" The second panel. A pair of scarred bare feet stepping on a ground littered with rubble. The character's face is not visible, only the dialogue in white letters on a black background. "Living longer than you old hag." The third panel. A skinny child lying in a pile of trash, glaring at the passing feet and cursing, "You'll die outside today." The fourth panel. The feet quickly pass by the child. "When I come back today, I'll see flies all over your corpse." The scarred feet continue through an alley made of trash and ruins. Along the way, they pass many dying people who spit out curses and insults, which she always counters with the same curses without stopping, until the end of the road. She steps up a long flight of stairs and finally, the scarred foot steps onto relatively clean ground. The world suddenly opens up. In the next panel, a complete figure is finally shown from behind. She wore a tattered gray dress, with long, wild hair cascading over her frail shoulders. Her thin frame could barely hold the dress, exposing a bony shoulder. She stood at the top of an endless staircase, gazing into the distance. The next panel is a full spread, pulling back to reveal a forest of pipes and exposed steel-gray jungle. In the shadowy corners, countless broken doors hide people behind them. The dim, greasy lights at the trash-strewn buildings like pearls. Above, the sky is a pristine, deep blue, filled with stars. Beyond the stars, a magnificent city glows in the distance. Between the brilliant city lights and the dark, trash-filled jungle lies an impassable wasteland. In the wasteland, towering shadows roam through the night. The girl takes one last look at the starry sky before turning and walking into a rat-infested alley. Another full spread reveals the entirety of her surroundings. This is the same sharp, towering black structure from the cover, but in even greater detail. Each exposed pipe is unique, every door and window has its own character, and each person peeking out has a different face and stance. The scene is both stunning and makes one wonder, could anyone really draw such a complex and intricate building? The first chapter of the comic, while scattered with information, is enough for readers to piece together a grand and magnificent interstellar era. In this era, there are space pirates among the stars, alien hunters on the wastelands, and people living luxurious lives on other bustling planets. Spaceships and starships traverse the galaxy, yet the protagonist's home is nothing more than a forsaken place, akin to a sewer and a garbage dump in this vast galaxy. It is filled with all sorts of criminals and outcasts, rife with bloodshed, violence, death, and pain. This is humanity's birthplace, the abandoned origin of mankind. This is Earth. Now, it is called Eden. On the last page of the comic, the scene shifts to a sewer filled with exposed pipes at night. A lifeboat has fallen into the sewage. The protagonist, who often scavenges for scraps here, stumbles upon the lifeboat. Seeing a faint silhouette inside, her first thought isn't to save the person, but to quickly pull out a weapon and calculate how much the lifeboat and the person inside might be worth. Just as she smashes the glass with her weapon, the person's eyes open. They are a stunning steel blue, like the ocean. In the next panel, the owner of those eyes is knocked out cold by the protagonist. As she prepares to loot the valuables, a series of footsteps suddenly echoes from the depths of the sewer. The shadows of a tall, burly squad appear in the pipes, seemingly armed with guns equipment far too advanced for the lower levels of Eden. The comic ends abruptly, leaving the suspense of those figures about to turn the corner. Yi Zhen closed the magazine with a heavy snap. Assistant Xiaolon watched his expression carefully for a while before cautiously probing. "So, what do you think? Isn't it amazing?" Seeing Yi Zhen remain silent, she continued. Lately, all the young people around me have been talking about this. I don't understand art, but they say the author's drawing skills and paneling are incredible. Even people who don't usually read comics are getting hooked. She glanced at Yijin, noticing his grip on the magazine tightening, and quickly pulled it back. This magazine's print run was so limited that it's now a collector's item. People are buying it for over 300 on secondhand markets. Yijin was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Flowerleaf magazine probably secured their investment because of this comic. I wonder how their boss knows the immortal demon. Xiaolon patted the magazine cover and thought for a moment before offering comfort. Brother Zhen, how about we spend some money to delete the posts and remove the trending topic? If that doesn't work, we can have a meeting with the PR department to see how we can turn this around. Seeing Yijun frown, she explained, turning it around means seeing how we can spin this simp narrative into something positive, ideally making people think you're devoted and deeply affectionate, rather than a simp. Yijun closed his eyes, tossed aside the magazine, and stood up, walking out of the office. As he walked, he said indifferently, continue investigating the editor-in-chief of Flowerleaf magazine. We must find their company address. If necessary, hire some private detectives. Xiaolon followed him and asked, so, should we still remove the trending topic? Yes. Should we replace it with a new one? Like most devoted actor of 7 years or something. Yijun stepped into the elevator, gave Xiaolon a blank look and remained silent. Xiaolon immediately zipped his lips and made a gesture as if zipping a zipper. Yijun shot him a cold glance, his voice detached. I don't need any deep affection or sycophantic behavior. I just want to cut all ties with her. His long fingers pressed against his temple, a slight frown forming on his face, revealing his impatience. Cancel the variety show too. I'll pay the penalty. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened with a crisp ding. Yijun looked up and froze instantly. Inside the elevator stood Tong Xiaoyu, wearing sunglasses, while beside her, Xiao Huang was fawning over her. Completely unaware of what was happening behind him, Xiao Huang continued to flatter Tong Xiaoyu. Everyone knows how much Brother Jin loves you now, Sister Xiaoyu. You must know it too, right? Everything in the newspapers is true. I even suspect Brother Jin hired someone to write and publish it. Because he's too shy to say it himself, he uses this way to express it to you. Suddenly, he noticed Tong Xiaoyu's blank stare and followed her gaze. Seeing Yijun's dark expression in the elevator, Xiao Huang's words halted abruptly, and his smile stiffened. He awkwardly squeezed out a greeting, Brother Zhen. Yijun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he reached out to stop them and stepped out. He looked coldly at Xiao Huang. I was wondering why you weren't around today. Turns out you had more important work to do. Yijun stopped beside Xiao Huang, staring at him sideways. You're getting paid for one job but working as an assistant for 2 people. Don't you find it exhausting? Xiao Huang stood there stiffly for a moment, then cautiously looked up at Yijun, forcing a smile. It's not exhausting at all. As long as you and Sister Xiaoyu are happy, I'd do the work of 10 people. Beside them, Xiaolon had a look of utter dismay on his face. Yijun's lips curled slightly but quickly returned to his usual impassive expression. He turned and walked away, his tone indifferent. Starting today, you no longer need to work for me. Go to the HR department to collect your salary. Yijun had barely taken a dozen steps when he heard Tong Xiaoyu's clear voice behind him. Yijun, stop right there. In the lobby of Huachao Media Company's building, all eyes were instantly drawn to the scene. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Yijun stopped but did not turn around. At that moment, 2 people walked in from the far entrance of the lobby. One was Fang Sivan, dressed impeccably like a wealthy lady, exuding a strong presence, and the other was Yi Kong, wearing a hat and engrossed in his phone, clearly there to watch the spectacle. Yijun stood still, staring straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him and the impending storm. The first person to spot Yijun was Yi Kong. Her sharp eyes seemed like radars, and although her fingers were still dancing across the screen, she suddenly looked up and locked eyes with Yijun. Her actions paused momentarily, and with a swift flick, her phone slid into her pocket. A look of amusement crossed her cold and beautiful face, and her lips curled into a slight smile. Fang Sivan noticed Yi Kong's unusual behavior and followed her gaze, finally seeing Yijun and his group by the elevator. The atmosphere instantly froze, except for Tong Xiaoyu, who was still lost in her own world, her gaze fixed on Yijun's back with a slight frown. You're going to fire Xiao Huang? Why? Tong Xiaoyu stepped forward, her voice filled with confusion and a hint of anger. Just because he's been by my side or because of what he said earlier? Yijun, can't you stop being so impulsive? Yijun remained silent, his eyes fixed on his mother, Fang Sivan, whose face had suddenly turned cold. With a cold smile, Fang Sivan began to walk forward. Yijun immediately stepped aside, trying to block his mother, his tone firm. Don't you have anything better to do? Miss Tong, firing my employee shouldn't concern you, right? But Tong Xiaoyu wouldn't back down, grabbing Yijun's sleeve. It's none of my business if you fire your employee, but if you're firing him because of me, then what? An arrogant, elegant female voice interrupted Tong Xiaoyu. She turned in surprise to see a stunningly beautiful woman approaching, her beauty outshining any movie star, with an oddly familiar look on her face. Following closely behind the woman was a modestly dressed girl, her long hair casually tied back and a hat pulled low over her face. Even with only the lower half of her face visible, her delicate features were breathtaking. Tong Xiaoyu suddenly remembered this was Yi Zhen's other sister. As the identity of sister dawned on her, an alarm went off in Tong Xiaoyu's mind, and she realized the woman's identity. Her heart raced as Fong Sivan reached her. I asked you, if Yi Zhen is firing his assistant because of you, what are you going to do about it? Fong Sivan asked calmly, her gaze fixed on Tong Xiaoyu. Are you going to stop him? Despite Fong Sivan's gaze not being overly aggressive, Tong Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable pressure and instinctively let go of Yi Zhen's sleeve. But soon, a stronger emotion surged within her. Of course, Tong Xiaoyu said, meeting Fong Sivan's eyes with a calm and stubborn look. I can't let an innocent person lose their job because of me. Yi Zhen closed his eyes, stepped to the side, and slightly bowed his head, pleading with Fong Sivan. Mom, let's go upstairs to the office to talk. Fong Sivan glanced at her son, a cold smile playing on her lips. You've really grown up. With that, she headed towards the elevator, Yi Zhen following closely behind, and Yi Kong bringing up the rear. Seeing Tong Xiaoyu about to follow, Yi Kong held out a hand to stop her. Miss Tong, you should take the next one. What do you mean? Tong Xiaoyu bristled, glaring at Yi Kong. Am I not free to use the elevator in my own company? Yi Kong shrugged. I just hope you don't intend to intrude on a family meeting. I'm not interested in your family affairs, Tong Xiaoyu said, walking past her with a blank expression. I just need to take responsibility for the person I've implicated. Xiao Huang, who had been silent this whole time, finally mustered the courage to follow, standing behind Tong Xiaoyu. Yi Kong glanced at Fong Sivan's increasingly dark expression, scratched her head helplessly, and entered the elevator under her mother's glare. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the whispers in the lobby grew louder. Are those people Yi Yingdi's family? Both of them are so beautiful. The genes in his family are amazing. Isn't the point that Yi Yingdi's mom is clearly here to give Xiaoyu a hard time? They're going to break up the couple. How tragic. After all, no one wants their son to be someone's lapdog, huh? Who would have thought? The great Yingdi loves so humbly. Upon learning that the chairman's wife of the Yi family had arrived, the CEO of Huachao Media, who had been slacking off, rushed over. After a few polite exchanges, Fong Sivan's eyes made it clear that he should leave quickly. The CEO hurriedly led a group of people into the tea room reserved for distinguished guests, and then quietly left. The secretary silently served tea and snacks before also exiting, leaving the luxurious space in silence. The Yi family had already taken their seats, but Tong Xiaoyu and Xiao Huang stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Yi Zhen, with his head lowered, broke the silence coldly. I need to speak with my mother. Miss Tong, as an outsider, it's not appropriate for you to stay here, is it? He didn't look at Tong Xiaoyu once. Tong Xiaoyu clenched her fists and replied expressionlessly, I'm here for Xiao Huang's job. I got it, Yi Zhen interrupted impatiently, his eyes filled with weariness. I'll find him another promising artist. He won't lose his job. Jenga. Xiao Huang started to speak in a panic, but Tong Xiaoyu cut him off. Yi Zhen, he's been with you since you debuted. Tong Xiaoyu frowned slightly, staring directly at Yi Zhen. Are you really going to be so heartless over a minor issue? Huh. Fong Sivan finally couldn't hold back and let out a cold laugh, slamming her handbag on the table with a crisp sound. Yi Zhen's face stiffened as he heard his mother speak in an icy tone. Since Miss Tong feels she has something to discuss with Yi Zhen, then sit down. I have some questions for you as well. Mom. Yi Zhen started to speak but was silenced by a look from Fong Sivan. What? A few years ago, you were eager for me to meet her. Now that I'm here, you don't want me to talk to her? Yi Zhen responded in a low voice. We were in a relationship then. We're not anymore. Fong Sivan leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and looked at Tong Xiaoyu indifferently. Let's leave it up to Miss Tong to decide. Tong Xiaoyu stood frozen for a few seconds before slowly walking to the table and sitting down. I'm here for Xiao Huang's job, she repeated softly. Fong Sivan said nothing, her gaze shifting to the only person still standing in the room. Assistant Huang, why are you still standing? Xiao Huang smiled awkwardly and was about to sit down when Fong Sivan coldly said, I meant for you to leave. But my job. Xiao Huang hesitated. Fong Sivan interrupted. My son said he'd find you a reliable artist. Why do you insist on staying with him? Is it because he pays more? Or do you get more benefits? As Xiao Huang's face showed a humiliated expression, Tong Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer and spoke with a cold voice. Mrs. Yi, in your eyes, is everyone who approaches your son only after your family's money? Seeing the growing humiliation on Huang's face, Fong Sivan's lips curled into a cold smile. Yikong noticed and promptly interrupted, Assistant Huang, you'd better leave now unless you want to lose your job entirely. Tong Xiaoyu's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept toward Yikong. Unfazed, Yikong rested his chin on his hand and said indifferently, I've accompanied Yizhen to work a few times, and half the time you're not even by his side. Even when you are, it's Xiaolon doing the work. Considering how neglectful you are, Yizhen has been more than lenient with you over the years. He paused and continued. Miss Tong might not realize how little you care about Yizhen, only hearing your sweet words in her ear. Yikong cut off Huang's attempt to defend himself again, or do you think playing matchmaker for the two of them will secure your place with Yizhen forever? Do you expect them to thank you as a matchmaker even after they get married? These words struck Tong Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. She looked at Huang in disbelief, bit her lip, and stopped defending him. As Huang reluctantly left, she tightly gripped her teacup and spoke with difficulty, believe it or not, I never intended to make Assistant Huang a matchmaker. The last two words were spoken with particular humiliation. Yizhen remained indifferent, merely looking down as he said, since the matter with Assistant Huang is resolved, shouldn't Miss Tong be leaving now? Tong Xiaoyu looked at Yizhen but received no response. Her eyes reddened as she was about to turn and leave, but Fong Sivan called out, wait a moment. Slowly putting down her teacup, Fong Sivan said, I'm very interested in what Miss Tong just said. What do you mean by, in my eyes, everyone who approaches my son is after our family's money? She smiled at Tong Xiaoyu and gestured for her to sit down. I believe you have a lot to say to me. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Fong Sivan didn't immediately engage with Tong Xiaoyu but turned to Yizhen, her tone icy, you haven't been home for 2 days. Where have you been? Yizhen ran a hand through his hair in frustration. At the apartment near the office. I often sleep there. But that's when you're busy with work or social engagements. Is that the case this time? Fong Sivan sneered. Do you know what the other ladies said at the tea parties I've attended these past few days? Even your father was teased at the dinner table. They joke that his son is a love-struck fool. She slammed her hand on the table. Yikong quickly poured Fong Sivan a cup of tea, Mom. Don't get angry. Have some tea. Fong Sivan reluctantly softened her expression, took the cup and sipped, thank you, dear. Yizhen, looking dejected, muttered, I'll resolve the public opinion issue as soon as possible. I won't let it affect the family. And how do you plan to resolve it? I'm investigating the magazine and the reporter who wrote the article. And once you find them, I'll have them issue a clarification and an apology, stating that the news was false. Before Fong Sivan could respond, a voice interrupted. It's not false. Fong Sivan looked up in shock, unable to believe her ears. Tong Xiaoyu. Yizhen hissed. Tong Xiaoyu met Fong Sivan's gaze and said firmly, everything in that article is true. So, Fong Sivan chuckled. What are you trying to say? In my view, Yizhen's love for me is tender and charming, but to you, his mother, it only brings shame, doesn't it? Tong Xiaoyu didn't back down. Your family can easily ruin someone's career with a few words, yet you consider it a huge deal that Yizhen is labeled a lovesick fool. Don't you find that absurd? Yikong silently massaged his temples, his hand moving faster in his mobile game. Tong Xiaoyu continued her tirade. Sometimes I really don't understand. For wealthy people like you, is family affection based on interests, blood ties, or the desire for each other's happiness? During the 2 years when Yizhen and I were closest, he was constantly anxious and in pain because of your attitudes, yet you never even bothered to meet me. Even when he ran away from home, you, as his mother, never. Seeing Fong Sivan's face growing darker, Yikong quickly intervened, Miss Tong. How about I take you for a walk? You can tell me whatever you want to say. The woman let out a sharp, mocking laugh, her gaze like a dagger piercing through the other person, filled with disdain. She coldly said, go out with you? And then listen to you tell me things like, I'm only good for singing and dancing to entertain others, or I'm not good enough for your brother. No thanks. Yikong was taken aback and asked in confusion, do you have me mistaken for someone else? How different can sisters really be? Tong Xiaoyu glanced at her with contempt and retorted, can you say anything else besides that? Yikong quickly glanced at Fong Sivan, noticing that her face was already flushed with anger and her breathing was heavy. Seeing that Fong Sivan was about to explode, Yikong took a deep breath, raised her voice and said in a calm, emotionless tone, Miss Tong, you're really overestimating your importance. She continued rapidly, my mom came here today to see Yizhen, mainly to ask him not to stay away from home just because of some public opinion. Yizhen closed his eyes briefly, his expression calm, as if he wasn't surprised. Yikong went on, seeing you here and hearing what you said, all of that was unexpected. No one came here specifically for you. If you hadn't insisted on getting involved, my mom and I would have already left by now. Tong Xiaoyu's face stiffened, her mouth twitching slightly as she sneered. Are you saying I'm being self-indulgent? That's not an insult. I'm just stating the facts. Yikong picked up her phone, stood up, shrugged, and asked, now, are you willing to go outside with me? My mom just wants to have a few words with her son whom she hasn't seen in days. Seeing Tong Xiaoyu finally stand up, Yikong felt a slight sense of relief, and Yizhen's expression also relaxed a bit. However, just as the two were about to leave, Fong Sivan coldly called out, "Stop." She stared at Tong Xiaoyu's back with icy eyes and a stern voice. "I want you to apologize to my daughter for your rude behavior first." With her back to Fong Sivan, Yikong wrinkled her nose in frustration, feeling a headache coming on. Tong Xiaoyu spun around abruptly, her eyes blazing as she fixed her gaze on Fong Sivan. She enunciated each word clearly. "You want me to apologize? First, have your other daughter apologize to me for her rudeness." Her voice was laced with suppressed anger. "Things have happened, and they need to be resolved one by one." With that, she strode out of the room, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Fong Sivan clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white from the force. Seeing this, Yikong stepped back and said to her mother, "Mom, don't get angry. We didn't come here to be upset. You and Yizhen should talk it out." She comforted her softly before leaving the tea room. Turning around, Yikong noticed that Tong Xiaoyu was still standing in the hallway, her expression fluctuating. Yikong shot her a curious glance but said nothing. She fiddled with her phone and headed straight to the rooftop lounge. Initially, Yikong paid no attention to the footsteps behind her, assuming Tong Xiaoyu was merely heading in the same direction. However, when she reached the lounge and saw Tong Xiaoyu still following her, she had to stop. Turning to face the stern-looking Tong Xiaoyu, she asked, somewhat puzzled, "What do you want?" Tong Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and countered, "Didn't you have something to say to me? Why else would you call me out here?" Yikong blinked and explained, "I called you out here to defuse the situation. Couldn't you see my mom was angry? So you're helping me then?" Tong Xiaoyu scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Am I supposed to thank you?" Yikong stared at her for 2 seconds, then put away her phone and asked bluntly, "Do you love Yizhen?" The unexpected question left Tong Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. She turned her head away, her voice low, "Of course not." Yet her expression and actions seemed to convey the opposite. Yikong tilted her head, her eyes pure and confused. "Aren't you an actress? Is this bad acting intentional, or are you just bad at it?" Tong Xiaoyu whipped her head back, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Her face turned red, and she was speechless for a moment. Finally, she forced out a bitter laugh. "Just like your sister, but you're no different. Calling me out here just to humiliate me in another way." The lounge was filled with small tables and wicker chairs. Yikong casually chose a corner to sit down, her tone calm. "If someone saying you love Yizhen feels like an insult to you, then here's a suggestion. From today on, treat Yizhen as a complete stranger. Even if you pass by him, don't spare him a glance. Stop meddling in his work. Stop interfering in his conversations with his mother, and never say things like, 'He loves me tenderly' in front of his mom again." Tong Xiaoyu stood still, glaring at her. "What exactly are you trying to say? Why won't you give me a straight answer?" Yikong chuckled lightly and continued, "Treat Yizhen as a total stranger. That way, even if he still has feelings for you, he'll eventually give up, and you won't have to worry anymore, right?" She paused, her gaze turning sharp. "Or is it that what you really want is for him not to give up? What you want is this never-ending, always in the spotlight relationship. Always in the spotlight. You think I want this kind of attention?" Tong Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, sneering, "In the end, you're just like Yi Baozhu, looking down on me." Yikong lowered her eyelids, her expression vanishing in an instant. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with weariness and irritation. "It's truly disgusting." She leaned back in the wicker chair, looking down at Tong Xiaoyu. "Right now, you have this look that says, 'See, you've finally shown your true colors and started to humiliate me.'" Yikong's lips curled into a slight smirk, laced with mockery. "Isn't that so?" "Of course not," Yikong said calmly. "I have no grudge against you. Why would I want to humiliate you? When I say it's disgusting, I'm not talking about you, but about your so-called love." She grimaced in distaste. "Before coming here, I did some research. The Zhenyu couple has been a hot topic for their 7-year on-and-off relationship. Breaking up and getting back together. Public displays of affection or arguments, exchanging words through interviews, every detail is dramatic. To many, this seems like the proof of love." Yikong's smile turned derisive. "It's truly disgusting." Tong Xiaoyu's eyes widened, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She seemed at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to remain silent as the younger girl continued. "You claim you don't love him, yet when you first saw me and thought I was Yizhen's new girlfriend, you showed me several complex expressions." Yikong looked directly into Tong Xiaoyu's eyes, her tone tinged with disdain. "You claim you don't love him, yet you feel entitled to meddle in Yizhen's affairs and have his assistant frequently by your side. He must have said a lot of sweet things to you, right? Maybe even told you about Yizhen's whereabouts." The girl's voice was calm yet sharp, cutting off Tong Xiaoyu's impending retort. Her gaze was like a knife, piercing straight into Tong Xiaoyu's heart. "Don't deny it." Tong Xiaoyu's expression froze instantly as memories surged like a tide. The girl's voice continued to echo in the air. Think carefully. Did he ever say things like, Jean hasn't been close to any other woman, or Jean still only has you in his heart? Can you honestly say he never said those things? Tong Xiaoyu stood rooted to the spot, her hands unconsciously clenched, knuckles turning white. The girl's words were like a sharp blade, cutting through the memories she had tried so hard to bury. Yikong traced circles on the table with her fingers, her tone indifferent, as if recounting a story that had nothing to do with her. When he said those things, how did you feel? A joy you didn't dare to think about? A satisfaction you wouldn't admit? Because you were hurt by the Yi family, you refused to admit you loved him. Naturally, you also ignored these small details. Tong Xiaoyu's breathing became rapid, her chest heaving. She bit her lower lip, struggling to speak, her voice hoarse. Even if what you said is true, it doesn't prove I love him. I might have just been driven by vanity. Yikong looked up, giving her a faint glance. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to prove you love him. On the contrary, I'm saying that maybe you two never loved each other. This statement hit Tong Xiaoyu like a hammer, leaving her stunned. She stared at Yikong in disbelief. Yikong continued, her tone carrying a hint of disdain, and that's the most disgusting part of this so-called love. Neither of you truly loves the other. Neither is willing to sacrifice more for the other. Yet both of you act like victims, constantly putting on a dramatic show of breaking up and getting back together for the audience. You're not bound by love. She shook her head, her gaze cold as she looked at Tong Xiaoyu. You're bound by interests, by public opinion, by habit, by the eyes of the audience. Yet you deceive yourselves into thinking it's love, refusing to admit your own thoughts to cowards. Tong Xiaoyu stood there as if struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in place. Her face turned pale, and her eyes lost focus. Yikong stood up from her seat, straightening her clothes. Her voice remained calm but carried a barely detectable emotional fluctuation. I may not have experienced it, but I've seen what true love looks like despite its many different forms. At its core, it exists only between two people willing to sacrifice for each other. Suddenly, Yikong's gaze shifted past the rigid Tong Xiaoyu to the entrance of the lounge area. A slight, provocative smile appeared on her lips. Tell me. She raised her head, her voice growing louder. Am I right, Mr. Yuzhen? Tong Xiaoyu jolted and quickly turned around. She saw Yuzhen standing quietly in the shadow of the doorway. Who knows how long he had been listening. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze fleetingly brushing over Tong Xiaoyu as an unprecedented weariness flickered in his eyes. Finally, his eyes settled on Yikong, and in a low, deliberate voice he said, I didn't know you could curse so well. You've underestimated me. If I really wanted to curse you, you'd be in tears. As soon as he finished speaking, Yizhen turned to leave, as if he couldn't be bothered to say another word. Watching his exhausted figure retreat, a wave of unprecedented panic surged in Tong Xiaoyu's heart. She instinctively took half a step forward but found herself unable to utter a single word. In that brief moment, Yizhen's figure had already disappeared at the end of the hallway. Another figure emerged from behind the door. Fong Sivan. The anger on Mrs. Ye's face had vanished, and she now calmly waved at Yikong. Sweetheart, let's go home. Your brother is coming back for dinner tonight. Yikong was about to step forward when Tong Xiaoyu grabbed her sleeve. Turning slightly, she met Tong's eyes filled with hatred. Almost through gritted teeth, Tong Xiaoyu spat out, on what grounds? Tears began to well up in her eyes. On what grounds do you dismiss our 7 years with a few words? On what grounds do you conclude we had no love based on mere speculation? You just want to drive a wedge between us and make me feel unworthy of him. Yikong slowly pried her fingers off, her tone calm and resolute. Firstly, that's not speculation. It's a reasoned conclusion based on reality. And now I have another conclusion. Miss Tong, what has entangled you all these years isn't your ambiguous love, but your fragile pride. With that, she released Tong Xiaoyu's hand and strode into the building. Fong Sivan grabbed Yikong's hand affectionately. Sweetheart, you spoke so well just now. Your brother won't be entangled with her anymore, and it saves me the trouble of dealing with her. Yikong curiously tilted her head. What was your original plan, Mom? Fong Sivan replied nonchalantly, in a society ruled by law, we can't do anything illegal, but finding a way to get her out of the entertainment industry is doable. That way, she won't have any more contact with your brother. Why didn't you do that earlier? Because of your brother, stubborn as a mule, we had to be cautious. Fong Sivan added, but now it seems he truly won't look back, so I don't have to exert any more effort. She happily led Yikong to the car. Yi Zhen was already seated in the back, his hat pulled low, signaling his unwillingness to communicate. Fong Sivan didn't mind and, raising her voice deliberately, said to Yikong, you know, sweetheart, love requires effort and compromise. When your father courted me, that was true love. Young people today are so self-assured. They think that just because they've spent some time together, kissed and fought, that's lovey. It's laughable. Mom. Yizhen finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, lifting his hat in frustration. Fong Sivan pursed her lips and dropped the subject. Yizhen put his hat back on, but after a moment of silence, he suddenly lifted it again. staring at Yikong's back. How do you know so much? You speak as if you're an expert. He sat up and rested a hand on the back of Yikong's seat, suspiciously asking, you wouldn't have had a dozen boyfriends by now, would you? Yikong glanced at his skeptical and resentful face and smirked. I'm just smart. Noticing Fong Sivan's sudden look of concern, she sighed and explained, I told you, I haven't experienced it myself, but I've seen and observed others' relationships. Yijin lay back down, unconvinced, and scoffed, just from observing. You think you can play the counselor. You're confident, I'll give you that. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke again. But you're right. From under his hat, his voice emerged calmly. Thinking back, we've always been so calculative, afraid of giving more than the other. Maybe we never truly loved each other, just being manipulated by teenage hormones and unwilling to let go of that illusion. The car fell silent. Yikong noticed Fong Sivan's approving glance and even a silent thumbs up, mouthing, well done. Yikong sighed inwardly. She hadn't intended to break up a couple. Quite the opposite, she didn't want Tong Xiaoyu to suffer because of some immature article. She had come to put out the fire, but somehow things had turned out this way. At least, the task was somewhat completed. Yikong fell into deep thought. From beside him, Yijin's dreamy question echoed. Can people really find that kind of love? The kind where you're willing to give everything without expecting anything in return, true love. Silence filled the car. Fong Sivan broke it, her voice full of conviction. Yes, they can. A warm smile spread across her face. I found it, didn't I? And my children will find it too. Yijin couldn't help but tease. It's not something you can pass down through genes, you know? Switching topics abruptly, Yikong asked. So, are you still going to investigate that contributor from Why magazine? No, Yijin replied indifferently. The more I care, the more exaggerated their stories might get. Public opinion will die down eventually. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if shedding a burden. The car came to a stop, and Yijin called out to Yikong, who was about to leave. His hat obscured his eyes, revealing only his slightly moving lips. Thank you. Whether it was defending Tong Xiaoyu in front of Mom, or the things you said for me, I'll remember it all. Yikong, lost in thought, mused to himself, it wasn't really for you. Yijin lifted his head, his deep eyes beneath his blonde hair locking onto Yikong. I still owe you an apology for that slap. Yikong's gaze slowly focused, but his face remained expressionless, silently waiting for Yijin to continue. No matter the reason, I shouldn't have hit you, Yijin said with difficulty. It won't happen again. He clearly wasn't used to apologizing, looking like a large dog muzzled, uncomfortable and on the verge of snapping. An awkward silence settled in front of the sunlit villa. Yijin quickly grew restless, his face darkening. Say something. Yikong blinked and chuckled softly. You really don't need to apologize. How can you say that? Yijin interrupted urgently. Because from the moment you hit me, it was already over. Yikong turned and walked through the iron gate, leaving those words hanging in the air. Yijin stood frozen, coming to his senses after a moment. What's over? Obviously, our relationship. The girl walked into the house without looking back, her words lingering in Yijin's ears, seeping into his heart like a cold chill. Suddenly, Yijin recalled what Yikong had said after that slap. Originally, I should have paid you back tenfold, but because we are related by blood, it cancels out. Cancel out. Yijin repeated the words to himself. Only now did he vaguely realize what had been cancelled out in Yikong's eyes by that slap. Under the scorching sun, Yijin felt a sudden chill, as if he had plunged into an icy lake. They had lunch as if nothing had happened. Fong Sivan keenly noticed something off about Yijin. After observing for a moment, she couldn't help but laugh and ask, why do you keep looking at your sister? Yijin's body stiffened, and he looked up to meet Yikong's gaze. The girl still had her usual indifferent expression, as if nothing had happened. To her, perhaps nothing really had. Yijin's apology and attitude seemed irrelevant. Nothing. Yijin withdrew his gaze and mechanically took another bite of food. Suddenly, he lowered his eyes and asked, didn't you say earlier that I need your permission to enter this house? I don't think I got your permission to come in. Aren't you going to kick me out? Fong Sivan laughed inexplicably at his words. What kind of talk is that? Who goes out of their way to ask for trouble? Yijin, however, seemed unusually insistent. Seeing that he needed an answer, Yikong finally said, I also said that if you're here to see Mom, you dad, and sister can come and go freely. She added bluntly, only Yi Baozhu and that old lady are not allowed in. Fong Sivan was momentarily speechless, then she forcefully tapped Yijin's hand with a spoon. Why are you bringing this up while we're eating? She placed some food on Yikong's plate and continued, your dad and sister will be back for dinner tonight. You can help me prepare the ingredients this afternoon. But I can't cook at all, Yijin responded instinctively. That's okay, your brother knows how, Fong Sivan said lightly. Alright, Yijin agreed, but suddenly paused and looked at Yikong again. The girl was chewing on her chopsticks, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. She didn't seem to care about Fong Sivan's use of brother, which puzzled Yijin. Didn't she refuse to acknowledge him as her brother? Yijin suddenly found it hard to swallow and was about to get up from the table. Just then, he noticed a look of disdain from Yikong. He froze, not understanding what it meant. Strangely, he sat back down stiffly. Fine, I'll finish eating. Yikong didn't give him another glance. Fang Sivan, however, frowned. Are you sleepwalking today? She asked cautiously. You're not still holding a grudge against your sister because of Tong Xiaoyu, are you? I'm not, Yijin denied softly. After lunch, Yikong took a walk around the villa to digest. Turning a corner, she saw Yizhen sitting by the garden on the phone. She intended to avoid him but inadvertently heard her name. What does this have to do with Yikong? Yizhen's voice carried over, making Yikong stop in her tracks. She quietly approached and saw Yizhen wearing sunglasses, sitting on a bench with a frown, seemingly trying hard to suppress his irritation. With public opinion spreading like this, isn't it normal for me to leave the show? Or should I stay and provide endless jokes for the audience? Yizhen said quietly, I don't need that kind of attention. After a brief pause, he continued, I said it has nothing to do with my sister. If she feels offended, I can apologize to her. Another moment of silence. Do you think I'm short of that breach of contract money? Suddenly, Yizhen's tone became more severe. Is she crazy? Why is she bothering my sister? You. Before he could finish, Yikong silently appeared behind him and swiftly took his phone. Yizhen turned abruptly, reaching to grab it back, but Yikong deftly dodged. She put the phone on speaker, and a mature, stern female voice immediately came through. I don't know what your sister said to Xiaoyu, but she's in a terrible state now, locked herself in her room, not eating. I can't do anything. I tried to talk to her, but she said she wants to see your sister again. Yikong. Yizhen whispered, standing up to take the phone. The girl nimbly turned and dodged again. A hint of a smile appeared on her face as she continued to evade Yizhen while listening to the agent. Yizhen, your two sisters have already hurt Xiaoyu twice. If you insist on protecting your sister, you shouldn't be so heartless. Everyone knows you two are supposed to be on this show. If you leave now, what will happen to Xiaoyu? What will people say about her? Why don't you let her leave too? Yikong suddenly spoke, her smiling voice making the agent on the other end momentarily speechless. When the agent spoke again, her tone was even more severe, tinged with hostility. Miss Yi, not everyone has your privileged background, where millions in breach of contract fees are easily paid. Then let Yizhen pay for her. Yikong turned to look at Yizhen, no longer dodging. Yizhen also gave up trying to retrieve the phone. Meeting the girl's gaze, he was silent for 2 seconds, then looked away and said, I'll pay. There, you heard him, Yikong said into the phone. The agent's voice instantly turned icy. Are you insulting us? Yikong couldn't help but laugh. Why are all you Tongs so easily insulted? The breathing on the other end of the line became noticeably heavier. Yikong didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking before casually tossing his phone onto the table, causing a slight clatter. He leisurely settled into his chair, crossing his legs with a playful smile on his face. So, you're saying we have to keep Yizhen and Tong Xiaoyu tied together for the show? Yikong drawled. But now that everyone knows Yizhen is being a sycophant, can you guarantee he won't lose out when the show airs? Whether it's his reputation or his money. Tong's manager's voice came through the phone, calm and collected. It's just some public opinion. Miss Yi, you might not know this since you're not in the industry, but your brother doesn't rely on fans for his living. Yikong raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wow, impressive. Just a moment ago, you were worried that Yizhen bailing would cause trouble for Tong Xiaoyu, and now it's just some public opinion? Are you really Yizhen's manager? The manager responded steadily. I'm the manager for both Yizhen and Tong Xiaoyu, so I only make choices that benefit both of them. Yikong chuckled lightly and turned to look at Yizhen, his eyes full of questions, but he remained silent. The manager continued, Miss Yi, please give the phone back to Yizhen. I need to discuss work with him. Yikong narrowed her eyes, her tone becoming sharp. But didn't you just mention me? Didn't you say you wanted me to meet Tong Xiaoyu? Yes, the manager replied. If possible, I hope you can take responsibility for your actions and make amends to Ms. Tong. Yikong kept her gaze on Yizhen, as if she hadn't heard the manager's words. She suddenly let out a long sigh, her tone filled with disappointment. Yizhen, I can't believe you're such an idiot. She held up the phone and waved it in front of Yizhen, her voice laced with mockery. How on earth did this person become your manager? Even someone like me, who's never done business, knows you should only hire people who are fully dedicated to your interests. But look at who you picked. The manager finally couldn't hold back, his voice tinged with anger. Miss Yi, are you trying to sow discord? Yikong raised her phone, interrupting the other person's words just as they were about to speak. Her voice came through the receiver, laced with a hint of sarcasm. You say you can only choose options that benefit both clients because you're managing 2 people at once? Does Yizhen need such watered-down benefits? She paused, a cold smile forming on her lips. Do you want me to tell you what would be most beneficial for Yizhen? Yikong began listing a series of measures, each one hitting like a hammer. Immediately pull out of the variety show. Sue all media outlets spreading negative news. Hold a press conference to deny any relationship with Tong Xiaoyu. Fire you for being a biased manager, and find a higher profile actress than Tong Xiaoyu to start a new relationship. She paused, her tone becoming even sharper. The best option is for him to publicly reveal his identity as the second son of the Yi group. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud bang came from the other end of the line. The manager's furious voice shouted, "Miss Yi, you're being tyrannical." "Yes," Yi Kong chuckled lightly, "but it's very effective, isn't it?" The manager calmed down, sneering. "Yi Zhen won't do that. He's not like you, a spoiled rich girl." "Yeah, he's a fool and you're taking advantage of that, aren't you?" Yi Kong retorted. "Miss Yi, please hand the phone back to Yi Zhen." "No, you need to hear me out." Yi Kong's tone turned aggressive. "I've just been brought back into the Yi family, and I'm eager to make my mark. My parents won't refuse my requests, and I don't fear Yi Zhen's anger. So you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I can make all those things happen even without Yi Zhen's consent." She tapped her fingers lightly on the screen, her tone filled with provocation. "So, are you willing to gamble your niece's career against a spoiled rich girl like me?" All that could be heard from the other end was heavy breathing. Yi Kong, as if seeing through the manager's thoughts, slowly added, "You're probably thinking Yi Zhen won't let me do this. Too bad, you're wrong." She looked up at Yi Zhen across the table, her tone unwavering. "Yi Zhen can't control me." The blonde man sitting opposite her, arms folded, raised his gaze slightly and spoke calmly. "She's telling the truth." After a pause, he added, "Even without her, I was already planning to terminate our contract, Aunt Tom." A shocked gasp came from the other end. "Wow, what?" Yi Zhen pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice tinged with weariness. "I'm really tired. I'll pay Tong Xiaoyu's penalty fee and help her get a couple of good movie scripts as compensation for wasting her time. But you mustn't tell her." Seeing this, Yi Kong turned off the speaker. Just as she was about to leave, she remembered something and leaned closer to the phone. "By the way, Aunt Tong, I've recorded this entire conversation. If you want to take credit for the good scripts Yi Zhen will give and attribute it to Tong Xiaoyu herself, you'd better not tamper with this call's content." Yi Zhen frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" Yi Kong shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "Just being cautious." Her gaze seemed to pierce through the phone, carrying a hint of contempt and coldness. On the other end, Aunt Tong trembled, her phone screen slightly glowing, showing the recording timer. Yi Zhen glanced at his own phone screen, which also showed recording in progress. He hesitated for a couple of seconds but ultimately didn't stop the recording. He said to the person on the other end, "Sorry, my sister is a bit paranoid." Aunt Tong's lips quivered, and after a long moment, she dryly replied, "It's fine." Shortly after, Huachao Media announced that Yi Zhen had established his own studio. He changed managers, cancelled his variety show appearances, and opted for magazine interviews instead. Online, rumors spread that Yi Zhen refused to comment on matters related to his ex-girlfriend. Tong Xiaoyu also exited the variety show but received opportunities to audition for 2 major films. By the end of summer, Yi Zhen had regained his composure, resting at home while searching for good scripts. Yi Kong needed to report to school, and he offered to take her. "No need," Yi Kong said, putting on her shoes without looking back. "When Can is taking me." Yi Zhen watched her departing figure, expressionless. "Son, wanna go shopping with me this afternoon?" Fong Sivan asked from the sofa, where she was applying a face mask. "No," Yi Zhen declined, "I'm planning to dye my hair back to black." Yi Zhen scratched his already faded blonde hair, his gaze sweeping over the green hair tie, green case tablet, and green stylus Yi Kong had casually left on the table. "I want to dye it green," he said absent-mindedly. Fong Sivan was stunned. Yushan University has a history of over a century in Yuzhou. Besides consistently ranking in the national top 10, the university is best known for its highly aesthetic campus design and its reportedly excellent dining hall. Yi Kong sat in Wencan's black Bentley, looking out the window. The early autumn breeze flowed in through the partially open window, carrying a hint of coolness. Wencan's unhurried voice sounded in her ear. "Yi Baozhu is here, along with Du Ro Liin Zhou Song and the rest of that group. Most of them are your schoolmates." Yi Kong frowned slightly. "That's really bad news." She turned to look at Wencan. "You didn't attend this school too, did you?" Wencan's lips curled into a smile. "I did, but I only stayed for a year before going abroad. Most of Yuzhou's elite have attended Yushan University at some point." "Why?" Yi Kong asked. "Is it some sort of KPI set by the Yuzhou city government for the local aristocracy?" Wencan chuckled. "You could say it's a sense of belonging that the local elite have towards Yuzhou. But more importantly," he raised his hand and pointed outside, "Green Shoe Private School is the social hub for the children of Yuzhou's elite." Yi Kong followed his gesture. She saw a fence surrounded by lush trees, with Gothic spires and an endless football field faintly visible inside. As she was observing, several brightly colored sports cars roared past, their engines roar interspersed with the spirited whistles and shouts of young people. Wencan continued, "Most of the city's elite children grow up in Green Shoe, from kindergarten to middle school, and then high school. And right behind Green Shoe High School is Yushan University. As he finished speaking, the black Bentley turned a corner and entered a large square paved with vintage stone bricks. At the end of the square, the gate of Yushan University stood majestically. Do you need me to take you to the administration office? Winkin asked. Yikong slung her bag over her shoulder, her tone slightly mocking. I'm not directionally challenged. Do I need a disabled person to show me the way? She didn't notice the driver's sudden cold sweat and simply thanked Winkin. No need to thank me, I'm just bored. Winkin sat in the car, the sunlight casting a slanting light on his face, making his smile particularly charming. Since I'm so bored, I plan to come find you for lunch. How about it? Yikong found it a bit odd but agreed, as long as you don't find it troublesome. With that, she turned and left, buying a map at the gate and walking into the campus without looking back. Winkin watched her leave until she was out of sight. The driver couldn't help but whisper, Miss Yi is quite a straightforward person, isn't she? Indeed. Winkin mused, the sunlight reflecting in his eyes. I don't know why, but she seems increasingly familiar to me. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and signaled the driver to drive away. As soon as Yikong entered the campus, she ran into someone she knew. Qin Ranchio, dressed in a white coat over a long dress, greeted her with a surprised but not obsequious smile. Yikong, are you a new student? And in psychology. Yikong glanced at her attire, prompting Qin Ranchio to explain immediately. I'm a second-year graduate student, so technically you're senior. But today, I'm mainly here for club recruitment. We start earlier than you freshmen. I'm not a freshman, I'm an exchange student. Yikong waved the documents in her hand. I need to go and register first. She quickly walked away, but Qin Ranchio noticed the Beijing University on the documents. Qin Ranchio murmured to herself, seems like she's quite a top student. She does have some credentials to be Wincan's fiancé. She thoughtfully watched Yikong's departing figure until her phone vibrated, snapping her back to reality. Seeing the message, a radiant smile spread across her face, causing a few nearby junior students to blush. Yikong didn't plan to stay on campus, so the registration process was simple. But her trip wasn't just for registration. After leaving the administration office, she spent half an hour finding the boys' dormitory to inquire about the location of the package pickup station. Standing at the entrance of the pickup station, Yikong took out her phone and dialed a number she had saved for a long time but never called. The phone rang 3 times before being answered by a deep, slightly hoarse male voice. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Eli? Yikong's tone was calm. You have a package at Yushan University. Could you please come to pick it up? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then the male voice, puzzled, said, What package? I didn't order anything. The ringing phone shattered the afternoon's tranquility. Yikong answered it, and a slightly hoarse male voice, accompanied by a light cough, came through the receiver. But the delivery slip has your number, and you are Eli, right? Yikong confirmed. Yes, the voice responded, followed by another cough. Can you tell me the sender's name? Yikong glanced down at the delivery slip. It's she added calmly. Sent from Beijing. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud crash, like a chair being knocked over, erupted on the other end of the line. This was followed by hurried footsteps. That's mine, the man said urgently. Can you bring the package to Green Mountain Street and wait for me by the art wall? Yikong felt a surge of curiosity but held back her questions. All right, she replied succinctly, then hung up the phone. After setting her phone down, Yikong immediately began checking the map. However, in the end, she relied on asking passersby to find the destination. Green Mountain Street was the dividing line between Green Slippers Private High School and Yushan University, a bustling commercial street. By the time Yikong arrived, nearly an hour had passed. It took her another 10 minutes to locate the so-called art wall, a wall entirely covered in graffiti. The artwork on the wall was unique. Dark, blood-streaked thorns coexisted with sunlit fields of flowers, creating a jarring yet harmonious beauty. The art wall was situated in a secluded corner at the end of the commercial street, backed by dense bamboo groves from Green Slippers High School. Even under the bright sun, a cool breeze swept through, carrying a refreshing chill. As she stood by the wall waiting, Yikong couldn't help but check Eli's account information again. Eli, 23 years old, an art student at Yushan University, aspiring to become a world-renowned painter. Why would a student from Yushan University choose to pick up a package so far away instead of at the dorm pickup station? Yikong pondered. Is he working part-time on the commercial street? While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps, followed by the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh. Painful groans and snickers mingled together. Yikong, who had been somewhat absent-minded, immediately held her breath and slowly turned towards the direction of the sounds. Enough. A deep, thunderous voice echoed through the bamboo grove of Green Shoe High School. Isn't the camera clear enough for you? The once boisterous laughter abruptly ceased at this outburst. Then, several sharp voices piped up one after another. Who laid a hand on him? We're just messing around as friends. Yeah, it's normal to joke around and roughhouse a bit. You're the one who ran off instead of hanging out with us. Of course, we're curious. Yikong silently looked down at her phone, smirking inwardly. Eli's profile said he was 23, and the IP address pointed to Yushan University. Yet, the voices she heard belonged to a bunch of clueless high school kids. Hurry up, an irritating voice urged. I want to see what kind of delivery makes you ditch your errand job. Go through the dog hole, another voice jeered. Look, there's a ready-made hole. It's perfect for you. Brother Do even has his camera ready. He's rarely this interested. Hurry, don't you want your package? Yikong put away her phone, stood tall, and suddenly spoke, Mr. Eli. Her voice was like a melody, sweet yet tinged with a chilling edge, making everyone hold their breath. Silence fell over the wall. After a moment, someone sneered, Mr. Eli? Chan Eli, is she calling you? With a loud thud, the plants around the hole in the wall were roughly pushed aside, revealing a face pressed against the ground. His dark hair obscured half his face, and his exposed eyes were lifeless, like a walking corpse. Yikong took a few steps closer, looking down at him amidst the mocking laughter, and coldly asked, Are you Mr. Eli? That's me. He averted his gaze, his voice indifferent. I don't want the package today. Maybe another time. Bullshit. A hand yanked him up and then slammed him back down. Girl, don't listen to him. Just throw the package through the hole. Yikong glanced around, her eyes locking onto a cat food bowl by the flower bed. She quietly picked up the bowl filled with milk and walked back to the hole. All right, who's picking it up? Her tone was calm. It's delicate. Don't drop it. A hand wearing a luxury watch reached out impatiently. Hurry up. Yikong's lips curved into a slight smile as she leaned closer. Suddenly, she poured the milk mixed with cat food all over the outstretched hand. The person froze for a second before erupting into a barrage of curses. As he tried to pull his hand back, Yikong grabbed his wrist and slammed the stainless steel bowl down hard. Shit. A scream pierced the air. Who the hell are you? Are you crazy? I'm your father. Yikong continued her assault with a blank expression, as if she were engaged in an amusing game. Who told you not to recognize your father? She sneered. An unfilial son deserves a beating. Chaos erupted on the other side of the wall, with panicked shouts filling the air. Just as Yikong was about to strike again, she heard an unfamiliar young voice. Who are you? Why are you hitting people? I already said I'm his father, Yikong replied nonchalantly. Can't stand seeing my son act all high and mighty at school. Just a righteous delivery girl. She paused, then added, If you're envious, I can be your father too. The voice scoffed. Fine. Let's see if you're still this arrogant later. Later. Yikong raised an eyebrow, calculating the time. She then delivered a hard kick to the hand, dropped the bowl, and swiftly fled the scene. By the time a group of furious teenagers arrived, only an abandoned cat bowl remained by the wall. A boy with a livid expression crawled out of the hole, holding up his battered right hand and pointing angrily into the distance. She ran towards Yushan. Chase her. Yikong blended into the crowd and messaged Eli using her artist account. Eli? Yushan University? 23 years old? All lies. You're just a high school kid? And a bullied one at that. After a long pause, her phone buzzed. He first sent a question mark, then seemed to realize something. Is that you? Why are you in Yuzhou? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Yikong sighed. This meetup with an online friend had turned out to be a disaster in every sense. Come find me at Yushan University, she replied. I'm an exchange student here. As for those looking for me, a cold smile played on her lips as she continued typing. If they do find me, they'll regret it. Time quickly approached noon. After receiving a call from one can, Yikong spent some time finding the secluded yet elegantly designed restaurant. The narrow entrance concealed a spacious interior. Walking through the small courtyard, the view opened up, resembling an ancient noble mansion. Guided by a waiter, Yikong went upstairs to a private room with a window. When Kan was already waiting there, accompanied by two others, Qin Ranqiu, whom Yikong had met earlier that morning, and a tall, unfamiliar man. The man, facing away from the door, gazed out the window, showing only a sharp side profile. It's been so long since I experienced campus life, one can said with a faint smile. Looking back now, it almost feels like I've aged. Don't forget we're the same age, the man lazily replied. Qin Ranqiu chuckled softly at their banter, accustomed to their dynamic. She exuded a natural hostess air, and after a few seconds, this brief exchange ended. When Ken turned to Yikong, come over and sit, let's order. Yikong walked slowly to the round table. When Ken sat in the middle by the window, with Qin Ranqiu and the man on either side, there was an empty seat next to Qin Ranqiu, with a teacup placed there, evidently for Yikong. Come, have a seat. Qin Ranqiu warmly poured tea into the empty cup, her smile gentle and mature, a clear sign of her considerate nature. Just by looking at her, Yikong could imagine her being attentive throughout the meal. Yikong averted her gaze, pulling a chair opposite when Ken before sitting down. She took a sip from the teacup, her eyes innocently fixed on Wen. You all seem to have a great relationship, sitting together even in this hot weather. Anyone who says you're old would make me angry. Maybe this is what it means to be childlike without realizing it. The man who had been looking out the window turned his head, giving her an indescribable look. Wen cleared his throat and patted the chair next to him. Could you give my fiancé a seat? What seat? Yi Kong responded. I'm fine sitting here. But I need you. Wen looked directly at Yi Kong. We're engaged. Isn't it natural for us to sit together? He glanced at the person beside him. The man clicked his tongue and stood up. He was extremely tall, appearing even more imposing when he stood. Yi Kong observed him, feeling that his casual attire didn't match his aura. Based on his face and demeanor, he seemed more like a high-ranking executive, constantly surrounded by board members. The man approached Yi Kong, extending his hand. Miss Yi, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Jiangsu, Wen business partner. He sure has a lot of partners, Yi Kong replied nonchalantly, shaking his hand briefly. Qin Ranqiu smiled and explained, Mr. Jiang isn't just any partner. He's the current president of the Jiang Corporation and the head of the Jiang family. Outsiders don't know about his partnership with Wen. Yi Kong suddenly paused at a certain word. Jiangsu noticed her slender fingers lingering in his palm, his heart skipping a beat as his previously relaxed expression turned cold. He tried to withdraw his hand discreetly but was firmly gripped by Yi Kong. Jiangsu looked puzzled, while Yi Kong stared at his hand, slowly raising her gaze to meet his eyes. Miss Yi. Jiangsu coldly looked at her, his peripheral vision catching Wen silent observation. What are you trying to do? The room fell into an awkward silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting Jiangsu's tall shadow over Yi Kong. Standing within this shadow, her gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade. Yi Kong. Qin Ranqiu spoke urgently, attempting to ease the tension. We were just joking about the partnership. Jiangsu and Wen are actually very good friends, best friends, in fact. She emphasized best friends, as if reminding Yi Kong not to do anything that would embarrass the two friends. Miss Yi, Jiangsu, growing impatient, tried to pull his hand back. How long do you plan to hold on? His face showed disdain and anger, with a hint of frustration. Just as he was about to forcibly retrieve his hand, a sharp pain shot through his palm. Jiangsu looked down to see Yi Kong tightening her grip, her nails digging into his skin. That's enough, Yi Kong said calmly, her eyes still indifferent. Her fingers left several broken skin marks on his hand. For some reason, Yi Kong continued, I find your face particularly annoying. This is the second time I've felt this way in my life, so I can't help but explore the reason. Sorry about that, Mr. Jiang. She finally released her grip. The excessive pressure left white indentations on Jiangsu's skin, which slowly turned red after being freed. Yi Kong observed Jiangsu's shocked expression and smiled. You didn't think I was holding your hand because I was interested in you, did you? She turned and walked over to sit beside Wen, her brief laugh dripping with sarcasm. Jiangsu glanced at the blood marks on his hand, his mouth twitching with suppressed anger, but Wen was gently pouring tea for Yi Kong. You mentioned this is the second time. Who was the first? Wen asked nonchalantly. Jiangsu sat back down, his face expressionless, cursing inwardly. What a friend who forgets his pals for a girl. Qin Ranqiu comfortingly poured him a cup of tea as well. It doesn't matter who it is as long as it's not you, Yi Kong snapped, downing her tea in one gulp. Wen remained unfazed and calmly replied, as long as it's not me. He continued, Jiangsu is quite the character. Even the younger members of the Jiang family cry when they hear his name. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow and chimed in, Jiangsu? Is he really that terrifying? She looked at Jiangsu, her initial surprise giving way to understanding. Mr. Jiang does have a rather fierce look. No wonder he can scare children into silence. Jiangsu frowned slightly. So, does he make them cry or stop crying? Can you two at least agree on that? He glanced at Yi Kong. Meeting for the first time and already so rude. Miss Yi-san, you must have just returned from abroad. Abroad. Yi Kong leaned on her hand, smirking. Do you mean outside Yuzhou, or outside the upper class? Her gaze flitted over Jiangsu's face like a dragonfly skimming water. Jiangsu's voice turned cold. Do you think where you come from is so much better? At least we don't raise children as impolite and ill-mannered as you. Yi Kong laughed again. I don't know about the manners of your children, but... Her eyes, dark and cold, fixed on Jiangsu's face. They certainly aren't clean. Jiangsu's pupils contracted sharply. Wen's previously composed expression faltered, and Qin Ranqiu almost stood up in alarm. Miss Yi-san you. Before she could finish, Wen set his teacup down with a soft clink. Enough, he said. If you don't want to eat, leave. I'll eat alone. Yi Kong pouted, her stomach growling. She wasn't about to leave. The tension dissipated like smoke, and she quietly began ordering food. The earlier confrontation was brushed aside. As the dishes started arriving, Wen and the others began discussing work. The lab and team are ready. Jiangsu, you should inspect everything this weekend. Then we can start mass production, Wenkin said, turning to Qin Rancho. Rancho, you'll need to go too and handle the evaluations. Qin Rancho hesitated, glancing at Yi Kong. Feeling bored, Yi Kong asked offhandedly, "What evaluations?" "AI," Wenkin replied nonchalantly. "I've started a new company focused on artificial intelligence." Qin Rancho's eyes widened, and she blurted out, "Wenkan." Both Wenkan, who was serving Yi Kong, and Yi Kong, who had a piece of vegetable in her mouth, looked at her. Yi Kong was puzzled, but Wenkan seemed to understand her concern. "It's fine. Xiao Kong is my fiancé. She can know everything about me." Yi Kong hesitated. "Is this information supposed to be confidential? Everyone thinks I'm a useless failure." Wenkan chuckled. "Also, my company is quite profitable." He paused. "Actually, it's not just profitable. I've already made a lot of money." He added, "Have you heard of Xingfei? Isn't that a gaming company? And the most famous and profitable one in the industry," Yi Kong said. As an illustrator, her small account often received requests from Xingfei's fans begging her to design characters for their games. They affectionately cursed the company, calling it Dog Fei, while simultaneously bragging about its exclusivity. Eli had told her that these fans were just showing off Xingfei's high standards. Yi Kong thought Eli was exaggerating, but the fans' attitudes did suggest that Xingfei was indeed a prestigious company with high expectations for its employees. "No." Yi Kong chewed on her chopsticks and looked at Wenkan. He smiled at her. "Xingfei isn't just about games. Gaming is just a branch. Our main focus is AI and various technological developments." In Qin Rancho's shocked gaze, Wenkan served Yi Kong another dish, his tone casual. "Even though gaming is just a side business since it's profitable, I plan to expand it a bit. What do you think?" Yi Kong was stunned. "Xingfei has been around for years, right? It's been famous for quite a while. I started it when I was 18. It was just a fledgling then. But weren't you also managing the One Corporation?" Yi Kong remembered others' praises of Wan Kan, often calling him a prodigy. Some said the Wen family was incredibly lucky to have him as the next heir, but his downfall due to a car accident had dashed those hopes. Wen Kan's smile was enigmatic. "Managing both was challenging, but I made it work." He was the kind of genius manager who seemed to have devoted all his energy to the Wen Corporation. Yet, while managing such a colossal company, he had secretly paved another path to success. Yi Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Wen Kan. The latter, however, nonchalantly put down his chopsticks, not even lifting his eyelids, and said in a calm tone, "So, Xingfei's profits haven't surpassed One Corporation yet." There was even a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth as he continued. "Fortunately, I probably won't have to manage the One Corporation much longer, which gives me plenty of time to focus on running Xingfei." Yi Kong couldn't help but blurt out, "Wen Kan, you're terrifying." Hearing this, Wen Kan looked up at Yi Kong and said gently, "It's not that bad. Eat more." The two exchanged a few more words. Shortly after, Wenkan quickly turned to Jiang Su to discuss follow-up work matters. During this time, Qin Rancho remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. As the meal drew to a close, Wenkan instructed the waiter to bring Yi Kong a delicate dessert. While Yi Kong was engrossed in enjoying her dessert, she suddenly felt a faint gaze. Looking up, she found Qin Rancho staring at her thoughtfully. Putting down her spoon, Yi Kong straightforwardly said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in." Qin Rancho was taken aback by the direct approach and then smiled, asking, "What? Are you talking about me?" Yi Kong raised an eyebrow. "Who else? You've glanced at me like 50 times. Don't hold it in until you burst." Qin Rancho's smile faltered. She bit her lip, hesitating whether to speak. Eventually, she decided to voice her concern. "One can't," Qin Rancho said seriously. "These are secrets Jiangsu and I have kept for you for years, and you just told Miss Yi. What if she lets it slip?" She turned to Yi Kong, her eyes sincere and serious. "Miss Yi, it's nothing personal, it's just that we've known Wen Kan for years, and we understand that your engagement is a strategic move, not a real one." Qin Rancho's brow furrowed deeper as she looked back at Wen Kan. "So I think you should have Miss Yi sign a confidentiality agreement, for your sake and to make her truly one of us." After speaking, she apologized to Yi Kong. "I might not sound pleasant, but it's better to prevent problems than to regret them later." Wen Kan didn't immediately respond to Qin Rancho's concerns. Instead, he calmly said, "You don't need to worry about that. Xiao Kong and I already have an agreement." "A written contract?" Qin Rancho pressed. "What's in it?" Wen Kan chuckled softly. "It's a verbal agreement, but I trust Xiao Kong." He turned to Yi Kong, gently tapping his finger on her dessert plate. "As for the content, I promised her unlimited, top-quality desserts forever." Yi Kong, biting her spoon, met Wen Kan's cool yet smiling gaze. She swallowed her dessert and solemnly nodded to Qin Rancho. "That's right. For me, there's no deal better than this." Qin Rancho's expression froze upon hearing this. Normally composed and able to handle any situation, her face showed a crack in front of Wen Kan. From that crack, A strong sense of disbelief and a peculiar feeling of bewilderment seeped through. In front of the narrow wooden door, Chin Ranchio pushed Wencan's wheelchair. The four of them stepped forward as if entering a new world. The campus landscape unfolded before them, with sunlight piercing through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The intense summer heat had already faded, and the breeze was no longer suffocating. One can wave to stop the approaching car. Chin Ranchio suddenly suggested, "How about a walk? It's been a while since you guys visited your alma mater, right?" Her gaze shifted before settling on Wencan. "I have something to discuss with Wencan." Wencan agreed with a smile but turned to Yikong. "Could you help push the chair?" Chin Ranchio paused, and Yikong frowned, questioning why. Wencan sneered, "Common sense. Have you ever seen a boyfriend being taken care of by a female friend instead of his girlfriend? If we get photographed, that old man from the Wen family will stir up trouble again." Reluctantly, Yikong took over, but she noticed Chin Ranchio's hand still stiff on the handle. Their eyes met coldly. Yikong raised an eyebrow and lightly touched Chin Ranchio's fingers with the back of her hand. Chin Ranchio snapped out of it, quickly withdrawing her hand with a forced smile. "Sorry, I got distracted." Yikong chuckled and gave the wheelchair a sudden push, nearly toppling when Chin Ranchio exclaimed, "Careful." Wencan quickly steadied himself and glared at Yikong. "Did you do that on purpose?" Yikong didn't respond but instead looked at Jiangsu, who was wearing sunglasses. "Why is he wearing sunglasses?" Wencan lazily replied, "He's a big name at Yushan. Donated a library, a cafeteria, and even a teaching building at the neighboring Greenshoe School. First name on the Hall of Fame." A sly look crossed Yikong's eyes. "What if someone recognizes him? Will they ask for an autograph?" Jiangsu interrupted coldly, "Do you think I'm deaf?" He lowered his sunglasses slightly, his sharp gaze like a blade. Yikong remained unfazed, looking eager to provoke. Wencan intervened, "Stop it. My secret collaboration with Mr. Jiang shouldn't be exposed." Jiangsu approached Yikong. "What did I do to offend you? This isn't our first meeting, is it?" Yikong bluntly replied, "Some people just rub you the wrong way from the start. You're one of those people, Mr. Jiang. So you fell for Wencan at first sight because he didn't rub you the wrong way?" Jiangsu retorted. Yikong fell silent, her gaze landing on Wencan's back. His broad shoulders, straight back and round head glistened under the sun, his ears turning red and the tips of his hair shining in a golden red hue. Suddenly, Yikong reached out and pressed down on Wencan's head. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, especially Wencan, who froze as if struck by lightning. Yikong's hand shifted from pressing to ruffling his hair until it looked like a bird's nest. "You have quite a lot of hair," Yikong chuckled, retracting her hand. Wencan blinked, resisting the urge to touch his hair. "What are you doing?" "My hand itched," Yikong said nonchalantly. "Your hair feels nice." She turned to Jiangsu. "I knew from the first moment that Wencan was special." Jiangsu applauded sarcastically. "Impressive." He caught up to Wencan, teasing, "First time someone's ruffled your hair like that, right?" Wencan replied calmly, "Who hasn't had their parents ruffle their hair as a kid?" "Oh, sorry. I forgot about your family situation." Jiangsu was at a loss for words, and Wencan added, "It's just hair. What's the big deal if Yikong touches it? Then can I touch it too?" Jiangsu reached out, but Wencan dodged him. "No dirty hands from men allowed." "Get lost," Wencan said coldly. "Then let Ranchio do it." Wencan snapped, "Are you done?" They laughed and joked as they walked, not noticing Chin Ranchio's slowing pace and distracted expression. "Wencan." Chin Ranchio's sudden voice made everyone stop in their tracks. She hesitated, looking at Yikong. "I have something to tell you." Yikong understood and pointed towards the weeping willow by the lake. "I'll wait for you there." Wencan frowned slightly. Jiangsu glanced at his watch. "I also have something to discuss with you. Should I wait over there too?" "No need." Chin Ranchio shook her head. "What I want to say is about my family, and there's nothing you can't hear." The scene of the three standing together was quite peculiar. One in a wheelchair, one dressed uniquely in a hoodie and sunglasses, and a mature, elegant beauty. They seemed mismatched yet somehow formed a harmonious group. Passers-by instinctively avoided them, but their eyes were inevitably drawn to the trio as if an invisible barrier surrounded them. Feeling bored, Yikong prepared to check her phone when a few construction workers passed by, carrying a strong smell of paint. They were carrying a signboard and Yikong instinctively stepped back to make way. As the fourth worker passed, her gaze swept over the sign and she paused. She stared at the workers' backs for a few seconds before decisively following them. Yikong trailed the workers to a small square inside the campus. The workers placed the sign in front of a store and started installing it. Yikong stood at the foot of the steps, watching as the first character of the sign was hung up. She casually stopped a passing student. "Excuse me, what used to be here?" "A bubble tea shop, but it went out of business," the student replied, blushing. "I heard a new coffee shop is opening here in a few days." The bubble tea shop's decor was nice, but their drinks were bizarre, another student added. Stuff like durian mint and coconut bitter melon, it was awful. Yikong quickly thanked them and looked up at the sign being installed. The second and third characters were hung up, forming the phrase, "a newspaper office." Hey, don't hang the sign crooked. A fully geared person emerged from the store, looking like a light-sensitive vampire. She didn't notice Yikong and squatted down to direct the installation. The last character should be tilted, giving it a falling-off look. We're aiming for a vintage, decadent vibe. Young people love this stuff nowadays. She continued enthusiastically, "Our boss is an art major, very demanding. If anything's misaligned, she'll get mad. And when she's mad, it's scary. She'll fire you," a worker joked. "No way, I'm too good at my job." "Where would she find another me?" the woman replied confidently. "But when she's mad, she doesn't fire people." "Then what are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid she'll ignore me," the woman said with a bitter tone. "You don't know how good she is at the silent treatment. Once, I pissed her off and she ignored me for 6 months. I flew overnight to apologize, but she walked past me like I was invisible. It was terrifying." "Your boss doesn't fire you or talk to you. Isn't that great? You get paid and you're free." "You don't get it," the woman waved her hand. "Working under her, I don't need money or freedom. So what do you need?" "I need to see her gain money and freedom, to see her shine bright enough to cause an explosion. Even if she doesn't shine, even if she rots, I'll stick with her." Slap. "Ouch. Who dares to hit me? You're looking for it's you. Why are you here?" The woman quickly stood up, her excitement barely concealed despite her full gear. Yikong shook her aching hand, glanced at the sign, and demanded, "Explain." "Well, I thought, since you're attending university here, I might as well. Actually, I figured a coffee shop here would be profitable." "Are you a stalker?" Yikong asked helplessly. "I'm not," the woman protested as if greatly wronged. "If I were a stalker, I would have followed you when you were studying in Beijing. But I didn't." "What does that tell you?" "It shows that I have boundaries, morals, and great self-control." Yikong's hand itched again. She muttered idiot under her breath and turned to leave. "Wait, don't go." The woman chased after her. "At least check out your store. This bubble tea shop has a basement that can be our studio. Who wants to work in a basement?" Yikong shook off her hand. "I don't." "Then upstairs is fine. I plan to make it a lounge area, but if you don't like the basement, we can turn the upstairs into a studio." "So annoying. I'm not interested. Just take a look. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. I heard Yizhen was going to sue us, but then she dropped it. Was that your doing?" Yikong ignored her and quickened her pace. Not far away, her phone buzzed with a message from Eli, asking where to meet. Yikong stopped, with the woman grabbing her arm. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Is there a place in the store where we can talk?" "Yes, the upstairs is very clean." "Fine." Yikong turned towards the still being renovated coffee shop. "I'll meet someone here." "Who?" "An online friend." Meanwhile, having finished their conversation, Qin Ranchio sighed in relief and smiled. "Shall I walk with you two for a bit longer before I leave?" Munkin shook his head. "No need, I need to find Yikong." He suddenly froze mid-sentence. Qin Ranchio's smile faded as she followed his gaze to the weeping willow by the lake. She too was stunned. There was no one waiting under the tree. Only the willow branches swayed gently in the sunlight, moved by the breeze. Qin Ranchio looked around, searching for Yikong. When she didn't see her, she glanced down at Wen Can, who was about to make a call. Just as Wen Can's finger was about to press the call button, Qin Ranchio spoke hesitantly. "Wen Can, do you really trust Yikong that much? You've only known her for a short time." Wen Can's slender fingers paused slightly. Without looking up, he replied with a faint smile in his voice. "Why wouldn't I? It's like how she took a liking to me at first sight. I feel the same about her." Qin Ranchio frowned, worry evident in her expression. "But she's young and new to Yuzhou. She doesn't know much about the situation here. What if she accidentally reveals something about you?" "She won't," Munkin said firmly. "She's the type of person who has no interest in other people's business, let alone in revealing their secrets." Qin Ranchio was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Wen Can to defend Yikong from such a unique angle. She smiled helplessly. "I never thought I'd see you being so sentimental." Wen Can just smiled silently. Qin Ranchio sighed and lightened her tone. "All right, since you trust her so much, I'll treat her as one of us. I'll look out for her at school." She raised an eyebrow, adding, "After all, Yushan University is somewhat Du Rua and Li Yin's territory. If no one helps your little fiancé, she might have a hard time." Wen Can's gaze wandered for a moment before he pressed his phone and smiled inexplicably. "Really? I think even without help, she wouldn't let herself suffer. Is she that capable?" Qin Ranchio asked, half-jokingly surprised. "Then I'll just sit back and watch the show?" "No, if you can help, please do," Wen Can said. "I don't want to hear about her being bullied. Alright, I'm off. I've got things to do this afternoon." Qin Ranchio left gracefully, her elegant silhouette fading into the distance. Wen Can watched her go, narrowing his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself, "I hope it's not what I think." Finding a capable and normal partner isn't easy, What do you mean? Jiangsu asked, puzzled. Wenkin didn't explain, and Jiangsu followed his gaze to Qin Ranchio's departing figure. Adjusting his sunglasses, Jiangsu sighed. If Ranchio were as straightforward as she seems, I'd propose to her and make her the mistress of the Jiang family. You know, after the turmoil we've been through, we need a gentle and composed lady of the house. Ranchio is beautiful, emotionally intelligent, and comes from a good family. She'd be perfect if she weren't so ambitious and secretly trying to control the Qin family. What a pity. When Ken responded expressionlessly, sometimes I wonder how I became friends with someone like you. Jiangsu replied candidly, I had no chauvinism, right? Your mom used to say our family reeked of selfish, cold-hearted male chauvinism. Can't help it, different upbringing. I can't learn your gentlemanly gender equality. Not wanting to hear more of Jiangsu's views, one can change the subject. What else do you want to talk about? Your little fiancé, of course, Jiangsu said seriously. I don't believe you didn't notice her hostility towards me today. It's definitely not normal. Wenkin smirked. Didn't you initially think she was interested in you? Jiangsu choked for a moment before defending himself. Her actions were too misleading. Wenkin scoffed. Isn't it more likely that you're too self-centered? Don't change the subject. I'm talking about the doubts surrounding your fiancé, Jiangsu said, his demeanor turning sharp and imposing. Before coming to Yuzhou, where did she live? What kind of life did she lead?
Do you know?
I'm not interested in prying into others' privacy, Wenkin said calmly. And you don't need to investigate either. If she only pinched you instead of smashing a cup over your head, it means she doesn't hate you enough to be your mortal enemy. Jiangsu said helplessly, should I thank her then? Besides, she's not even qualified to be my mortal enemy. He pushed his sunglasses up and said indifferently, forget it. Since you're in charge, I'll leave it alone. Aren't you leaving? Jiangsu took a few steps and noticed Wenkin wasn't calling for anyone. No need, I'm still looking for Yikong. Really treating her like a fiancé. Jiangsu left with large strides. Finally, the surroundings quieted down. Wenkin dialed the number that had been on his screen for a while. The call was quickly answered, and a young girl casually said hello. Where are you? Wenkin asked. What's up? Weren't you supposed to wait for me? Did something else come up? What is it? The girl paused for a moment before replying, meeting an online friend. Where? She paused again, then asked curiously, do you have something to talk to me about? No. Then why are you asking so many questions? Let's meet next time, Yikong said matter-of-factly. Seeing she was about to hang up, Wenkin hurriedly asked, when is next time? When you want to treat me to dessert. The call ended, leaving a busy tone. Wenkin sat in the sunlight, holding his phone, and remained calm for a long time before taking a deep breath and giving a slightly unsettling smile. He then pushed his wheelchair by himself, becoming an elegant sight in the bustling campus. He stopped a passing student and politely asked, excuse me, can you tell me if there's a good dessert shop around here? The sunlight glinted off his slightly tousled hair and dark eyelashes, making the student blush and almost offer to lead him personally. Yikong hung up the phone and looked up at the boy led in by Chuwu. The boy was dressed in a green uniform, with dirt on the collar of his undershirt and faint bruises visible on his neck. His thin frame and overgrown hair gave off a gloomy aura, like damp moss. The boy walked slowly up to Yikong, his eyes filled with suspicion. Are you 11? Yikong blinked and countered. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Are you really Eli? Where's the Yushan University art student you claim to be? The adult you said you were. None of it seems true. The boy froze, turning his head away in silence, exuding a stubborn air like a bull refusing to bow. Yikong stared at him for a moment before making the first move. She lit up her phone screen, showing the account dashboard of 11 and artist, with notifications for fans and messages both displaying 99 red dots. Seeing this, the boy visibly relaxed, though his eyes grew more complicated. Aren't you from Beijing University? What are you doing at Yushan? Sit down first, Yikong said. I'm here as an exchange student. But Beijing's art program is better. I've pretty much heard all the lectures there, Yikong explained. Besides, I don't think I need anyone to teach me. Don't you agree? The boy sat down, his gaze more conflicted. I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant in person than online. Just being honest, Yikong said, resting her chin on her hands and staring at him. But you're entirely different from your online persona. The boy fell silent again, turning his head away. At that moment, Chuwu walked in with coffee. The large windows on the second floor of the cafe let in plenty of sunlight, but Chuwu still wore a mask and hat, looking like a thief. Her appearance startled Eli. Don't be scared, little brother. I'm the owner here, Chuwu said, setting down the cups and sitting next to Yikong. She turned to Yikong and asked, I didn't think you'd actually meet up with an online friend. Have you met a lot of online friends over the years? None of your business, Yikong retorted. Just curious, Chuwu replied with a smile. The boy checked his cracked watch and interrupted their conversation. I have class this afternoon. What do you want from me? Did you forget? Yikong leaned closer across the table. You said you wanted to become a nationally recognized artist. I'm here to make you keep that promise. Yikong tossed a magazine onto the table. I'm starting my own studio and looking for reliable artists. The boy glanced at the cover, his pupils contracting sharply. He nearly jumped out of his seat, knocking over the chair, but he didn't notice. He stared at Yikong, stammering, "You're a mortal demon?" Calm down, Chuwu said, making a downward gesture with a smug tone behind her mask. Even a mortal demon wants to work with you. You'll be seeing her often, so control your heart, or you'll get a heart attack. Ow! Yikong smacked Chuwu on the head before she could finish. Chuwu rubbed her head and smiled at the boy. You'll have plenty of chances to get beaten by your idol in the future. Ignoring Chuwu, Yikong looked seriously at the boy. I am a mortal demon. I'm starting a studio. Are you in? The boy struggled to calm down, slowly righting his chair and sitting back down. He tried to take a sip of water but found his hands trembling too much. But I have my skills. I think you're great, Yikong interrupted. If I didn't, I wouldn't have sought you out. The boy bowed his head and stayed silent for a while before asking, is your studio going to continue Eleven's work, taking commissions from game companies? That's an option, Yikong replied. But mainly, I want to publish a magazine. She tapped the magazine on the table. This is the first issue, mostly filled with random fashion content and car ads. In the future, I want to fill it with comics and distribute it nationwide, so people will love it. Why? The boy asked, lifting his head. You have plenty of ways to make big money without the risks. Actually, no risk at all. Yikong paused before answering, I'm not afraid of risks. But why? It's a tough and thankless job, the boy said, puzzled. The environment for comic creators here isn't great. The market is just starting to mature, and most audiences are used to reading webcomics. Print novels and magazines are already outdated, let alone comic magazines. That's not something you need to worry about, Chuwu interjected, resting her head on the table and turning to Yikong with a mischievous smile. The sunlight streaming through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows bathed her face in a lazy glow. All you need to do is focus on your drawing. Leave everything else to me, she continued, her eyes sparkling with confidence. No matter how difficult, if it's something you want to achieve, I'll find a way to make it happen, right? Yikong averted her gaze, her expression indifferent as if dismissing Chuwu's words. She spoke calmly, just like she said, she's my #1 servant, handling all the tough stuff. If she can't do it, we'll just find someone else. Don't worry about the money. There was a hint of coldness in the girl's tone, yet a barely noticeable flicker of anticipation in her eyes. I'm quite wealthy, you know. I'm still a rich second-generation heir. Who isn't a rich second-generation heir these days? The boy sitting opposite muttered under his breath, though Chuwu's keen ears caught it. Chuwu scrutinized him for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, Your surname is Qian? The boy looked slightly taken aback. You know me. Qian Eli, the young master of Qianlai department store, Chuwu explained with a smile, then turned to Yikong and whispered, He's a nouveau riche, just moved to Yuzhou City. His parents are trying to break into high society, spending money everywhere. Definitely wealthy, but not much status. I heard he gets bullied at school every day. I heard that, the boy said flatly, his fingers nervously picking at his cup. Qian Eli. Yikong repeated, a dawn of realization crossing her face. So Eli is this Eli. The boy seemed embarrassed, looking down and picking at his cup. It was originally E as in easy, but my mom thought it was too unsubtle, so she changed it to E as in 1 too. That's not subtle either, Chu couldn't help but retort. After a bout of random, nonsensical chatter, the boy suddenly asked again, I still don't get it. There are easier ways to live or work. Why choose the hard path? Yikong was silent for a moment, her gaze resting on the rippling surface of her cup. Her voice was gentle yet firm. Because I'm too bored. Someone once said that to live a meaningful life, you need challenging long-term goals. Over the years, I've sifted through what I want to do, and this is what's left. She paused before continuing. I used to draw just to kill time, but someone told me they could see my emotions and self in my drawings. It made me really happy because I never thought I had that in me. Yikong looked up at the boy opposite her, her eyes reflecting a complex light. So now, I want to create the best environment for my work. I want more people to see my art. I want to know how others see me because I can't see myself clearly. That's why I need your help. So will you? At that moment, outside the cafe, a man pushing a wheelchair emerged from the bakery next door. He was about to leave when he suddenly turned, sensing something, and looked up at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the tinted glass, he vaguely saw a familiar silhouette. His hand froze on the wheelchair, and he stopped at the cafe's entrance, his gaze never leaving that indistinct figure. The young man reached out, his slender fingers gripping the water glass as if battling fate. Yikong watched coldly, his tone sharp as a knife. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to create an irresistible story? What's wrong, just all talk? Qian Eli was silent for a moment before he scoffed. Even if I agreed, I wouldn't publish my work in such a trashy magazine. Yikong didn't back down. This is just a draft. Starting next issue, I'll personally oversee and curate all the works including yours. If it's not good enough, it won't get in. Qian Eli pondered for a long while. Give me 2 days to think about it. Fine. Yikong was about to let him go when he noticed the bruises peeking from under the young man's collar. Need any help? Qian Eli reflexively raised his collar, then relaxed, remembering that Yikong already knew about his situation. He sneered. Help with what? Beat them up. That's one way. Beat them once. Can you beat them every day? Qian Eli retorted sarcastically. In the end, it's my problem to deal with. He turned and left, his back cold and grim. It doesn't matter. As long as they don't kill me, I just have to endure for another 6 months. Yikong, deep in thought, stood up to see him off. Chu Wu followed, hands in her pockets, teasing. It's rare to see you meddling in others' affairs. It's called doing a good deed, Yikong replied seriously. I'm a kind person. Chu Wu burst out laughing but quickly fell silent under Yikong's icy glare. Yes, RE11 is the kindest. Otherwise, how could I still be alive? She tried to grab Yikong's hand but was swiftly dodged. Qian Eli turned back, eyeing Chu Wu. Is she one of your artists too? Me. Chu Wu pointed at herself. I can't do the work of an artist. I'm just a businessperson responsible for making money and handling PR, her most loyal employee. Really? Qian Eli was skeptical. With your outfit, I thought you were an unconventional artist. He hesitated. Do you have a skin condition? Can't be in the sun. Yep, Chu Wu said mysteriously. I'm actually a vampire. If I get exposed to the sun, I'll turn to ash. Didn't tell anyone. Qian Eli stared at her in shock, eyeing her with disbelief all the way. Yikong finally couldn't stand it. Kid, you don't actually believe her, do you? You're in high school, not kindergarten. Qian Eli quickly looked away. I didn't believe it. I'm leaving. He disappeared into the sunlight. Chu Wu chuckled. To be bullied yet still have such a mindset, he's got potential. He vents all his anger online, Yikong said expressionlessly, handing Chu Wu his phone. The screen displayed a social media account of an artist named Eli, who had a cutesy profile but posted things like, seriously, I have to thank him for copying my work and making it popular? Your logic is so twisted it could kill your whole family. Say one more word and your dad's dead. Your whole family wears green hats. Your dad's involved with men. Your dad does every day. All the men in your family should be physically castrated. Chu Wu frowned, looking bewildered. Yikong explained, he's a notorious troll online, constantly picking fights. If it weren't for his talent, I wouldn't bother with him. Chu Wu was horrified. You really want to hire him? With his temperament, won't we need a full-time PR department? Why not use the existing buzz? Yikong sneered. Negative fame is still fame. As long as he lays a solid foundation, whether it's an amusement park or a crematorium, it's his choice. Chu Wu suddenly understood. You really have thought about how to make money. What else? Do you think I want to lose money? Yikong retorted. To create the best environment for art, we need enough funds. Chu Wu laughed. I hope you won't be so bored once the studio opens. Yikong waved and headed upstairs. Chu Wu was about to step out to check the signboard but suddenly stopped. At the foot of the stairs, a wheelchair sat quietly, occupied by a man whose mere silhouette sparked imagination. Chu Wu raised an eyebrow as Yikong quickly grabbed his bag and rushed downstairs. Both of them saw the figure, and Chu Wu whispered in Yikong's ear, finally, we meet the famous fiancé of Yi11. The sunlight gently shifted the shadows of the trees, creating a dynamic natural painting. Sitting in a wheelchair was a man dressed in a shirt and trousers, his head slightly tilted back and eyes closed as if lost in slumber. The sunlight cast a translucent, cool jade-like quality on his fair skin. In stark contrast were his jet-black hair and eyebrows, accentuating his delicate and elegant features, making him appear like a vivid ink painting. Yikong quietly appeared in front of this living painting, staring down for a long time. Her figure blocked some of the cameras secretly taking photos, casting a shadow over the man without disturbing him in the slightest. The girl crouched down, raising her hand. She initially intended to pinch his nose but changed her mind halfway. Instead, her fingertip gently brushed against his eyelashes, feeling their subtle texture. At that moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes. His dark gaze was calm and cool, devoid of sleep, and focused directly on her face. They fell into an inexplicable staring contest, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. Eventually, the man slowly moved his eyes, glancing at the finger so close to his face. His thin lips parted slightly. What are you doing? You had some dust on your eyelashes, Yikong replied, gently brushing his lashes again. When Ken involuntarily closed one eye, prompting Yikong to tease, don't wink at me, I'm not falling for that. Standing up, she looked down at him and asked, weren't you fine? Why did you come looking for me? And then fall asleep here? I wasn't asleep, just resting my eyes, Ken explained. Who can sleep in such a crowded place? Seeing that he didn't continue, Yikong repeated, "So, why exactly did you come looking for me?" Wenkin smiled at her with an air of naturalness, "Because you said you'd wait for me, but you didn't. So I thought, maybe you're upset." Yikong was taken aback. "Why would I be upset?" "Good, as long as you're not." Wenkin didn't elaborate further. He picked up a bag from his lap and handed it to her. "I heard the bread from this shop is really good. Try it." "Thanks." Yikong hesitated but took the bag. "I'll be off then," Wenkin said, pushing his wheelchair away on his own. Moments later, Chu came out from inside and asked, "Why did he come looking for you?" "Hard to say," Yikong replied, and Chu added, "But, whatever the reason, he certainly lives up to his reputation as the top heir of the one family." She handed her phone to Yikong. "In just this short time, several hot posts have popped up on your school's forum." Yikong looked down at the screen, which displayed the campus forum of Yushan University. The homepage was filled with photos of Wenkan, accompanied by various astonished comments. From which department's senior to heir of the Wen group, the discussion was heating up. Chu Wu continued, "People were taking pictures when you two were talking. These ordinary students may not know, but when these photos reach the elite circles, those young masters and misses will probably understand why he came." Yikong suddenly realized, "So that's what it's about?" "What do you mean?" Yikong didn't explain, but she felt she had figured out Wenkan's intention. He was wandering around the crowded campus, letting people take photos of them talking, likely to show his father and others. Since they were already engaged, the act had to be complete. "He really should be an actor," Yikong muttered, holding the bag of bread. "So dedicated." However, while Yikong believed she had seen through Wenkan's intentions, she didn't realize that even Wenkan himself wasn't entirely sure what he wanted. Sitting in the car on the way back, the man's previously gentle expression faded, leaving only a mask of indifference and nonchalance. He gazed at the passing scenery outside, beginning to dissect his actions bit by bit. When he realized Yikong hadn't waited for him, he didn't feel angry or dissatisfied. On the contrary, for a moment, he was genuinely concerned that she might be upset. But when he called and Yikong responded with a nonchalant attitude, refusing to meet if there was nothing urgent, he immediately decided to go see her. But what to do or say after meeting her, he had no idea. It was as if his mind was blank, acting purely on impulse. Almost like he was sulking. But sulking? That wasn't a reaction he should have. He couldn't even understand why he was sulking. Was it because of Yikong's indifference? That seemed absurd. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shifting shadows of trees on Wenkan's face, drowning his expressionless features in a play of light and dark. His emotions seemed to sink deeper and colder into the intermittent shadows. Wenkan closed his eyes, pressing his temples with his long fingers. After a moment, he opened his eyes and murmured wearily, "Looks like I haven't been getting enough sleep." The driver immediately glanced through the rearview mirror and cautiously responded, "Indeed, sir." He carefully chose his words and respectfully suggested, "You haven't been resting much in the car lately. The weather is nice today, the sun is shining. How about I take you for a drive around the city? You can take a nap." Wenkan instinctively wanted to refuse but paused before speaking. After a moment of silence, he finally relaxed and said, "Wake me up in half an hour." The driver, though seemingly dissatisfied with the short duration, dared not say more and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Wenkan rolled up the window and was about to close his eyes when his phone suddenly vibrated. He unlocked the screen and found a message from Chin Ranchio, asking about his recent sleep and offering to prescribe medication. "No need, I'm sleeping quite well now," Wenkan quickly replied before tossing his phone aside and closing his eyes. The driver, noticing this, drove even more carefully, making the ride smoother. On the other end, Chin Ranchio frowned at the brief reply but soon relaxed. "As long as he's sleeping well," she muttered to herself, then opened a message from her brother. "Didn't you say he was just acting? How can someone act this well? They're showing affection in public. Maybe you're the only one who thinks he's acting, but he's actually serious. Sis, don't fool yourself." After reading the messages, the smile vanished from Chin Ranchio's face. She finally clicked on the attached web link, revealing a set of photos on the Golden City forum. Sunlight filtering through the tree leaves onto the glass, a man quietly sitting in a wheelchair, and a young girl gently touching his eyelashes. Chin Ranchio silently clenched her teeth, flipped her phone face down, and pressed it heavily onto the table. Yikong started to get busy. She spent an entire evening meticulously drawing up the design plans for the coffee shop, which she handed over to Chu Wu the next day at school. Immediately after, she plunged into brainstorming for the magazine design, while also considering the promotional materials needed for recruiting artists. Fortunately, Fong Sivan had just finished renovating her home studio. This spacious room took up most of the top floor, and she had installed large windows on 3 walls. When the curtains were drawn, you could see the flower fields and the starlit sky outside. This inspiring environment fueled Yikong's enthusiasm for working late into the night. Every night after Fong Sivan fell asleep, Yikong would quietly slip into the studio. She enjoyed opening the windows to feel the night breeze while she focused on her artwork. During these tranquil nights, She often encountered Wen Can, who also returned late. Sometimes he was delayed by social engagements, and other times he snuck over from the Yi residence. Recently, after a trip, Grandma Yi returned home. Whatever Grandpa Yi said to her, it seemed to have worked, as she no longer troubled Yi Kong. Apparently, she had shifted her attention to doting on Yi Baozhu and strictly overseeing the rest of the Yi family. From Yi Haichuan to Yi Zhen and Yi Tingchu, everyone had to eat and sleep at the Yi residence after work. If Grandma Yi discovered anyone visiting the nearby villa, she would put on a sour face or even feign illness. Helpless, they silently reduced their visits to the villa. One late night, while Yi Kong went downstairs for a drink of water, she bumped into Yi Haichuan, who was sneaking upstairs in his pajamas. The father and daughter exchanged awkward glances, and Yi Haichuan quickly explained, "Don't wake your mom although she sleeps like a log." Yi Kong looked at her father with a complex expression. "You can't stay away from mom?" "Exactly," Yi Haichuan replied candidly. "You're too young to understand. Lovers can't be apart for too long. It feels empty and you can't sleep. But mom sleeps soundly. She doesn't hear me getting up to draw every night." "Your mom," Yi Haichuan hesitated, "is independent. And you?" "I can't manage." Yi Kong was at a loss for words. Yi Haichuan continued, "Alright, I'm going to bed. I have to get up at 6 tomorrow morning." "Why so early?" "Work. Your grandma wakes up early. I need to be back before she comes downstairs, or she'll dislike your mom even more." Yi Kong muttered to herself, "At times like these, it feels like family ties aren't always a good thing. Grandma's dislike for mom is essentially just a desire to control you, but that's not lovey, it's strange." After speaking, she went downstairs with her water cup. Yi Haichuan stood there, gazing at his daughter's thin figure, as if he saw a distant, blurry image. When Yi Kong returned upstairs, she found Yi Haichuan still standing there. "Weren't you going to sleep?" she asked, puzzled. Suddenly, "I'm not tired anymore," Yi Haichuan replied. "Do you mind being disturbed while you draw? Do you need to be alone to work?" "Not really. Can I stay with you then?" Yi Kong looked visibly confused. Yi Haichuan shrugged. "I can't sleep anyway. I'll just sit there and not bother you." "Suit yourself." Yi Kong walked into the studio bathed in starlight, lighting only a lamp near her easel. She focused intently on her unfinished work, completely immersed, and paid no attention to Yi Haichuan as he moved around, observing. Soon, Haichuan sat down as he had said, just staring at the stars and Yi Kong in a daze. His eyes reflected his daughter's profile, softly illuminated by the lamp. Yi Haichuan's murmurs drifted to Yi Kong's ears. "During those times, were you like this too?" Small and focused, painting on the walls of a dilapidated building. Yi Kong turned her head, and they locked eyes for a long moment. Yi Haichuan seemed still lost in thought, softly saying, "Dad is sorry." "So sudden." Yi Kong looked puzzled. "Because I disturbed you." "Go on," Yi Haichuan smiled. Yi Kong inexplicably averted her gaze and resumed moving her paintbrush across the canvas. The night breeze, carrying the scent of flowers, sneaked through the half-open window into the studio, adding a touch of fragrance to the newfound bond between father and daughter. From that night on, Yi Haichuan began to visit Yi Kong's studio more frequently. Although they never explicitly agreed upon it, the time they spent together quietly increased. In the studio where Yi Kong worked late into the night, Yi Haichuan sometimes handled his own work, while other times he would quietly read a book. However, considering his age, he wouldn't stay until Yi Kong fell asleep. Whenever drowsiness hit him, he would get up to leave, always offering a parental reminder before departing. "Don't stay up too late. It's bad for your health." Interestingly, Yi Haichuan never mentioned his daughter's late-night work habits to Fang Sivan. This alone greatly increased Yi Kong's fondness for her father. On yet another late night, watching Yi Haichuan yawn as he left the studio, Yi Kong couldn't help but think to herself, "This dad is pretty sly. He's managed to befriend his own kid." If Yi Zhen were present, he would have had plenty to say. After all, he had often been on the receiving end of Yi Haichuan's strict discipline. However, Yi Kong remained blissfully unaware of how accustomed she was becoming to her father's company. The consequence of staying up late was that Yi Kong had to wake up early under Fang Siban's urging. To make up for lost sleep, she quickly developed the habit of napping extensively at school. During classes she deemed unimportant, she could fall into a deep sleep before the bell even rang. During lunch breaks or free periods, she would head to Chu Wu's cafe to catch up on sleep. Despite her efforts to avoid contact with Chu Wu, whom she considered a weirdo, she had to admit that Chu Wu's work efficiency was impressive. The design plans Yi Kong handed over were completed within just a few days. When Yi Kong visited again, the second floor of the cafe had been fully transformed into a studio, with a cozy corner specifically prepared for her, featuring a soft, large sofa. Every time she lay down on that sofa, she would fall asleep within 10 seconds. One day, as Yi Kong woke up from another long nap, she finally received the much-anticipated call from Qianyi. "I promise you," the young man said in a low, gloomy voice over the phone, "but I won't accept any revisions." Yi Kong opened her eyes, and most of her sleepiness instantly vanished. She curled her lips into a slight smile, thinking, he's already making demands without even knowing if his draft will pass. Bring your manuscript and meet me at that coffee shop, she said decisively, hanging up the phone and energetically heading downstairs. Chu had prepared a rich cup of hot chocolate for her. Yikong sat in the empty shop, which hadn't opened yet, her posture gradually slumping until she finally sprawled across the table. The wait seemed endless, so she pushed 2 chairs together and lay down. 2 hours passed quietly, and lunchtime ended, but the person still hadn't shown up. Yikong glanced at her phone, sat up and dialed the number again. The call was abruptly cut off after just 1 ring. She was momentarily stunned, and half an hour later, Channy Lai sent a text saying he would come after school. Yikong pondered for a moment, then silently went upstairs to draw. During this time, Chu considerately didn't disturb her and focused on her newspaper work. Around 5 o'clock, Yikong went downstairs and headed out straight for Lushan Street. High school had not yet dismissed, so the street was mostly filled with Yushan University students. She took a seat on the 2nd floor of a shop near Green Shoes, a spot that overlooked the campus. This was the very place where Channy Lai had almost tried to sneak through a hole in the fence. When the waiter brought her tea, he suddenly warned, sometimes, not so harmonious scenes occur here. Are you sure you want to sit here? Seeing Yikong raise an eyebrow, he lowered his voice and explained, high schoolers, you know. They often form gangs and get into fights. Yikong chuckled, that's fine. Consider it free entertainment. She focused on her pasta, occasionally glancing out the window. As the melodious school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, she was just about to contact Channy Lai when a sudden rush of hurried footsteps came from outside. Channy Lai, you still dare to run, a rough voice shouted. You made me chase you around half the school at noon, and now you dare tell the teacher? Do you think you're in kindergarten? Yikong continued eating, her ears filled with mocking laughter and the sound of bodies colliding. Didn't you see, Channy Lai, the voice sneered maliciously. How your dad groveled before mine. Next time, should I introduce myself to your dad, saying I'm his son's good friend who just wanted to play games with you but got rejected? Do you think your dad would make you kneel and beg in front of me? Amidst the chaotic struggle, someone exclaimed, let's see what treasure you were so eager to run off with at lunchtime. Give it back. Don't touch it. Channy Lai shouted hoarsely. Let me see what it is. The sound of a zipper being opened was clear. At that moment, Yikong put down her utensils and leaned out the window. Without hesitation, she grabbed a flower pot from the windowsill and hurled it at the person rifling through the bag. Shit. The person cried out, dodging just in time but still getting hit in the back, letting out a pained scream. Who's there? Yikong didn't say a word, just kept throwing flower pots down one after another. With a crash, one of them hit someone. The sounds of shattering pots followed one after another. Ow. That hurts. Who's this crazy woman trying to play hero? You're dead. Ah. The boy's cries and curses filled the air. While continuously throwing pots, Yikong yelled at Channy Lai, who was standing dumbfounded below, why aren't you running yet? Channy Lai snapped out of it, grabbed his bag and dashed away. Only after his figure disappeared did Yikong stop. By then, all the flower pots the shop owner had placed on the windowsill were smashed. Hearing the commotion, the shop owner rushed upstairs and wailed at the sight. Yikong turned to him and said briefly, I'll pay for it. Then her attention shifted back to the persistent shouting below. You crazy woman. Are you looking for trouble? What's your relationship with Channy Lai? Who do you think you are meddling in our business? Don't you know not to mess with people from Lulu if you're at Yushan University? Yikong almost burst out laughing at their threats but didn't bother to respond. Amid the chaos, a familiar voice spoke up. Aren't you that delivery girl from before? The moment she heard the voice, Yikong recognized it. It was the guy who had coldly remarked that he hoped she would still be so righteous later. She looked towards the source of the voice. A boy in a Lulu uniform stood there, looking the most composed and natural in his attire. He exuded an air of nobility and detachment, as if he was born to be above everyone else. Even in this brawl, he seemed uninvolved, leaning against a bamboo pole, watching from a distance. Because of this, he hadn't been hit by any of the flower pots and still looked immaculate. His gaze was extremely cold, and it seemed he was the leader. As soon as he spoke, everyone else quieted down. Yikong sized him up, a slight smile playing on her lips. Good ears, it's me. You're not really a delivery girl, are you? He asked, hands in his pockets, looking up at her with indifference. What's your name? Yikong. Yi as in leaf, Kong as in hollow, she said, leaning on the windowsill, looking down at them with a half smile. I live at 503 Fengyuan Street, just transferred to Yushan University, usually hanging out at a campus cafe that doubles as a newspaper office. Anything else you want to know? Boys. The boys fell into a collective silence, especially the one who seemed to be their leader, Du Lushan. His gaze lingered on Yikong for a while before he suddenly asked, Are you the one who joined the Yi family from the countryside 2 months ago? Yikong nonchalantly replied, That's right. And who are you? The boys exchanged glances, one of them scoffing. Why should we tell you? Do you think being from the Yi family makes you special? Another chimed in. You're just someone who came back to Yuzhou halfway through. Don't you know what you can and can't meddle in? Yeah, outsiders just don't get the rules and think they can interfere in everything, someone else mocked. Yikong couldn't help but chuckle, her lips curling up slightly. Big talk for your age. Anyone would think you were playing Hong Qigong. Who's Hong Qigong? Someone asked curiously, only to be elbowed by a companion. He's the leader of the beggars sect. She's mocking us, the person realized, shouting angrily. Yikong laughed for real this time, leaning on the windowsill with her eyes crinkling and her long hair shimmering in the sunlight as she shook with laughter. Below, the boys started cursing in embarrassment until Dulushan spoke quietly. I'm Dulushan. Like, still waters run deep. His eyes were cold, and, even from his lower position, he looked down on her. Qian Eli is just a temporary plaything for us. When we get bored, we'll leave him alone. But if you, Yijia, decide to interfere and make it more interesting for us, who knows when he'll ever get back to a normal school life. Dulushan's hands were in his pockets, a faint, mocking smile on his lips. Yijia, are you really going to play the hero and make things worse for him? Yikong, having laughed enough, answered without hesitation yes. This unexpected reply stunned Dulushan. Yikong continued, I don't care if he suffers more. As long as I'm happy, it doesn't matter. Even if you bully him more behind my back or even kill him, she wiped the tears from her eyes, as long as I don't see it, it's none of my business. You don't think I'd feel guilty, do you? Dulushan finally stopped smiling, his brows furrowing as he looked at her. Yikong seemed to lose interest in the topic and called out, Hey, I have another question. You're Du, right? What's your relationship with Du Ruoe? Ruoe, Jia is his sister, one of the boys answered arrogantly, glaring at Yikong as if to intimidate her. I see. No wonder you look familiar, Yikong said with a smile. You two are really alike, both in personality and in being the center of attention. She glanced in the direction Qian Eli had slipped away. Alright, I have things to do. If you're not planning to attack me right now, I'll be leaving. Leaving? No way, the boys shouted, but Dulushan quickly stopped them. See you next time, Yijia, he said, giving her a deep look. Yikong waved at him and walked away under the bright sunlight. It wasn't until Yikong and the boys were out of sight that an exaggerated exclamation came from the window of the neighboring building. Holy crap! Zhou Song, holding a teacup, turned around in a comically exaggerated manner, looking at the others in the room. She's really something. The others exchanged glances in silence. Zhou Song, eyes wide, put down his teacup. You didn't see it. I was about to tell those kids to stop, but she just threw a flower pot down without hesitation. That thing could have killed someone. And she was laughing. Zhou Song slammed the table, staring ahead as he processed what he'd witnessed. Then, with a serious expression, he concluded, This Yikong is the real deal. She's crazy. I'm inviting her to the dance. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed a stack of invitations and rushed out. The others looked at each other, unsure how to react. On her way back to the newspaper office, Yikong was suddenly grabbed by the hand. Her first instinct was to counter. She twisted her body, grabbed the person's arm, and threw them over her shoulder in one smooth motion. The tall man hit the ground with a painful groan. Holy crap. Yikong finally looked at his face and said, puzzled, you look familiar. Zhou Song. The man gritted out as he got up, you tripped me with a pole at the ski resort too. It's you. Yikong realized, but her tone carried no hint of apology. Yikong asked expressionlessly, do you need something? Zhou Song arrogantly shoved an invitation into her hand, crossed his arms, and said, I came to give you an invite. You might not know this since you're new to Yushan University, but if Du Ruoe is the queen of parties, then I'm the king. My parties are even more exclusive and grand. People like you, fresh from the countryside, usually can't get an invite from someone like me. But you seem special, so I'm making an exception for you. Without a word, Yikong pushed the extravagant invitation back into Zhou Song's crossed arms and walked away lightly. Zhou Song stood there, stunned, staring in disbelief at her retreating figure, before chasing after her. What? You're not coming? How dare you refuse? Do you have any idea how fun my parties are? He caught up to her and blocked her path. Do you know how many people beg me for an invite, and I don't give them one? That's not my problem, Yikong said, sidestepping him and continuing on her way. Zhou Song, unwilling to give up, chased her down again and blocked her path. No, you must be refusing because you haven't seen it yet. Once you attend, you'll understand. I said I'm not interested, Yikong interrupted, sidestepping him again. After several rounds of this cat and mouse game, Yikong finally stopped and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Zhou Song smirked. So, changed your mind? As he watched her take the invitation, his arrogance returned. I knew it. No one can resist my... Before he could finish, the sound of ripping paper echoed in the air. Zhou Song froze. Yikong stood before him, methodically tearing the invitation into pieces, then calmly dropped the fragments into a nearby trash can. I am not interested in you or your party. Got it. Yikong's eyes were as cold and emotionless as the Arctic ice, sending chills down his spine. Don't come looking for me again. People from the countryside and you city folks just don't mix. At that moment, a voice called out Yikong's name from afar. She paused, glancing over Zhou Song's stunned expression to the distance. Then, a thoughtful smirk formed on her lips as she looked back at Zhou Song, her gaze turning mocking and arrogant. Unless, of course, you want to be my dog. With that, Yikong walked past Zhou Song, her expression instantly becoming neutral, and drifted away like a breeze. Zhou Song remained rooted to the spot, unable to move for a long time. On the other side, Lin Xinzhou dashed up to Yikong like a whirlwind, panting as she reported, Eli is waiting for you at the shop. Yikong replied calmly, got it. She was about to leave but suddenly stopped and ruffled Lin Xinzhou's hair in a flurry. Lin Xinzhou stood there, stunned. What are you doing? Just thought you were really obedient. Yikong withdrew her hand and continued walking. I prefer dogs like you. Lin Xinzhou exploded. I'll kill you. She lunged at Yikong like a tiger, wrapping her arms around her neck in a fit of revenge. Meanwhile, the cold voice of the discipline master echoed through the Green Shoes High School broadcast. Attention, students from Class 1, Grade 12 who have been to the Bamboo Grove, including Du Lucian, report to the administration office immediately. Du Lucian slowly raised his head, a shadow crossing his eyes. A younger student leaned in and whispered, Brother Shen, do you think Qianlai ratted us out? Soon after, the group found themselves cleaning up broken flower pots under the watchful eye of the discipline master. Damn woman, someone muttered through gritted teeth. She broke them, and we're cleaning up. We're the victims. And that bald jerk doesn't believe us. Du Lucian remained silent, picking up a piece of the broken pot, his lips twitching. Yikong sat leisurely by the window, flipping through a comic book. Qian Eli sat across from her, looking disheveled and clutching his backpack nervously. Chu Wu was crouched nearby, pouring water, and even Lin Xinzhou held her breath, affected by the tense atmosphere. Relax. Lin Xinzhou patted Qian Eli's shoulder. If it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. After a long while, Yikong finally put down the draft and raised an eyebrow. Not bad, you passed. She handed the work to Chu Wu. Proofread it and I'll check it one last time. Chu Wu agreed readily. It's pretty good. A fantasy shoujo manga. That's rare. Lin Xinzhou burst out like a firecracker. Congratulations. Getting the approval of the immortal demon on your first try. Your future is limitless. Qian Eli snapped out of his daze, his gaze drifting to Yikong, but he quickly looked away, intimidated by her direct stare. Trying to maintain his composure, he said, I knew my work was good. Passing is only natural. Yikong nodded with a smile, extending her hand. Here's to a successful collaboration. Comic artist Qian Eli. I hope you create works you're proud of, loved by many, and become a world-renowned artist. I'm looking forward to your future. Qian Eli stared at her hand, his eyes reddening, before slowly shaking it. His hand, that of a young artist, was rough with calluses and bruises hidden under band-aids. Yikong's expression remained unchanged as she released his hand and began the signing process. After Qian Eli signed and left in a daze, Yikong mused, what if I took out the leader who beat him up under the cover of night? What do you think would happen? Lin Xinzhou was shocked. What? What are you talking about? Chu Wu sighed. It wouldn't work. This isn't Flower Box. These people aren't orphans with no family. What? You've beaten up orphans before. Lin Xinzhou stared at Yikong as if she were a monster. Yikong sighed. Yeah, it wouldn't work. Here, everyone has powerful families and immense resources. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned to Chu Wu. Aren't you a reporter? Go to Green Shoes and get some photos of Du Lucian bullying other students. If he dares to touch Qian Eli again, I'll plaster those photos all over the city. Yikong went to sleep, and Chu Wu began preparing the equipment for the covert operation, even trading for a Green Shoes uniform on the school forum. Lin Xinzhou was dumbfounded. Why are you so obedient? She's younger than you. Chu Wu didn't look up. Maturity of the soul isn't about age. Are you okay? Who are you calling mature? Yikong? That crazy girl who wants everyone to be her dog, mature. Chu Wu suddenly leaned in with a sly smile. But aren't you her dog too? I have a favor to ask of her. I'm enduring humiliation for a greater cause. Lin Xinzhou's face turned red. It's all the same, Chu Wu shrugged. Everyone's the same. From the past to now, everyone who needed something from her became her dog. It's a fair trade. Those who agreed to be dogs and then bit the hand that fed them. She sharply pulled out the memory card from her camera, as if pulling out someone's head, deserved to die. Chu Wu turned to Lin Xinzhou with an eerie smile. Miss Lin, you better not do that, otherwise I might go crazy too. In recent days, Wen Can's enthusiasm for work has been erupting like a volcano, prompting even Jiangsu to tease. What's the matter? Don't trust me? Have to do everything yourself. Wen Can paused his pen, not lifting his gaze, and coldly replied, meeting adjourned. You're in charge of hiring. So what are you going to do with your free time? Jiangsu pressed. Aren't there other projects to oversee? Don't worry about it, Jiangsu sighed. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. No matter how sharp and energetic you are, you can't hide them. I'm afraid you'll drop dead one day. After a pause, he added, take it easy. You still have a young fiancé to look after. The screen went black, plunging the study into silence. When Ken remained still for a long time before murmuring to himself, she doesn't need me to look after her. On the desk stood dozens of hourglasses, the gray sand flowing silently as if mocking the relentlessness of time. Winkin stared at the glass domes, then suddenly opened an unfamiliar forum. The screen was filled with scandalous tales of wealthy heirs, but one post with Yikong's name caught his attention. He clicked on it and was met with a candid photo of him and Yikong outside a coffee shop. Gazing at the girl's profile illuminated by sunlight, Winkin frowned slightly. Why do you look so familiar? Where have I seen you before? The sudden ring of the intercom interrupted his thoughts. The housekeeper had prepared a meal and was calling him downstairs. Winkin maneuvered his wheelchair out of the study. Even in this house, which no one from the Wen family had ever visited, he had never stood up. Sometimes, after pretending for so long, he almost believed his legs were truly paralyzed. In the empty house, the housekeeper was about to leave silently. Winkin suddenly spoke, do you know how to make desserts? The housekeeper was momentarily stunned, then excitedly replied, yes, of course. Didn't you have some just the other day? Winkin thought for a moment and shook his head, too busy didn't eat. The housekeeper's face fell briefly before she smiled and asked, would you like some today? I can make it right away. It's not that I want to eat, Winkin said nonchalantly. I'm just bored and thought I might learn how to make them. I can teach you, the housekeeper said excitedly. We just got some fresh ingredients. Let's start then, Winkin said, turning towards the kitchen as if issuing a command. Meanwhile, at Yushan University, Chiwu was ready for battle, fingers poised over her keyboard. At 2:41 p.m., she hit the send button in perfect sync with the second hand. Every minute thereafter, she posted a new message until 2:50 p.m. when the last one was finally sent. However, half an hour passed with no activity on her computer. What's going on? Chiwu frowned. This shouldn't be happening. Yikong lounged on the sofa, leisurely playing a mobile game. Chiwu couldn't help but complain. You're too laid back. Aren't you worried about having zero influence? What about recruiting people for the magazine? Without looking up, Yikong replied, then I'll just use illustrations. My paintings fetch thousands each. Consider it a bargain. It's precisely because it's a bargain that you can't be so half-hearted. Chiwu grumbled. Maybe I should invest in some promotion. I should have built a stronger online presence. Before she could finish, her computer suddenly chimed with a barrage of notifications. We got comments. Chiwu exclaimed. In a flash, comments, private messages, and likes flooded in, the notifications quickly surpassing 99. Chiwu excitedly clicked on them, only to discover it wasn't that simple. Huachao Media had just retweeted her post using their official account. The account named Undying Demon Studio had been newly created, featuring nostalgic artwork hastily completed by Yikong. The final post announced the studio's official launch and a call for comic artists. Huachao Media had retweeted the very first post, adding, a teacher our boss really likes. Leveraging Huachao Media's massive fanbase, Undying Demon Studio instantly caught the public's eye, swiftly climbing the trending charts. By the time it reached the top ranks, the account had already gained nearly 100,000 followers. The account introduction of the Immortal Demon Studio caused quite a stir on social media. The bio read, a comic studio established by the renowned artist Immortal Demon, featuring works by the same artist. Notable works include Flower of the Galaxy, Book of Sand, and To the Skylark, with the ongoing series stars. This post has been shared over 10,000 times. Chu Wu, touching her chin with an expressionless face, revealed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. It's alright, barely acceptable. But some people's comments seem a bit too fanatical. She frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head. Whatever, let's focus on hiring first. She opened her private messages and found them flooded with job applications. However, more people seemed interested in meeting Immortal Demon in person. Chu Wu sneered and posted a new tweet outlining the job requirements and application process, along with the submission email. That night, Chu Wu's inbox was overwhelmed with resumes. Yikong had to start reviewing submissions immediately. This was the initial screening phase, where all artists could submit their work. If Yikong was satisfied, they would pass the initial screening and move on to the interview stage. However, upon seeing the sheer volume of submissions, Yikong realized it was impossible to review them all alone. She quickly delegated half of the submissions to Chan Eli. Initially flattered, Chan Eli turned into a walking corpse after 2 sleepless nights. Yikong wasn't faring much better, losing several pounds from the relentless workload. Finally, by the submission deadline, all the entries were reviewed. Yikong stayed up most of the night and dragged her exhausted self to a newspaper office the next day, nearly walking into a glass door. Fortunately, Chu-woo opened the door just in time, guiding her to a seat by the bar. Honey lemon water. Chu-woo handed her a drink. Yi-kong gulped down half of it before noticing a delicate dessert box beside her. For me. Yi-kong's eyes lit up. Chu-woo shrugged. Not from me, it's from your fiancé. When can came by? Yi-kong looked around. No, his assistant delivered it, Chu-woo explained. He said it's from a new place he discovered and wants you to try it. Eagerly, Yi-kong unwrapped the box and took a bite. After tasting it carefully, she wrinkled her nose subtly and remained silent. How is it? Hard to say. Yi-kong put down the fork and quickly messaged Wen Can. Which shop did you get this from? Don't go there again. It's a waste of money. Upon reading the message, Wen Can's expression turned blank. The elderly lady beside him asked nervously, Sir, is everything all right? My friend said the taste isn't great, Wen Can replied coldly, looking at the lady. Why is that? Aren't you an award-winning chef? The lady looked troubled. It's not my fault. Your requirements are too high. You want healthy ingredients, low calories, but still sweet and innovative. It's quite challenging. Under Wen Can's icy gaze, the lady's voice grew smaller. Finally, she timidly suggested, I might need some time to figure it out. In the meantime, should we continue with basic desserts? Fine. Wen Can finally averted his gaze and apologized politely. I'm sorry, perhaps I've been too demanding. I've been quite bored lately, which makes me more particular. No worries, the lady smiled, then curiously asked, but sir, you always prepare a dessert box. If they all turn out well, do you plan to give them to different friends or the same person? The same person. One can look down at the whisk in his hand, speaking gently. She loves desserts and isn't afraid of gaining weight. Unfortunately, she's very picky. I bet the one I just succeeded with is already in the trash. Don't worry. The lady comforted him immediately. We'll make them better and better until she eats every single one. She then asked, but who is this person? A little friend. The sound of the whisk drowned out any further questions. At the newspaper office's cafe, Yi-kong absent-mindedly scooped at the dessert that Wen Can thought had ended up in the trash. Although she found the taste mediocre and somewhat strange, she finished it nonetheless, not wanting to waste it. The now empty delicate box was about to be thrown away when Yi-kong paused. She took out her sketchbook, placed the box in the light, and began drawing. After finishing, she smiled contentedly. Whoever designed this box has a good eye. Then she tossed it into the trash. The next day, the newspaper office officially opened. The place was bustling with activity due to promotional events, nearly every seat taken. Amid the soft murmur of voices, Yi-kong was dozing behind the cash register when the door was forcefully kicked open. She slowly opened her eyes to see a group of students in green uniforms surrounding Qian Eli, standing proudly outside the counter. Didn't you say to come find you? A cold voice rang out. The students parted to reveal Du Lucian, who stepped forward and looked down at Yi-kong over the counter, his eyes stern. I'm here. The cafe had a vintage vibe, with clean and bright windows. Du Lucian glanced around before his gaze settled on Yi-kong. Looks like this is your place. Just opened. Du Lucian asked. Yi-kong smiled nonchalantly. Not really. I'm just here helping the owner for a bit. You can order at the counter. The young man nodded lazily. I'm too lazy to go over. You order for me. I'll take one of everything you have. Yi-kong paused, frowning slightly. We have a lot of different kinds of coffee. Are you sure you can finish them all? That's not your concern, is it? The young man scoffed. I'm paying, aren't I? But we don't allow waste here. Yi-kong's smile didn't falter. How about ordering a few less? I want them all. The young man turned and walked away. The group following him raised their eyebrows at Yi-kong and said, We'll drink them all, don't worry. Do you want a tip? We'll give you one later. They hooked their arms around Qian Eli and dragged him to a booth, forcing him to sit down. A barista who had been observing the situation hurried over and asked nervously, What should we do? Make a few cups based on the number of people and bring them over, Yi-kong instructed. If they ask, just say the rest are still being made. The barista nodded and left. Yi-kong sat back behind the cash register, rocking his chair and gazing across most of the cafe at Qian Eli, who was surrounded. The young man's long hair covered half his face, and he was squeezed between two others, swaying as they jostled him. He didn't resist, sitting stiffly with a pale face, lips tightly pressed together, and clutching his backpack to his chest. Yi-kong watched silently, casually munching on a bag of chips from the snack shelf. By the time the server approached the table with 7 cups of coffee, Yi-kong was almost dozing off. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed through the cafe, jolting Yi-kong awake. There's a spider in the coffee. A spider. The shout drew everyone's attention, and the cafe buzzed with murmurs. The employees exchanged confused glances. Chu Wu, hearing the commotion, rushed up from the basement. What's going on? She asked Yi-kong. Yi-kong sighed and leaned back in his chair, covering his face with a book. Chu Wu didn't hesitate and strode towards the table where the incident occurred. What's the problem? Chu Wu asked. What's the problem? We found a spider in your coffee. What do you think the problem is? A young man shouted, slamming the table. Another pointed at the cup, yelling, look, just look. Isn't that a spider? My God, and this is a new cafe? Who knows if it's a poisonous spider? Who knows if someone already drank one? This could be deadly, you know. The angry shouts filled the cafe. Other customers began nervously inspecting their own coffees, with some even gagging. Chu-Wu scanned the table and saw Chen Alai being restrained. She quickly understood what was happening. You, someone pointed at her face suspicious. Are you the owner? Why are you wearing a mask in front of customers? Don't you know it's disrespectful? Sorry, I have a cold and don't want to spread it to our customers, Chu explained. Whatever, the person waved impatiently. Just tell us how you're going to handle this. With a subtle smile, Chu pointed to a corner surveillance camera. First, let's check the footage to confirm what happened. Confirm what happened, someone sneered. You think we're framing you? Why would we bother with a dump like this? Do you even know who we are? Even if you gave me this entire cafe for free, I wouldn't want it. Do you really think we'd frame you? I wouldn't give you the cafe for free, Chu replied with a cheerful smile. Du Lucian, who had been fiddling with his phone in the corner, looked up at her. Are you the owner? Yes, I am. Who's that guy at the door? My friend, Chu Wu's smile deepened. Interesting, the young man continued without looking up. I know her. We're in the same circle. Maybe if she says something nice, we can let this slide. Otherwise, he continued nonchalantly. The rent at Yushan is expensive. You probably don't want your new cafe to close down immediately, do you? A muffled laugh came from behind Chu Wu's black mask. How exactly do you plan to shut my cafe down? Du Liuxian's movements paused. Chu Wu then loudly announced, Dear customers, I apologize for the unpleasant incident on our opening day. Today, all orders are on the house. If anyone has doubts about the hygiene conditions in our store, you're welcome to check the places where our staff work at any time. The female shop owner's voice was loud and sincere, echoing through every corner of the cafe. She continued, if anyone, like these students, finds something strange in their coffee, and the surveillance confirms it's our fault, we will take full responsibility. Whether it requires a full medical checkup or mental compensation, we won't shirk our duties. Her eyes were firm as she scanned each customer present. Please believe me, since I chose to open a store on campus, I would never dare to neglect safety. Her words seemed to have an effect, as the initially uneasy students soon changed their attitudes. The cafe began to buzz with murmurs. Free drinks for everyone? I should call my roommate over. Actually, their coffee is really good. You can tell the beans are high quality. I didn't find anything weird in mine, and those people seem to have a grudge against the owner. Aren't they from Green Ridge? What are high schoolers doing in Yushan? The owner said we could check the work area. Does that mean we can take a tour? The discussions reached the other side, where a few people's expressions turned sour. One of them said coldly, What do you mean? Are you saying we put the spider in there ourselves? Chu Wu made a gesture, calmly saying, Let's check the surveillance footage then. Please. Du Lu took a deep breath, his tone flat, quite the talker. He snapped a photo of the spider in his coffee with his phone, then stood up and walked out. As he passed the counter, he didn't pause to check the surveillance but headed straight for the door. Suddenly, he stopped at the cashier, as if remembering something, and turned his head. Oh, by the way, knowing this cafe was opening, I brought a gift. Immediately, one of his followers, grinning, pulled a bouquet of flowers from his bag and handed it over the counter to Yikong. Congratulations on your opening, Missy. Yikong stared at the beautiful white chrysanthemums in front of her, then looked past them to the smiling Du Lu. The corners of his lips curved deeply, but his eyes were chillingly cold. Yikong didn't reach out, so the person scattered the flowers all over her. I'm giving you flowers, and you're not taking them. White chrysanthemums fell all over Yikong's head. In that instant, a large glass jar filled with coffee beans was grabbed and smashed onto the head of the grinning boy. At that moment, Yikong suddenly stood up and gripped Chu Wu's hand tightly across the cashier counter. The glass bottle, losing its balance under the sudden force, slipped from her grasp and crashed to the floor with a deafening clatter. Black coffee beans scattered like raindrops, rolling in all directions on the floor. Only then did the young man snap out of his daze, stepping back in shock and swearing under his breath. His eyes were drawn to Chu Wu, whose gaze above the black mask was fixed on him, cold and merciless, like a demon from the abyss. Fear quickly turned to rage. The young man jumped up, his voice trembling with anger. You want to hit me? How dare you, the owner, lay a hand on a customer? Despite his bravado, his body shook involuntarily, driven by a deep-seated fear. Yikong tightened his grip on Chu Wu's wrist and commanded, turn around. The succinct words seemed to bring Chu Wu back to her senses. She turned her head to meet Yikong's calm, cool gaze. Come in, Yikong instructed. Chu Wu silently stepped behind the counter. Yikong picked a marshmallow from the snack shelf, unwrapped it, and handed it to her. Eat. Chu Wu took it and began to chew silently. Only then did Yikong turn back to the group of boys. Her gaze lingered on the leader, before settling on Du Lucian. The boy watched Chu Wu eating the marshmallow with a mocking tone. Is this a case of birds of a feather? A madman surrounded by madmen. Yi Kong smiled, calmly picking up the scattered white chrysanthemums from the table. Without warning, she asked, the coffee you ordered earlier, none of you drank it, did you? Du Lucian raised an eyebrow and retorted, does it matter? Just then, the waiter returned with the untouched coffee, about to dispose of it when Yi Kong gestured for him to stop. Holding the chrysanthemums, she walked around the counter and approached Du Lucian under the wary eyes of the boys. You promised to drink it, she said, looking into his eyes with a hint of a smile. So what? Du Lucian sneered, his tone cold and arrogant. Breaking promises isn't a good habit, Yi Kong said, raising a cup of coffee from the tray. Since you won't drink it, I'll have to feed it to you. Before he could react, she poured the coffee over his head. The brown liquid drenched his hair, trickling down his face and soaking into his collar. He closed his eyes as it reached them, while his followers stood frozen in shock. One by one, Yi Kong poured all 7 cups of coffee over Du Lucian's head. At that moment, the glass door swung open with a bang and someone's arrogant voice rang out. Yi Kong, I heard you're working here at the cafe, so I came to see. The speaker stopped short, stunned by the scene. Zhou Song stared. What? Du Lucian. His arrival broke the tense silence, and the shocked boys suddenly surged forward in anger. Zhou Song quickly stepped in to hold one back, while the 3 people who had followed him rushed in to help, equally confused. Before chaos could ensue, Du Lucian stopped his cursing followers. Wiping his face, he looked at Yi Kong with a chilling tone. My sister was right, you've got guts. Do I need guts to deal with you? Yi Kong smiled. You think too highly of yourself. Zhou Song held back a struggling boy and said to Du Lucian, I don't know what your issue with her is, but she's a real lunatic. She's backed by the Yi family, and when can I be careful if I were you? Do kids' squabbles need adults to intervene? Du Lucian wiped his face with a handkerchief, his expression indifferent. Is this how you make others afraid of you? Are you a child? Yi Kong couldn't help but laugh. Don't try to provoke me. Do what you want, and so will I. Then we'll see, Du Lucian said, putting away the handkerchief and giving her one last look before walking out. Wait, Yi Kong called after him, raising her hand. Take this. Du Lucian turned back. Yi Kong held out the bouquet of white chrysanthemums, looking at him calmly. After a long silence, Du Lucian sneered, refusing to take the flowers, and left. His followers quickly broke free from Zhou Song and the others, hurrying after him. Yi Kong watched them leave, then looked down at the chrysanthemums in her hand. Before she could take a closer look, Chu Wu snatched them and headed for the trash can. Yi Kong glanced at her, then turned to apologize to the onlooking customers. Once the cafe quieted down, she saw Zhou Song waving at her from a booth. Thinking back to the recent scene, she walked over. Thanks for today. As a token of gratitude, why don't you come to my party? He handed her a uniquely designed invitation shaped like a race car. No, Yi Kong refused without hesitation. Why not? Someone nearby asked curiously. Miss Yi, you should be looking for social opportunities now, right? In this circle, parties and events are crucial for networking. Many business deals and even marriages are arranged at these gatherings. Yi Kong turned to the speaker, a man with thin lips and silver-rimmed glasses, who smiled politely, his curiosity not at all offensive. He's Wei Jiu, from the Wei family. They're in the car manufacturing business and have dealings with your family, Zhou Song introduced. This is Tu Wan. Her family owns the largest golf course in Yuzhou and has numerous tourism ventures worldwide. A beautiful woman with long black hair smiled at her. And this is Su Yang. Her family runs hotels and food companies, but she loves chess and dreams of playing and winning against the genius player Yuan Yi. The last girl had a unique aura, seeming almost otherworldly, playing with something in her hand. Hearing Zhou Song mention her, she turned to Yi Kong, staring intently. Do you play chess? Yi Kong smiled and shook her head. No, I don't. Oh, Su Yang lost interest immediately, tossing the jade chess piece into the air and catching it again. Zhou Song once again faced rejection from Yi Kong. At that moment, Yi Baozhu's phone suddenly received a video. She was practicing piano, paused, and then picked up her phone to watch carefully. After watching, she frowned thoughtfully. Lin Xinzhou ran over and asked her why she stopped. Yi Baozhu snapped back to reality and softly apologized. Lin Xinzhou was about to leave but then turned back, holding his conductor's baton, and said, by the way, I convinced Yi Kong to join our band. Although she's just an auxiliary member, she should be participating in our activities.
Do you mind?
Yi Baozhu smiled slightly. I don't mind. After all, she is my sister. That's good. Lin Xinzhou nodded, relieved. Otherwise, I'd have to find another pianist, which would be quite troublesome. Yi Baozhu's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, lowered her eyes, and continued practicing. Those who overheard the conversation exchanged glances, showing sympathy for Yi Baozhu. As night fell, a meticulously edited video quietly surfaced on Yushan University's campus forum. The title boldly read, Green shoe student bullied by coffee shop owner? Drenched in 7 cups of coffee. However, the video content was quite different from the title. The one being drenched was a young master from the wealthy Du family, who had repeatedly bullied classmates within Green Shoe, even driving over 3 scholarship students to drop out. The school had kept these incidents under tight wraps. Additionally, he was the younger brother of the campus party queen. Miss Du. The post ended with a sarcastic note. Is this poetic justice or just bad karma? The night owls at the university quickly pushed the post to the top. By morning, the replies had exceeded 1,000 layers, with sarcastic memes flooding the forum. What's this? A bully. Pouring coffee. GIF. Here's a cup for you. GIF. How dare you. GIF. Du Rui woke up intending to continue lounging at home but encountered Yi Baozhu waiting downstairs. Feeling even more irritated, she reluctantly sat down at the breakfast-laden table. Yi Baozhu handed her something that instantly ignited her anger. Her fingers flew across the phone screen, almost sparking. Finally, she slammed the phone on the table and turned to ask the housekeeper, "Where's Ashen?" "The young master? He went to school," the housekeeper replied. Du Rui's breath quickened, her eyes filled with venom. Moments later, she abruptly stood up and rushed upstairs. Yikong was huddled behind the counter at the coffee shop, focused on sketching. The manuscripts for Chuanqing were enough to keep Huai magazine going for 5 months, so she wasn't in a hurry. She had spent a lot of energy reviewing drafts for the Immortal Demon Studio these past few days, even pulling an all-nighter to finish the initial review. With the next 2 days free, she decided to draw some character sketches. As she concentrated, light footsteps approached, and someone sat on the high stool next to her. Without turning around, Yikong continued her sketch. After finishing the character sketch, she put down her pen, examined her work, and asked, "Where did you go?" "Guess," the woman chuckled softly. "Delivering flowers?" Yikong asked. "Nothing escapes you." Chu Wu lazily spun on the high stool. "To avoid waste, I plan to deliver 1 flower a day until the whole bouquet of white chrysanthemums is returned. Don't worry, no one saw me. I hired someone for this, so it won't be traced back to us." Yikong coldly replied. "Seeing the flowers, he'll know who did it. The only difference is, if he doesn't see you, he'll blame me directly." Chu Wu laughed again, resting her cheek on her hand as she looked at Yikong. "You stopped me yesterday just for this, right? The same thing you can do, but isn't that what you wanted to tell me?" Yikong sneered, turning to face Chu Wu with emotionless black eyes. "You're unhappy about this? After leaving Flowerbox for so many years, you still think you're untouchable, daring to act against anyone. He can't exactly kill me, can he?" Chu Wu continued. "You think I haven't changed, but I feel like you've changed too much. Wasn't it better the way we were before?" Without a word, Yikong turned back to her sketch, continuing to make adjustments. Chu Wu, however, didn't stop. "I've often dreamed of the past over the years. Although we were trapped behind barbed wire, being by your side always felt like freedom, completely opposite to my life now." She sat idly in the cafe, her gaze distant, seemingly lost in a long stream of memories. On the surface, she appeared free and unburdened, able to go anywhere, but deep down, she felt an overwhelming emptiness. Whenever that feeling hit, she would involuntarily think of returning to that familiar flower box to find that person. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden, rough action. Yikong grabbed her collar and yanked her forward. The girl's dark eyes remained expressionless, like those of an emotionless robot, staring coldly and intently at Chu Wu. "When you say those things, can you take off that ridiculous mask?" Yikong demanded harshly. Chu Wu was forced to bend over, her head lowered in a nearly humiliating posture. However, she didn't show anger, only confusion and puzzlement. "What does the mask have to do with anything?" she asked softly. Yikong sneered, tugging at Chu Wu's clothes with her other hand. "It's not just the mask. It's also these flamboyant clothes." She scrutinized Chu Wu's stylish outfit, noting how even a simple shirt became eye-catching due to some meticulously designed details. "If I remember correctly, your foster mother is a designer, and you have no talent whatsoever in art. Who prepared these clothes and those ridiculous masks for you? Who designed and even handmade them?" Chu Wu's pupils suddenly contracted, and she stood there as if struck by lightning. Yikong continued coldly. "Feeling empty? Like there's nothing left? Want to go back to the past?" She suddenly let go, with enough force to push someone down. The high stool clattered to the ground, and Chu Wu fell back, looking up at Yikong in disarray. Yikong stood up, looking down at her with a sneer. "Do I need to remind you? Since this cafe opened, you've never had breakfast here. Instead, you bring various homemade meals every day, even though you often give them away. Who makes those for you?" Chu Wu remained silent for a moment, her eyes dark as ink, her voice icy. "You know what I hate the most? All those who claim to realize what they had only after losing Ithi all deserve to die in my eyes. It's not innocent unawareness of their blessings, it's an infuriating display of arrogance." Yikong crouched down in front of Chu Wu, staring directly into her eyes. Do you really want to go back? Before you say something like that, have you ever, for even half a second, considered what you have now? Do you really want to go back? Abandon your current home, and the warm meals your foster mother makes for you, though you really want to go back to the flower box. Chu Wu's eyes widened slightly, frozen in place, unmoving. Yi Kong stood up, walked past her without a trace of emotion, and left her with a soft idiot. Yi Kong was sound asleep upstairs, completely oblivious to the commotion downstairs. Chu Wu was carefully keeping watch below, worried about disturbing the person upstairs. Even when Lin Xinzhou came by to visit and wanted to go upstairs, Chu Wu politely turned her away. What's wrong with you? You look so out of it, Lin Xinzhou asked curiously, eyeing Chu Wu. The usually cheerful woman looked downcast and disheartened today. I've been disliked, Chu Wu muttered, resting her head on her arms, looking utterly dejected. By who? Yi Kong. Lin Xinzhou asked, a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Doesn't she treat everyone the same? Is there anyone in this world she doesn't dislike? There was, but they're dead now, Chu Wu replied, shifting her position but remaining in a state of self-pity. Just as Lin Xinzhou was about to probe further, the store door was kicked open with a loud crash. The glass door emitted a piercing noise, rebounded violently, and was kicked open again. The entire door fell with a loud thud, shards of glass scattering everywhere. The customers inside screamed and fled in all directions. My door. Chu Wu exclaimed, jumping up from her seat. Du Ruoe? What are you doing? Lin Xinzhou also sprang to her feet. Upstairs, Yi Kong was jolted awake by the noise. Still groggy, she heard someone shouting her name from downstairs. Where's Yi Kong? Is she hiding like a coward at a time like this? Or do I have to smash up your entire shop to get her to show up? Yi Kong quickly washed her face and rushed downstairs. The scene below was chaotic, with the sounds of breaking objects, arguing, and attempts to calm things down escalating. As Yi Kong descended the stairs, she saw a raised hand ready to strike. Her eyes, cold and clear as glass, captured the scene perfectly. Du Ruoe's domineering stance, Chu Wu's clenched fists, as if restraining herself from doing something. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Du Ruoe's palm landed heavily on Chu Wu's face, knocking off her mask. Chu Wu's delicate features were exposed, her cheek quickly swelling and reddening. Yi Kong froze on the stairs, her gaze fixed on the scene. She noticed Chu Wu's fists tightening even more, but she still didn't retaliate. Thought you were hiding something ugly, but you actually look decent. Why the mask? Trying to be mysterious like Yi Kong. Du Ruoe sneered. Let me tell you, get Yi Kong here right now, or else. She started pushing Chu Wu's shoulder with each word. I'll show you what real bullying is. At that moment, rapid footsteps approached. Chu Wu looked up, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Du Ruoe turned slowly, about to speak. Her hair was suddenly yanked back violently. Yi Kong pulled her down, looking into Du Ruoe's bewildered eyes with a mocking smile. Isn't it funny, she said calmly, why do you all think I'm so easy to bully? Before Du Ruoe could react, Yi Kong let go, allowing her to fall hard onto the glass-covered floor. A shrill scream pierced the air. Yi Kong straddled Du Ruoe, one hand gripping her throat, the other raised high. You think you're the only one who can slap someone? Smack! Your brother came to my shop, put spiders in my coffee, and sent me white chrysanthemums to curse me. All I did was make him drink his own coffee. I didn't even break his despicable hands. What more do you want? Smack! You want to avenge your brother? Why? Because you can slap people. Smack! You rich girls. Do you establish your status by slapping people around? Smack! Well, I can slap you until smack. You're disfigured. Smack! Wanna try? Bitch. As Yi Kong was about to deliver the final blow, Chu Wu grabbed her wrist. Yi Kong looked down at Du Ruoe's swollen, bleeding face, then flexed her reddened hand and twisted her wrist slightly. Let go, she said softly, her voice exuding an eerie calm. Chu Wu silently released her grip. Yi Kong grabbed Du Ruoe by the collar, pulling her swollen face close. Her dark pupils bore into Du Ruoe's eyes, her voice low and icy. Miss Du, we are not the same kind of people. I have no intention of entering your world or taking the position you care about. You'd better not cause me any trouble, or else. Her lips curled into a chilling smile. I guarantee I'll do whatever it takes. Du Ruoe trembled in agony, seeing her own miserable fate reflected in those obsidian eyes. A scream of fear and pain erupted from her throat as she instinctively hugged her head and curled into a ball. Yi Kong slowly stood up and glanced around. Unlike last time when Du Liuxian's people dared to confront her, no one approached this time. Everyone who met her gaze quickly looked away, a suffocating fear hanging in the air. Shaking her reddened hand, Yi Kong's indifferent eyes fell on Yi Baozhu. Unlike the others, Yi Baozhu's face showed not only fear but also a hint of excitement and malice. Yi Kong sneered. People often forget bigger risks when they think they're on top of the world. In that sense, she might just make a good capitalist. Following Yi Kong's gaze, Chu Wu also noticed Yi Baozhu's unusual expression. but Yikong had already lost interest and didn't spare another glance. She looked down at the still screaming Du Roe on the floor and walked towards the cashier, casually stepping on Du Roe's hand. "Hurry up and call an ambulance for our dear Miss Du. Do you want her to die?" The cafe descended into chaos once more. The ambulance sped away, leaving a mess behind. Lin Xinzhou stood there, bewildered. She turned to look at Chu Wu, who was humming a tune while cleaning up the broken glass, and then glanced at Yikong behind the cashier, engrossed in a match 3 game. The childish game emitted a foolish melody, which once made Lin Xinzhou think Yikong was just a spoiled child. But now Lin Xinzhou murmured, "How can she be so calm?" Her voice was filled with confusion and unease, as if she had just witnessed a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. The campus forum at Yushan University suddenly erupted with activity. A sensational piece of news spread like wildfire. The owner of the newly opened coffee shop had committed a violent act, killing someone inside the shop. Various versions of the rumor quickly circulated, some claiming a student had been stabbed, others saying Du Roe had been assaulted. The forum's homepage refreshed constantly, with each post garnering an escalating number of views. However, unlike the coffee spill incident the previous day, the uproar this time, although more intense, was swiftly contained. In less than half an hour, all related messages and photos were thoroughly deleted. Yet, the information continued to spread in more covert ways, reaching even more people. Zhou Song was in the luxurious activity room, pondering how to invite Yikong to the ball, when he suddenly received a call from a friend. Yikong publicly beat Du Roe half to death? He stood up in shock. Su Yong and Wei Ji, who were playing Go, turned their heads simultaneously, and even Tu Wan, who had been dozing off, lifted his head. Meanwhile, in Wen Can's villa, he had just put some desserts into the oven when his phone vibrated. It was Qin Ranchio calling, her tone serious and cold. "Wen Can, your little fiancé is something else. She beat Du Roe, slapped her a dozen times in public." The floor was covered in glass, and when Du Roe was carried away on a stretcher, the ground was soaked in blood. Wen Can remained calm after hearing this. Did anyone die? Learning that no one had died, he was even more indifferent. Then what's the big deal? Qin Ranchio tried to express concern, but Wen Can coldly replied, "What does that have to do with me?" In the psychology research lab at Yushan University, Qin Ranchio hung up the phone, gritting her teeth. "I want to see who will stand by her with such arrogance." At Luflu High School, a white chrysanthemum lay on Du Liuxin's desk. The entire classroom was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in panicked. "Brother Shen, your sister. Something happened." Du Liuxin sprang to his feet. Back at the coffee shop, Lin Xinzhou was puzzled, asking Chu Wu why she could remain so calm. Chu Wu, while cleaning up the glass shards on the floor, explained, Du Roe threw the first slap, and the whole incident started because her brother was looking for trouble. Yikong was merely retaliating. Isn't that justified? Chu Wu continued. Why do people only think it's excessive when they get retaliated against? Why don't they consider the possibility of facing tenfold or 100-fold retribution when they bully others? It's because they were born privileged, used to doing bad things without consequences. When they meet someone like Yikong who makes them pay the price, they start to feel it's unfair. But in this world, where is such a good deal?